Am I just a rebound? My husband screamed, then destroying my only memento. I handed him divorce papers, then uncovered secret about my eldest daughter. My second husband smashed my late husband's wedding ring with a heavy steel claw hammer on Valentine's Day because he was jealous of a ghost. But as horrific as it was to watch the only piece of the man I loved get pulverized into jagged gold dust, that wasn't even the worst betrayal I suffered this year. That title belongs to my eldest daughter, who I later discovered had intentionally left her 15-year-old sister alone with a group of predators out of sheer, petty jealousy, setting off a chain of catastrophic events that nearly ended in my youngest daughter taking her own life. I thought I was holding my family together through unimaginable grief, but I was actually harboring a monster in my home. So, I took away her inheritance, kicked her out onto the streets, and let the legal system handle the rest. To understand the absolute nightmare my life has become over the past few months, you have to understand where we started. My first husband, Thomas, was the love of my life. We met when we were 20 years old in a crowded university library, and we had been inseparable ever since. He was a structural engineer, a brilliant, warm, and fiercely protective man who built a beautiful life for us. We had 3 children, our son Lucas, who is now 25, our middle daughter Harper, who is 19, and our youngest, Sophie, who is 15. 4 years ago, our perfect reality shattered. Thomas died completely unexpectedly from a sudden, massive aortic aneurysm. One minute he was laughing in the kitchen making Sunday pancakes, and the next, he was gone. He was only 42. The grief was a physical weight, a crushing, suffocating blanket that wrapped around our entire household. For the first 2 years, I barely functioned. I would lock myself in our master bathroom, curl up on the cold tile floor, and have violent panic attacks until I threw up. Thomas didn't have a formal will because we always thought we had decades left, but we did have a very robust life insurance policy that paid out a $480,000 death benefit. As his spouse, I received the full amount directly into my account. I didn't want the money, it felt like blood money, a pathetic financial consolation prize for the loss of my soulmate. I decided the only right thing to do was to divide it fairly among the family. I would keep $180,000 to pay off the remaining mortgage and cover immediate household expenses, and I allocated $100,000 to each of my 3 children. Lucas was already over 18 and finishing his master's degree, so I transferred his share into a high-yield savings account in his name immediately. Harper and Sophie were both minors at the time, so I sat them down in our living room and made a verbal promise. I told them their $100,000 would be waiting for them when they turned 18, meant to give them a debt-free college education or a down payment on a house. I told them that if they ever had a major, legitimate expense before then, I would allow them to dip into it, but otherwise, I was covering all their daily needs. This was a firm, solemn family agreement, and I intended to honor it with every fiber of my being. 2 years after Thomas passed, I met Julian. Julian was 41, a regional sales manager who frequented the hospital cafeteria where I work as a senior trauma nurse. He was charming, patient, and seemed incredibly understanding of my grief. At first, he was a breath of fresh air, a tether pulling me out of my dark abyss. We dated for a year and a half before getting married last autumn. But almost immediately after the wedding ring slipped onto my finger, the cracks in his facade began to show. Julian was deeply, fundamentally insecure about Thomas's memory. He never explicitly demanded I take down photos, but he would make passive-aggressive comments. He would sigh heavily if I mentioned a memory with Thomas. He would get unusually quiet and distant if the kids talked about their dad. I tried to be accommodating. I packed away some of the more prominent photos and made sure to prioritize Julian's feelings, desperately trying to build a peaceful blended family. But Julian's simmering resentment was a ticking time bomb, and it was about to detonate right in the middle of the worst crisis of my life. The true nightmare began last December. Julian and I had booked a weekend retreat at a cabin about 3 hours north of our city in Chicago. It was supposed to be a chance to disconnect and work on our marriage. Lucas was out of state for work, so Harper, who had just turned 19, was left in charge of 15-year-old Sophie. Harper had always been a difficult teenager. She was hyper-focused on her social status, often manipulative, and harbored a deep, unexplained resentment toward Sophie. Sophie was sweet, introverted, and naturally beautiful, which seemed to infuriate Harper. But Harper was an adult, and I trusted her to keep her sister safe for 48 hours. I was so incredibly wrong. While Julian and I were away, Harper decided to host an unauthorized party at our house. But it wasn't just her college friends. She invited her toxic, 21-year-old ex-boyfriend, Marcus, and his older, shady friends. Marcus was a known creep whom I had banned from our property a year prior. According to the initial police report, Harper got drunk, got into a screaming match with Marcus, and decided to storm out of the house to go to another party across town. She left. She walked out the front door, got into a friend's car, and left her 15-year-old sister alone in the house with Marcus and 3 other grown men who were heavily intoxicated. I was jolted awake at 3 a.m. by a phone call from the Chicago Police Department. The words the officer spoke completely paralyzed me. There had been an incident at my home. Neighbors had called the police after hearing screams. Sophie was in the back of an ambulance on her way to the emergency room. The drive back from the cabin was a blur of hyperventilation and blinding panic. Julian drove while I sat in the passenger seat, my hands shaking so violently I couldn't even hold my phone. When I finally burst through the doors of the pediatric trauma unit, I found my baby girl staring blankly at the ceiling, her eyes hollow, her body bruised and broken. She had been brutally assaulted. The immediate aftermath was a whirlwind of police interviews, forensic exams, and pure agony. Harper was arrested 2 days later and charged with felony child endangerment. The police were ruthless with her, pointing out that she had deliberately abandoned a minor in a dangerous environment. Harper sobbed, played the victim, and begged me for help. She needed a high-powered defense attorney to avoid actual jail time. Against my better judgment, and purely out of a desperate desire to keep my family from completely disintegrating, I allowed her to use $45,000 of her promised $100,000 inheritance to pay for her legal and court fees. The lawyer managed to get her a plea deal for a lesser charge with heavy probation, keeping her out of prison. That left Harper with $55,000 of her inheritance. I kicked her out of the house immediately after her release. I told her she was no longer welcome under the same roof as Sophie, and she moved in with my elderly parents across town. Fast forward to the beginning of February. Sophie was a shell of the vibrant girl she used to be. She scored dangerously low on every single mental health evaluation. She was prescribed a high dosage of heavy antidepressants, but she barely slept, barely ate, and flinched whenever anyone walked into the room. Then, the police visited our house again. 2 detectives sat in my living room and delivered news that made my blood run cold. They informed us that Marcus, the monster who orchestrated the assault, had filmed parts of it. He had shared the horrific video within a private group chat, and it was now circulating on hidden pockets of the dark web. The video had been filmed in Sophie's bedroom, and there were identifiable objects, her cheerleading trophies, her school pennant that revealed exactly where she went to school. I was absolutely devastated. I felt like I was going to vomit right there on the rug. But Sophie's reaction terrified me more than the news itself. She didn't cry. She didn't scream. She just sat there, wrapped in a blanket, shrugged her shoulders, and whispered, "I figured." After the detectives left, she went back to acting as if nothing had happened. She was almost overly cheerful, humming as she made a sandwich in the kitchen. I tried to talk to her, tried to break through the terrifying facade, but she deflected every attempt. This eerie, manic behavior persisted for 5 days until she unexpectedly came into my room and handed me a folded piece of paper. She told me she had written a victim impact statement and wanted to read it herself in court at Marcus's upcoming sentencing hearing. Rather than letting the prosecutor read it, she wanted to take her power back. But every time she tried to practice reading it to me, she would break down into violent, hysterical sobs, unable to get past the first paragraph. That Saturday night, the illusion of her strength completely collapsed. Sophie seemed unusually cheerful again after dinner and announced she was going to bed early, around 8 p.m. I didn't think much of it, attributing it to the heavy emotional toll of the week. But at 9:30 p.m., my phone rang. It was the mother of Sophie's best friend, Emma. She was panicked, her voice trembling. She said Sophie had just sent Emma a bizarre, final-sounding text message, expressing deep love and asking Emma to, "Please make sure my mom remembers to feed my cat." My heart stopped. I dropped my phone, sprinted up the stairs, and slammed open Sophie's bedroom door. She was lying on her bed, her breathing shallow and raspy. Her lips were stained a bright, artificial blue. Beside her on the nightstand were 3 empty, large bottles of maximum-strength NyQuil and a scattering of other over-the-counter sleep aids she had secretly hoarded. As a trauma nurse, I immediately kicked into overdrive. I checked her pulse. It was thready and weak. I screamed for Julian to call 911 while I dragged her off the bed, trying to keep her airway open. Seeing her wake up in the hospital hours later was the most heartbreaking moment of my entire existence. When the fog of the sedatives began to lift, she realized she was still alive. She didn't look relieved. She looked furious. She looked at me with wild, bloodshot eyes and began screaming at the top of her lungs. "Why couldn't you just let me die? I want to die. Mom, I'm tired of feeling their hands on me. I want it to stop. Please, just let me die." The nurses had to rush in and inject a heavy sedative into her IV to stop her from ripping the tubes out of her arms. Following the overdose, the hospital placed Sophie on a mandatory 72-hour psychiatric hold and transferred her to Silver Pines Behavioral Center, a lockdown mental health facility for teenagers. It was an absolute house of horrors. When I visited her, she looked like a zombie. She told me the staff wouldn't let her sleep with a blanket over her face, and if she tried, an intercom in her room would blare loudly, waking her up, because they had to monitor her on cameras 24/7. But the worst part was the male psychiatrist assigned to her case. Sophie told me that during her one-on-one intake session, He locked the door and began asking incredibly invasive, inappropriate questions. He asked her to describe the rape in graphic detail, and then, completely unprompted, asked if she was sure it was her only sexual experience. When she said yes, he kept pressing her, saying, "I won't tell your mother if it wasn't. You can be honest with me." He then started questioning her sexuality, asking if she was still attracted to men after what happened, and pushing her to talk about her sexual desires. She was deeply uncomfortable, feeling interrogated by a strange man in a locked room. When I heard this, my protective rage boiled over. I marched to the front desk, demanded her discharge papers, and pulled her out of that facility the moment her 72-hour hold expired, completely ignoring their threats of medical noncompliance. I immediately found a private, specialized trauma practice with female therapists who specialized in EMDR and extreme PTSD. While I was drowning in the desperate fight to keep my youngest daughter alive, my marriage to Julian was rapidly disintegrating. Julian had been entirely unsupportive during the entire ordeal. He complained about the hospital bills, he complained about the tension in the house, and he complained that my attention was entirely focused on Sophie instead of him. This brings us to the catastrophic events of Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day has always been a horrific day for me. It wasn't just a commercial holiday. It was the exact day Thomas had proposed to me, and cruelly, it was also the exact day he had died from his aneurysm 4 years ago. The anniversary of his death always left me paralyzed with grief. When Julian and I first started dating, I was completely transparent with him. I told him I do not celebrate Valentine's Day. I told him it is a day of mourning for me, and I asked him to respect that boundary. For the first 2 years, he begrudgingly agreed. But this year, our first Valentine's Day as a married couple, he decided his ego was more important than my trauma. I had spent the entire day at the trauma clinic with Sophie, holding her hand while she sobbed through a grueling therapy session. I came home exhausted, emotionally drained, and physically nauseous. I walked into the kitchen, just wanting to make a cup of tea and collapse into bed. Suddenly, Julian walked in holding a massive, extravagant $200 bouquet of red roses and a velvet jewelry box. He had a smug smile on his face, expecting me to swoon. I froze. I looked at the flowers, then at him, and I felt a surge of pure, unadulterated anger. "Julian, what is this?" I asked, my voice dangerously low. "It's Valentine's Day, Evelyn," he said, stepping closer. "We're married now. It's time to move on and celebrate us. You can't live in the past forever." I felt my vision blur with rage. It was the anniversary of my first husband's death. My daughter had just tried to kill herself a week ago, and he was demanding I perform the role of a giddy, romantic wife. "I explicitly asked you not to do this," I said, my voice shaking. "I cannot do this today. I cannot pretend to be happy today. Please, just take them away." Julian's face darkened. The smug smile vanished, replaced by a vicious scowl. He slammed the bouquet down on the kitchen island, scattering red petals across the granite. "Are you kidding me?" he yelled. "I try to do something nice for you. I try to show you I love you, and you treat me like garbage. Is this how it's going to be forever? Am I just a rebound? Am I just a placeholder for a ghost? Don't you dare bring Thomas into this." I screamed back, the exhaustion finally breaking my composure. "My daughter is fighting for her life, Julian. I am drowning. And all you care about is your bruised ego because I won't play dress up and eat chocolates on the anniversary of my husband's death." Julian's eyes widened with a terrifying, manic fury. He didn't say another word. He turned on his heel and stormed out of the kitchen, heading straight for our master bedroom. A terrible sense of dread washed over me. I ran after him, my bare feet slapping against the hardwood floor. I reached the bedroom door just in time to see him yank open my top dresser drawer. Tucked away in the very back, hidden beneath my scarves, was a small, worn velvet box. Inside that box was Thomas's gold wedding band. After Thomas was cremated, they handed me his ring in a little plastic bag, and I had kept it in that box ever since. It was the only physical piece of him I had left. Julian grabbed the box and turned to face me, his chest heaving. In his other hand, he held a heavy steel claw hammer he had left on the nightstand from hanging a picture frame earlier that week. "Julian, put that down," I begged, the panic rising in my throat. "Please. Don't touch that. You love him so much?" Julian spat, his voice trembling with psychotic jealousy. "You want to live with a ghost? Let's see how much you love a ghost." Before I could even lunge forward, Julian threw the gold band onto the hardwood floor. He raised the heavy steel hammer high above his head and brought it down with sickening force. Crack! The sound echoed through the room like a gunshot. He raised it again. Crack! The gold band warped, flattened, and bent completely out of shape. He hit it a third time, a fourth time, panting heavily, until the beautiful, engraved ring Thomas had worn for 20 years was nothing more than a mangled, jagged piece of scrap metal mashed into the floorboards. I stood in the doorway, completely paralyzed. I literally couldn't feel my body. It was as if my soul had detached and I was watching the scene from a third-person perspective. Julian dropped the hammer. It clattered against the wood next to the destroyed ring. He looked up at me, his chest heaving, waiting for me to scream, waiting for me to cry. But I didn't. The blinding rage I felt just moments ago evaporated, leaving behind a cold, calculating, absolute emptiness. I looked at the mangled gold on the floor, and then I looked at the man I had married. "Get out," I said. My voice was barely a whisper, but it carried a weight that made Julian flinch. "Evelyn, The adrenaline seemed to leave his body, replaced by sudden, panicked realization of what he had just done. I wasn't thinking. "I'm sorry, Get out," I repeated, my voice dropping an octave, steady and devoid of all emotion. "If you are not out of this house in 60 seconds, I am calling the police and telling them you threatened me with a weapon." He tried to step toward me, reaching out a hand. "Please, baby," I lost my mind for a second. "I love you." I didn't blink. I pulled my phone from my pocket and dialed 911. My thumb hovered over the final one. Julian saw the deadness in my eyes and knew I wasn't bluffing. He scrambled past me, grabbed his coat from the hallway, and ran out the front door. I walked over to the spot on the floor. I dropped to my knees and carefully picked up the destroyed piece of metal. I held it in my palm. I didn't cry. I felt a profound, terrifying clarity. Julian was dead to me. Over the next few days, Julian tried calling me over 100 times. He left desperate, sobbing voicemails. He sent his brother to the house to try and talk to me, to beg for forgiveness, asking for his own belongings. I handed his brother 2 garbage bags full of Julian's clothes and a printed piece of paper. It was a single sentence: "The next time you see me, there will be a lawyer and divorce papers. If you come anywhere near me or my daughter, I am calling the cops." Julian texted back later that night, a long, rambling message about how he loved me, how he learned to love from me, and how he wished I had just hit him with the hammer instead. I blocked his number and filed for an expedited divorce, claiming irreconcilable differences and emotional abuse. I changed the locks, installed a security system, and erased every trace of him from the house. But dealing with Julian was easy compared to the bombshell that was about to drop regarding my eldest daughter, Harper. 2 weeks after the Valentine's Day incident, it was time for Marcus's sentencing hearing. Sophie had been working intensively with her new therapist and had finally found the strength to record her victim impact statement as a voice memo. She didn't have to stand in the courtroom and look at her attacker. She could let her voice echo through the speakers. I sat in the front row of the gallery, holding my breath as the audio began to play. Hearing my 15-year-old daughter detail the absolute terror of that night, her voice breaking, describing the feeling of being trapped and abandoned, brought the entire courtroom to tears. Even the stern-faced judge wiped his eyes. Marcus was sentenced to 15 years in state prison without the possibility of early parole. As the courtroom cleared out, the lead prosecutor, a sharp-eyed woman named AITA Rollins, asked me to step into her private office. She had a thick manila folder on her desk. She looked at me with a mixture of deep sympathy and apprehension. "Evelyn," she started, folding her hands over the file. Marcus's defense team handed over all of his digital communications as part of the discovery process. We went through his phone records, specifically his text messages from the night of the assault. "I know Harper has already taken a plea deal for the child endangerment charge, so she can't be tried again for that specific incident. But, as a mother, I felt you needed to see this." She pushed the folder across the desk. I opened it. Inside were printed screenshots of a text message thread between Marcus and my daughter, Harper, dated the exact day of the assault. My eyes scanned the highlighted lines. The blood drained from my face. "Marcus, 4:15 p.m., I'm coming over tonight. Heard your parents are out of town." Harper, 4:18 p.m. "Don't bother. I'm going to Sarah's party. House is going to be empty, except for the brat." Marcus, 4:20 p.m. "Little Sophie? Damn. She's getting way hotter than you anyway. Might just come over and keep her company. Always like the quiet virgins." Harper, 4:25 p.m. "Wow, you're disgusting. You know what? Fine. You think she's so pretty? Have her. I'm leaving the front door unlocked. I'm out of here at 8. Do whatever you want, I don't care." Marcus, 4:28 p.m. "You serious?" Harper, 4:30 p.m. "Dead serious. She's a spoiled little bitch who ruins everything. I'm leaving. Have fun." I stopped breathing. The words blurred on the page. Harper didn't just carelessly leave the house. She didn't just make a stupid, drunken mistake. She actively invited a known predator into the home. She was angry at Marcus, jealous of her sister, and she used Sophie as a pawn in her sick, twisted game of spite. She handed her sister over to the wolves simply because she was jealous of a comment her ex-boyfriend made. She premeditated the abandonment. A ringing started in my ears. The prosecutor kept talking, explaining that while morally reprehensible, the text fell into a legal gray area for accessory charges since Harper didn't explicitly instruct him to commit the assault, which is why they settled for the endangerment plea. But the legalities didn't matter to me anymore. The truth was glaring, undeniable, and evil. Harper had sacrificed her sister. And she had the sheer audacity to cry in my arms, play the victim, and use $45,000 of Thomas's hard-earned life insurance money to keep herself out of a jail cell she rightfully deserved to rot in. I thanked the prosecutor, took copies of the text messages, and drove home in absolute silence. The cold, calculating emptiness that had consumed me when Julian smashed the ring returned, but this time, it was magnified 1,000 times over. I had a mission. I waited 3 days. Harper had been texting me, asking if she could finally have the remaining $55,000 of her inheritance transferred to her account because she needed to pay her upcoming tuition at NYU and secure an apartment for the fall semester. I replied with a brief text, "Come to the house on Saturday at noon. We will discuss the money." Saturday arrived. Harper walked through the front door looking incredibly smug, wearing a designer jacket she had clearly bought with some of her remaining funds. She sat down at the kitchen island, the exact spot where Julian had thrown his tantrum, and smiled at me. "So," Harper started, twirling her hair. "Are you finally going to wire the money? Registration is next week, and I really need to put the deposit down on the apartment before someone else grabs it." I didn't sit down. I stood across from her, holding a plain white envelope. "Before we talk about the money," I said, my voice eerily calm, "I want to ask you one question, Harper. And I want you to think very carefully before you answer. Why did you leave the house that night?" Harper rolled her eyes, letting out an exasperated sigh. "Mom, seriously? We've been over this a million times. I was drunk, Marcus and I got into a huge fight, and I just needed to get out of there. I didn't know he was going to stay. I didn't know what he was going to do to Sophie. I've apologized, I've done my probation, can we please just move on?" I stared at her. Not a hint of genuine remorse in her eyes, just annoyance that she was being inconvenienced. I opened the envelope. The second aft. I pulled out the printed screenshots of her text messages with Marcus and slid them across the granite counter. "Read them," I commanded. Harper looked down. Her eyes scanned the highlighted text. I watched the smugness physically melt off her face, replaced by a pale, sickly terror. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. She looked up at me, her hands trembling. "Mom, this isn't." He provoked me. "I was just talking big, I didn't actually think he would do it," she stammered, the tears springing to her eyes. The same manipulative tears she used to get the lawyer money. "You left the door unlocked," I said, my voice slicing through the air like a scalpel. "You told him to have her. You knew exactly what he was, Harper. You knew he was a predator. You were jealous, you were angry, and you threw your 15-year-old sister to a monster. And then you looked me in the eye, cried on my shoulder and made me pay $45,000 to keep you out of prison. Mom, please, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry," she wailed, reaching across the counter to grab my hand. I pulled my hand back as if she were made of acid. "Do not touch me, you are no daughter of mine. The agreement regarding your father's life insurance was based on you being a member of this family. You forfeited that right the second you sent that text." I pulled a second document from the envelope. It was a legally binding trust agreement I had drawn up with my attorney the day before. "I am officially revoking your access to the remaining $55,000. I stated clearly, since the money was given directly to me as the spouse, the verbal agreement is not legally binding. I have officially transferred the remaining $55,000 into a locked, irrevocable trust for Sophie's future medical and therapy expenses. You are getting absolutely nothing." Harper's jaw dropped. The panic shifted into sheer desperation. "You can't do that. That's my money. Dad wanted me to have that money. I need it for NYU. How am I supposed to pay for school? How am I supposed to live?" "You can figure it out," I replied coldly. "Take out loans, work 3 jobs. I don't care. Furthermore, I visited your grandparents yesterday." Harper froze, her eyes wide with dread. "I showed them the text messages too," I continued, watching her entire world crumble. "They were horrified. They told me to tell you that you have until 5 p.m. today to pack your bags and leave their house. They are changing the locks. You are entirely on your own." Harper fell to her knees, sobbing hysterically, begging and pleading, promising she would do anything to make it right. She screamed that I was ruining her life. "You ruined your own life, Harper. And you destroyed your sister's," I whispered, walking around the counter and opening the front door. "Now, get out of my house. And if you ever try to contact Sophie again, I will personally take these text messages to the Dean of Admissions at NYU and ensure you are expelled before you even step foot on campus." She stumbled out the door, crying so hard she was hyperventilating. I shut the door, locked the deadbolt, and leaned against the cool wood. For the first time in months, I took a deep, full breath. The toxic waste had finally been purged from our lives. It has been 3 months since that day. The divorce with Julian is nearly finalized. He tried to fight for a portion of the house, but my lawyer brought up the destruction of my property and his history of aggressive outbursts, and he quickly backed down, taking his pathetic life elsewhere. Harper is completely cut off from the family. I heard through a distant relative that she couldn't afford NYU, had to enroll in a local community college, and is currently sleeping on a friend's couch, working minimum wage at a diner to survive. She is a social pariah. The truth about what she did to her sister spread through our extended family and her friend group like wildfire. No one wants anything to do with her. As for Sophie, the road is incredibly long, but she is finally walking it. The new EMDR therapy is working wonders. She hasn't had a severe panic attack in 6 weeks. Yesterday, for the first time since the assault, I heard her laugh. A real, genuine laugh while she was painting in the living room. It was the most beautiful sound I have ever heard. I took Thomas's destroyed ring to a master jeweler. They couldn't restore it to a band, but they melted down the jagged gold and reshaped it into a beautiful, delicate pendant. I wear it around my neck every single day. It sits right over my heart, a reminder that while some things can be broken, they can be forged into something new, something stronger. I lost a husband, a marriage, and a daughter this year, but I saved the one person who truly needed me. And I would do it all over again in a heartbeat. My parents publicly disowned me for making $72K a year, then the spotlight hit my face at their own gala. My parents formally disowned me at a luxury restaurant, handing me a legally drafted severance letter while my brother filmed my reaction, waiting for me to break down and cry for the family group chat. 2 weeks later, my mother's crystal champagne glass slipped from her hand and shattered against the floor when the blinding spotlight hit my face, and the entire room of 600 industry elites erupted in deafening applause for the new director of global operations. To truly understand the absolute magnitude of what happened on the evening of November 20th, you first have to understand the Vance family. And to understand the Vance family, you need to comprehend a very specific, suffocating truth. In our household, money was never just currency. It was our native language. It was the only acceptable proof of life. It was the sole unit of measurement that anyone in my bloodline actually trusted or respected. My father, Arthur Vance, is a man who built a commercial real estate empire across the Midwest over 35 years. His portfolio now generates somewhere north of $600 million in annual revenue. He accomplished this through a terrifying combination of genuine, razor-sharp intelligence, a ferocious, sleep-deprived work ethic, and a complete, sociopathic inability to respect anyone who operated below his financial altitude. He is the kind of man who shakes your hand, looks you dead in the eye, and simultaneously calculates your exact net worth, your liquid assets, and your inherent usefulness to his bottom line. He has been doing this for so long that he doesn't even realize he's doing it anymore. It is just how his brain processes human beings. My mother, Eleanor Vance, runs the Vance Family Foundation, a massive charitable organization boasting an endowment of approximately $65 million. The foundation heavily funds arts education, classical music programs, and high-visibility community development initiatives across Chicago and the greater Midwest. She is constantly photographed at black tie galas, dripping in understated diamonds, giving breathless keynote addresses about the critical importance of empathy and community. Yet, in 35 years of marriage, she has never once told my father he was wrong about anything in front of another living soul. She is a masterclass in performing absolute warmth without actually feeling a single organic emotion. Then there is my older brother, Tristan. At 35, Tristan is the undisputed golden child, a man who recently closed a massive $250 million acquisition of a regional logistics and supply chain company. He possesses my father's bone-crushing handshake, my mother's terrifying ability to fake sincerity, and an ego that requires constant, daily validation. He started recording candid family moments on his iPhone about 5 years ago when he realized that capturing other people's discomfort, failures, or awkwardness generated high engagement on his social media and endless amusement in his private group chats. And then there was me, Julian Vance, the second son, the colossal, undeniable disappointment. I was the one who studied high-level hospitality management at Cornell University simply because I genuinely, deeply loved the industry, not because it was a degree that would impress my father's country club associates, which, to be clear, it absolutely did not. I was the one who, after graduating, intentionally took a grueling floor manager position at the Oakhaven, a highly respected but not globally famous Michelin-starred restaurant in downtown Chicago. I took the job because I wanted to learn the industry from the absolute ground up. I wanted to understand the trenches, the chaotic reality of the floor, the very thing my father always claimed to respect in self-made men but never actually respected when applied to his own flesh and blood. I was 32 years old, making $72,000 a year, working 60-hour weeks on my feet, while my immediate family controlled over $750 million. To them, my life was an extended, embarrassing joke that they had finally decided to stop finding funny. I had been grinding at the Oakhaven for nearly 5 years, when the inciting incident happened. It was the thing that none of my family ever gave me a single ounce of credit for, the exact moment that, as it turned out, a stranger had seen with crystal clarity from across a crowded, dimly lit dining room. It was a torrential Thursday evening in early September, exactly 6 weeks before the dinner where my family would legally sever ties with me. The restaurant was operating at maximum capacity. Every single table was full, the mahogany bar was 3 people deep, and the kitchen was pushing out plates at a frantic, blistering pace. It was the kind of intense, controlled chaos that a good floor manager lives inside like it's their own personal weather system. I was running the main dining room, tracking ticket times and managing VIPs, when Sarah, our panicked assistant manager, grabbed my elbow near the frantic service corridor. Her face was entirely drained of blood. "Chairman Park is here," she whispered, her voice trembling. I instantly knew the name. Chairman Park Dae-sung was the legendary, notoriously strict CEO of Dae-sung Shipping, South Korea's second-largest maritime logistics company. He was a man whose massive conglomerate my father's real estate firm had been desperately courting for nearly 3 years for a massive downtown commercial development deal worth somewhere in the neighborhood of $3 million in pure commissions. He was visiting Chicago for a crucial international trade conference. His executive team had made a VIP reservation at the Oak Haven a full month in advance. "Fantastic," I said, wiping down a menu. "Table 7 is prepped and ready." Sarah's eyes widened in sheer terror. Her face told me the catastrophic news before her mouth even opened. "Table 7 got double booked," she choked out. "The Montgomery party is already seated there. They just ordered their first course. Marcus gave the table away an hour ago because he thought the park party was a no-show, and he forgot to log the time zone adjustment." The entire chaotic room seemed to go completely, terrifyingly quiet around me. It wasn't actually quiet. The restaurant was a roaring symphony of clinking silverware, loud laughter, and jazz music, but it was that specific, agonizing internal quiet that arrives when you suddenly understand the colossal size of the disaster standing right in front of you. I looked toward the front. Chairman Park was standing at the host stand. He had 3 senior executives flanking him. He had just traveled 16 grueling hours from Seoul. His reserved table did not exist. He saw me moving swiftly toward him, and his expression instantly shifted. It wasn't anger. Not yet. It was the terrifying, cold, evaluating patience of an incredibly powerful man who has been deeply failed before and is simply waiting to see exactly how badly he will be failed this time. Our general manager, David, was frozen like a statue near the wine cellar. I could literally see him calculating his own resignation. I didn't hesitate. I stepped forward. I didn't offer a standard, pathetic restaurant apology. I bowed. I bowed correctly, the exact right depth, holding the exact right beat of respect, for a man of his immense stature. And then, I apologized to him in fluent, formal Korean. Not textbook Korean. Not the clumsy, broken phrases you learn from a language app on your phone. I used the highly specific, deeply respectful honorifics I had spent 3 grueling years mastering after Cornell, because I had long ago identified the massive influx of Asian corporate wealth as the absolute future of high-end Midwestern hospitality, and I had decided to be completely ready for it before anyone ever told me to be. I use the kind of language that communicates, in its precise register and vocabulary, not just "I am sorry your table isn't ready," but I deeply understand the specific, profound nature of how our establishment has failed your honor, and I take complete, personal responsibility for it. Chairman Park's rigid expression shifted again. The ice cracked. Something genuine and surprised opened up in his eyes. I immediately moved him and his executive team to our private, glass-enclosed wine tasting room, a highly exclusive space we strictly reserved for massive celebrity buyouts. A room not typically available on a random Thursday night. I didn't ask David for permission. I just took the keys. I walked directly into the screaming kitchen and personally spoke with the executive chef. I completely rebuilt Chairman Park's entire evening from scratch. I designed a custom tasting menu specifically tailored to the intricate dietary preferences his assistant had vaguely specified in the original email months ago. I personally curated a premium soju and vintage wine pairing. I meticulously adjusted the pacing of the courses for a party that had been traveling across the globe all day and desperately needed the meal to breathe. I checked on them exactly 5 times. Not intrusively. Just at the absolute perfect, invisible moments. By the time dessert arrived, Chairman Park was laughing loudly, his jacket was off, and he was enthusiastically showing me pictures of his golden retrievers. He signed a massive letter of intent with my father's commercial development team the very next morning. A $3 million deal secured on a table that hadn't even existed 2 hours prior. When my father eventually heard about the legendary save, the story had been filtered through David, then through the development team, and finally to his desk. His exact response, which was gleefully relayed to me secondhand by my sycophantic cousin Greg, who had been in the boardroom when it was announced, was this: "Well, thankfully someone with actual corporate authority was there to close the deal and babysit the client." Someone with authority. I had been the sole authority in that room. I had saved his $3 million deal. I let it go. I was incredibly good at letting things go. I had 32 years of grueling practice. What I absolutely did not know was that across the dining room that night, sitting quietly at a small corner table that I hadn't paid any attention to because I was too busy managing a massive, career-ending crisis, a man named Victor Sterling had been intensely watching the entire thing unfold. Victor Sterling is the legendary CEO and founder of Sterling Hospitality Group. They own 42 ultra-luxury properties across North America, Europe, and Asia. They generate over $4 billion in annual revenue. Victor is a man who has spent 45 years in the brutal trenches of high-end hospitality and inherently knows, as he told me much later, within about 60 seconds of watching a person work a room, whether they have the elusive it factor or not. His private, encrypted email arrived in my inbox exactly 3 days later. Mr. Vance, I sat in the corner of the Oak Haven on Thursday night. I watched you save a doomed room. I believe your immense talents are being significantly, criminally underutilized. I would welcome a highly confidential conversation about your immediate future at your earliest convenience. Victor. I read the email 4 times. My hands were actually shaking. I closed my laptop, took a deep breath, and went back to the restaurant floor. I didn't tell my family. I didn't tell my friends. I didn't tell a single living soul. What followed were 5 of the most grueling, intense, terrifyingly brilliant interview rounds of my entire life, spread secretly over 2 months. Each round was exponentially more demanding than the last. We discussed high-level operational strategy, global crisis management, cultural fluency in emerging markets, complex revenue modeling, and deeply philosophical leadership tactics. Victor Sterling asked me questions that absolutely nobody had ever bothered to ask me before. He didn't ask what I had done, he asked how I thought. He asked what I fundamentally believed about the hospitality industry, about human psychology, about what true service actually meant in a broken, exhausted world. I left every single secret interview feeling like someone had finally turned on a massive floodlight in a dark, suffocating room I had been blindly navigating for my entire adult life. The official offer letter arrived via encrypted courier on October 1st. Position: Director of Global Guest Experience. It was a newly created, immensely powerful role reporting directly to the CEO himself. I would have absolute responsibility for experiential standards, crisis management, and VIP relations across all 42 global properties. Base salary, $310,000. Equity package, $600,000, vesting over 4 years. Relocation, perks, a massive, company-provided luxury penthouse apartment on the 50th floor of the Sterling Chicago flagship hotel for the first 2 years, complete with private elevator access. Start date, November 1st. I sat alone at my tiny, scratched kitchen table in my cramped apartment with the thick, watermarked offer letter sitting in front of me. I stared at the numbers. I listened to the specific, extraordinary, deafening silence of a singular moment that permanently alters the entire trajectory of your life. Then, I picked up the phone and called my attorney. Jonathan Reyes, a senior partner at a top-tier employment and contract law firm, reviewed the massive offer over the following week. He flagged 3 minor non-compete clauses, aggressively negotiated adjustments on all of them, and confirmed the massive equity structure was ironclad. He told me, with the measured, utterly calm tone of a man who is professionally trained not to show any excitement, that this was one of the most exceptional executive offers he had seen for someone my age in a decade. "Sign the damn paper, Julian," he said. I signed it on October 10th. I still told absolutely no one. My start date was November 1st. My family's mandatory birthday dinner for me was scheduled for October 15th. Looking back, I absolutely should have known that something was deeply, fundamentally wrong about the dinner. My mother called me to confirm the reservation 4 times in a single week. This wasn't entirely unusual for her. She ran her social calendar like a ruthless military operation, but her voice had a strange, clipped quality that I couldn't quite identify at the time. It was careful. Rehearsed. Like she was reading from a legal script. The restaurant she purposefully chose was Lumiere, a ridiculously pretentious, hyper-expensive downtown spot known for its $400 tasting menu and its wildly wealthy clientele. It was the exact kind of place you go when you specifically want to be seen by the city's elite while you are celebrating something. I had been there exactly once. The lighting was meticulously designed to make everyone look powerful and important. I wore my best charcoal suit. It was an Armani I had saved up for and bought myself the previous year. It was the exact same suit my mother had once casually described, completely unprompted, as trying a bit too hard for someone in your low-level position. I wore it anyway. I felt like armor. I arrived precisely at 7 p.m. The massive mahogany table in the center of the room was already completely full. My father, my mother, Tristan, my Aunt Victoria, my Uncle Richard, and my cousin Greg. 7 people for my birthday dinner, which was exactly 3 more than they usually bothered to invite. I registered the strange audience, but I actively told myself it meant nothing. My mother gave me a stiff, completely loveless hug at the table. It was incredibly brief. Her cold eyes immediately darted to her glowing phone screen the absolute second she pulled back from me. We sat. We ordered the absurdly expensive wine. The conversation moved exactly the way it always did, following the rigid Vance family script. My father aggressively held court about a recent ruthless real estate acquisition. Tristan loudly bragged about his $250 million logistics deal while constantly checking his Rolex. My mother dominated the remaining airtime talking about the massive Sterling Foundation gala she was co-organizing for late November. I quietly ate my perfectly seared duck confit, listened to the noise, and contributed occasionally, exactly the way you do when you have spent 32 years being a completely ignored supporting character in your own family's grand, narcissistic story. Then, dessert arrived. The plates were cleared. The waiter poured the final round of espresso. The table suddenly went dead silent. My father reached inside his tailored Brioni suit jacket. He pulled out a thick, heavy, cream-colored envelope and placed it deliberately on the table directly in front of me. It was made of expensive, heavy stock paper. My full legal name, Julian Arthur Vance, was printed on the front in stark, black, typed font, not handwriting. Typed. He was smiling. It was a terrifying, cold, utterly triumphant smile. A little something from all of us, my father said, his voice dripping with condescension. My mother immediately looked down at her manicured hands, refusing to make eye contact. I glanced to my right. Tristan had his phone raised directly at my face. The red recording light was glaring. He had purposefully angled it to catch my eyes. He wanted the raw reaction. He wanted the tears. He wanted the pathetic, broken crumple, the emotional breakdown, the devastating moment of weakness that would play incredibly well to the toxic family group chat and maybe even beyond. I slowly picked up the heavy envelope. I broke the wax seal. The letter inside was 3 pages long, single-spaced. It had clearly, undeniably been drafted with the assistance of a very expensive legal team. The language was cold, precise, and utterly ruthless in a way that personal letters never are. It formally and legally outlined the Vance family's unified decision to instantly sever my inclusion from all family trusts, all future estate plans, all foundation involvement, and absolutely all family business considerations, effective immediately. It explicitly cited, in carefully neutral, legally bulletproof language, my stagnant career trajectory, my lack of ambition, and my demonstrated life priorities as being fundamentally incompatible with the Vance family's public standing and financial expectations. It was signed in blue ink by my father, my mother, and Tristan. At the very bottom of the 3rd page, there was a dotted line demanding my immediate acknowledgement signature. I read it once, very fast, just to absorb the sheer, stunning audacity of it. Then I read it again, very slowly, committing every single word to memory, the way you read a document that you are going to need to remember for the rest of your life. Tristan's phone was hovering barely 6 inches from my face. I could hear his shallow, excited breathing. He was practically vibrating with anticipation. He wanted me to shatter. But as I sat there, under the expensive lighting of Lumiere, surrounded by people who shared my DNA but absolutely nothing else, I felt something incredibly strange bloom in my chest. It wasn't what they desperately expected. It wasn't grief. It wasn't heartbreak. It wasn't even anger. It was something significantly cooler, cleaner, and infinitely more final than grief. It was the profound, absolute feeling of a massive steel door slamming shut forever. It was the sudden, crystal clear understanding that I had been desperately standing in the wrong room, begging for scraps from the wrong people, for my entire existence. I didn't cry. I didn't yell. I didn't throw my drink. I calmly and meticulously folded the 3-page letter along its original creases. I flattened it perfectly with my thumb. I placed it smoothly into the inside pocket of my charcoal suit jacket. I looked directly into the lens of Tristan's camera. "Thank you," I said. My voice was completely, terrifyingly steady. My father's smug smile violently flickered. His brow furrowed in deep confusion. "This makes everything easier for everyone, Julian," he said, trying to regain control of the moment. "Easier?" I repeated. I said the word like I was tasting something utterly foul. "Written, legal proof," I said, slowly standing up from the table and calmly buttoning my jacket, "that I owe absolutely none of you a single damn thing for the rest of my life. Where the hell do you think you're going?" My mother snapped, her fake composure finally cracking. "Sit down. The conversation isn't over." I looked down at her. I looked at Tristan's phone, still recording. I looked at my Uncle Richard, who was already composing his face into an ugly, mocking smirk. "My show," I said quietly, "starts tomorrow morning." I turned my back on all of them. I walked straight out through Lumiere's packed dining room, striding past tables of wealthy people eating beautiful food in that perfect light. I pushed through the heavy glass double doors, stepped out onto the Chicago sidewalk, and let the freezing October air hit my face. My phone started violently buzzing in my pocket before I even reached my car. "Tristan, ungrateful little brat. We gave you literally everything. Mom, you are completely dead to us. Julian, do not call. Dad, dead. Tristan immediately posted the video he had taken to the massive extended family group chat. The brutal replies from aunts, uncles, and cousins started flooding in within seconds. Aunt Victoria, about time Arthur cut the dead weight. Cousin Greg, LMAO, he couldn't even cry properly. Just ran away like a coward. Uncle Richard, drama queen, always has to make every single thing about himself. I sat in the silence of my car. I read every single one of the 50+ messages. I didn't delete them. I opened my notes app and meticulously typed out the exact time, the exact date, and the names of every single person who had mocked me. Then, I systematically screenshotted the entire vicious chain. I started my car, drove back to my cramped apartment, packed my bags, and set my alarm for 5 a.m. Tomorrow was November 1st. My first 2 weeks at Sterling Hospitality Group were simultaneously exactly what I expected and absolutely nothing like I could have ever imagined. The sheer scale of the operation was mind-bending. 42 ultra-luxury properties. 4 different countries. Thousands upon thousands of dedicated staff. Intricate, massive digital systems that touched every single microsecond of the guest experience, from the initial reservation click to the final checkout signature. I had a dedicated elite team of 14 directors reporting directly to me. I led exhaustive weekly strategy calls with regional vice presidents from Tokyo to London. I was given a massive, glass-walled corner office on the 48th floor with a staggering, unobstructed view of Lake Michigan. I stood at that massive window for exactly 3 minutes on my first morning, taking it all in, before I forced myself to sit down at my desk and actually get to work. Victor Sterling ran his massive empire exactly the way the absolute best operators in the world do, clearly, directly, with terrifyingly high expectations, but with a genuine, profound investment in the people who were actually meeting those expectations. During our very first one-on-one meeting, Victor sat across from me, steepled his fingers, and said, "Julian, I don't need you to be impressive here, I need you to be right." I instantly understood exactly what he meant. I had spent my entire adult life being casually dismissed by wealthy, arrogant people, who constantly confused loud performance with actual competence. I knew the difference in my bones. I was incredibly good at this job. I had always been good at this kind of work. The only difference now was that the work was actually being seen, respected, and compensated at the highest possible level. My peer director, a brilliant woman named Elena Rossi, had 20 years of experience in European luxury hospitality operations. Within the first week, she became the absolute most useful professional relationship I had ever had. She knew exactly where all the bodies were buried in the massive corporate organization. She explicitly told me the political landmines without even being asked, and she fiercely expected the exact same loyalty in return. My executive assistant, Marcus, was 27, terrifyingly hyper-organized, and possessed a borderline psychic gift for anticipating exactly what files, coffees, or data I needed approximately 2 minutes before I even realized I needed them. And then, on November 10th, Victor casually called me into his office and dropped the bomb about the gala. Sterling Hospitality's massive annual Global Industry Summit was scheduled for November 20th. It was to be a highly exclusive, black-tie event held in the legendary Grand Ballroom of the Sterling Chicago Flagship Hotel, 600 guests. The absolute most significant, powerful names in North American and European hospitality. Billionaire CEOs, massive investment partners, aggressive development executives, 4 top journalists from Forbes covering the luxury industry, and 2 major television networks doing live features on global travel trends. It was also, Victor casually mentioned, the exact same event that my mother, Eleanor Vance, had aggressively been on the organizing committee for since January. The Vance Family Foundation had publicly co-sponsored the charitable component of the massive gala, pledging $100,000 toward arts education programs. My mother had been sitting in tedious planning meetings for 10 months. She had a front row, center VIP table specifically reserved for her and her family. She had absolutely no idea that her disowned son was the new director of global guest experience for the company hosting her. I knew this because I had purposefully kept the job entirely quiet. I had contained the secret with the same ironclad discipline I had used during the grueling 2-month interview process. But I also knew it because my mother, had she actually known, would have immediately, shamelessly made it entirely about herself. She would have called my father, called Tristan, and immediately begun the sickening process of forcibly inserting the Vance family name into my massive achievement before I had ever had a chance to own it for myself. I sat across from Victor's massive oak desk and thought about the heavy cream letter currently sitting in the inside pocket of my jacket, the one I had folded so carefully, the one with 3 arrogant signatures. "Victor," I said quietly, my heart pounding in my chest, "can I tell you something highly personal about my family?" He leaned back in his leather chair, sensing the shift in my tone. "Tell me everything, Julian." So, I told him. I told him absolutely everything. I told him about the grueling years at the Oak Haven. I told him the exact details of the Chairman Park save that he had witnessed. I told him about the toxic, money-obsessed Vance family dynamic. I told him about the Lumiere dinner. I told him about the disownment letter. I told him about the vicious text messages. I even told him about the humiliating video Tristan had proudly posted to the family group chat, which had by then accumulated a sickening audience of extended relatives who had all gleefully weighed in on my inability to cry correctly. Victor listened the exact same way he always listened, completely, intensely, and without an ounce of fake performance. When I finally finished the story, the massive office was dead silent for a long moment. Then, Victor leaned forward, his eyes burning with a terrifying intensity. The keynote address on the evening of November 20th, he said softly. I was originally planning to deliver it myself. I would like to officially offer it to you. I stared at him, stunned. Me? The entire global industry needs to hear exactly what happened at the Oak Haven on that Thursday night, Victor said, his voice hard. The Chairman Park recovery. I have been telling that exact story in highly private boardrooms for 2 months as the absolute pinnacle of crisis management. It needs to be told publicly, with you standing at the podium, by the man who actually bled to make it happen. He paused, a dark smile playing on his lips. Unless, of course, you'd prefer I just continue giving you credit in rooms you aren't standing in? I immediately thought about my father's arrogant, dismissive response when he had heard the story. Thankfully, someone with actual authority was there to close the deal. I'll take the keynote, I said. The 10 days leading up to November 20th were the absolute most hyper-focused, intense period of my entire professional life. I worked directly with Victor's ruthless director of communications, a brilliant woman named Sarah Jenkins. Sarah had 25 years of experience in corporate PR. She was the kind of woman who could restructure a massive speech in real time and make it sound like you were delivering the word of God. I knew the story. I knew the hospitality industry inside and out. But what Sarah gave me was the precise architecture. She taught me exactly how to walk into a massive room with 600 powerful people and speak to every single one of them intimately. I rehearsed in the completely empty, cavernous ballroom on the 18th and 19th. I stood at that imposing podium, looked out at 600 empty velvet chairs, and I spoke my absolute truth. I did not call my family. I did not send a warning text. I did not prepare them in any way for the absolute hurricane that was about to hit them. On the evening of November 19th, exactly 24 hours before the gala, my attorney, Jonathan Reyes, sent me a highly urgent, brief email. Julian, one critical thing before your big night tomorrow. I finally got a copy of the disownment letter you received on October 15th. Depending on its highly specific language regarding the Vance family trusts and the overarching estate, I strongly suggest you have it formally reviewed by a probate judge. If the exclusion was executed merely as a letter without the proper, complex estate documentation and trust amendments being legally filed with the state, it is legally incomplete. It is essentially a piece of angry theater, worth a serious conversation when you have time. Jonathan. I stared at the email. I smiled a very cold smile. I filed it away. Tomorrow first. Tomorrow was for the gala. The Grand Ballroom at the Sterling Chicago, when filled to its absolute maximum capacity, is one of those incredibly rare rooms that possesses a distinct, vibrating sound even before a single person speaks into a microphone. It is the heavy, layered hum of 600 intense conversations, the clinking of expensive crystal, the rustle of silk gowns, and the specific, undeniable frequency of a massive room, entirely full of people who matter deeply in their respective industries, and absolutely know it. I was standing perfectly still in the dark wings of the stage at 7:52 p.m. My assistant, Marcus, had texted me at exactly 7:41 p.m. Target acquired. VIP table 3. Front row, dead center. All 3 of them are seated. I didn't look out at them right away. I waited until the massive house lights shifted and dimmed. Then, I peered carefully through the heavy velvet curtains. My mother. My father. Tristan. My mother was aggressively working the room even from her seated position. She was turned completely sideways in her chair, wearing a stunning black Oscar de la Renta gown, talking animatedly to a billionaire developer beside her. She was doing the exact thing she did at every single major event, making absolutely sure that the right people knew she was present and important. She had been on this organizing committee for 10 months. This was her gala, too. In the deeply narcissistic way she experienced most things adjacent to the center of power, but close enough to desperately claim it as her own. My father sat rigidly beside her, his jaw set, nursing a scotch, radiating his usual aura of impatient superiority. I watched Tristan pull his phone out of his tuxedo pocket. He was bored. He started photographing the glossy, gold-embossed event program sitting on his plate for his Instagram story. I watched closely as his eyes lazily scanned down the page. I watched the exact millisecond his eyes hit the bolded keynote listing. I watched his arrogant face completely freeze. He violently leaned over to my mother and shoved the open program directly into her face. I couldn't see her exact facial expression from where I stood in the shadows, but I clearly saw her hand shoot up and grip the heavy edge of the table so hard her knuckles turned pure white. I turned away from them, closed my eyes, and faced forward. Victor Sterling stepped confidently up to the podium. The crowd instantly quieted. He spoke eloquently for exactly 4 minutes about the state of the global industry, about the massive challenges of the past year, and about the incredible future that Sterling Hospitality was aggressively building. Then, Victor paused. He looked out over the massive crowd. 2 months ago, Victor said, his voice echoing powerfully through the silent ballroom, I quietly witnessed something in a restaurant in this very city that I have been describing in private boardrooms ever since as one of the absolute finest, most brilliant examples of crisis leadership I have ever seen in my 45 years in this brutal industry. The massive room completely settled. You could hear a pin drop. A highly senior executive of a major Asian logistics firm arrived at a restaurant after a 16-hour flight, only to find his reservation completely lost. Victor continued. The manager on duty froze in terror. Every single second of inaction was a second closer to a massive crisis that would have cost a $3 million business relationship and, far more importantly, would have confirmed to an exhausted guest that he simply did not matter. Victor paused again, letting the tension build. One man stepped forward. Victor said. He didn't panic. He bowed correctly. He apologized in fluent, respectful Korean not as a cheap performance, but as a genuine, profound act of cultural respect. He completely rebuilt the entire evening from scratch. He turned a massive operational failure into a multi-million-dollar relationship. I hired him the next week. The spotlight violently moved from Victor. It swept across the stage. It found me standing in the wings. Ladies and gentlemen, Victor Sterling boomed into the microphone. Please welcome our keynote speaker, the new Director of Global Guest Experience for Sterling Hospitality Group, Julian Vance. I walked out into the blinding light. The entire room erupted. It wasn't polite, golf clap applause. It was genuine, roaring applause, the way a massive room responds to a powerful story that has already deeply moved them before the speaker even reaches the podium. I walked to the center of the stage. I did not look at VIP table 3 first. I looked out at the massive room. I looked at the flashing cameras, at the Forbes journalists taking frantic notes, at 600 powerful faces seeing me not as the Vance family's pathetic second son, not as the lowly restaurant floor manager, not as the massive disappointment formerly discarded in a gold envelope, but exactly as who I truly was, a titan in their industry. Then, and only then, I looked down. I found them. My father's mouth was literally hanging open. He wasn't performing. He wasn't angry. He was genuinely, utterly paralyzed. It was the extremely rare expression of an arrogant man whose entire model of reality has just been publicly, violently ripped apart and revised. Tristan's phone had completely fallen out of his hand and clattered onto the table. The screen was facing up, recording the ceiling. He looked like he was going to vomit. My mother had the heavy gold program clutched in both of her hands. She had crumpled it into a tight ball, the way you desperately hold onto something when your hands need something to destroy to keep from shaking. I stepped up to the podium. I calmly adjusted the microphone. I smiled a warm, confident smile, and I began. I spoke flawlessly for exactly 22 minutes. I talked in depth about the Chairman Park evening, not using his actual name, but referring to him as a senior executive of a major Pacific Rim firm, which was highly accurate and legally sufficient. I talked passionately about what it truly means to see a crisis coming before it ever becomes one. I talked about cultural fluency as a genuine, hard operational skill, not just a soft, HR-mandated credential. I talked about what hospitality actually is, not just delivering food to a table, but the profound, almost sacred practice of making another human being feel that they are exactly where they belong in a chaotic world. And then, I talked about the grueling years at the Oak Haven. I didn't speak bitterly, I spoke factually. I talked about the critical importance of learning the brutal reality of the floor before you ever step foot into the boardroom. I talked about the specific, irreplaceable education that is only available to someone who has actually managed a room full of furious people who need things simultaneously, and has had to hold all of that immense pressure at once without breaking. Finally, I looked dead center into the front row. I talked about what it means to be constantly, violently underestimated by the exact people who should know you best. I talked about the power of walking away from tables where you are no longer valued. I did not say my family's name. I didn't need to. By the time I finished my closing remarks, all 3 people in the front row were perfectly, terrifyingly still. They were still in the exact way that very exposed, deeply guilty people go, still trying desperately to take up less physical space, trying to be entirely invisible, trying to retroactively alter what had just happened, by refusing to react to it. It didn't work. Because Tristan's phone was still sitting face up on the table, it was still recording. And, in the absolute chaotic panic of seeing my name bolded in the program and violently grabbing his mother's arm, Tristan had accidentally opened his family group chat and hit the live video broadcast button. He had left it running. 52 extended family members, aunts, uncles, and corporate associates had just watched, in stunning, high-definition real-time, as the keynote address at one of the hospitality industry's most massive, heavily photographed annual events was flawlessly delivered by the exact man they had all been viciously piling on and mocking just 2 weeks earlier. About time Arthur cut the dead weight. LMAO, he couldn't even cry properly. Drama queen. The massive family group chat. I was gleefully told later by my cousin Greg, the exact same sycophant who had relayed my father's arrogant comment about the Daesung deal months ago, and who immediately switched sides when he saw the power dynamic shift, went completely, utterly dead silent within 30 seconds of my face appearing on the live stream. Not a single person typed a word for the entire 22 minutes. When I finished my speech, the standing ovation lasted for 4 uninterrupted minutes. I shook Victor's hand. I shook Sarah's hand. I shook Elena's hand. Then, I slowly walked down the short stairs from the massive stage. I walked deliberately through the crowded room, past table after table of billionaires and executives who I would soon learn to know deeply in this industry. People reached out to shake my hand as I passed. I walked straight to VIP table 3. I stopped. My mother slowly looked up at me. She still had the crumpled, ruined program in her lap. The crystal champagne glass she had been holding had been entirely cleared away by a waiter. It had violently shattered when she gripped it too hard during my opening remarks. I noticed a small, bleeding cut on her index finger. A white cloth napkin had been hastily wrapped around it. My father was incredibly still, staring straight ahead at the empty stage, refusing to make eye contact with me. Tristan's phone was still broadcasting the ceiling. I looked at the three of them for a long, heavy moment. I didn't give a grand speech. I didn't deliver a final, crushing movie line. I didn't give them a performance. They didn't deserve my words anymore. Enjoy the gala, I said quietly. And then, I turned my back on them and walked away into the crowd. The epilogue of this story is significantly shorter than the rest of it, because the rest of this is where the story actually lives and breathes, but the fallout was absolute. My attorney, Jonathan Reyes, formally filed a massive legal review of the October 15th dissolution letter in early December. The exclusion, exactly as Jonathan had brilliantly suspected, had been executed entirely without the proper updating of the underlying, highly complex estate documents. My father's arrogant attorneys had drafted the brutal letter to scare me, without ever actually completing the massive, legally required corresponding trust amendments with the state of Illinois. Legally, it was nothing more than an angry expression of intent, without a single shred of legal documentation to actually support it. It meant, in plain, beautiful English, that the exclusion was real as a toxic emotional statement, but completely, utterly incomplete as a binding legal instrument. My father's panicked attorneys frantically reached out in late January to discuss a clarification and amicable restructuring of the family's estate planning. Jonathan responded on my behalf with a simple message: "We are reviewing the documents. The legal conversation is ongoing. We are dragging it out. I am incredibly patient. I have all the time and money in the world now." The video that Tristan accidentally live-streamed to the family group chat was screenshotted, saved, and ruthlessly shared. Not by me. I want to be incredibly clear about that. I did absolutely nothing. It was shared by 3 younger cousins who found it absolutely extraordinary that the man the family had formally, publicly excommunicated 2 weeks prior had just delivered the keynote at a major billionaire industry event. The screenshot spread like absolute wildfire in the exact way things spread when they contain a clean, deeply satisfying story of revenge. My father does not attend public galas anymore. At least, not the ones that I might possibly be at. My mother called me in late February. I stared at the caller ID and let it go straight to voicemail. She left a 3-minute, rambling message. She was crying. She said she desperately wanted to talk. She said things had moved way too quickly that night, and she hadn't had any time to think clearly. She said that my father was the one who had aggressively pushed for the letter, and that she had just been going along to keep the peace, which, honestly, may even be entirely true. She has always been a coward. I haven't called her back yet. Maybe I will one day. Maybe the older, broken version of me that would have, without question, called back immediately, the one who spent 32 years desperately trying to be seen by toxic people who had already fully decided what they were looking at, would have called. But maybe that guy is the one who needed to die that night at Lumiere. I am currently sitting in the massive penthouse on the 50th floor of the Sterling. The morning sun hitting the freezing waters of Lake Michigan is something I am still not entirely used to. I don't think I ever want to get fully used to it. I think the entire point of a good life is to keep noticing the beautiful things. I have the heavy, cream-colored envelope sitting in the top drawer of my mahogany desk. I don't keep it to be dramatic. I don't keep it as some sort of villainous prop. I keep it simply because my father signed a legally drafted document boldly declaring that I was owed absolutely nothing, and I desperately want to remember, on the incredibly hard days, what the arrogant man who believed that is doing right now, and what I am doing instead. They gleefully handed me the exit. So, I used it to find the door. My family decided my sister was moving into my renovated bedroom. So I smiled, nodded, and secretly sold the house to a cash buyer in 14 days. Original post. My dad casually set his wine glass down, looked me dead in the eye, and said, "You can sleep on the pull-out couch." After realizing they had just unilaterally decided that my primary bedroom would go to my sister's daughter, and my sister would take my newly renovated guest room, I just stared at him. I was sitting at the head of the table in my own house, paying the mortgage, paying for the Christmas dinner they were currently eating, and I replied, "Not in a million years." For a few agonizing seconds, the only sound in my dining room was the soft crackle of the fireplace and the sharp clinking of my mother's fork against her porcelain plate. I turned my attention to my older sister, Serena, 35. I was convinced I had misheard her. "What room?" I asked, my voice dangerously level. Serena gave me an impatient, almost pitying look. She was wearing the expensive cashmere sweater I had bought her the previous Christmas. The one she had immediately complained was a little too beige for her complexion. Beside her, my 8-year-old niece, Chloe, was carefully separating her roasted carrots from her mashed potatoes with the edge of her fork, trying to make herself as invisible as possible. "Your spare bedroom," Serena said, as if explaining something very simple to a toddler. "The one upstairs with the window seat. Chloe loves it. She needs a stable place to sleep while I get everything sorted out with my housing situation." My hand tightened around my water glass until my knuckles turned white. The bedroom she was talking about had not been a spare bedroom for very long. For almost 3 years, it had been a neglected, drafty box of a room with water-damaged linoleum flooring, peeling 1980s wallpaper, and a rusted baseboard heater that clanked like a dying engine every winter. 4 months earlier, after years of delaying anything that felt remotely indulgent or selfish, I had finally renovated it. I am a 33-year-old emergency veterinarian. I work grueling 1-4-hour shifts. I spend my days dealing with frantic owners, emergency surgeries, and the heavy emotional toll of euthanizing beloved family pets. I needed a sanctuary, so I spent $23,000 of my hard-earned savings. I installed rich walnut hardwood floors, custom floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, a built-in reading nook beneath the bay window, deep navy blue accent walls, blackout linen curtains, a premium mattress, and a heavy oak desk where I sometimes reviewed complex patient files. It was peaceful. It was the only quiet place in my chaotic life. Serena knew all of this. She had watched me obsess over the paint samples. She had sent me links to expensive modern lamps she thought would look good on the bedside table. She had even joked that it looked nicer than the luxury hotel room she couldn't afford. Now, she was claiming it for her daughter as though my house were an Airbnb she had booked without my permission. I glanced at Chloe. She had stopped moving her food around. Her small shoulders were tense, pulled up toward her ears. Her eyes were fixed firmly downward. None of this was her fault. "What exactly are you talking about?" I asked, fighting to keep my voice steady. Serena sighed dramatically, rolling her eyes. "My lease is ending. I told you that last month. You told me your landlord was raising the rent, which means I can't justify renewing it. That is not the same thing as telling me you are moving into my house." Dad set his fork down with a sharp little scrape. "Clara," he said, using the exact tone he had perfected when I was a disobedient child. Slow, heavy, deeply disappointed. "Your sister is going through a difficult transition right now." Serena leaned back in her dining chair, crossing her arms defensively. "I'm not asking for much." "You haven't asked for anything," I replied, the heat rising in my chest. "You just announced that my newly renovated room belongs to your daughter." Mom gave me a pleading, teary-eyed look from the other end of the table. "Please, Clara. Let's not make Christmas unpleasant." I almost laughed out loud. The dining room smelled like roasted turkey, cinnamon candles, and the expensive fresh pine garland Mom had insisted I buy because my old artificial decorations were depressing. I had worked until nearly 1 a.m. the previous evening, performing emergency surgery on a husky named Apollo, who had swallowed a jagged piece of a plastic frisbee. Then I had woken up at 5:30 a.m. to start cooking a massive holiday meal for everyone. Serena had arrived an hour late with Chloe and a stack of empty Tupperware containers because she wanted to make sure she got the good leftovers. Dad had brought 2 bottles of cheap wine he knew I didn't drink. Mom had criticized my table runner before she even took her coat off. And somehow, merely 10 minutes into dinner, I was the one threatening to make Christmas unpleasant. "How long are you planning to stay?" I asked, staring directly at Serena. She shrugged, unbothered. "I don't know. A few months. Maybe a year. The housing market is ridiculous right now." "1. And where exactly will you sleep?" Another heavy pause. Serena looked at Dad. Dad cleared his throat, puffing out his chest. "Well," Dad said, as if stating a universal law of physics, "obviously, Chloe needs the renovated bedroom. She needs stability, and a quiet place for her schoolwork. Serena can take your primary bedroom temporarily." I blinked, genuinely stunned. "My bedroom? You have a perfectly good couch downstairs," Dad said, gesturing toward my living room. "It pulls out, doesn't it?" It's perfectly comfortable. For one strange, suspended moment, the world stopped spinning. I could hear every single sound in the room with unnatural, terrifying clarity. The antique clock ticking on the wall. The winter wind brushing aggressively against the frosted windows. The faint, rhythmic hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. Chloe's small, anxious intake of breath. I looked around the table at the 3 adults sitting in my home, eating my food. They were waiting for me to agree that the logical, undeniable solution to my sister's chronic financial irresponsibility was for me to surrender my entire house, room by room, until I was sleeping on a pull-out couch in my own living room. Dad's expression was firm and authoritative. Mom's was anxious but hopeful. Serena's was almost bored, completely devoid of guilt. They truly believed I would say yes. That was the absolute worst part. Not the sheer entitlement, not even the staggering assumption, but the absolute certainty. They had spent over a decade training me to be the reasonable, generous, accommodating golden child. They had learned that I would complain quietly, lose sleep privately, and eventually drain my own resources to do whatever made everyone else's life easier. They didn't realize that in that exact moment, something fundamental inside me had finally shattered and gone completely silent. I lifted my water glass, took a slow, deliberate sip, set it down, and nodded. "All right," I said quietly. Serena's shoulders relaxed immediately. A smug smile crept onto her face. "Thank you," Mom whispered, exhaling a massive sigh of relief. Dad picked up his fork again, carving into his turkey as if a minor business transaction had been settled appropriately. Serena turned to Chloe, her voice dripping with fake sweetness. "See, I told you Aunt Clara would understand." Chloe did not smile back. She just stared at her plate. I finished eating my dinner in total silence. I served the homemade pie. I wrapped up the leftovers in Serena's Tupperware. I loaded the dishwasher. I kissed my parents goodbye at the front door. Serena lingered behind them in the hallway, scrolling casually through her phone while Chloe zipped up her winter coat. "I'll bring some boxes over next weekend," Serena said without looking up. "You should probably move your veterinary medical paperwork out of the heavy desk upstairs. Chloe will need that space for her homework and crafts." I leaned casually against the door frame, feeling entirely numb. "What about your furniture?" "I'll sell most of it on Facebook Marketplace. There's no point paying for a storage unit when I don't know how long I'll be here." "And your boyfriend?" Her eyes flickered nervously for a fraction of a second. "What about Julian? Is he moving in, too?" Serena rolled her eyes, scoffing. "Not immediately. Maybe later, depending on how things go with his job. We haven't discussed the logistics properly yet." Of course they hadn't. Serena was 35 years old, but she had always treated adult planning as a tedious chore that other people did on her behalf. She drifted from self-inflicted emergency to self-inflicted emergency, and every single one somehow landed squarely in my lap, heavily wrapped in the manipulative language of family obligation. When she lost her job at a high-end holistic wellness spa 3 years earlier because she refused to show up on time, I covered her rent for 4 straight months. When she needed a massive deposit for a luxury loft apartment after separating from Chloe's father, I transferred $4,500 without hesitation. When Chloe's school organized a 2-week equestrian summer camp that Serena couldn't afford, I paid the $1,200 fee because Chloe deserved to go. When Serena's car needed a new alternator, when her electricity bill was 3 months overdue, when she wanted to take a $900 online marketing course she never even finished, she called me. Sometimes, she asked sweetly. Sometimes, she cried hysterically. Sometimes Mom called me first to soften me up and prepare me for the request. The money always left my account, it rarely ever came back. I loved my niece fiercely. That was the lever they used most often. "You don't want Chloe to suffer because of adult problems, do you, Clara?" "No, I didn't." But somewhere along the way, preventing Chloe from suffering had become entirely indistinguishable from preventing Serena from ever facing the consequences of her own terrible choices. That night, after the taillights of their cars disappeared down the snowy street, I walked upstairs and stood in the doorway of the renovated bedroom. Moonlight spilled across the rich walnut floor. The heavy linen curtains shifted slightly above the heater. A veterinary journal I had been reading sat open on the window seat beside a folded cashmere blanket. I remembered the week the contractors had finally finished the room. I had come home after losing an elderly, sweet-natured golden retriever on the operating table. I knew the dog was unlikely to survive when the crying owner brought him in, but I had tried for 3 hours anyway. Afterward, I came home, sat alone in this beautiful new room with my scrubs still on, and cried until the sky turned pitch black. It wasn't just a spare bedroom. It was the first thing I had ever created entirely for myself. There was no practical justification for it, no family emergency attached to it, no guilt woven into the floorboards. Just a quiet space for me. I walked over, sat down on the window seat, opened my laptop, and stared blindly at the screen for a few minutes. Then, I picked up my phone and called my best friend, Maya. Maya answered on the 4th ring, her voice thick and gravelly with sleep. "Hello, Clara? Is everything okay? Do you have a pet emergency? Maya had been my closest friend since our undergraduate years. She was also the ruthless, highly successful real estate agent who had helped me buy this house 6 years earlier when it was a total fixer-upper. I want to sell, I said, my voice eerily calm. There was a long pause on the line. Sell what? My house. Another, much longer pause. Your house. The house you just poured 23 grand into? Yes. Clara, it is 11:45 p.m. on Christmas night. I know. Maya woke up very quickly after that. I could hear her sitting up in bed, the rustle of her sheets. Are you serious? Completely. What the hell happened? My family decided they are moving into it. Serena is taking my room. Chloe is taking the new room. Dad told me I can sleep on the pull-out couch. She let out a long, slow breath. Without asking you. They asked after they already decided. It was an announcement, not a question. Did you say no? I looked at the navy blue walls. I nodded and said all right. Maya, I am done. I am so completely done arguing with people who believe my answer is negotiable and my home is public property. Maya was silent for a moment. When she spoke again, her voice had shifted from concerned best friend to absolute business mode shark. All right, the neighborhood is incredibly hot right now. Inventory is historically low. Your renovations will help push the value up significantly. You have fantastic equity. Are you thinking a standard 3-0-day listing timeline? No. What are you thinking? Cash buyers only. As is sale. Fast closing. 14 days maximum. Clara, that will drastically reduce your buyer pool. You might leave 20 or 30 grand on the table. I know, I don't care, I want out. Do you have somewhere to go? I can rent a furnished townhouse near the veterinary clinic for a few months. Dr. Harrison has been trying to convince me to buy into the practice as a partner and move closer anyway. Maya knew about the offer. My boss, Dr. Harrison, was a brilliant vet, but he was tired. He planned to retire gradually over the next 3 years. He had officially offered me a 40% partnership stake in the clinic and access to a small, practice-owned cottage right behind the facility while I decided where I permanently wanted to live. I had delayed giving him an answer because buying into the clinic felt like an enormous, terrifying commitment. Selling my house felt even more enormous. But sitting in that beautiful room, knowing my sister was currently packing her boxes to invade my sanctuary while my father assigned me to my own living room couch, the decision suddenly felt incredibly simple. The house was mine. That meant I could sell it. Maya came over at 12:30 a.m. She was wearing black leggings, a heavy wool coat thrown over her flannel pajamas, and the grim expression of a woman who had heard enough horrific stories about my family over the last decade to understand that asking too many emotional questions would only waste precious time. We drank strong black coffee at my kitchen island and built the listing. I already had professional photos from when the renovation was completed. I had taken them to show Dr. Harrison. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, updated kitchen, finished basement, fenced yard, quiet street. Move-in ready. Cash offers prioritized. Closing within 14 days preferred. By 2:30 inches the morning, the listing was officially live on the MLS. At 6:45 a.m., my phone buzzed. It was a text from Maya. I have 4 showing requests already, 1 cash investor, 1 couple relocating from out of state for work, 1 corporate buyer, and 1 represented by an agent I trust implicitly. I'm coming over to put the sign up right now. I stood at the upstairs window, wrapped in my thick winter robe, holding a mug of tea. I watched Maya march across my snow-covered front lawn with a mallet and hammer the wooden post deeply into the frozen earth. The bright red and white sign looked almost cheerful against the stark white snow. For sale. Update 1. The phone rang at 7:12 a.m. The caller ID flashed Mom. I let it ring twice before answering calmly. Good morning. What is on your lawn? She demanded instantly. Her voice was so loud and shrill that I had to physically pull the phone away from my ear. I assume you mean the sign. Why is there a for sale sign in front of your house, Clara? Because the house is for sale. There was a stunned, breathless silence on the other end. Mom drove past my street every single weekday on her way to work at the dental office. I pictured her slamming the brakes in her little silver sedan, her travel coffee mug rattling in the cup holder, staring at the sign in my yard as though someone had erected a tombstone in the middle of the night. You're selling your house? She stammered. Yes. Since when? Since last night. Does your father know? I haven't spoken to him this morning, he's in the shower. I haven't told him. What about Serena? What about her? Mom made a strangled, panicked sound in the back of her throat. Clara, this is not funny, this is a sick joke. I agree, it's not funny. It's a real estate transaction. You cannot sell your house because of one conversation at Christmas dinner. I can sell my house for any reason I choose, Mom. I own it. Your sister has already given notice to her landlord. Mom yelled. That piece of information made me sit up straighter. I frowned. Wait, when? When did she give notice? That. Mom hesitated. I could hear the trap snapping shut in her mind. Last week. I stared blankly at the kitchen wall. So, Serena ended her lease before speaking to me at dinner. She assumed you would help. You always help. She assumed correctly. I am helping her. I am helping her understand the severe danger of making concrete life plans with property that does not belong to her. Mom's voice sharpened into a nasty blade. That is incredibly cruel, Clara. No, I replied, my voice dropping an octave. Cruel would be promising an 8-year-old girl a bedroom in someone else's home, and then making me out to be the villain when reality interferes. Chloe needs stability. Then Serena should provide it, I countered. You have 3 bedrooms. Mom shrieked. I also have 1 house. Apparently, that created massive confusion for everyone. So, I am simplifying the situation. I won't have a house by the end of the month. Mom hung up on me. At 7:28 a.m., Dad called. I let it go straight to voicemail. At 7:31 a.m., Serena called. I let that go to voicemail, too. At 7:40 a.m., someone pounded on my front door hard enough to rattle the frosted glass panes. I walked into the hallway and opened it to find Serena standing on my porch. She was wearing sweatpants, an unbuttoned winter coat, and the exact same boots she had worn the night before. Her hair was pulled into a messy, chaotic knot. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with absolute, unadulterated fury. What the hell is wrong with you? She screamed, her breath pluming in the freezing morning air. A curtain shifted in the living room window of the house across the street. My neighbor, Mrs. Gable, was definitely watching. I stepped outside in my socks and pulled my front door closed behind me so the heat wouldn't escape. Lower your voice, Serena. You listed the house. Yes. You can't do that. We had a plan. No, I corrected her. You had a plan. Dad had a plan. You said all right. I said all right because I was utterly exhausted and tired of trying to explain basic property ownership to 3 grown adults while I was trying to eat the dinner I cooked for you. She stared at me, her chest heaving. You are selling your entire house just to spite me. You're insane. I'm not spiteful, Serena, I'm tired. I realized that owning this house made you believe you were legally entitled to occupy it. I'm removing the temptation. Where is Chloe supposed to go? She demanded, tears of anger finally spilling over. My apartment lease ends next week. Then call your landlord, apologize, and renew it. I can't afford the rent increase. Then find a smaller apartment. Her mouth fell open in sheer disgust. A smaller apartment? Are you listening to yourself? Chloe needs her own room. She can't share a room with me. I agree. It's a shame you terminated your lease before securing a new one. Just then, the passenger door of Serena's parked car opened. Chloe stepped out onto the snowy driveway. She stood there in her oversized pink coat, looking incredibly small and frightened. Serena spun around, her voice cracking. Chloe, I told you to wait in the car. I need to use the bathroom, Chloe said softly, her lip trembling. I stepped aside immediately, opening the front door. Of course, sweetie, go right inside. Second door on the left. When the door clicked shut behind her, I turned back to my sister. The anger I felt was cold and absolute. Do not bring her into this, Serena. Do not use her as a shield. Serena's eyes flashed maliciously. She is already in this. You are making her homeless. No. You gave up your lease without permission to move into my house. You made that decision. You would really choose money over your own niece. There it was. The familiar, rusted blade she had polished through years of manipulation. I folded my arms tightly against the freezing wind. I have paid your rent, Serena. I paid your massive security deposit. I covered Chloe's equestrian camp, her school supplies, her braces, and her last 3 birthday parties. I have transferred you money so many times that my banking app automatically suggests your name the second I open it. Do not stand on my porch and pretend I have failed your daughter just because I refuse to sleep on a couch in a house I bought with my own blood, sweat, and tears. Her expression shifted. Just for a fraction of a second. It wasn't guilt. It was calculation. She was trying to figure out which angle to play next. You always make everything about money, she spat bitterly. Because you're obsessed with it. Family is supposed to help each other. Name the last time you helped me. She opened her mouth. Nothing came out. I waited. Snowflakes caught in her messy hair. The silence stretched between us, thick and damning. You don't need help, she said finally, her voice dripping with resentment. You have your fancy veterinary career. You have thousands in savings. You have this perfect, easy life. I almost laughed. My life didn't appear by magic, Serena. I built it while cleaning out infected dog cages during my undergrad. I studied for my medical exams while working overnight shifts at a 2-4-hour emergency clinic. I paid off $80,000 in student loans while you quit jobs every 6 months because your managers were jealous of your aura. I earned every single peaceful corner of this house. You think you're better than me? No. I think I am responsible for me. And you are responsible for you. Chloe came back outside a minute later. Her cheeks were flushed from the warmth of the house. She avoided looking at either of us. I crouched down to zip her coat properly and adjust her scarf. "Are you okay, Bug?" I asked gently. She nodded, but her eyes were glossy with unshed tears. "Mom said I was getting your pretty new room." I swallowed the lump in my throat. "I know she did, sweetie. Did I do something wrong?" That question hit me harder than any insult Serena had ever hurled at me. "No," I told her firmly, looking right into her eyes. "Absolutely not, you did nothing wrong. The adults made a mistake. It is never your job to fix adult mistakes, okay?" Behind her, Serena looked away, staring at the snowy street. By noon that day, Maya had scheduled 8 showings. By 6 p.m., we had 3 cash offers. The strongest offer came from a man named Mr. Henderson. He was a retired high school principal who was relocating to be closer to his daughter after his wife suddenly passed away. He loved the downstairs layout because his knees were failing. He loved the fenced yard because he planned to adopt a senior rescue dog. And he loved the renovated upstairs bedroom because his granddaughter visited on weekends and loved to read. His offer was incredibly clean. No financing contingency. Waived inspections, cash in hand. Closing in exactly 14 days. I signed the acceptance paperwork electronically at 8 p.m. The next morning, the real explosion happened. Dad arrived at my veterinary clinic. I was in the back treatment room, examining a terrified orange tabby cat who had gotten into a fight with a raccoon. My senior technician, Rosa, leaned into the doorway, looking highly uncomfortable. "Dr. Clara," she whispered, "there is a man at reception demanding to see you. He says he's your father. He's being very loud." I closed my eyes for a second, took a deep breath, and handed the stethoscope to Rosa. "Tell him I'm with a patient. He'll have to wait." Dad waited 45 minutes. When I finally stepped into the lobby, he was standing near the display of prescription dog food, wearing his long wool coat, visibly seething that the world hadn't stopped spinning the moment he walked in. "We need to talk," he snapped, loud enough for a woman holding a pug to turn and stare. "I have exactly 10 minutes before my next surgery," I said coldly. "This is not the place." "Then make time." I turned on my heel and walked into an empty consultation room. He followed me, slamming the door behind him. "What you are doing is completely irrational," Dad barked, pointing a finger at me. "I drove past your house. The sign says, under contract." "It is, I accepted a cash offer last night." His face drained of color. "You what? The buyer is closing when?" "You? 13 days. You need to cancel it, right now. Call your agent." "No. Clara, stop behaving like a petulant child," he roared. I leaned casually against the stainless steel exam table. "I'm not the one trying to give away someone else's bedroom to solve a problem I didn't create." His jaw tightened, a muscle ticking in his cheek. "Your sister is struggling. She has been struggling for a decade. She's a single mother. She's a single mother who receives $1,200 a month in child support. She has a job. She has options. What she does not have is the deed to my property. Nobody is taking your property. I told you to sleep on the couch temporarily so Serena could have your bedroom, Chloe could have the new room, and Julian could have the basement." I froze. "Julian? The boyfriend?" Dad frowned, realizing his slip-up. "Yes, Julian. Serena told me Julian might move in later." Dad looked incredibly uncomfortable. He looked toward the frosted glass door, then back at me. "His lease ended last month. He's currently sleeping on his brother's floor. They were both going to move in." A cold realization washed over me. Wait, Julian's lease ended last month. Serena ended hers last week. They planned this. They planned to completely take over my house. I stared at my father, the pieces clicking together perfectly. "Why are you pushing this so hard, Dad? You've always enabled her, but you're frantic right now." Dad wouldn't meet my eyes. "Dad," I demanded. "What did you do?" He swallowed hard. "Your mother and we co-signed Serena's current apartment lease. If she breaks it without paying the penalty, or if she gets evicted, it destroys our credit. We are trying to refinance our own mortgage next month. We need her out of that apartment cleanly, and we can't afford to pay her rent for her." I let out a harsh, bitter laugh. It echoed off the sterile walls of the clinic. "Oh my God, it's not about Chloe's stability, it's about your credit score. You co-signed for her, she couldn't afford it, and your brilliant solution to save your own financial skin was to sacrifice my house and put me on a pull-out couch while she and her unemployed boyfriend took over my life. We are your family," Dad shouted, his face turning purple. "That. I know you make fantastic money. I know you live alone in a massive house. Why is helping us such an unbearable sacrifice?" "Because it is never a sacrifice for the person doing the asking," I yelled back, finally losing my temper. "I paid $5,500 for Mom's new roof when the insurance denied the claim. I paid for your transmission repair 2 years ago. I gave Serena $4,500 for that apartment deposit, the same apartment you're now trying to save yourselves from. I loaned you $3,000 for property taxes and you never paid me back. I have been the bank for this family for a decade. Dad shifted uncomfortably, crossing his arms. I have helped this family gladly, I continued, my voice shaking with rage. But the absolute second I spend money on something just for me, a single room, Serena decides it belongs to her. And you agree so completely that you order me onto the couch to save your own credit score. Your niece is a child. He deflected aggressively. Yes, she is. Which is why she deserves a mother who plans responsibly, and grandparents who don't teach her that family means parasitic entitlement. Dad stared at me as if I were a stranger. He turned around, grabbed the door handle, and left the clinic without another word. Update 2. That weekend, the situation escalated from toxic to absolutely unhinged. Serena posted a vague, melodramatic message on Facebook about how some people worship money and property more than their own flesh and blood, and how heartbreaking it is to explain adult cruelty to an innocent, homeless child. Several extended relatives called me. My Aunt Marina told me I was being hysterical and dramatic. My cousin Elena suggested I delay the closing for a few months until Serena got on her feet. Mom sent me Zillow links to cheap 2-bedroom apartments as if I were Serena's personal assistant. Then, on Sunday morning, while I was carefully packing my kitchen dishes into cardboard boxes, I heard the loud, grinding beep of a commercial vehicle reversing into my driveway. I looked through the kitchen window. Serena had arrived. With a massive 1.5-foot rented U-Haul van. Julian, her boyfriend, was in the passenger seat. Mom and Dad's SUV pulled up right behind them. For a solid minute, I simply stood at the window, holding a stack of ceramic plates wrapped in newspaper, completely unable to process the sheer audacity of what I was witnessing. Julian hopped out of the truck and opened the back door of the U-Haul. Inside, I could see dozens of cardboard boxes, a king-sized mattress, Chloe's pink desk chair, a flat-screen TV, and a heavily worn velvet sofa. I put the plates down, unlocked my front door, and walked outside onto the porch without even putting my coat on. The freezing air hit me like a wall. What exactly are you doing? I asked loudly. Serena slammed the driver's side door of the U-Haul. She marched up the driveway, looking triumphant. Moving my things in before you do something even more irresponsible and permanent. The house is under contract, Clara. Just call your realtor and cancel it. Pay the penalty. We're moving in. Julian rubbed his gloved hands together against the cold, looking slightly awkward but resolute. Look, Clara, everyone is really emotional right now. Maybe we can just move the heavy stuff into the garage and talk about this inside over coffee? You are not stepping 1 foot inside my house, I said, my voice eerily calm. Julian's eyebrows shot up. Seriously? Dad stepped forward from his SUV, throwing his hands up. Enough, Clara, this stunt has gone way too far. Open the garage. Mom looked physically exhausted, clutching her purse to her chest. Clara, please, just let them put the boxes in the basement. Serena has nowhere else to go. Her landlord is expecting her out by Wednesday. Then she needs to find a storage unit, I said. Serena pointed aggressively toward the massive truck. We already paid $150 for this rental. We are moving in today. That was a terrible financial decision, I replied. Her face twisted into a mask of pure hatred. You cold, selfish bee. Do not finish that sentence, I warned her. Something in my tone made her snap her mouth shut. I walked slowly down the porch steps, walked over to the electronic keypad beside the garage door, and pressed the code. Nothing happened. I pressed it again. Still nothing. I turned to face them. I changed the locks on Friday, I said clearly. Your old emergency house key no longer works. The garage code has been wiped. The Wi-Fi has been disconnected. I have installed 3 new security cameras that are currently recording audio and video straight to the cloud. And Mr. Henderson, the buyer, is sending his private inspector here in exactly 2 hours. Dad stared at me, absolutely horrified. You changed the locks? On your own family? I changed the locks on a property I own to prevent a home invasion. I corrected him. Chloe was sitting in the back seat of Mom and Dad's SUV. I could barely see her pale little face pressed against the tinted glass. Seeing her steadied my racing heart. I lowered my voice, addressing all of them. I will say this exactly one time. Chloe is always welcome in my life. I will take her for weekends. I will help pay for her school supplies or medical needs directly to the providers if she needs it. But absolutely none of you will ever use that child as a battering ram to force me into surrendering my home. Serena crossed her arms, shivering in the cold. So you get to play the generous, perfect Aunt Clara while leaving us on the freezing street? You're not on the street. You have money. You have Julian. Julian suddenly looked incredibly uncomfortable. He looked at Serena, then at me. Wait. Clara, Serena told me this arrangement was already fully agreed upon. She said you offered the house because you were moving closer to your clinic. It was never agreed upon. I told him, looking him dead in the eye. She announced she was taking my bedroom. My father told me to sleep on the couch, and I sold the house the next day to stop them. Julian turned slowly towards Serena. You told me your sister offered. You said she wanted us here. Serena's eyes darted around nervously. She would have. Eventually. Once we were inside, she would have calmed down. It's a family house. That single, desperate sentence exposed the entire rotting core of their plan. It wasn't a misunderstanding. It wasn't an act of pure desperation. It was a calculated, predatory strategy. Push hard enough, bring the kid into it. Get mom crying. Let dad apply the authoritarian pressure. Arrive with a loaded U-Haul. Create a physical situation that is far too awkward and uncomfortable for Clara to resist. It had worked 100 times before with money. This time, there was a for sale sign on the lawn and a legally binding contract on Maya's desk. Julian stepped backward, away from Serena and away from the U-Haul. I am not getting involved in this, he muttered, shaking his head. Julian, stop. Serena spun toward him, grabbing his arm. You're already involved. Your stuff is in the truck. No, Julian said, pulling his arm out of her grip. You told me we were moving into a family property to save money. You didn't tell me we were literally ambushing your sister and forcing her out of her own bedroom. This is psychotic. It's not like that, Serena pleaded. Julian looked at me, his face red with deep embarrassment. I am so sorry, Clara. It sounds exactly like that. He pulled his phone out, ordered an Uber, and stood at the end of my driveway in complete silence until it arrived 10 minutes later. He got in and drove away, leaving his boxes in the back of the truck. Serena started sobbing hysterically. Mom blamed me for ruining Serena's relationship. Dad said I had humiliated the entire family in front of the neighbors. I stood in the driveway in my socks, my feet freezing, and watched them unload absolutely nothing. Eventually, Dad got into his SUV and drove away. Serena had no choice but to climb into the driver's seat of the U-Haul and follow him. The truck drove away full. 14 days later, I sat in a sleek conference room at the title company and signed the closing documents. Mr. Henderson, the buyer, was a remarkably kind man. After the paperwork was stamped, he shook my hand with both of his. I hope you know how much I appreciate this fast close, Clara, he said warmly. My granddaughter has already claimed that beautiful window seat upstairs as her official reading headquarters. I smiled, feeling a genuine wave of peace wash over me. It's a very good place to read, I hope she loves it. I'm heading to the animal shelter this weekend, he added. Looking for an older dog. Something calm. A rescue. That made me smile properly for the first time in weeks. Call my clinic when you find one, Mr. Henderson. First exam is on the house. By the end of January, I had officially moved into the small cottage owned by the veterinary practice. It was significantly smaller than my old house. It only had 2 small bedrooms, a narrow galley kitchen, and a tiny fenced garden with a crooked, ancient apple tree and a weathered wooden bench beneath it. The first night, I sat on the living room floor surrounded by half-open cardboard boxes, eating Thai takeout from a plastic container because I hadn't unpacked my silverware yet. By all accounts, it should have felt like a massive loss. I had given up a beautiful home I had poured my soul into. Instead, I slept better that night than I had in 10 years. In March, Dr. Harrison and I finalized the partnership agreement. For the first time in my veterinary career, I wasn't just grinding out endless hours for a base salary, I was actively shaping the clinic's future. I hired a second emergency technician, expanded our weekend care schedule, and started a discretionary fund for pet owners who couldn't afford urgent, life-saving treatments. I also adopted a dog. His name is Barnaby. He is a senior basset hound with cloudy eyes, severe arthritis, and an entirely unreasonable hatred for FedEx delivery trucks. He sleeps beneath the crooked apple tree when the weather is warm, and he follows me from room to room, his heavy paws patting softly against the floorboards, as though making sure I don't disappear. As for Serena, reality hit her like a freight train. Without my house, and without Julian's income, he permanently broke up with her after the U-Haul incident and came back a week later with a police escort to collect his belongings from her storage unit. Serena had no choice but to face the music. Mom and Dad had to drain a significant portion of their savings to pay off the broken lease penalty to save their credit. Serena eventually found a cramped, 2-bedroom apartment 30 minutes away from Chloe's school. It is much smaller than the luxury places she's used to, but it is clean and safe. For the first time in her life, she had to take extra weekend shifts at her new retail job to make rent. For the first 2 months, Serena refused to speak to me. Then, one afternoon, my phone rang. It was Chloe, calling from her iPad. "Hi Aunt Clara," she said softly. "Can I come see Barnaby?" "Of course you can, Bug," I said. Chloe spent the following Saturday at my cottage. We baked chocolate chip cookies. We walked Barnaby at a painfully slow pace around the block. We sat under the crooked apple tree drinking hot chocolate while Chloe told me all about her new school friends. Before Serena pulled up to pick her up, Chloe lingered near the front door, zipping her coat slowly. "Mom says you sold your big house because you hate us," she murmured, looking at her boots. I knelt down so we were perfectly eye level. I sold the house because I needed a change, Chloe, and because I wanted to protect myself. Because Mom wanted the green room? Because wanting things is perfectly okay, I said gently, brushing a piece of hair behind her ear. But adults have to ask before making plans with things that belong to other people. It's about respect. She thought about that for a long moment, her young brain processing the logic. Mom should have asked you. Yes. She should have. And Grandpa shouldn't have told me to sleep on the couch in my own house. Chloe smiled, a genuine, bright smile. I like your little cottage better anyway, Aunt Clara. It has Barnaby. After she left, I stood in the doorway for a long time, watching Serena's taillights disappear at the end of the street. Serena didn't get out of the car, she just honked the horn. But it was a start. Mom apologized eventually. It wasn't a perfect apology, and it didn't happen all at once. She came to the cottage one Sunday carrying a lemon pound cake. She walked through the small rooms very quietly, noticing that there was no massive pull-out couch waiting to swallow my life, no stacks of family luggage hidden in the corners, no evidence whatsoever that I had ruined my life by refusing to be a doormat. I really thought you would change your mind, Mom admitted, sitting at my small kitchen table. I know you did. I thought you would calm down and realize that selling the house was an extreme reaction. It was extreme, I agreed, pouring her a cup of coffee. But it was also necessary. Because none of you believed me when I said the house was mine. The only boundary this family understood was a legally binding closing date. Mom looked down at her hands, tears welling in her eyes. We shouldn't have put you in that position. I was just so terrified for our credit, and so worried about Serena. I worry about Serena too, Mom. But worrying about her is not the same thing as rescuing her from the consequences of her own actions. You've been rescuing her so long she forgot how to swim. Mom nodded slowly, wiping a tear away. Dad took much longer. He is a proud, stubborn man, and apologizing directly is simply not in his emotional vocabulary. But 6 months later, on my 34th birthday, he sent me a text message. I drove past the old house today. There was a nice old man walking a dog in the yard. The place looks good. I understand why you did it, Clara, even if I was too angry to see it at the time. Happy birthday. I read the message twice. Then I replied, thank you. It wasn't total forgiveness for everything he had said. It wasn't a cinematic, tearful reconciliation. But it was a beginning. A healthy, properly distanced beginning. As for Serena, our relationship changed permanently. She finally stopped asking me for money. The first time Chloe needed new prescription glasses, Serena mentioned the $200 cost during a brief phone call. I braced myself for the inevitable request, but then Serena quickly added, I'm not asking you to pay for it, Clara. I already budgeted for them out of my next paycheck. It was a small, simple sentence, but it told me everything I needed to know. She understood. Maybe not everything, and maybe she still resented me deep down, but she understood the boundary. Sometimes, late at night, I think about that room I renovated. I picture the deep navy blue walls, the rich walnut floors, and the heavy linen curtains. I imagine Mr. Henderson's granddaughter curled up on the window seat with a fantasy novel, while his old rescue dog sleeps peacefully on the floor nearby. I don't regret spending $23,000 on that room, and I don't regret leaving it behind, either. That renovation taught me something I should have learned a decade earlier. Peace is incredibly expensive. Not just because hardwood floors and custom shelves cost thousands of dollars. Peace is expensive because once people become accustomed to benefiting from your silence and your sacrifice, protecting yourself will always feel like an act of cruelty to them. For years, I truly believed that being the dependable daughter meant solving every single family emergency. I thought being a good sister meant giving and giving until there was absolutely nothing left that felt entirely mine. I thought loving my niece meant allowing her mother to use my affection as a financial and emotional hostage. I was wrong. Stability is not taking someone else's bedroom. Family is not a blank permission slip to trample over boundaries. And generosity should never be measured by how quietly you let people erase your existence. That Christmas, my family looked me in the eye and told me I could sleep on the couch in my own home so they wouldn't have to face reality. By sunrise, the house was for sale. 14 days later, I handed over the keys. I lost a piece of real estate, but for the first time in my life, I kept something infinitely more valuable. The right to decide exactly where I belonged. My family fired me as their free accountant via text, forgetting I was the sole guarantor on their $300,000 credit line. So, I froze their accounts, and uncovered a felony. My name is Clara, and I'm 29 years old. The notification that liquidated my role as the family bank, punching bag, and free financial fixer didn't happen during a scream-filled, plate-smashing argument. It arrived silently, vibrating against the mahogany table during a high-stakes corporate audit meeting that could define my entire career. It was a Tuesday afternoon. The air in the conference room was sterile, cold, and smelled faintly of dry erase markers and expensive coffee. My phone screen lit up with my mother's name, Diane. A single line of text appeared on the illuminated glass. We found a new partner. We don't need your negativity and constant oversight anymore. We're cutting ties. No warning. No phone call. Just that. 5 seconds later, my younger sister, Chloe, reacted to the message with a heart emoji. A literal red heart. I sat there and stared at the message, the taste of my lukewarm water suddenly turning metallic and bitter in my mouth. I didn't even feel anger right away. I just felt the kind of heavy, detached numbness that comes when you've watched a condemned building collapse in slow motion, and you are finally watching the dust settle over the rubble. So, I excused myself from the audit meeting. I didn't slam the door. I didn't make a scene in front of the senior partners. I walked calmly down the hallway to my private office, closed the heavy glass door, pulled down the privacy blinds, and locked it. My hands were perfectly steady as I opened my laptop and woke up the screen. I didn't reply to the text. I didn't ask why. I didn't beg for an explanation. Instead, I logged directly into the family business banking portal. These were the accounts I had managed entirely for free for the last 3 years. The ledgers I had spent my weekends violently untangling while they were out spending money they didn't have. The transactions populated on my screen immediately, a glaring testament to their financial delusion. There was Chloe's recent influencer trip to Mykonos, brazenly classified as a marketing expense. There was my father Richard's lease on a $65,000 luxury sports car, charged directly to the company card. And there was the $4,200 monthly withdrawal, vaguely labeled operating expenses, that I knew for a fact went straight into my mother's personal checking account to fund her country club lifestyle. They thought they were so incredibly clever. They thought they had found a new investor, some hard money lender who didn't ask annoying questions, who didn't demand receipts, and who wouldn't hold them accountable. To them, that meant they didn't need my strict oversight anymore. They thought I was just a buzzkill daughter trying to ruin their fun. But they forgot one crucial detail. They forgot that I am a forensic accountant. And they definitely, catastrophically forgot that I was the sole personal guarantor on their $300,000 commercial line of credit. I opened the bank portal for the $300,000 credit line. The cursor hovered over the management tab. For 3 agonizing years, I had been their ultimate safety net. I had co-signed the massive loan because they cornered me, looked me in the eye, and swore it was to build a family legacy that we would all share. I had covered their exorbitant interest payments out of my own pocket when they were short on cash. I had meticulously fixed their fraudulent tax returns when they tried to claim luxury vacations to the Maldives as legitimate business trips. I had been the only adult in the room while they played house with $250,000 of other people's money. And the absolute second they thought they had secured a better deal with less oversight, they discarded me via a cowardly text message. I moved my mouse and clicked, freeze account. A harsh red confirmation window popped up on the screen. Are you sure you want to suspend all activity on this credit line? I didn't hesitate for a fraction of a second. I clicked, yes. Then, I navigated to the guarantor section of the banking portal. I selected the option to initiate the permanent removal of the guarantor due to a fundamental breach of contract and bad faith dealing. The bank system prompted me for documentation. I took a screenshot of the text message from my mother, highlighting the words, "We're cutting ties," and attached it as legally binding evidence of the severance of our business relationship. I hit submit. The screen refreshed with a loading wheel, and then the final message appeared. Request pending, account frozen. Line of credit suspended. It was done. The action was immediate, silent, and entirely lethal to their business operations. I sat back in my ergonomic desk chair, the profound silence of my locked office pressing against my ears. My phone buzzed again. This time, it wasn't my mother, it was an automated notification from the bank. Alert. Commercial line of credit ending in 4,492 has been suspended. All linked cards have been deactivated. I watched the notification slowly fade from the lock screen. I expected to feel a crushing wave of guilt. I expected to feel the familiar panic of letting my family down. But I didn't feel guilty at all. I felt incredibly light. I felt like I had just set down a massive, lead-lined backpack filled with rocks that I had been forced to carry since I was 22 years old. I thought of the countless sleepless nights I'd spent going over their chaotic ledgers, desperately trying to find legal ways to make the numbers work, trying to save them from their own staggering incompetence. I thought of the dozens of times I'd had to say no to my fiancé, Mark, about taking a simple weekend trip because I had to drain my savings to pay for an emergency plumbing repair on one of their poorly inspected flip houses. I had been their silent investor, their unpaid fixer, their ultimate insurance policy, and they had treated me like a disposable employee they could fire at will. Well, they were about to find out exactly what happens when the insurance policy gets canceled without a refund. I opened my work email and drafted a brief, highly professional message to the new hard money lender they had foolishly mentioned in previous arguments, the shady one known for exorbitant interest rates and predatory terms. Subject: Notice of guarantor withdrawal, Richard and Diane, last name, to whom it may concern. Please find attached the bank confirmation regarding the suspension of the primary credit line for the aforementioned parties. I am no longer serving as the personal guarantor for any of their business or personal ventures. Govern yourselves accordingly. I attached the PDF bank confirmation. I didn't need to say anything else. It was a professional courtesy. If this new lender was foolish enough to invest based on my pristine credit score and professional reputation, they deserved to know that specific asset was permanently off the table. I hit send. Then, I closed my laptop. The blue glow of the screen vanished, leaving me bathed in the soft, natural afternoon light filtering through the blinds. I caught my reflection in the glass of the window. I looked different, calmer, sharper. I wasn't the desperate people-pleasing daughter who begged for scraps of approval anymore. I was a senior forensic auditor who had just permanently closed a file on a catastrophically bad investment. I picked up my phone, went into my contacts, and blocked their numbers. Mom, Dad, Chloe. One by one. Block, block, block. I didn't want to hear the sheer panic in their voices when the company credit cards were humiliatingly declined at expensive restaurants. I didn't want to hear the screaming when the checks to their contractors bounced. I wanted absolute silence. And for the first time in my entire life, I was going to get it. People always ask me why. Why does a highly educated, smart woman, a forensic accountant who literally hunts down corporate fraud for a living, sign her financial life away to people who clearly don't respect her? It wasn't because I was weak. It wasn't even because I was afraid of them. It was because I was a gambler. In my line of work, we extensively study cognitive biases. The most dangerous one in existence is the sunk cost fallacy. It's the insidious voice in your head that says, you can't fold your hand now, because you've already put way too many chips in the pot. If you walk away now, you lose everything you've ever invested. But if you stay, if you put in just a little more money, a little more effort, maybe you can turn it all around. Maybe you can finally hit the jackpot. For me, the jackpot was never about money. It was the deeply ingrained delusion that if I just solved one more financial crisis, if I just covered one more massive overdraft, my father would finally look at me with the same unconditional adoration he gave Chloe when she simply walked into a room. I vividly remember the day I signed the immense stack of papers for the commercial line of credit. It was 3 years ago. We were sitting in a stuffy, small office at the bank branch near their sprawling house. My father, Richard, was wearing his lucky suit, the expensive navy one he wore when he was aggressively pitching a big idea. He had his hand resting heavily on my shoulder, radiating false warmth. He looked the loan officer dead in the eye and proudly said, "This is Clara. She's the absolute brains of this entire operation. She's the one who's going to make sure the family legacy survives and thrives." Legacy. That was the heavily loaded chip they always played. I looked across the desk at my mother, Diane. She actually had tears welling up in her eyes. She reached under the table, squeezed my hand tightly, and whispered that I was literally saving them. That I was the good one, the responsible one. In that fleeting moment, I felt a massive rush of dopamine that was stronger than any narcotic. I felt seen, I felt valued, I felt indispensable. So, like an absolute fool, I signed the dotted line. I put my immaculate credit score, my hard-earned life savings, and my entire financial future on the line for a real estate flip house business that had never, not once, turned an actual profit. I truly thought I was buying equity in this family. I thought I was investing in a future where I finally had a permanent seat at the table. But that's the brutal reality of the sunk cost fallacy. The house always wins, and you always lose. Over the next 3 grueling years, I kept throwing good money after bad. When they inevitably missed a massive loan payment, I quietly covered it from my savings, because if the loan defaulted, my initial investment of trust and my credit score would be totally destroyed. When they demanded a new luxury car to keep up appearances for high-end clients, I stupidly signed the lease because I desperately needed them to succeed, so my sacrifices would mean something. I spent my precious weekends reconciling their disastrous, chaotic receipts while Chloe spent hers partying on yachts in the Maldives. I canceled romantic anniversary vacations with Mark to pay for emergency roof repairs on properties they hadn't even bothered to inspect before purchasing. I was constantly chasing my losses, utterly convinced that the times next times property, the times next times check, would be the one that fixed everything. I was a textbook addict, and their fleeting, conditional approval was the needle. But, looking at the frozen bank screen now, the clarity was blinding. This was never a partnership, it was an emotional Ponzi scheme. They were paying me meaningless, microscopic dividends of affection using the capital of my own self-esteem. There was never going to be a return on my investment. There was never going to be a moment where they handed me a check and said, "Thank you, Clara, you saved us, you can rest now." They were going to bleed me dry until I was financially bankrupt and emotionally hollowed out, and then they were going to discard me like trash. Just like they did this morning. The text message wasn't a sudden, out-of-the-blue break. It was a margin call. They had found a new lender, a new source of naive liquidity, so my capital was no longer required. They thought they were firing me. They didn't realize I was the one permanently closing the ledger. I rubbed my eyes, fully expecting to feel a wave of intense grief. I waited for the crushing sadness of losing my parents to wash over me, but it simply didn't come. Instead, I felt the cold, hard, clinical satisfaction of an auditor who has finally found the missing variable that perfectly balances a complex equation. I wasn't losing a family. I was writing off a catastrophically bad debt. I was aggressively cutting my losses before I lost myself completely. The computer pinged loudly. The bank request was fully processed. The commercial line was locked down tight. No more withdrawals, no more wire transfers, no more credit card swipes. The casino was officially closed. I reached for my phone, not to call them, but to call Mark. I needed a brilliant corporate lawyer, and for the first time in 3 years, I wasn't going to lie to him about how bad the numbers really were. Update 1. It took exactly 48 hours for the silence to violently break. The timeline was almost mathematically predictable. Commercial banks usually take 24 hours to process a guarantor removal, and another 24 hours to officially notify the primary account holders via certified email and phone calls. So, when my office phone lit up on Thursday afternoon with a blocked caller ID, I knew exactly what was happening. The hurricane had made landfall. I was sitting in my office, the thick glass walls insulating me from the dull hum of the accounting firm outside. I watched the phone violently vibrate across my desk. It stopped, then started again immediately. Then my direct office line rang. I let it go straight to voicemail. Then my email notification chimed loudly. Subject: urgent, medical emergency, please call immediately. Sender: Diane via a newly created Gmail address. I didn't open it. I didn't have to. I could vividly imagine the contents perfectly. First the feigned confusion, then the escalating panic, then the unhinged, toxic rage. It's a fundamental biological response. In nature, when a deeply entrenched parasite suddenly realizes its host is dying or forcibly detaching, it doesn't quietly accept its fate. It violently releases toxins. It induces a massive cytokine storm. It actively tries to make the host so incredibly sick that the body stops fighting the infection just to survive the agonizing symptoms. My family was the parasite, and their unhinged rage was the toxin. My assistant, Sarah, tentatively knocked on the glass door. She looked deeply uneasy, holding a notepad. Clara, I'm so sorry to interrupt. There's a woman on line 2 who claims she's your mother. She sounds completely hysterical. She says your father is having a medical emergency and you need to wire funds immediately. I felt a sudden, sharp flicker of the old reflex, the massive adrenaline spike, the overwhelming, ingrained urge to rush in and fix it, but I ruthlessly tamped it down. I looked Sarah dead in the eye. It's not a medical emergency, Sarah, it's a financial one. Tell her I am in a sworn deposition and absolutely cannot be disturbed under any circumstances. If she calls back, hang up. Sarah nodded, visibly relieved, and quickly left. I turned back to my dual monitors, but my focus on the corporate audit was gone. I opened a new incognito browser window and searched for Chloe's public social media accounts. It was a morbid curiosity, like checking the local weather radar for a massive Category 5 hurricane you know is barreling toward your house. And there it was. A video posted exactly 20 minutes ago. Chloe was sitting in the driver's seat of her imported SUV. The ring light lighting was absolutely perfect. A single, pristine tear was strategically glistening on her lower lash line without ruining her expensive mascara. The caption read, "When toxic family members try to ruin your success because they're deeply jealous of your light." Number: betrayal. Number: narcissistic abuse. Number: healing. She was vague booking, masterfully crafting a completely fictitious narrative where she was the innocent, hardworking victim of my sudden, unprovoked cruelty. I just don't understand how someone who shares your blood can be so incredibly hateful. She whispered to the camera, her voice trembling with practiced fragility. We were finally getting somewhere. We were finally building our dream, and she just violently pulled the rug out from under us with zero warning, just because she can't stand to see us happy and thriving. But we will rise above this toxicity. The comments section was already overflowing with sickening sympathy. Stay strong, Queen. Jealousy is a literal disease. Cut them off, babe. You don't need her negative energy. I scrolled through the comments, feeling a wave of absolute, freezing detachment. They were brazenly rewriting history in real time for an audience of strangers. They weren't panicking because they missed my presence in their lives. They were panicking because the company credit card had just been humiliatingly declined at the luxury gas station. They were panicking because the new investor, the shady one they had so gleefully discarded me for, had likely run a routine credit check, seen the massive, glaring red flag of a freshly frozen $300,000 line of credit, and immediately pulled their funding. Then came the voicemails. I had my phone on strict, do not disturb, but the automatic text transcripts appeared directly in my inbox. My father, Richard, had left 3 messages. His voice wasn't sad, or confused, it was utterly venomous. You think you're so damn smart, Clara? You think this little stunt is funny? You just cost us the biggest deal of our lives. The new funding fell through, because your bank froze the primary assets. You are going to fix this immediately. You are going to call the loan officer right now, grovel, and tell them it was a massive mistake. Or so help me God, I will retain counsel and sue you for breach of fiduciary duty and intentional interference with business relations. Fiduciary duty. I actually laughed out loud in my empty office. He was throwing around complex legal buzzwords he'd half heard on a television procedural. He was entirely too stupid to understand that a personal guarantor has absolutely zero fiduciary duty to the borrower. In fact, it's the exact opposite. The borrower has a strict legal and ethical duty to the guarantor not to default or mismanage funds. He was literally threatening me with severe legal action for refusing to let him continue robbing me blind. I watched the notifications roll in for another hour. It was a textbook extinction burst, the final, desperate, explosive surge of energy before a toxic behavior permanently dies. They were throwing everything at the wall to see what would stick. Immense guilt, weaponized shame, legal threats, public humiliation. They were desperately trying to trigger the old Clara. The Clara who was utterly terrified of their disapproval. But that Clara was dead. She had been thoroughly audited, found entirely redundant, and completely liquidated. I picked up my phone and called Mark. "They're escalating," I said the second he picked up. I expected his voice to be tense, but it was perfectly calm, a solid steel anchor in the swirling chaos. "Do you want me to draft and send a formal cease and desist letter to their residence?" he asked smoothly. "Not yet," I replied, my eyes scanning the massive digital files I had pulled from the bank before freezing the account. "Let them burn themselves out and put their threats in writing. But I need you to come to my office right now. I've been reviewing the old ledgers, the ones from before the digital transition last year. I found something." "What did you find?" Mark's tone shifted from supportive fiancé to razor-sharp corporate attorney. "I found a highly suspicious pattern of wire transfers," I said, zooming in on the PDF displayed on my right monitor. "A recurring, escalating transfer to a private LLC called Crimson Tide Investments. It started exactly 6 months after I signed the original loan guarantee." "Mark, I don't think they're just chronically incompetent and bad with money. I think they're actively hiding it. I'm leaving the courthouse now, I'll be there in 15 minutes. I hung up and looked out the massive window at the sprawling city skyline. The frantic panic playing out on my phone screen felt incredibly distant now, like a police siren wailing several blocks away. They were screaming and thrashing because the free money tap had finally been turned off. But they didn't realize that a frozen credit line was the absolute least of their impending problems. I was about to turn on the blinding fluorescent lights, and parasites absolutely hate the light. Mark arrived exactly 15 minutes later. He didn't bring comfort food or wine. He brought his heavy leather briefcase, his encrypted laptop, and a massive banker's box of yellow legal pads. That is exactly why I love him. He deeply understands that for me, true peace of mind doesn't come from empty platitudes, it comes from airtight, irrefutable documentation. He took off his suit jacket, rolled up his sleeves, and sat up across from me at the small conference table in my office. "Okay," he said, cracking his knuckles. "Let's look at your total liability. If they actually try to sue for breach of fiduciary duty, it's complete legal nonsense, and I'll get it dismissed with prejudice in a day. But we need to make absolutely sure your guarantor withdrawal was bulletproof. Show me the books." We spent the next 3 hours in what I fondly call the quiet zone. It's that intense, hyper-focused state of flow where the outside world completely falls away, and nothing exists except the raw data. I projected the massive Excel ledgers onto the smartboard on the wall. We meticulously traced the cash flow of the family business for the entire last fiscal year. It was a staggering, horrifying mess of gross mismanagement, overpriced, unlicensed contractors, massive late fees, exorbitant interest penalties, unjustified luxury expenses. But then, we finally got to the Crimson Tide transfers. "Right there," I said, pointing a laser pointer at a specific line item from 8 months ago. "Transfer to external vendor, Crimson Tide Investments. Oh, $12,000. Labeled as, consulting retainer. Oh." Mark frowned, leaning closer to the board. "Who the hell are they?" "I've reviewed their vendor lists before. I've never seen a formalized contract for a company by that name." "Neither have I said softly. "And look," I scrolled rapidly down the ledger. "It happens again, and again, every single month, in wildly varying amounts. $8,500. $15,000. $10,200, always labeled with incredibly vague, non-specific terms. Site management, design retainer, strategic consulting." I sat down at my desk, opened the State Secretary of State's official business registry portal. It's a matter of public record, a powerful tool I use literally every single day to catch wealthy executives trying to illegally hide assets during hostile divorces or bankruptcies. I slowly typed in Times Crimson Tide Investments LLC. The search wheel spun for one agonizing, endless second before the official results popped up on the screen. I felt all the blood rapidly drain from my face, leaving me cold. Registered agent, Diane, Last name, my mother. Principal address, a generic P.O. box in a small town 3 hours away. But that wasn't the smoking gun. I dug much deeper, pulling the actual scanned PDF of the original articles of organization filed with the state. The LLC wasn't a standard operating business. It was legally structured as a pass-through entity for a private trust. Beneficiary, the Chloe Future Trust. I sat back in my chair, the air leaving my lungs in a sharp, painful hiss. Mark stared at the screen, his brilliant lawyer brain rapidly clicking the disparate pieces together faster than I could even say them out loud. They weren't just carelessly spending the money, Clara, he said, his voice dropping low and turning incredibly dangerous. They were systematically laundering it. It was the ultimate missing variable. The complex math finally, horrifyingly made sense. They had aggressively borrowed $300,000 against my pristine credit score. Thanks for watching. They constantly claimed the flipping business was failing, that they were completely broke, that they desperately needed me to cover the massive interest payments out of my savings because market conditions were tough. But the real estate market wasn't tough at all. They were deliberately siphoning the loan principal times my personal liability times into a legally protected, offshore-style asset entirely for my sister. They were planning to intentionally default. I whispered, the words tasting like bitter ash in my mouth. They were going to completely max out the $300,000 credit line, quietly transfer all the liquid cash to this hidden shell company, and then abruptly file for Chapter 7 bankruptcy on the main business, leaving you entirely holding the bag for the $300,000 debt. Mark finished grimly, his eyes flashing with genuine fury. Because you're the personal guarantor. The bank would bypass the bankrupt business and immediately come after your personal assets, your savings, your condo. While they walked away completely tangent-free with a massive six-figure nest egg safely hidden away for Chloe. It wasn't just gross financial incompetence. It wasn't just a toxic family being terribly bad with money. It was highly premeditated, meticulously structured, felony-level fraud. They had looked me dead in the eye, squeezed my hand, and tearfully begged me to co-sign the loan to save the family legacy, all while they were actively, enthusiastically digging a massive financial grave they fully intended to push me into. They valued Chloe's future unearned comfort infinitely more than they valued my basic financial survival. I was the acceptable sacrifice they were more than willing to make to ensure their precious golden child never had to work a day in her life. The last microscopic, lingering thread of guilt I possessed, the tiny voice holding on to the naive idea that maybe they were just desperate, sad, incompetent older people violently snapped. It didn't just break. It completely disintegrated into dust. This is highly criminal, Mark said, pacing the room now. This is textbook. Fraudulent conveyance. If a federal bankruptcy trustee or the district attorney saw this paper trail, they would go to federal prison. All three of them. Ass. I know. I said. My voice was eerily steady, colder and harder than it had ever been in my entire life. And they're about to find out that the absolute only thing worse than having a forensic accountant for a daughter is having a forensic accountant they actively tried to frame for a felony. I turned back to the printer and hit print. The articles of organization, the devastating transfer logs, the highlighted bank statements. I methodically compiled them into a thick, red legal file. I wasn't going to wait around for them to try and sue me. I wasn't going to wait for them to offer a fake apology. What exactly do you want to do? Mark asked, watching me assemble the weapon. I looked at the massive stack of damning paper. I want to invite them to a formal meeting. Do you think they'll actually show up? Mark let out a dark, humorless laugh. Oh, they'll absolutely come. I know, I said, a cold smile touching my lips. Because I'm going to text them and say I'm ready to negotiate the immediate release of the frozen funds. They'll think they finally won. They'll think I completely cracked under the pressure. I picked up my phone, navigated to my blocked contacts, and temporarily unblocked my father's number. I typed a single, carefully crafted text message. Come to my firm's main conference room tomorrow morning at exactly 10 a.m., bring Mom and Chloe. We need to settle this and discuss unfreezing the accounts. He replied in less than 30 seconds. Glad you finally came to your senses and stopped this ridiculous tantrum. See you at 10. I stared at his arrogant words on the screen. He had absolutely no idea. He genuinely thought he was coming to a surrender ceremony. He didn't know he was happily walking straight into his own execution. Update 2. They arrived at the firm at exactly 9:58 a.m. the next morning. Punctuality is incredibly easy when you falsely believe you're walking into a room to collect a massive check. I watched them enter the lobby from the glass mezzanine above. My father, Richard, was wearing his aggressive closer suit again, the sharp navy one with the obnoxious gold cufflinks. He was practically strutting. My mother, Diane, had intentionally worn a soft pastel cardigan, perfectly playing the rehearsed role of the deeply concerned, soft-hearted, victimized matriarch. Chloe was trailing lazily behind them, aggressively typing on her phone, looking profoundly bored, as if salvaging the family fortune was just a minor, annoying errand interfering with her lavish brunch plans. They confidently walked up to the reception desk with a swagger I hadn't seen in years. They truly thought I had cracked. They thought the total silence of the last 48 hours was me slowly crumbling under the unbearable weight of their disapproval and legal threats. They didn't know it was just the eerie, dead quiet before the verdict is read. I walked down the sweeping staircase and met them at the reception desk. I didn't smile. I didn't offer to shake hands. I didn't offer them coffee or water. "Clara, darling," my mother gasped, dramatically reaching out for a tight hug that I deftly and coldly sidestepped. Her eyes rapidly scanned the busy lobby, ensuring she was performing for an audience of receptionists and passing security guards. "We were so incredibly worried about you. You've been acting so utterly erratic and manic lately." "Conference room B," I said. My voice was entirely flat, devoid of any recognizable emotion. "Follow me." I turned on my heel and led them past the open-plan desks, ignoring the curious, lingering glances of the junior auditors who knew exactly who I was. I opened the heavy, soundproof glass door to the executive boardroom. Mark was already inside, standing tall at the head of the massive mahogany table, wearing his sharpest dark suit, his hands resting on a massive stack of legal files. My father stopped dead in his tracks in the doorway, his arrogant smile faltering slightly. "Who the hell is this? What is Mark doing here? We don't need lawyers, Clara. This is a private family meeting to fix your little mistake." "This is a formal settlement meeting," I corrected, gesturing to the chairs. "And Mark isn't just my fiancé today, he is acting as my retained legal counsel. Sit down." They slowly sat down, and the entire dynamic of the room shifted instantly. The corporate boardroom is my ultimate arena, not theirs. The air conditioning hummed softly in the background. I walked to the front of the room and plugged my laptop into the HDMI cable. The ceiling projector whirred loudly to life, casting a harsh, blinding white light onto the massive screen behind me. "I assume you're here to demand I unfreeze the $300,000 credit line," I said, remaining standing while they were forced to look up at me. "We're here to accept your formal apology," my father snapped, aggressively leaning back in his leather chair, trying desperately to reclaim the rapidly shrinking space. "And to figure out exactly how you're going to fix the massive mess you made with the new lender. Do you have any idea how deeply embarrassing it was to explain your little temper tantrum to them?" I didn't answer his question. I simply clicked a key on my laptop. The screen behind me instantly changed. In massive, bold black letters, the slide read, "Crimson Tide Investments LLC, Registered Agent, Diane, last name, Beneficiary, the Chloe Future Trust, total fraudulent transfers, YTD, $142,500. The deafening silence that followed wasn't just empty. It was incredibly heavy, physically sucking the oxygen right out of the room. Chloe finally looked up from her phone, her jaw literally dropping open, her eyes widening in pure, unadulterated terror. My mother went completely, sickly pale, her hand flying to her mouth. My father's jaw worked frantically up and down, but absolutely no sound came out of his throat. "We know," I said, my voice slicing through the silence like a scalpel. "We know everything. We know about the monthly wire transfers. We know about the hidden shell company. We know you were systematically siphoning the loan principal, my personal liability, to hide liquid assets before you filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy. That's just high-level tax planning." My father finally stammered, thick beads of sweat suddenly forming on his forehead. "You don't understand complex corporate finance, Clara. We were legally protecting the family estate. You were committing severe, premeditated fraudulent conveyance." Mark interjected, his voice perfectly calm, highly professional, and utterly lethal. "You were intentionally moving protected assets out of a dying business specifically to defraud your major creditors. And more specifically, to massively defraud Clara, whom you fully intended to leave holding the bag for a $300,000 debt while you funded a trust for Chloe. How dare you?" My mother suddenly shrieked, jumping up from her chair, her voice violently trembling with that weaponized, hysterical fragility she used so masterfully for decades. "We did this for the family, to ensure Chloe had a basic safety net. You have a highly lucrative career, Clara. You can easily handle the debt. Your sister needs financial support. You are incredibly selfish." They all started shouting at once then, a chaotic, deafening wall of noise. My father screaming wildly about ungrateful, traitorous daughters. My mother violently sobbing about how I was maliciously twisting their deep parental love into something ugly. Chloe screeching at the top of her lungs that I was just a bitter, jealous loser who wanted to steal her trust fund. It was a pathetic cacophony of massive entitlement and sheer, unadulterated fear. And right there, in the middle of that screaming room, I learned the single most important lesson of my entire life. I call it the sound of a closing door. For my entire life, I truly thought that power was about having the absolute best, most logical argument. I thought if I could just explain myself clearly enough, if I could lay out the facts, if I could just scream my agonizing pain loud enough, they would finally hear me. I thought communication was the ultimate key. But I was completely wrong. True, unshakable power isn't found in the noise, it's found in the absolute silence. Explaining yourself to abusers is just a pathetic form of begging. It's a desperate attempt to get someone else to validate your reality. When you finally stop explaining, when you completely stop arguing, you instantly stop handing them your power. I didn't shout back. I didn't try to logically justify why it was morally wrong for my own parents to steal $300,000 from me. I just stood there, perfectly still, and watched them. I let their hysterical, venomous words hit the dead silence of the room and fall completely flat. I looked at them not as the terrifying giants of my childhood, but as small, pathetic, desperate criminals who had just realized the locks on the vault had been permanently changed. When they finally ran out of breath, realizing with dawning horror that I wasn't engaging, the room fell dead quiet again. The only sound was my father's heavy, panicked breathing. "Are you quite done?" I asked quietly. My father glared at me with pure hatred. "You can't prove any of this in court, it's all circumstantial. I don't have to prove a single thing to you," I said softly. I gave Mark a slight nod. Mark reached into his briefcase and smoothly slid 3 thick, heavily sealed manila envelopes across the polished mahogany table. They stopped directly in front of my father. "This is a formal, legally binding notice of a massive corporate fraud investigation initiated by the bank's internal security division," I said, watching my father's eyes lock onto the bank's logo on the envelope. "I officially submitted the entire binder of evidence to them at 8 a.m. this morning. They are extremely interested in the specific mechanics of Crimson Tide investments." My father slowly picked up the envelope, his hands shaking so violently he could barely open the flap. "And this," I continued, pointing to the second document, "is my formal, irrevocable revocation of the personal guarantee. The bank officially accepted it this morning based on overwhelming documentary evidence of your bad faith dealing and intentional fraud. The $300,000 credit line is permanently closed. The existing debt is now entirely, exclusively yours. And because of the fraud investigation, the bank will be aggressively calling in the entire loan balance immediately. You're literally sending us to federal prison," Chloe whispered, her face completely drained of color, the terrifying reality finally piercing her thick bubble of delusion. "I'm not sending you anywhere, Chloe," I said, closing my laptop with a sharp snap. "I'm just finally turning on the lights." I reached deep into my blazer pocket and pulled out a heavy set of brass keys. They were the keys to the massive, sprawling McMansion project house they were currently living in rent-free, the one they bought entirely with the money I secured. The one they were letting slowly rot while they secretly funneled all the renovation cash to Chloe's trust. I forcefully slid the keys across the long table. They clattered incredibly loudly, the sharp metal sound echoing off the glass walls like a gunshot. "I am completely divesting," I said, looking each of them dead in the eye one last time. "The properties, the business, the massive debt, the family. I am entirely out. Clara, please, wait." My mother suddenly lunged forward, desperately grabbing for my hand across the table. Her tears were completely real now, born not of manipulation, but of sheer, unadulterated terror. "We can fix this. We can dissolve the trust. We can put all the money back. Please, God, don't leave us like this." I calmly and firmly pulled my hand back out of her grasp. I looked at her, really, truly looked at the woman who birthed me, and realized with profound relief that I felt absolutely nothing. No lingering hate. No residual love. Just the cool, clinical detachment of a senior auditor permanently closing a highly toxic file. "The meeting is over," I said. Mark and I turned around and walked out of the boardroom. We didn't look back. Behind us, the frantic shouting and sobbing started up again, but through the heavy soundproof glass, it sounded muffled, distant, and entirely irrelevant, like a broken radio playing in another room. I walked purposefully through the grand lobby, past the nodding security guard, and pushed through the revolving doors out into the busy city street. The midday sun was shining brilliantly. The air smelled intensely of exhaust, roasting coffee, and absolute freedom. The heavy door of my past had finally closed, and God, I absolutely loved the sound it made. 6 months is an absolute lifetime in the high-stakes financial world. Global markets crash, massive assets violently liquidate, and entirely new entities rise from the smoldering ashes of failed ventures. It has been exactly 180 days since I walked out of that conference room, and the entire landscape of my life has been radically restructured. The immediate fallout for my family was exactly what the forensic data predicted. Without access to the massive credit line to artificially float their lifestyle, the massive flip house, the one they were living in while pretending to renovate, completely stalled. They couldn't pay the angry contractors. They couldn't pay the massive ballooning mortgage. The commercial bank, armed with my fraud evidence, moved with terrifying speed. The public foreclosure auction happened exactly 3 weeks ago. I didn't go. I didn't even bother to look up the final listing online. I just saw the automated legal notification pop up from the county clerk's office, mentally filed it under resolved, and went about my day. The criminal fraud investigation is moving slower, as federal things often do, but it is moving relentlessly. The district attorney's office is reportedly extremely interested in the complex tax implications and wire fraud aspects of Crimson Tide investments. My father desperately tried to reach out to me last month through a sleazy third-party defense lawyer, aggressively offering a pathetic settlement if I would just formally retract my sworn statement and evidence to the bank. I didn't even respond. I simply handed the letter to Mark. His official legal response was a single, devastatingly brief sentence on his firm's letterhead: "My client has absolutely no interest in negotiating with the defendants." As for me, I got a massive promotion. I am officially a senior partner at the firm now. The executive board recognized that an auditor who can ruthlessly spot a complex shell company meticulously hidden inside a family trust and who has the absolute iron stomach to turn in her own fraudulent parents is exactly the kind of apex predator they want leading the anti-fraud division. I'm sitting on the massive balcony of my new penthouse condo right now. It's a beautiful Friday evening. The sprawling city lights are slowly blinking on, creating a brilliant grid of gold against the deep purple twilight. Mark is inside the kitchen, laughing as he pours 2 large glasses of an incredibly expensive vintage red wine. I bought the wine, I paid cash for the massive apartment, I paid for every single piece of custom furniture. Every single thing in my line of sight completely and utterly belongs to me, free and clear. There are absolutely no hidden liens on my peace of mind. I pick up my phone one last time. I navigate deep into the hidden, blocked messages folder. It's an old trauma habit I'm actively trying to break, like obsessively checking a deadbolt you already know is perfectly secured. There are dozens of new messages sitting in the dark. Desperate, rambling texts from my mother about the sacredness of family loyalty, unhinged, angry rants from my father about ungrateful children ruining his life. Vague, passive-aggressive quotes from Chloe about karma and forgiveness. They are all still desperately trying to transact business in a currency I simply no longer accept. They want my immense guilt. They want my explosive anger. They want my engagement. But I am absolutely not buying what they are selling. Mark steps out onto the breezy balcony and hands me the heavy crystal glass of wine. He sits comfortably beside me, perfectly at ease in the quiet silence. He doesn't ask if I'm okay. He already knows I am. "You checking the market?" he asks softly, nodding at the glowing screen of my phone. "No," I say, taking a slow sip of the incredible wine. "Just permanently clearing the cache." I press select all. Then I firmly press delete. The massive wall of toxic messages vanishes instantly. The dark history is gone. The server is completely wiped clean. I look out at the beautiful, glowing city. For years, I truly thought solvency was just a complex math problem. I thought it was purely about ensuring your total assets exceeded your total liabilities. I genuinely thought if I just poured enough money, enough time, and enough of my soul into the massive black hole of my family's endless expectations, eventually I would be in the black. Eventually, I would finally be worthy of their love. But I realized tonight that true solvency isn't about money at all. It's about emotional liquidity. It's the profound, unshakable ability to walk away from a catastrophically bad investment without ever looking back over your shoulder. It's the absolute freedom to wake up in the morning and know with total certainty that you do not owe anyone a single piece of your soul just to keep their fake peace. It's knowing that your inherent value isn't determined by how much you can be financially abused and used. My family is completely bankrupt. Not just financially, but morally, spiritually, and emotionally. They selfishly spent absolutely everything they had. My deep trust, my unconditional love, my fierce loyalty, and today, they have absolutely nothing left to show for it but a massive pile of debt and a looming criminal indictment. But me? I am incredibly profitable. I have my unshakable integrity, I have my brilliant career. I have my deep peace, and I have the beautiful, echoing sound of a closing door that is going to stay locked forever. Top comments. User 1. As a fellow CPA, reading the part where you found the pass-through entity to your sister's trust made my blood run entirely cold. That wasn't just them being bad at business, that was a highly calculated, predatory move to destroy your financial future so your golden child sister could live comfortably. The fact that they tried to write it off as tax planning when confronted is hilarious. Enjoy the promotion, you absolutely earned it. User 2. Corporate lawyer here. Your fiancé Mark handled that boardroom meeting flawlessly. The moment they threatened you with breach of fiduciary duty, I literally laughed out loud. They had no idea they were actively committing fraudulent conveyance and wire fraud. The DA is going to have an absolute field day with those ledgers. Please post an update when the indictments finally drop. User 3. Explaining is a form of begging. Wow, I really needed to read that today. I've spent the last 5 years trying to explain to my toxic parents why their behavior hurts me, hoping they'll finally have a breakthrough. You just made me realize that my silence is the only power I have left. Thank you for sharing this, Clara. Enjoy your beautiful, drama-free life on that balcony. The new VP fired me to hide his $1,800,000 embezzlement. So I activated my grandfather's secret trust and ruined him. He fired me at 8:45 a.m. with a medium-sized cardboard box he'd already packed himself. I smiled, picked it up, and walked out without a single word of protest. Exactly 45 minutes later, I walked back into the executive boardroom, and he finally learned the catastrophic, career-ending mistake he had made. He never bothered to learn my real last name. Original post. They packed my silver paperweight before they even called me into the office to tell me my career was over. That is the detail people always fixate on whenever I recount this nightmare. Not the 17 years of my life I dedicated to the company, not the heavy, engraved silver paperweight itself, not the legendary man who originally gave it to me, and not even the sheer, unadulterated audacity of a 32-year-old in a bespoke Italian suit, who had been at our company for a grand total of 8 months, genuinely believing he possessed the authority to end my entire professional existence with a cheap box from Office Max and a practiced, reptilian smile. People fixate on the paperweight because it means this ambush was meticulously premeditated. Someone had physically walked into my private office while I was getting my morning coffee, opened my locked mahogany desk drawers, and unilaterally decided that what I had painstakingly built over nearly 2 decades could be neatly condensed into a 12 by 18-inch cardboard box. The paperweight was a personal gift from Robert Sterling. He was my grandfather. He was also the man whose name is permanently etched into the limestone facade of the building we were standing in. But I am getting slightly ahead of myself. That is the inherent problem with recounting this particular chapter of my life. I have to actively resist the overwhelming urge to hand you the explosive ending right at the beginning, because the ending only truly lands with the force of a freight train if you fully understand the intricate foundation of what came before it. If you understand exactly who I was when I walked into that glass-walled office on that freezing Tuesday morning in late October, and exactly who Julian Vance mistakenly thought he was dealing with. He thought he was dealing with Sarah Jenkins, a middle-aged, easily replaceable financial drone. He had absolutely no idea he was dealing with Sarah Sterling. And that one microscopic gap in his due diligence was going to cost him his money, his marriage, and his freedom. I had been the director of financial operations at Sterling Industries for 17 years when the axe supposedly fell. 17 years is not some vague, abstract concept. It is a physical weight. It is the highly specific, comforting aroma of a Wednesday morning in the factory, a mix of burnt dark roast coffee from the third-floor break room and the faint, metallic, industrial tang of cutting fluid and hot steel, drifting up through the ventilation grates from the massive warehouse floor, 3 stories below. It is the deeply ingrained muscle memory of knowing, without ever needing to check the corporate schedule, that our logistics coordinator, Chloe, arrives exactly 12 minutes early on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but is precisely on time every other day because she drops her twins off at daycare. It is the eccentric quirk of the West Wing elevator that will violently skip the 4th floor unless you physically hold the button down for a full 3 seconds. 17 years is institutional knowledge, muscle memory, and 1,000 microscopic calibrations that nobody ever bothers to write down in an employee handbook because nobody ever expects them to suddenly disappear. I was 44 years old. Over the course of my tenure, I had successfully managed this manufacturing company's complex financial architecture through 2 brutal economic recessions, a catastrophic global supply chain meltdown, a localized warehouse flood that nearly wiped out our Q3 inventory, a predatory hostile acquisition attempt by a private equity firm, and the slow, grinding, emotionally taxing years after my grandfather Robert finally stepped back from active duty. My brilliant accounting team ran low 8-figure monthly reconciliations without so much as breaking a sweat. I knew exactly where every single dollar went. I had known for nearly 2 decades. But far more importantly, I knew exactly where every single dollar was supposed to go. That specific distinction matters immensely. In fact, that distinction is the entire axis on which this story turns. Diana Vance had taken over the mantle of Chief Executive Officer roughly 5 years prior. She was an exceptionally capable, deeply pragmatic administrator. She was boardroom polished and politically fluent, whereas my grandfather Robert had been rough around the edges and factory floor intuitive. They were complete opposites in almost every conceivable way, but I genuinely respected her. Robert had trusted Diana to meticulously maintain the sprawling empire he had built from scratch, and for the first 4 years of her tenure, she did exactly that. She was a steadying force. Then, her daughter married Julian Vance. Julian arrived at Sterling Industries exactly 8 months before the morning of the cardboard box. His official corporate title was Vice President of Strategic Optimization, a convoluted, meaningless role that had been explicitly fabricated just for him. That alone should have been a massive, flashing red siren. Julian was 32 years old, and he possessed the unearned, frictionless confidence of a man whose entire life had been a series of velvet ropes unhooked by other people. His tailored navy suits were impeccable. His aggressively firm handshake was perfectly calibrated to assert immediate dominance. He constantly used exhausted buzzwords like synergy, agile modernization, paradigm shifting, and streamlined verticality without any apparent self-awareness that these terms had been corporate punchlines for over a decade. He was a walking LinkedIn post. I noticed him the exact same way you notice a sudden, uncomfortable drop in barometric pressure. Something fundamental in the atmosphere shifted, and your body physically registers the incoming storm long before your conscious mind can articulate it. The very first anomaly I noticed occurred just 3 weeks after Julian officially moved into his corner office. He abruptly requested full access to all of our third-party vendor contract files, all of them, spanning the entire last 6 years of operations. Now, on paper, this was a perfectly reasonable request for an executive in a strategic optimization role. I compiled the digital dossiers and sent them over without a second thought. The second anomaly, however, made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. 4 weeks after I sent those files, 3 of our longest-standing, most reliable supply vendors, companies we had partnered with since long before the 2008 recession, suddenly received blunt, immediate non-renewal notices. Their unceremonious replacements were obscure, freshly minted companies I had never once heard of in my 2 decades in the industry. The new financial bids were higher. Not dramatically, comically higher. But exactly the kind of subtly inflated padding that easily slips through a distracted quarterly budget review if the board is moving fast and nobody is paying forensic attention. But I paid attention. I always paid forensic attention. I immediately pulled the new vendor registration packets. I ran their listed corporate addresses through our standard compliance and risk assessment databases. I flagged 2 of them, Apex Solutions LLC and Nexus Strategies Group, for highly suspicious overlapping directory information, and I drafted a comprehensive, evidence-backed memo to our internal legal department. Internal legal sat on it. They did nothing. I followed up politely a week later. Legal responded with a brief, dismissive email stating they were actively reviewing the transition parameters. 4 more weeks passed in total silence. I desperately tried to gaslight myself into believing it was just standard bureaucratic drag. I told myself I was being a paranoid, overly protective gatekeeper. I reasoned that a hotshot new executive bringing in his own preferred vendors was standard corporate evolution, and that I was seeing malicious patterns where there was only mundane coincidence. I had been embedded at Sterling Industries for so long that I had started mistaking my own personal familiarity with vendors for objective operational correctness. I told myself a lot of very comforting lies. My hands weren't physically shaking yet, but they would be soon. The absolute breaking point came during the 7th month of Julian's reign. I stayed late on a miserable, rain-soaked Thursday evening. I had no particular reason to be there, or at least, that is what I told my husband. I had complex quarterly tax projections to finalize, and the massive office floor was blissfully quiet at 7:30 p.m. Chloe had gone home hours ago. The entire floor was pitch black except for the rhythmic hum of the server room down the hall and the occasional, distant metallic ping of an elevator 2 corridors over. I was running a routine, high-level reconciliation report when I saw it glowing on my monitor. A newly approved payment authorization. $275,000 to Apex Solutions LLC, one of the mysterious new vendors for comprehensive strategic advisory services rendered in Q3. The authorization document had been physically signed by Julian Vance, and conveniently countersigned by Diana's executive assistant. This specific routing meant the massive expense had bypassed standard procurement channels and moved through as a generalized operational expense, purposely kept just a few $1,000s below the strict $300,000 threshold that would have triggered a mandatory, line-by-line review by the full board of directors. I immediately looked up, Apex Solutions LLC, incorporated exactly 11 months ago. The registered agent was a boutique law office located in Delaware. The listed corporate director was a generic name I didn't recognize. But the mailing address, a nondescript commercial building in northern New Jersey, matched a very specific address I had seen once before. My heart began to hammer against my ribs. I frantically scrolled back through the digitized vendor archives. I almost missed it entirely, but there it was, buried in a PDF from 2021. The exact same New Jersey building, just a different suite number, was the registered legal address for Vance Strategic Partners, an independent consulting firm Julian had founded 3 years before he married Diana's daughter and wormed his way into our company. I sat completely frozen in my ergonomic chair for a long, suffocating moment. My office was pitch dark except for the stark, blue-white glow of the dual monitors illuminating my face. Outside my window, 3 stories down, I could hear a forklift moving heavy pallets through the loading dock. I listened to that familiar, low mechanical groan, the literal sound of the beloved company I had helped keep alive through sheer force of will. I printed the damning documents, all of them. I placed them in a thick manila folder, locked the folder inside my bottom desk drawer, closed my laptop, put on my damp trench coat, and drove home in a daze. I did not sleep a single minute that night. By 6 a.m., sitting at my kitchen island with a cold cup of coffee, I had compiled a devastating list. 3 new vendor registrations with overlapping corporate addresses. 2 shell company directors that traced directly back through multiple layers of legal obfuscation to a holding group Julian had been heavily associated with before his marriage. A blatant pattern of lucrative contract awards all occurring in the brief window since his arrival that had completely bypassed competitive bidding in ways that were individually defensible but collectively impossible to explain away as mere coincidence. The total amount of siphoned capital was hovering somewhere in the terrifying range of $950,000. Possibly much more if this parasitic pattern held steady into the upcoming Q4 cycle. I desperately needed to talk to someone. But who? The internal legal department had already buried my first memo. The board of directors was largely deferential to Diana's leadership. I seriously considered marching directly into Diana's office, but if she was somehow complicit, I was instantly dead in the water. And if she didn't know, I needed to be incredibly, surgically careful about what I was formally implying about her beloved son-in-law. I made 2 critical decisions. First, I scanned every single piece of evidence and emailed the encrypted files to my personal account, and then to a secondary secure server I hadn't touched in 4 years. Second, I scheduled a highly discreet, off-site meeting with Marcus Thorne. Marcus was Sterling Industries' external corporate counsel. He was not part of the in-house legal team that reported up through Diana's compromised organizational chart. He was the senior partner at the external powerhouse firm that had handled all high-level governance, trust matters, and estate planning since my grandfather Robert's era. Marcus was sharp, relentlessly meticulous, and the kind of man who read dense legal footnotes the way normal people read the morning headlines. We had worked closely together for nearly 15 years. I trusted him implicitly. But more importantly, he did not report to Julian Vance. I met Marcus at a quiet, dimly lit steakhouse downtown. I told him exactly what I had found. I didn't exaggerate or editorialize. I laid the paper trail out on the oak table the way a prosecutor lays out a murder weapon calmly, chronologically, and specifically. He listened for 20 uninterrupted minutes. Then, he slowly put down his reading glasses and looked at me with a heavy expression. "Sarah," he said carefully, his voice barely above a whisper. "You fully understand what this looks like?" "Yes," I replied without hesitation. "And you understand the incredibly dangerous position this puts you in?" "Yes," I said again. He was quiet for a long moment, staring at the documents. Then he said something I didn't fully comprehend the gravity of at the time. "You need to make absolutely certain that your own personal governance position is fully documented and legally current. Do not let that lapse for a single second." I nodded, assuming it was just routine lawyerly caution. It wasn't routine at all. Marcus knew something I hadn't fully reckoned with yet. Whoever was orchestrating this massive financial drain against the company would inevitably realize that the director of financial operations was a threat. They would need me out of the way before the annual audit. Edit. A lot of you in the comments are asking why I didn't just confront the CEO, Diana, immediately since she seemed reasonable, or why I didn't go straight to the police. To clarify, in corporate embezzlement cases involving family members of the CEO, blowing the whistle internally without an ironclad, external defense strategy is professional suicide. If Diana chose to protect her daughter's husband, she could have fired me for insubordination, locked me out of the servers, and destroyed the evidence before the SEC even picked up the phone. I needed an absolute, bulletproof structural guarantee that I couldn't be silenced. As for the police, white-collar fraud requires forensic accounting, not a 911 call. I needed the trap to be inescapable. Update 1. Exactly 2 weeks after my meeting with Marcus, the trap snapped shut, or at least, Julian thought it did. Julian Vance casually slid a medium-sized cardboard box across my mahogany desk. The box was the kind of anonymous, depressing brown cardboard that could contain absolutely anything: office supplies, archived files, or the accumulated, pathetic rubble of a person's entire working life. Inside it, already neatly packed by someone else's hands, was my life. My favorite ceramic coffee mug with the Sterling Industries logo that was so old the blue lettering had faded to a ghostly gray. My heavy Texas Instruments financial calculator, the exact one I had used every single day since I graduated business school. 3 framed photographs: my daughter Emily on her 10th birthday, my husband Mark and I at our 15th anniversary dinner in Rome, and one large group photo from 2011, the brutal year we navigated the global supply chain crisis without a single warehouse layoff. 12 exhausted people standing proudly in front of the factory floor, grinning like we had just survived a war. Because in a way, we had. And resting on top of it all was the heavy silver paperweight, the one my grandfather Robert had given me, deeply engraved with the date, the 14th of October 2005. My first day. Someone had been inside my private office. Someone had picked the lock on my drawers, physically touched my personal belongings, assessed my life, and made unilateral decisions about what was important enough to throw in a box. Julian stood across my desk, framed by the morning light, wearing a charcoal gray suit that probably cost more than my first car. He wore the highly specific, deeply condescending expression of a man performing a difficult but necessary executive duty. His eyebrows were furrowed just enough to signal fake corporate regret, but his jaw was set just enough to signal unyielding resolution. It was a remarkably polished performance. I have no doubt he practiced it in his bathroom mirror. "Sarah," he began. And I immediately noticed he didn't say Miss Jenkins, which was a subtle psychological tell, though I filed it away in my mind without comment. "We are currently making some very significant leadership transitions as part of our overarching modernization initiative. The board values everything you've contributed to the company over the years, but we are moving in a more agile direction." The entire office floor outside my glass walls was dead silent. I could physically feel 40 people holding their breath. Julian confidently slid a thick, legally bound document across the desk. A separation agreement. My eyes moved over the dense text with the practiced, terrifying speed of someone who has read tens of thousands of financial contracts. Enhanced severance package. 6 months of medical coverage. Extremely aggressive standard non-disclosure agreement provisions. A punitive non-disparagement clause running both ways. A complete legal release of all future claims against the company. It was incredibly thorough. Someone in the legal department had worked overtime to make this airtight. "We are modernizing the leadership pipeline, Sarah. I'm sure you understand," Julian said, his voice dripping with faux sympathy. I looked down at the cardboard box. The silver paperweight caught the fluorescent light. "There is a very specific, terrifying psychological phenomenon that occurs when you have spent 17 years pouring your actual soul into something. When you have genuinely, deeply loved the grueling work, the exhausted people, and the foundational mission of a place, and then you are forced to sit there and watch a parasite try to hollow it out from the inside. It is a very cold, very specific type of anger. It is not hot or explosive. It is absolute, freezing zero. The kind of anger that does not make your hands shake, or make you want to shout. It is the kind of anger that makes your mind extremely, terrifyingly precise." I slowly picked up the separation agreement, folded it once, folded it twice, and calmly set it inside the cardboard box on top of the paperweight. "I will have my personal attorneys review this," I said, my voice completely flat and devoid of any emotion. Julian blinked, visibly taken aback. He had clearly expected something else. Protests, desperate bargaining, demands for an explanation, or perhaps even tears. People who have had 17 years of their life brutally ripped away tend to produce some kind of emotional reaction. He had emotionally prepared to play the stoic victor. "Of course," he said, recalibrating his tone quickly. He smiled. That practiced, polished, reptilian smile returned. "You're handling this surprisingly well, Sarah. It speaks to your professionalism." I closed the flaps of the cardboard box. I picked it up in my arms. "Have a wonderful morning, Julian." His smug smile held for exactly 2 seconds before faltering. But I was already walking past him. The 40 people outside my office still weren't breathing. Chloe, standing by the massive commercial copier, had thick tears running silently down her cheeks. Our veteran warehouse supervisor, Mike Vargas, who had just walked upstairs to hand-deliver the morning inventory reports and clearly had absolutely no idea what he was walking into, was standing frozen in the main doorway. Mike wore an expression that could best be described as a man actively contemplating felony violence and only barely thinking better of it. I didn't stop my momentum. I gave Mike a slow, reassuring nod. I walked past Chloe and squeezed her trembling shoulder gently as I passed. I walked to the elevator, pressed the down button, and held it for 3 full seconds, exactly the way you have to, or it skips the 4th floor. The heavy steel doors opened. I stepped in. I watched the chaotic office floor disappear as the lobby rose up to meet me. Building security formally walked me out of the building with the specific, agonizing misery of good people being forced to follow orders they consider deeply shameful. The senior guard on my left, a gentle giant named Stan who had been guarding this building for 12 years, couldn't even bring himself to look me in the eye. I didn't make the situation worse by forcing him to. In the grand marble lobby, I walked past the massive oil portrait, Robert Sterling. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, imaginary sawdust permanently painted on his heavy work boots. He had that specific, no-nonsense squaring of the shoulders that meant he had been physically building something with his bare hands right before they forced him to pose for the photo, and he fully intended to go right back to building it the second they were done. He was 62 years old in that portrait. The building was 15 years old. I was only 26 when I first started working under him. He looked out from the heavy gilt frame with that exact expression I had known my entire life, patient, unyielding, certain. Looking exactly like a man who had already meticulously accounted for every single possible contingency. "I know," I thought, looking up at the canvas. "I know, Grandpa." I walked out through the revolving doors into the freezing, biting October wind. I walked to my car, a silver 2019 Subaru Outback. My husband Mark lovingly calls it my sensible Midwestern midlife crisis. I sat down in the driver's seat, placed the heavy cardboard box on the passenger seat, kept my keys clutched tightly in my hand, and for one long, silent minute, I did not move a single muscle. It was exactly 8:53 a.m. I thought about Robert. I thought about the hundreds of blue-collar warehouse workers whose livelihoods we had desperately saved in 2011 when it would have been so incredibly easy, so financially justifiable to the board, to slash the workforce by 30%, trim the quarterly numbers, and call it strategic right-sizing. I thought about what this massive company meant to the local economy, not just the physical jobs, but the foundational idea of it. The idea that something built with actual intention and integrity can remain standing against the tide of corporate greed. And then I thought about the fake vendor contracts. The layered shell companies. The $950,000 minimum that had been systematically bled out of our accounts in just 8 short months through hidden channels specifically designed not to be noticed by anyone looking at the surface. Julian Vance was a cunning man, and he had made several tactical mistakes, but his most catastrophic error was architectural. He had built his entire embezzlement plan on the arrogant assumption that I was just a long-tenured, disposable employee. A relic of a bygone era. Someone who could easily be pensioned off into the sunset with an enhanced severance package and a terrifying NDA. He had never, in his 8 months of plotting, thought to run a background check on my maiden name. In my 44 years of being Sarah Jenkins, I had learned to let my lineage go. People who truly needed to know my background, found out. People who didn't need to know, simply didn't. It was not my professional responsibility to volunteer my billionaire grandfather's identity at watercooler chats. My cell phone violently vibrated in my coat pocket. It was 9:35 a.m. It was Chloe. She was whispering so frantically that her voice was vibrating with a terrifying mixture of sheer panic and pure exhilaration. Sarah. Oh my God. Sarah. Breathe. Chloe. What is happening? Legal. The external legal team just forcefully opened your locked, full personnel file, the restricted governance file. Julian is in the main boardroom right now. He is, Sarah, he is literally screaming. I could faintly hear, echoing through the phone's receiver, the very specific, terrible acoustics of the 4th floor executive conference room. That room has notoriously awful soundproofing. I have complained to facilities about it for over a decade. What exactly is he saying, Chloe? He's shouting Sarah Sterling. Who the hell is Sarah Sterling? Why does this name appear in the foundational governance documents? What does this mean? I looked out through the rain-streaked windshield of my Subaru. Through the massive glass doors of the lobby, I could just barely see the edge of my grandfather's portrait. Chloe, I said, my voice dropping an octave, cold and steady. Yes? Tell Julian Vance that I am the woman he legally needed permission to fire. A sharp, stunned pause on the line. I could hear her breath physically catch in her throat. Then, a very quiet trembling, oh my God. I will be back up there in exactly 10 minutes, I said. Call Marcus Thorne. Tell him it is time. I ended the call. I reached over and patted the cardboard box on the passenger seat. I smoothed the wrinkles out of my trench coat. I put the keys in the ignition. Here is the exact legal detail that Julian Vance failed to read. When my grandfather, Robert Sterling, finally stepped back from active management 9 years ago, he did not just hand the keys over and go golfing. He spent 14 grueling months locked in a room with Marcus Thorne and a terrifying team of elite trust and estate attorneys, completely restructuring his ownership stake in the company. Robert was not a conventionally sentimental man. He didn't make tearful speeches about family legacy, and he certainly didn't call his grandchildren into his study for dramatic announcements. He expressed his love through structural architecture. He built heavy, unmovable things that would persist long after he was dead. He legally placed exactly 35% of Sterling Industries into an irrevocable family trust. The Sterling Family Governance Trust, formally established under Delaware corporate law, with Marcus Thorne named as the primary co-trustee. Now, 35% was an incredibly specific, mathematically calculated number. It was not outright majority control, but it was exactly enough voting power to legally block any fundamental restructuring decisions, any mergers, or any executive liquidations. It was enough to instantly trigger a mandatory, scorched earth review under the company's foundational documents if certain strict governance conditions were ever violated. And the trust had one absolute, unyielding operating requirement at all times. One Sterling family member, in good legal standing, must hold a senior, active operational role within the company at all times. Specifically positioned in finance, labor relations, or vendor ethics oversight. And that family member must remain securely in that role absent documented criminal cause, unanimous board consensus, and express, written trust officer approval. This devastating clause was not buried in some obscure handbook. It was explicitly detailed in the governance appendix of the company's foundational corporate documents. It was legally incorporated by reference into every single executive employment agreement ever signed. It was cross-referenced in the master shareholder agreement that every single board member, including Julian Vance, had physically signed. But nobody ever reads the appendices. That is the profound, beautiful secret about real power. The structural, foundational, bone-deep kind of power. It does not announce itself with tailored suits or buzzwords. It sits completely silent in footnotes and cross-references, entirely invisible to arrogant people who are looking for it in all the wrong places. Julian had aggressively looked for my power in my job title. He had looked for it in my expense reports. He had looked for it in whatever meager leverage he imagined a middle-aged woman with 17 years of institutional knowledge might be able to scrape together in a panic. He had never once bothered to look in the foundational governance documents. He had never stopped to ask himself one crucial, glaring question: why has this one particular woman been allowed to stay in this one particular high-level financial role, in this massive company, for 17 uninterrupted years, surviving 5 different ruthless leadership regimes without a single involuntary departure? I will tell you why. It is not because I was the single most brilliant financial mind to ever pass through Sterling Industries. We have had Ivy League geniuses come and go in a matter of months. I survived because my grandfather built a titanium structure that legally required me to be there. And because for 17 years, I had actively chosen to honor that sacred trust. Not as a burdensome obligation, but as a deep, moral conviction. Because I fiercely believed what my grandfather believed: that a massive company built on the broken backs and calloused hands of blue-collar workers should absolutely have at least one person in the executive suite whose entire job is to listen when those workers speak, and to protect the vault when thieves try to break in. That was the real job. The actual job hidden underneath the corporate title. Julian Vance had fired the wrong woman, and now it was 9:45 a.m., and I was walking back toward the front doors. Update 2. I parked my Subaru in the exact same VIP executive parking spot I had vacated exactly 52 minutes earlier. Stan, the security guard, rushed forward to hold the heavy glass lobby door open for me. He looked like a man who had just been frantically told over his earpiece that something apocalyptic was happening upstairs, but he had no idea what, and his better instincts were screaming at him to get out of my way. I gave him a warm smile, nodded, and walked straight to the West Wing elevator. Waiting for me in the marble lobby, standing in a perfect, intimidating line, was Marcus Thorne. He was carrying the scuffed, heavy leather briefcase he had owned for 25 years. Standing rigidly beside him was Elena Rostova, one of the 2 senior trust officers, a woman who was small, terrifyingly precise, and wore an expression of absolute, neutral authority that I had always found deeply comforting. Behind her stood David Park, the secondary trust officer, who had apparently broken several traffic laws driving down from the state capitol the second Marcus called him that morning. The 4 of us stepped into the elevator. We rode up to the 4th floor in absolute, deafening silence. I held the button down for 3 seconds. It didn't skip. When the steel doors slid open, the entire 4th floor hallway was possessed by that very specific, suffocating species of corporate quiet. The kind of quiet that means 50 people are trying desperately to look like they are working while staring unblinkingly at you. I could clearly see through the thick glass walls of the main executive conference room. There were several figures panicked around the massive oak table. I could see Julian Vance pacing frantically. He never sits down when he is agitated. I had noticed that months ago. He was gripping the leather back of a chair at the far end of the room so hard his knuckles were bone white. I could see Diana Vance sitting dead center at the head of the table, her spine absolutely rigid, her face a pale, frozen composition that had clearly taken a monumental amount of effort to assemble. I didn't knock. I pushed the heavy oak doors open. The room contained Diana Vance, CEO, 4 senior board members including Chairman Richard Sterling, no relation, ironically, but a board member since Robert's era, the company's ruthless in-house general counsel Patricia Marsh, 2 terrified junior members of the legal team, and Julian Vance. Julian was physically clutching my sealed personnel file to his chest like it had personally assaulted him. Why the hell wasn't this explicitly flagged in her digital profile? Julian demanded, shouting to no one in particular as I walked into the room. His voice had taken on the strained, slightly hysterical, high-pitched quality of an arrogant man who is deeply accustomed to controlling rooms and suddenly realizes he does not control this one. Marcus Thorne stepped forward and set his heavy leather briefcase on the mahogany conference table with a sharp, echoing Times click. It was in her profile, Julian, Marcus said, his voice a low, terrifying rumble, specifically detailed in the governance appendix, cross-referenced in sections 4, 7, and 12 of the foundational employment documentation. You simply failed to read it. A heavy, suffocating pause fell over the room. Nobody reads the damn appendices, Julian shouted. He actually said this out loud. In front of the general counsel. I will carry the memory of his pathetic, panicked face in that exact moment to my grave. The genuine, bewildered indignation of an entitled man who truly believes that his own ignorance of a rule is somehow the rule's failing, and not his own. Chairman Richard, who had been on this board for 22 years and who I had watched gracefully age from a vigorous 60 into a formidable 82, looked at Julian with an expression of profound disgust. It was the specific disappointment of an old man who has seen many terrible things in business, and had sincerely hoped to see fewer of this pathetic variety before he died. People who are attempting to terminate legally protected trust officers read the appendices, Julian, Richard said coldly. The room went graveyard still. Julian's manic eyes finally found me standing near the door. He stared at me the way you stare at an optical illusion when your brain is violently struggling to process that the image doesn't match the category you filed it under. Jenkins? He stammered, like the name was a heavy door he was violently pushing against and finding it completely locked. My married name, I said calmly, stepping forward. You never once thought to ask. Elena Rostova, the trust officer, stepped forward and methodically laid 3 thick, legally bound documents on the center of the conference table. Miss Sarah Sterling Jenkins' unilateral termination, as unlawfully effected this morning at 8:45 a.m., immediately triggers Article 9 of the Sterling Family Governance Trust Agreement. Elena recited, her voice slicing through the air like a scalpel. This constitutes a catastrophic material governance breach. Per the unyielding terms of that breach, all restructuring activities, financial transfers, and vendor authorizations initiated or authorized by the terminating officer are immediately and indefinitely suspended pending a total forensic review. Furthermore, all vendor contracts entered into within the officer's entire tenure are hereby subject to immediate hostile audit, and the terminating officer is themselves subject to a full, invasive review of their institutional conduct and financial history. Julian laughed. I want to be incredibly precise about this detail. He actually threw his head back and laughed. It was a short, breathy, reflexive sound. The desperate laugh of a man who is absolutely certain that everyone else in the room is just confused about something fundamental, and he just needs to explain it to them. This is an absurd misunderstanding, Julian scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. I was streamlining bloated operations. Nobody here disputes that this archaic company desperately needed modernization. I didn't let him finish. I unclasped my leather bag and pulled out the thick manila folder I had hidden the night before. Marcus had reviewed it at 6 a.m. Elena and David had reviewed it at 7 a.m. Patricia Marsh, the general counsel who importantly did not report to Julian and whose loyalty to this company predated his marriage to the CEO's daughter by 2 decades, had been quietly briefed by Marcus at 8 a.m. I stepped to the table and laid the damning documents out. I didn't do it with theatrical drama. I did it the exact same way I lay out a routine quarterly tax report. Methodically, chronologically, specifically, so that every single powerful person present could see the exact same devastating truth at the exact same time. Corporate registration documents for Apex Solutions, LLC. Corporate registration packets for Nexus Strategies Group. The highlighted, shared registered Delaware addresses. The overlapping, identical shell director names. The undeniable, paper trail thread connecting all of them through 2 complex layers of holding structures directly back to Vance Strategic Partners, Julian's pre-marriage consulting firm. Then came the approved payment authorizations. $275,000. $189,000. $142,000. $500. $98,000. And several more still pending in the queue. And finally, the kill shot. One single, printed email, legally retrieved from the company server under a covert legal hold Marcus had quietly initiated 5 days prior. The email was sent from Julian's personal, encrypted account to an address registered to the Delaware law office that had set up his shell companies. It was dated exactly 6 weeks ago. Exactly 3 weeks after I had sent my very first warning memo to the internal legal department. The printed email read, "Get Jenkins out of the way first. She's been here too long. She'll recognize the vendor names during the Q4 audit. Once she's gone, we have a clear runway to pull the rest through Q2. Diana Vance had not moved a single inch. She was still sitting at the head of the long table with her perfectly assembled posture, and she was staring down at the printed email without any readable expression. It was the way people stare at horrific things when their brain is actively trying to understand whether what they are reading is actually real. The room was completely, suffocatingly silent. Julian was no longer laughing. I stood there and watched his face. I watched the actual, agonizing physical process of realization, which is a much slower, stranger, and more pathetic thing than movies make you expect. First, the smug smile completely melted away. Then, his jaw slackened. His eyes darted frantically across the laid-out documents, and his throat bobbed in a dry, desperate swallow. Then, he slowly looked up at me. And for one fleeting second, his face was entirely unguarded. He finally understood. He had not just fired a long-tenured, annoying employee who knew a little too much. He had fired the one single person on Earth who already knew times everything. The one person who possessed the absolute structural authority to bring his entire life crashing down. The one person who had been quietly, methodically documenting his felonies for months. The one person who walked out of the building with a cardboard box without protesting because she was absolutely, terrifyingly unafraid of what came next. He had fired a Sterling. And in doing so, he had legally handed her the absolute authority to walk right back in and destroy him. Diana Vance slowly set the printed email down on the table. Her voice, when it finally broke the silence, was completely hollow, barely above a hoarse whisper. "Julian," she said, not looking at him. A long, agonizing pause. "What exactly did you do to my company?" Julian stopped trying to formulate an answer. He looked exactly like a man standing on a beach, watching a massive tsunami roll in, and realizing far too late that he cannot outrun it. What followed over the next few months was not a cinematic movie scene. True justice in the corporate world is infinitely slower, more grueling, heavily procedural, and considerably less dramatic than people expect. But it is also, in its grinding, bureaucratic way, absolutely thorough. Patricia Marsh initiated an immediate, total forensic accounting audit. The elite firm Deloitte was brought in by the panicked board of directors with a specific, ironclad mandate to trace every single vendor contract authorized within the past 8 months. They spent 5 exhausting weeks tearing through our digital records. The final stolen amount, when the dust settled, was $1.82 million. I had severely underestimated how many fraudulent transactions had already cleared the Q4 processing queue while I was compiling my initial list. A full half of it was traceable directly to Apex Solutions, with the rest scattered across 4 additional dummy entities that the massive audit identified. The formal SEC referral was made by the board of directors on a freezing Thursday afternoon in early December. I was not physically in the room when the call was made, but Marcus Thorne called my cell phone at 4:15 p.m. "It's done, Sarah," he said quietly. Julian Vance officially resigned from his fabricated position as Vice President of Strategic Optimization at 9 a.m. the following Monday. The brief, sterile corporate statement cited pressing personal family reasons. Nobody in the building believed it, and frankly, nobody was meant to. Julian and Diana's daughter legally separated less than 2 months later. I know this not because I actively track his miserable life, but because corporate environments, even massive manufacturing firms, are essentially just small towns wearing expensive suits. They do not keep massive secrets well. The SEC investigation into wire fraud, severe securities violations in connection with fabricated board approvals, and gross breach of fiduciary duty was officially ongoing as of the last time I spoke to Marcus. I am reliably told by our legal team that the Delaware law office that established the illegal shell companies flipped immediately and is fully cooperating with the federal prosecutors to save their own licenses. Diana Vance remained as CEO. This surprised some people in the industry, but it made perfect sense to me. She had been brutally deceived by someone she loved, and her operational record over the 4 years prior to Julian's arrival was incredibly solid. However, the board required a massive, top-to-bottom governance review and the immediate implementation of draconian vendor compliance procedures. My financial team spent the entirety of February designing those protocols. I was, of course, consulted extensively throughout this process, because 20 years of institutional knowledge does not pack neatly into a cardboard box, no matter how carefully an arrogant thief tries to organize it. I was formally offered my position back within 48 hours of the boardroom confrontation, full reinstatement, full back pay for the brief period of my termination. A very public, formal apology from the board of directors. I accepted. Of course I accepted. What else was I going to do? Let someone else watch my grandfather's vault? It has been nearly 9 months since that Tuesday morning. The heavy silver paperweight is back exactly where it belongs on my mahogany desk. The framed photographs of my family are back. The battered Texas Instruments calculator is back. And my faded coffee mug is back, although someone accidentally chipped the ceramic rim during the frantic repacking process. There is a small, sharp divot right in the middle of the Sterling logo now that wasn't there before. I have purposefully left it there. I actually kind of like the physical reminder. Chloe brought me a massive box of pastries on my first official morning back. Mike Vargas, the gruff warehouse supervisor, walked all the way up to the 4th floor and shook my hand with both of his, which is the absolute most emotional I have ever seen the man in 17 years. People ask me sometimes, usually over drinks, what it actually felt like walking out of the building with that cardboard box, sitting alone in my freezing car, and then walking back in to drop the hammer. Honestly, the cardboard box felt incredibly light, far lighter than I ever expected it to. Because the things that actually matter, the deep relationships, the ingrained knowledge, the 17 years of understanding exactly where every single corporate body is buried and how the machine actually breathes, you don't carry those things in your hands. They are already permanently inside you. Nobody can pack them up and send them home. Julian Vance never understood that fundamental truth. He arrogantly thought he was just removing a pesky piece from the chessboard. He didn't realize that the piece he was trying to remove times the board. Robert Sterling built this massive company with his bare hands, a lot of sweat, and a bone-deep belief that the working people who show up every single day to do the grinding, exhausting work absolutely deserve to have someone in the executive building who is paying close attention. For 17 years, I tried my hardest to be that person. I think I will try for another 17. The massive oil portrait is still hanging proudly in the main lobby. Robert, with his rolled-up sleeves, imaginary sawdust on his boots, and that expression of patient, permanent, unyielding certainty. Every single morning when I scan my badge and walk in, I look up and nod at it. He always knew I would handle the thieves. He just built the heavy steel structure to make absolutely sure I had the weapon to do it. Top comments. User 1, the fact that he literally yelled "nobody reads the appendices" in front of the general counsel and the board chairman is the most glorious, self-immolating nepo baby moment I have ever read. The sheer arrogance to think you can embezzle nearly $2 million and just box up the one person who notices. Masterclass revenge, Sarah. User 2. Corporate lawyer here. Reading the breakdown of the Sterling Family Governance Trust was absolute poetry. The operational requirement clause is such a brilliant, ironclad dead man's switch. Your grandfather didn't just leave you a job. He left you a loaded shotgun hidden under the floorboards just in case the new owners tried to burn the house down. Phenomenal foresight. User 3. He didn't realize the piece he was trying to remove was times the board. Chills. Absolute chills. I love how you didn't freak out when he handed you the box. You just folded the NDA, packed it up, and let him hang himself with his own rope. I hope he enjoys federal prison. My family funded my wife's secret affair with my brother. So I bought their debt, foreclosed on their house, and let them beg in the rain. My parents actively financed my wife's secret hotel rendezvous with my older brother, then helped him get me fired so I couldn't afford a divorce lawyer to fight back. Today, they stood shivering in the freezing Seattle rain, desperately begging my security guards for 5 minutes with the billionaire CEO who just foreclosed on their entire lives, having absolutely no idea the man they were pleading with was me. Before I tell you exactly how I systematically dismantled their lives and took everything from them, hit that like button if you believe karma always collects its debts, and let me know where you are watching from in the comments. Now, let's go back to where this absolute nightmare started. I am standing right now on the 50th floor of my company's headquarters in downtown Seattle. The floor-to-ceiling windows offer a spectacular, panoramic view of the Puget Sound and the sprawling city skyline. It is a view that costs more per month in commercial leasing than my parents made in an entire decade. The glass is incredibly thick, completely soundproof, keeping the chaotic noise of the city completely at bay, but my eyes are not focused on the beautiful horizon or the ferries crossing the dark water. They are locked dead on the street level below. The rain is coming down in aggressive, unforgiving sheets today. It is the kind of miserable, bone-chilling Pacific Northwest downpour that soaks right through your clothes, ruins your leather shoes, and sinks deep into your soul. Down there on the concrete pavement, shivering under a useless, wind-battered black umbrella, is my older brother, Liam. Next to him is Maya, the woman I once stood before God and promised my life to, clutching a cheap transparent raincoat tightly around her shoulders, her dark hair plastered to the sides of her face, and huddled slightly behind them, looking infinitely smaller, older, and more fragile than I have ever seen them in my entire life, are my parents, Richard and Helen. They look utterly pathetic. They look exactly like the kind of people who have run out of options, run out of money, and finally run out of lies to tell themselves. They are aggressively demanding to see the owner of the massive conglomerate that just effectively ended their luxurious, fake lives. Just 5 minutes ago, the head security guard at the marble front desk in the lobby called up to my private office. His voice was hesitant, highly professional, but clearly uncomfortable, asking if I wanted to receive the frantic, soaking wet family causing a massive scene near the elevators. They were shouting about illegal lawsuits, about unfair business practices, aggressively demanding to speak to the boss. I took a slow sip of my black coffee, looked at the blinking light on my desk phone, and told the guard to lock the revolving glass doors and let them wait out there in the freezing rain. Looking down at them from this incredible height, you would think I would feel a massive rush of pure, unadulterated joy. You would think I would be laughing out loud, popping open a bottle of vintage champagne, and celebrating my ultimate victory over the people who maliciously threw me to the wolves. But the absolute truth is, I just feel a deep, cold emptiness inside my chest, followed quickly by a profound, heavy sense of relief. It took me 3 brutal years of absolute hell to build this flavor science and beverage extraction empire. 3 years of blood, sweat, tears, sleepless nights, and an absolutely ruthless legal strategy to get to this exact moment in time. I did not get lucky. I orchestrated this outcome. I meticulously planned every single lawsuit, every hostile corporate acquisition, and every strategic market maneuver to ensure that when the hammer finally fell, it would completely crush the very foundation of their arrogance and their bank accounts. People ask me all the time how I became so successful so quickly in such a highly competitive industry. They see the tailored charcoal suits, the luxury cars parked in my private underground garage, and the rapidly expanding business portfolio, and they naturally assume I had some massive inheritance waiting for me. They assume I had a wealthy, connected mentor who simply handed me the keys to the kingdom. They do not know that my relentless drive was forged in the absolute ultimate betrayal. They do not know that my ambition is fueled by the sickening memory of my own mother handing my wife the keys to a luxury hotel room so she could sleep with my own brother. When you lose everything in the blink of an eye, your marriage, your family, your dignity, your savings, and your entire sense of reality, you only have two choices in this world. You can let the suffocating grief swallow you whole, let the dark depression become your permanent address, and live the rest of your life as a bitter, broken victim. Or you can take all that burning rage, all that toxic waste they carelessly dumped on you, and use it as high-octane rocket fuel. I chose the latter. I chose to weaponize my heartbreak. I chose to build a fortress so high they could never touch me again. Standing here watching the harsh rain batter their shoulders, my mind inevitably drifts back to the very beginning of my life. I realize now, with the crystal clear, painful vision of hindsight, that the warning signs were always there, flashing right in front of my face. The blatant favoritism, the subtle cutting digs at the dinner table, the way I was always treated like a second-class citizen in the very home I grew up in. I was born into a family that viewed me not as a beloved son, but as a backup plan, a safety net they could happily trample on whenever it suited their needs. I just stubbornly refused to see it until they forced me to look at the ugly, undeniable truth. I grew up in a very average, seemingly perfect middle-class family in the sprawling suburbs of Seattle. From the outside looking in, we looked like the quintessential American dream. We lived in a 2-story craftsman house with a perfectly manicured lawn situated at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac. My father, Richard, was the president of the local HOA, always shaking hands, organizing neighborhood watch programs, and playing the role of the highly responsible, upstanding civic leader. My mother, Helen, baked intricate pastries for the community bake sales, and hosted massive summer barbecues. We smiled widely for the annual holiday cards, projecting an impenetrable image of total domestic bliss to our neighbors. But behind those freshly painted front doors, my family made it painfully obvious who the star of the show really was, and it was never me. Liam, my older brother by 3 years, was the undeniable, untouchable golden child. He was incredibly charismatic, naturally athletic, and possessed this arrogant, easy confidence that my parents absolutely adored. When Liam expressed a passing interest in joining an elite, highly competitive traveling soccer league, my parents signed him up without a single second thought. They bought all the top-tier expensive gear, drove across state lines every single weekend, stayed in expensive hotels, and cheered wildly at every single game. When I, at age 12, asked to join a basic community science program because I was deeply fascinated by chemistry and flavor profiles, my mother sighed heavily, as if my simple request was an enormous, unbearable burden on the family. She looked at me, rubbed her temples, and told me that they were stretched far too thin right now, and maybe we could look into it next year. Next year came and went, and absolutely nothing happened. My childhood dreams and interests were simply collateral damage in the grand, expensive project of funding Liam's perfect life. The blatant, unapologetic favoritism hit a sickening, unforgettable peak during our teenage years. I will never forget my 18th birthday as long as I live. For Liam's 18th birthday, my parents had secretly dipped heavily into their retirement savings and bought him a car. It was not just any practical used car, it was a used BMW. They threw a massive catered party, invited the whole neighborhood, rented a huge white tent for the backyard, and paraded him around like royalty. My father gave a long, tearful speech about how Liam was destined for absolute greatness. When I finally turned 18 3 years later, I did not even bother asking for a car. I already knew my place in the hierarchy. What I received was a cheap, dry sheet cake from a grocery store, heavily discounted because the icing was smeared, and a generic greeting card that said they were proud of me. But the memory that truly cemented my complete lack of worth in their eyes was a Christmas morning a few years later. My parents always went completely overboard for Liam during the holidays. That year, Liam tore open a custom leather briefcase and an incredibly expensive vintage watch. I sat there on the living room floor in my worn-out jeans and opened a small, flat cardboard box. Inside was a multi-pack of plain white socks and a $50 Amazon gift card. My mother looked at me with a perfectly straight face, her eyes practically daring me to complain, and said, "We spent the exact same amount on you both this year, Julian. Don't look so disappointed." I didn't let their emotional neglect destroy my future. I worked my absolute hardest in high school because I genuinely felt like I had to prove my worth to the world just to justify my existence. I worked 2 grueling part-time jobs during college, one flipping burgers and smelling constantly like stale cooking grease, and another stocking heavy boxes on warehouse shelves overnight just to afford my tuition. My parents claimed they couldn't help me financially, citing the tough economy. Yet, they were somehow magically managing to pay for Liam's entire MBA program and his luxurious downtown apartment. I majored in chemical engineering with a deep focus on flavor science. It was my absolute passion. While Liam was out aggressively networking, playing golf, and partying on our parents' dime, I was in the university lab learning how to isolate chemical compounds, deeply understanding how flavor and scent powerfully tie to human memory and raw emotion. I wanted to create high-end, revolutionary extraction methods for the specialty coffee industry. During my senior year, I was working at a small boutique coffee roastery in the city. It was not glamorous, but I was surrounded by the raw materials I loved, barely making minimum wage. That is exactly where I met Maya. Maya walked into the shop one rainy Tuesday afternoon. She was stunning, elegant, soft-spoken, with a warm smile that completely disarmed my usually guarded nature. I spent a full hour showing her different complex roast profiles, explaining the intricate chemistry behind the bright acidity of Ethiopian beans and the deep, lingering chocolate notes of Sumatran blends. She didn't just listen politely, she leaned in. She looked at me right in the eyes like I was the most fascinating person in the world. No one had ever taken that kind of genuine, undivided interest in me before. We started dating almost immediately. She didn't care that I was a broke college student grinding through a minimum wage job. She admired my intense ambition. For the first time in my entire life, I felt like I was somebody's absolute priority. I proposed to her 2 years later. I meticulously saved up every single spare dime from my meager junior flavor scientist salary, skipping meals to afford a beautiful, modest diamond ring. When I eagerly drove to my parents' house to tell them we were officially engaged, my mother barely looked up from her glossy magazine. She took a slow sip of her wine and said, "Well, I hope her family has money, Julian, because you certainly do not." Our wedding day should have been the happiest day of my life, but Liam made absolutely sure to cast his toxic, suffocating shadow over every single moment of it. Liam showed up late in a custom-tailored tuxedo that cost more than my entire wedding budget. He spent the entire reception heavily drinking premium liquor, dominating every conversation, and aggressively networking. But what really made my blood boil was a moment toward the end of the night. I was walking back from the restroom when I saw Liam corner Maya near the open bar. He was leaning in way too close, invading her personal space. I heard him say, his voice dripping with arrogance, "Wow, Julian really hit the jackpot, didn't he? I didn't think my little brother had it in him to land a woman like you. You could do so much better, you know." I fully expected Maya to slap his face. I expected her to walk away in total disgust. Instead, I stood frozen and watched Maya laugh. It was not a polite, uncomfortable chuckle. It was a genuine, flushed, throaty laugh. She reached out and touched his arm lightly before turning away. At the time, I forcefully brushed it off. I trusted my wife implicitly. I had absolutely no idea that the foundation of my life was already rotting from the inside out. Update 1. The first year of our marriage was good. I proudly landed a junior scientist position at a mid-sized reputable beverage company in the city. The starting salary wasn't making us rich, but it paid the mortgage on our small townhouse. I was working long, grueling hours in the laboratory, volunteering for extra projects, trying desperately to secure a major promotion so we could start a family. But right around our second wedding anniversary, things started to significantly shift. A dark, suffocating tension slowly crept into our home. It started with Liam. He began showing up completely unannounced at our place. I mean, letting himself in with a spare key mid-afternoon on regular weekdays, always dressed to the nines in his expensive designer gear. Because I was working late at the lab almost every night, I wasn't there for most of these random visits. I would come home utterly exhausted to find Liam sitting comfortably on my couch, drinking my expensive scotch, with Maya sitting entirely too close to him on the cushions. When I asked her later what he was doing there, Maya would just smile dismissively, actively avoiding eye contact, and say, "Oh, he was just in the neighborhood. Don't be so paranoid and jealous, Julian." Then Maya herself began to drastically change. She began complaining constantly and bitterly about our modest house, our aging used car, and my totally average income. Suddenly, out of nowhere, she was wearing brand new designer dresses and carrying authentic luxury handbags that easily cost more than my entire monthly mortgage payment. When I confronted her, she vaguely claimed she got an unexpected cash bonus at her administrative job. The ultimate turning point, the exact moment my entire reality permanently fractured into a million jagged pieces, happened on a rainy Thursday in late October. I had come home early because a sudden power outage at the main laboratory canceled our afternoon trials. I walked into the house, and it was dead silent. I went upstairs to our bedroom to change. As I reached into the closet, I accidentally knocked over Liam's incredibly expensive wool coat, which he had inexplicably left draped over a chair in our bedroom the night before. When the heavy coat hit the hardwood floor, a folded piece of thick glossy paper slipped out of the inside breast pocket. I picked it up, and my eyes automatically caught the embossed gold logo at the top. It was an itemized receipt for the Times Cascade Luxury Lodge, one of the most exclusive, ridiculously expensive boutique hotels in the entire region. The dates printed on the receipt were for the previous weekend, a specific weekend Maya explicitly told me she was going on a girls' wellness retreat with her younger sister, Sophie. The luxury suite was booked under Liam's name. The total was over $4,000. But what truly stopped my breath, what made the blood literally turn to freezing ice in my veins, was the payment method printed clearly at the bottom. The last 4 digits of the credit card printed on the receipt did not belong to Liam. I recognized those 4 specific digits instantly because I had personally set up the online banking portal for my parents years ago. It was my mother's premium high-limit credit card. I stood there frozen in my bedroom, the piece of paper trembling so violently in my hands that I could barely read the numbers anymore. Liam wasn't just sleeping with my wife. My parents were literally paying for the hotel room. I grabbed my car keys, ran out of the house into the pouring rain, and drove straight to Maya's sister's apartment. I hammered my fists on Sophie's door until she finally answered. When she saw the look of absolute murder on my face, all the color instantly drained from hers. She knew. I didn't yell. I just held up the crumpled hotel receipt, my voice terrifyingly calm, and said, "Tell me the absolute truth right now, Sophie, or I swear to God, I will subpoena your phone records during the divorce discovery process." Sophie immediately broke down, crying hysterically. She confessed absolutely everything. She told me Maya and Liam had been secretly sleeping together for over 8 months. They would constantly use her as a fake alibi. But then Sophie dropped the absolute crushing blow that destroyed me. She admitted, sobbing, that she had felt so incredibly guilty about the affair that she had secretly gone to my mother, Helen, 3 months ago, practically begging her to intervene and stop Liam from destroying my marriage. Do you know what my loving mother told Sophie? My mother told her to keep her mouth shut and mind her own business. My mother stated clearly that Liam was a highly successful man who could give Maya the luxurious life she truly deserved, and that I was just a poor scientist holding Maya back. I later discovered through a ruthless private investigator that my parents had quietly sold a valuable piece of rural family real estate they owned specifically to pad my mother's bank account so she could seamlessly fund Liam's extravagant lifestyle and his secret hotel hookups with my wife without raising flags. They literally sold family property to finance my utter destruction. I didn't sleep a single second that entire night. I sat in the pitch dark in my freezing car, staring blankly at the dashboard clock. I needed a bulletproof plan. I knew with absolute certainty that if I confronted them immediately in a blind emotional rage, they would instantly gaslight me. I needed to secure my personal finances first. I needed to keep my stable job, secure that impending promotion to director, and use the increased salary to hire the absolute best, most vicious divorce attorney in the city. The next morning, I drove to the beverage company headquarters, running on nothing but pure adrenaline and shattering heartbreak. I planned to go straight to HR to request an emergency advance on my salary. But my highly manipulative brother had vastly different plans for me. As soon as I walked through the heavy glass doors of the lobby, 2 large corporate security guards and a senior representative from HR intercepted me. They escorted me directly into the corner office of my boss, David. David wouldn't even make eye contact with me. He stared firmly down at his massive mahogany desk, sliding a thick manila folder across the polished wood. "Julian, we are letting you go," David muttered, his voice tight and rehearsed. "Effective immediately. Security will escort you to your desk to pack your personal belongings, and then you are to leave the premises." I stared at him, my mind completely short-circuiting. My performance reviews had been absolutely flawless for 2 years. David shifted extremely uncomfortably. "There have been several complaints about your general attitude and your recent mental stability. We are aggressively restructuring." It was a blatant, disgusting lie. It made absolutely zero sense until a few days later when a sympathetic coworker called me off the record. She let it slip that Liam had recently taken David out for an incredibly expensive steak dinner. Liam's massive logistics and packaging company was a major supplier to our lab. Liam had aggressively leveraged his massive corporate weight, explicitly threatening to pull a multi-million-dollar supply contract unless David fired me on the spot. Liam had boldly claimed I was mentally unstable and causing toxic drama. David, the pathetic coward that he was, gladly took the bribe and threw me straight under the bus. Liam hadn't just stolen my wife. He had systematically, maliciously orchestrated the total destruction of my career so I wouldn't have the financial resources to fight back against him in court. I was publicly escorted out of the building by security. I drove back to the townhouse, my chest incredibly tight with a cold, terrifying clarity. I walked through the front door, and there was Maya, standing right in the middle of the living room. She was zipping up a massive, expensive designer suitcase. She looked up at me, her face completely hardened, entirely void of any of the warmth or love I once foolishly believed she had for me. She looked at me like I was a disgusting stranger. "I am leaving you, Julian," she said, her voice dripping with absolute unapologetic disdain. "I am filing for divorce today. I want you out of this house by the end of the week." She didn't even try to hide the betrayal anymore. She knew I had been fired. She and Liam had planned this exact vicious sequence of events perfectly to leave me completely paralyzed, broke, and defenseless. She walked right past me, dragging her expensive luggage I now knew my own mother had paid for, and walked out the front door. Through the window, I watched her get into Liam's black Porsche idling by the curb. They just drove away. I stood there completely alone in the empty living room of a house I could no longer afford, with absolutely no job, no wife, no family, and almost nothing left in my bank account. The silence of the house was absolute, heavy, and deafening. But as I stood there in the absolute wreckage, something deep inside my soul permanently shifted. The weak, desperate Julian who constantly wanted his parents' approval died right there. I walked over to my cardboard box from work and pulled out my personal leather-bound chemistry notebook. It contained all my proprietary, unreleased, highly advanced formulas for revolutionary coffee extraction. I made a silent, unbreakable vow to myself. They thought they had buried me deep in the dirt, but they forgot one absolutely crucial thing: I was a master scientist. I knew exactly how to mix highly volatile elements to create an explosive, unstoppable reaction. I didn't need a family anymore. I needed an empire. And I was going to build it directly on top of their absolute total ruin. Update 2. The divorce process was an absolute, unmitigated bloodbath. Because I had absolutely no inheritance and no salary whatsoever thanks to Liam's malicious corporate sabotage, I was completely at their financial mercy. Maya hired the most ruthless, notoriously expensive divorce lawyer in the city. Her retainer was paid for entirely by my mother's premium credit card. I walked into that cold courtroom representing myself. Maya's lawyer systematically, ruthlessly stripped away absolutely everything I had ever worked for. They took the townhouse, citing my sudden lack of a stable salary. They took the meager, hard-earned savings we had meticulously built in our joint account. I walked out of that depressing courthouse on a freezing Tuesday morning with absolutely nothing to my name but my beat-up aging sedan and my leather-bound notebook. I was forced to move into a tiny, windowless studio apartment in the absolute worst, most dangerous part of town. The ancient radiator barely worked, and the sickening smell of stale cigarette smoke was baked permanently into the peeling wallpaper. I survived strictly on cheap ramen noodles and sheer unadulterated hatred. I swallowed my pride and took a grueling, back-breaking night shift job at a massive, incredibly dangerous industrial food processing plant. I spent my nights physically mixing heavy drums of industrial solvents from midnight to 8:00 the morning just to pay my exorbitant rent. But the absolute second I clocked out and dragged myself back to that terrible apartment, the real meaningful work began. I transformed my tiny, cramped kitchen counter into a sophisticated makeshift laboratory. I spent absolutely every single spare dime I earned on raw, high-grade specialty coffee beans and professional glass beakers. I worked until my eyes physically blurred and my calloused hands shook violently from pure exhaustion. I wasn't just brewing coffee, I was literally distilling my rage, my heartbreak, and my trauma into a tangible physical product. I engineered a cold extraction process that was vastly more complex, incredibly sophisticated, and undeniably superior to anything on the market. It yielded a concentrate so smooth and perfectly balanced it tasted like pure luxury. After 8 brutal months of relentless failure and hundreds of ruined batches, I finally cracked the perfect chemical code. I bottled the dark liquid in cheap glass vials, printed homemade minimalist labels at a local coffee shop, and called the brand Times Apex Extracts. I started aggressively peddling my product to independent boutique owners and exclusive high-end cafes across the city. I was flatly rejected 99 times. People looked at my homemade packaging and literally laughed in my face. But on the 100th try, a highly respected cafe owner in the wealthy financial district agreed to put 5 small bottles on his front counter just to get me to leave. Those 5 bottles completely sold out in 4 hours. The very next day, he frantically called me and ordered 20 more. The week after that, he demanded 100. Word of mouth spread like absolute wildfire among the city's wealthy elite. The massive, life-altering turning point came when a highly prominent, wildly successful venture capitalist named Nolan walked into that specific cafe. Nolan bought a bottle of Times Apex, immediately recognized the unprecedented quality, tracked down my personal phone number, and aggressively demanded a business meeting. I walked into his massive glass-walled corner office wearing a cheap, ill-fitting suit from a thrift store. I sat down, looked him dead in the eye, and gave him the raw, undeniable chemistry and the incredibly high profit margins of the product. Nolan was blown away. He immediately introduced me to Mr. Vance, a quiet, incredibly ruthless billionaire investor who controlled a massive private equity firm. Mr. Vance meticulously looked at my proprietary formulas, looked at the desperate burning fire in my eyes, and wrote me a massive seed funding check that fundamentally changed the entire trajectory of my life forever. He didn't just give me working capital, he gave me an entire fully operational manufacturing plant and a global distribution network. Over the next 3 grueling but triumphant years, Apex Extracts completely exploded. We launched a massive full line of premium ready-to-drink beverages and commercial concentrates. We got picked up by massive national retailers. We became the absolute fastest-growing specialty beverage brand in the entire country. I was making millions of dollars, investing heavily in prime commercial real estate, and building an impenetrable corporate fortress, all while Liam, Maya, and my parents smugly thought I was rotting away in a gutter somewhere. I intentionally used a pseudonym for the press and stayed completely off all social media. I wanted my massive new wealth to be entirely invisible. And while I was steadily, relentlessly climbing to the absolute peak of the mountain, Liam was actively, arrogantly digging his own financial grave. Liam had inherited his highly lucrative regional logistics company from his wealthy former father-in-law, from his first brief marriage, before he stole my wife. But Liam was absolutely not a competent businessman. He was a spoiled, deeply arrogant golden child who firmly believed massive success was his divine birthright. He spent his days playing expensive rounds of golf, taking 3-hour alcohol-fueled martini lunches, and aggressively micromanaging his best employees right into the ground. He actively alienated his biggest corporate clients with his insufferable ego. Within 2 short years of stealing Maya, Liam's logistics company was heavily, dangerously bleeding cash to maintain their absurdly lavish fake lifestyle, the brand new Porsche, the designer clothes, the ridiculously expensive international vacations they constantly posted online. Liam started secretly taking out massive, high-interest corporate loans from predatory lenders. He recklessly leveraged the entire infrastructure of the company. My parents, utterly, hopelessly blinded by their lifelong delusional worship of him, actually co-signed a massive secondary loan to bail him out. They voluntarily put the deed to their beloved pristine Craftsman house up as collateral. They actually genuinely believed he was just going through a temporary rough patch. I watched it all happen in real time through the meticulous, highly detailed financial reports of my expensive private investigators and my elite corporate lawyers. I knew exactly how much crippling debt they were in. I knew exactly which specific banking institutions held their toxic loans. And because I now had substantially more liquid capital than I ever knew what to do with, I legally created a complex series of anonymous corporate shell companies. Slowly, methodically, and completely legally, my shell companies began quietly buying up their massive debt portfolios. I bought the commercial loans holding Liam's failing logistics company hostage. I bought the secondary mortgage on my parents' suburban house. I became their sole anonymous, completely merciless creditor. They thought they owed money to massive, faceless banking institutions. They had absolutely no idea they owed every single red cent to the younger son they had casually thrown away like garbage. The trap was fully, perfectly set. The steel jaws were wide open. All I had to do was sit back and wait for them to run out of cash. And inevitably, they absolutely did. Liam missed 1 massive loan payment, then 2, then 3, then. The banks, acting entirely on my strict, merciless, legally binding orders, flatly refused any extensions or restructuring. We aggressively called in the entirety of the massive loans. We initiated the aggressive rapid foreclosure process on the family real estate. We completely froze the corporate assets and the payroll accounts. We completely pulled the rug out from under their fake plastic lives in a matter of 48 hours. Absolute total panic set in. My lawyers informed me that Liam had been frantically calling the holding company's main line for 3 days straight, aggressively demanding to speak to the CEO, screaming wildly about unfair business practices. Finally, after letting him sweat in absolute terror, I told my executive secretary to grant him a formal meeting. I specifically scheduled it for a rainy Tuesday afternoon. I wanted them to physically feel the bitter cold. I wanted them to step right into the trap of their own blind arrogance. And they walked right into it, completely blissfully oblivious to the absolute slaughter that was waiting for them on the 50th floor. The incredibly heavy solid mahogany doors to my massive executive boardroom are completely soundproofed. I was sitting quietly at the head of the massive 20-foot polished granite conference table. The room was intentionally dimly lit, the massive floor-to-ceiling windows right behind me casting my dark silhouette sharply against the gray, stormy sky. My lead corporate attorney stood quietly by the window, securely holding a thick black leather binder containing every single devastating financial document and asset seizure order we had meticulously prepared. The intercom buzzed. "Send them in," I said, my voice completely devoid of any emotion. The double doors swung open, pushed forcefully by Liam. He marched into the room first, his supposedly expensive suit deeply wrinkled and damp from the pouring rain outside, his face flushed an angry red with absolute arrogant indignation. Maya followed right behind him, nervously clutching a wet designer handbag, looking around the incredibly opulent boardroom with wide, fearful eyes. And then came my parents, shuffling in slowly, looking exhausted and totally terrified. They didn't look at me at first because the bright light was directly behind me. I was just a dark, imposing figure. Listen to me very carefully. Liam started shouting immediately, marching up to the table and slamming his hand down hard on the polished granite edge. "I don't care who you think you are or what kind of illegal predatory lending operation you are running. You cannot just illegally seize my corporate assets without a standard grace period. I am a highly respected businessman. I will aggressively drag your entire holding company into a massive, highly public lawsuit. My parents' real estate is totally, completely off limits. I let him finish his pathetic rant. I let the echo of his empty, desperate threats completely die out in the massive, silent room. The heavy silence stretched out for 10 agonizing, suffocating seconds. Then, I slowly leaned forward into the overhead light. I deliberately rested my elbows on the cold granite table, intertwined my fingers, and looked directly, piercingly into my older brother's eyes. "You do not have the money for a massive lawsuit, Liam," I said calmly, my voice incredibly steady, low, and cold as ice. "You do not even have the money to pay for the parking meter downstairs on the street." Liam completely, totally froze. His jaw physically dropped open. All the angry red color instantly violently drained from his face, leaving him looking like a pale, terrified ghost. He stumbled backward half a step, completely losing his balance, physically bumping into Maya. Maya let out a sharp, highly audible gasp, her trembling hand flying up to cover her mouth. She recognized me instantly. My mother, Helen, let out a strange, horrible choking sound, desperately grabbing my father's arm for physical support. My father just stared at me, his brain entirely unable to process the reality sitting in front of him. "Julian?" My mother whispered, her voice trembling so violently it physically cracked. "What? What are you doing sitting there? Where is the owner of the company?" I smiled at her. It was absolutely not a happy smile. It was the terrifying cold smile of an apex predator. "I am the owner, Mother," I said, leaning back comfortably in my expensive leather chair, savoring the absolute shock on their faces. "I am the sole owner of the holding company. I own the private equity firm that bought out your bank. Which legally means, as of 48 hours ago, I own Liam's logistics company. I own Liam's fancy Porsche. And I hold the absolute legal deed to your beautiful pristine craftsman house." "This is a joke," Liam stammered uncontrollably, shaking his head frantically in total denial. "This is a massive, sick, elaborate joke. You are a broke, pathetic flavor scientist. You got fired for being unstable. You do not have this kind of massive corporate capital." I nodded silently toward my lawyer. He stepped forward from the shadows, calmly opening the heavy leather binder, and tossed 4 incredibly thick stacks of legally binding documents directly in front of them on the granite table. The loud slap of the paper hitting the stone echoed in the room. "These are the certified legally binding financial transfer records," my attorney said, his tone entirely clinical. "My client legally acquired your outstanding corporate debt 3 months ago. He also legally acquired the secondary mortgage. You are in total catastrophic default. The foreclosure and the corporate asset seizure are entirely legal, binding, and actively being enforced by local authorities as we speak." Liam looked down at the massive stacks of papers, his hands visibly shaking as he frantically flipped through the pages. He saw his own signatures. He saw my new legal corporate name at the top. The absolute crushing reality of his complete destruction finally crashed down. "Julian, please," Maya stepped forward, stepping right in front of Liam, her voice suddenly entirely different. Gone was the absolute disdain and cruelty she showed me the day she packed her bags. Now, she sounded incredibly sweet, highly desperate, actively trying to manufacture fake tears. "You absolutely do not have to do this to us. We are family. We made mistakes. Terrible mistakes, but we can fix this. We can work out a payment plan." I looked at her, searching my own soul and feeling absolutely nothing but total indifference. "You made a very clear choice, Maya. You boldly chose the man with the Porsche. But you foolishly forgot that a car is just metal, and metal eventually rusts. You backed the wrong horse, and now you have to walk." My mother violently pushed past Maya, real terrified tears streaming rapidly down her wrinkled face. "Julian, sweetheart, my beautiful baby boy. Please, you absolutely cannot take our family home. We have lived there for 30 years. All your precious childhood memories are in that house. You can severely punish Liam if you want, but do not punish your own loving parents. We love you so much." I stood up slowly, planting both of my hands firmly on the table, leaning aggressively over the granite to look my mother dead in her terrified eyes. "Childhood memories?" I asked, keeping my voice dangerously low. "You mean the precious memory of you sitting in your kitchen telling Sophie that I was a pathetic loser holding Maya back? You mean the heartwarming memory of you secretly selling your valuable rural real estate specifically to fund your favorite son's expensive hotel room so he could comfortably sleep with my wife behind my back? You actively, intentionally financed my absolute destruction, Mother. You handed them the knife, paid for the blade, and happily watched them stab me. Do not you dare stand in my boardroom and try to use the word love." My father suddenly yelled, desperately trying to summon some pathetic patriarchal authority. "You are being incredibly vindictive and cruel, Julian. Blood is thicker than water. You must forgive your family." "You are right, Richard," I shot back instantly, calling him by his first name for the very first time in my entire life, watching him flinch at the disrespect. "Blood is much thicker. It is messier, and it permanently stains everything it touches. You consciously chosen Liam over me since the day I was born. So now you get to fully live with him. You get to figure out exactly how to survive in the real world when the golden child permanently loses all his gold. Liam suddenly lunged forward with a feral scream, aggressively grabbing the heavy legal documents and violently tearing them in half, throwing the shredded pieces across the boardroom. "I will fight you to the bitter end," he screamed, spit flying from his mouth. "I will hire every single ruthless lawyer in this state. I will completely destroy you." "With what money?" I asked quietly. That simple question stopped him cold in his tracks. He froze, his hands still raised in the air. "Your corporate payroll accounts are entirely frozen," I explained slowly. "Your personal premium credit cards are completely maxed out and deactivated. Your house is currently being padlocked by the county sheriff's department as we speak. You are completely, utterly destitute. You are exactly where you intentionally left me 3 years ago. The only difference is I had the incredible brains and the massive drive to build an empire out of absolutely nothing. You do not even know how to make your own cup of coffee without paying someone else to do it. Make sad." I pressed the intercom button firmly. "Security, we are entirely finished here. Please promptly escort these 4 individuals off the premises. If they resist, call the police, and have them formally arrested for trespassing." As the security guards walked swiftly into the room, Maya started sobbing hysterically, sinking to her knees on the expensive carpet. My mother was wailing loudly, grabbing my father's jacket. Liam just stood there, completely paralyzed, staring at me like he was looking at the actual devil himself. "Get out of my building," I said firmly, turning my back to them completely and looking out the massive window at the pouring rain. "And never ever try to contact me again." The immediate fallout from that boardroom meeting was completely absolute and shockingly fast. The entire fragile, debt-ridden structure of their fake lives completely disintegrated into dust within days. The bank officially seized Liam's logistics company the very next morning, locking the doors and liquidating the physical assets. The shiny Porsche was aggressively towed right out of his driveway by the repo men before noon while his wealthy neighbors watched. My parents were formally legally evicted from their beloved pristine house by the end of the week. The absolute humiliation of the entire neighborhood actively watching the armed sheriff enforce the foreclosure notice broke my mother completely. She became a total social pariah overnight. They were forced to move into a cramped, depressing 2-bedroom apartment in a highly dangerous neighborhood. To pay the new rent, my father was forced to take a grueling minimum wage night shift job as a security guard at a local drafty warehouse. But the absolute most poetic, mind-blowing twist of pure karma, the massive secondary explosion that completely vaporized whatever tiny shred was left of Liam's fragile sanity, happened about a month later. I was sitting quietly in my office when my private unlisted cell phone rang. It was Sophie, Maya's younger sister. Her voice was highly frantic and filled with a dark, twisted kind of amusement. "Julian," she said, "you are absolutely not going to believe what just happened. After everything they did to you, you deserve to know." Sophie quickly explained that about 8 months ago, Maya had excitedly publicly announced she was pregnant. Liam had been insufferably proud, aggressively bragging to everyone at the country club about his impending fatherhood. Maya had given birth to a baby boy exactly 2 weeks after my hostile corporate takeover officially stripped them of all their money. The extreme suffocating stress of losing the luxury lifestyle had caused a massive violent fracture in their already toxic relationship. Liam, terrified and broke, violently demanded to know how they were going to afford raising a child when they could barely afford groceries. In the middle of a massive screaming match in their tiny, newly rented apartment, Maya finally snapped under the pressure and confessed the ultimate, devastating truth. The baby wasn't Liam's. During the last year, while Liam was busy arrogantly running his company into the ground, Maya had gotten incredibly bored. She had started sleeping with her expensive, highly muscular personal trainer at the luxury gym Liam was paying thousands of dollars a month for. She had intentionally lied about the paternity, actively planning to trap Liam into funding her wealthy lifestyle forever. But now that Liam was totally broke, the new baby was nothing but a massive financial anchor, and she maliciously threw the painful truth right in his face just to hurt him. The woman he utterly destroyed his own younger brother to steal had done the exact same horrifying thing to him. Liam completely, totally lost his mind. He physically destroyed the small apartment in a blind feral rage, throwing furniture through the windows. The police were called by terrified neighbors. Maya immediately filed a massive restrictive restraining order against him. A quick DNA test proved he wasn't the biological father. He was publicly, brutally, completely humiliated. Everyone in their elite social circle found out the sordid details. Liam was left with absolutely nothing, no company, no money, no fancy cars, no wife, no child, and a totally ruined professional reputation. The last I heard, he was working as a low-level minimum wage dispatcher for a cheap trucking company, living in a rented filthy room, drinking cheap beer, and aggressively blaming everyone else in the world for his massive failures. My parents tried to desperately reach out to me a few times, sending pathetic handwritten letters begging for forgiveness and asking for cash loans. I simply handed them to my assistant and told her to put them directly into the industrial shredder. They made their choice a long time ago. Now they get to choke on the absolute reality of who their golden child really is. Walking away from the absolute wreckage of my old life, leaving them crying in that boardroom, was the most incredibly liberating feeling I have ever experienced. I established an impenetrable titanium boundary. The very next day, I legally dropped my father's last name entirely. I went to the county courthouse and officially changed my legal last name to Apex. I was no longer the unwanted, unloved son of a pathetic, toxic family. I was the absolute master of my own destiny. About a year after the boardroom confrontation, I attended a highly exclusive charity gala I was personally sponsoring. That is where I finally met Elena. Elena was an independent commercial architect, incredibly smart, sharp-witted, and wildly passionate about her career. We started talking casually, and I was instantly captivated. For our first few weeks of dating, I intentionally didn't tell her about my massive wealth. We just went to quiet local coffee shops and walked through city parks. She fell deeply in love with Julian the man, not Julian the billionaire CEO. When I finally brought her to my massive penthouse and explained my business empire, she genuinely didn't care about the money. She cared about the intense drive and the incredible resilience it took to build it. She was the complete total opposite of Maya in every conceivable way. We are officially getting married next spring. We are actively planning a very small, incredibly private wedding in a beautiful secluded botanical garden. There will be absolutely no toxic relatives invited. By family, I exclusively mean the family we have actively, carefully chosen. We are also actively talking about starting a family of our own soon. I have already set up a massive ironclad trust fund for our future children. But vastly more importantly, I have made a sacred unbreakable vow to myself. I will never ever treat one child differently than another. I will give them the unconditional fierce love and protection that I was completely denied by my own parents. Looking back at the absolute nightmare I survived, I realized something incredibly profound. I used to desperately wish that none of it had ever happened. But sitting here today, looking out at the massive city I completely conquered, holding Elena's hand, I wouldn't change a single agonizing second of it. The absolute unforgiving cruelty of my parents and the sickening betrayal of my brother and my wife did not destroy me like they planned. It forged me. It violently burned away every single ounce of weakness inside my soul, leaving behind nothing but unbreakable, hardened steel. They arrogantly tried to bury me deep in the dirt so Liam could shine brighter. But they didn't realize I was a seed. And from that dark dirt, I grew into a massive towering tree that now completely blocks out their sun. Top comments. User 1. The fact that your mom literally sold family real estate to fund your wife's hotel hookups with your brother is the most diabolical, evil thing I've ever read on this app. Buying their debt and foreclosing on them was the ultimate chef's kiss of karma. You didn't just burn the bridge, you nuked the entire city. User 2. Liam finding out the baby was the personal trainer's right after losing his entire company is proof that the universe has a sense of humor. Maya really thought she secured the bag, only to find out the bag was empty and on fire. Glad you found Elena and built a real life, OP. User 3. I actually gasped out loud when you told Liam he couldn't even afford the parking meter downstairs. The level of meticulous planning it took to buy up their debt through shell companies is insane. You literally became a supervillain to the people who created you, and I am 100% here for it. My mother demanded I give my sister $450,000 of my inheritance to even things out. I said no. So she sued me and accidentally exposed her golden child's fraud. My sister stood in the middle of my grandfather's living room, pointing at the walls he built with his bare hands, and told her wedding planner to tear them all down for a better reception flow. So I kicked them both off my property, revoked her invitation, and let her own greedy lawsuit expose her financial frauds to her fiancé, leaving her with absolutely nothing. I never thought money could instantly vaporize a family, but looking back, the rot was always there. It just took my grandfather's death to pull back the curtain. 6 months ago, my grandfather, Arthur Harrington, passed away. He was an absolute titan of a man. He built his commercial construction business from literally nothing but a rusted toolbox and an unrelenting work ethic. He was a man of calloused hands, smelling perpetually of fresh pine sawdust, strong black coffee, and old motor oil. He taught me everything I know about integrity, showing up on time, and doing the job right even when no one is watching. When I was just 15 years old, instead of letting me sleep in and play video games, he started dragging me out of bed at 5 a.m. to take me to his active job sites every single summer. He taught me the trade from the ground up, sweeping floors, carrying lumber, framing walls, and eventually managing crews. By the time I turned 18, I was working full-time for his company while grinding through community college business classes at night. I didn't have a traditional college experience. I had early mornings, sore muscles, and the quiet pride of building a life with my own 2 hands. My younger sister, Chloe, who is now 26, took an entirely different path. Our mother, Brenda, 55, always treated Chloe like a fragile piece of porcelain that needed to be protected from the harsh realities of the world. Chloe went to an outrageously expensive private university out of state. My parents took out massive loans to facilitate this, and Chloe decided to study art history. She spent her college summers backpacking through Europe with her wealthy sorority friends, finding herself in Parisian cafes and Italian vineyards. She visited Grandpa Arthur maybe twice a year, and miraculously, those visits always perfectly aligned with holidays, birthdays, or the start of a new semester when she needed a little financial boost. I am not judging her choices, or at least, I tried not to for a very long time. We were just fundamentally different people living in entirely different realities. The bomb dropped when Grandpa's will was formally read in his attorney's mahogany-lined office. Grandpa left me his lake house in Maine. Now, you need to understand, this isn't just a dilapidated fishing shack. It is a stunning, sprawling 4-bedroom, custom-built timber cabin sitting on 10 pristine acres of dense forest with exclusive, private deep-water lake access. It was his masterpiece, worth approximately $900,000 in the current market. To Chloe, he left $60,000 in liquid cash and his collection of vintage, restored watches that were appraised at roughly $35,000. The entire remainder of his substantial estate was systematically divided among various local charities and trade school scholarship funds he had supported throughout his life. The will included a sealed, handwritten letter explaining his precise reasoning. For me, he wrote page after page about our shared memories at that lake house. He wrote about teaching me to fish off the very dock we spent an entire summer rebuilding together when I was 16. He wrote about my first clumsy attempts at carpentry on the back porch. His exact words were, "I want this property to stay firmly in the hands of someone who understands its true, bleeding value beyond a dollar sign. A house is just wood and stone until you pour your sweat into it. Liam knows the sweat." For Chloe, his letter was much shorter but still kind. He mentioned being proud of her artistic passions and explicitly stated he hoped the $60,000 cash injection would help her finally establish her career and wipe out some of her debts. My mother, Brenda, went absolutely nuclear. She didn't just disagree, she launched a crusade. She started calling me 4, sometimes 5 times a day, her voice shrill and demanding, insisting that generational family wealth must inherently benefit all children equally, completely regardless of what the person who actually earned the money intended. She aggressively argued that Grandpa Arthur was a toxic, old-fashioned misogynist who played favorites simply because I am male and chose to work in the dirt and mud like him. She demanded, not asked, demanded that I immediately list the Maine lake house for sale and split the $900,000 proceeds right down the middle with Chloe. Here is where my initial guilt and conflict came in. I genuinely loved my sister. Despite our massive differences, we had always maintained a close, if superficial, relationship. Chloe herself hadn't directly screamed at me for the money yet, but she had started making extremely passive-aggressive, calculated comments. She'd sigh loudly at family dinners, mentioning how incredibly lucky I was, and how a massive cash windfall from the house could literally solve every single problem in her life. She is currently drowning in about $85,000 of combined student loans and high-interest credit card debt from her lifestyle. My mother then decided to weaponize the extended family. At a tense Sunday dinner, my aunt pointed her fork at me and called me a selfish, greedy opportunist. My uncle loudly proclaimed I was spitting on traditional family values. They created an echo chamber, all aggressively chanting that Grandpa would have wanted us to take care of each other, and that keeping the entire property made me a monster. But the absolute truth is, I don't want to sell it, period. Beyond the immense, crushing sentimental value, my wife Maya and I have been desperately trying to plan for our future. We want to start a family. We dream of our future children spending their humid July afternoons jumping off that exact same dock, just like I did. Currently, Maya and I live in a cramped, noisy, 2-bedroom apartment in New York City. This Maine property represents a future, a sanctuary, that we could never, ever afford to purchase on our own. My mother's latest shifting argument is that I already have a highly stable, lucrative career. I successfully run my own mid-sized commercial construction firm now. Meanwhile, Chloe is 26 and still struggling to find her true path. She works a meager 15 hours a week at a boutique art gallery and occasionally writes freelance blog posts that pay pennies. Brenda says it is my biological duty as the older, successful brother to even out the scales of the universe. I desperately tried to offer olive branches. I told Chloe she could use the lake house absolutely whenever she wanted for free vacations. I offered to personally pay for her flights up there. I told her she could have her future wedding on the property entirely free of charge. I even offered to dip into my own personal savings to help her aggressively tackle the high-interest portion of her credit card debt, but Brenda shut it down. She told me my offers were insulting crumbs. She formally demanded I either sell the property and give Chloe $450,000, or I personally take out a massive mortgage and buy Chloe out for $450,000 cash. Reddit, AITA for refusing to sell my grandfather's lake house, even though it undeniably created a massively unequal inheritance split between my sister and me. Edit to clarify some recurring questions in the comments. Yes, the will was absolutely, 100% properly executed with impartial witnesses and a high-end estate lawyer. Grandpa Arthur was thoroughly evaluated by his primary care physician and a geriatric specialist just 2 months before finalizing the will, specifically to prevent my mother from trying to challenge it. The deed to the house has already been legally, fully transferred into my name. I hold the title insurance. I am not worried about the legal mechanics, I am just mourning the total destruction of my family. Update 1. Posted 3 weeks later. Well, everything escalated with terrifying speed. First, thank you to every single person who responded to my original post. The overwhelming consensus was that I was NTA and that I needed to honor my grandfather's dying wishes without guilt. I felt deeply validated reading your comments, but a naive, stupid part of me was still desperately hoping to find a peaceful, loving resolution with my family. That hope was violently murdered this past weekend. Let me back up. After my original post, I sat down and had a very long, seemingly emotional FaceTime conversation with Chloe. She cried a little, admitted she was deeply hurt by the disparity of the will, but explicitly stated she understood Grandpa's reasoning. We virtually hugged it out. I reiterated every single one of my previous offers: free vacations, the wedding venue, helping with the debt, and I even added that when she was finally ready to buy a starter condo, I would personally gift her $10,000 toward her down payment. She seemed genuinely, profoundly grateful. I thought the war was over. My mother, however, strapped on her armor and doubled down. She created a toxic family group chat literally titled Fairness for Chloe. She spent her days flooding this chat with passive-aggressive psychology articles about how inheritance inequality breeds resentment and destroys sibling bonds. I quietly muted the chat for my own sanity, but my wife Maya would occasionally check it and show me the most deranged highlights. Brenda was methodically building a narrative that I was a manipulative, calculating sociopath who had spent years slowly poisoning a sick old man's mind against his own sweet granddaughter. Then, last Thursday, Chloe called me. She was practically vibrating with excitement. Her boyfriend of 3 years, Ethan, had finally proposed. I was genuinely thrilled for her. I immediately reminded her of my offer. The main lake house was completely hers to use for the wedding. She squealed with joy, thanking me profusely, and immediately started rambling about planning a rustic, elegant, lakeside summer wedding for next June. Fast forward to Sunday morning, Maya and I packed up our truck and drove the 5 hours up to the main lake house for a long weekend. The property desperately needed maintenance. Grandpa had been severely ill for the last 2 years of his life, and the harsh Maine winters had neglected the exterior. We pulled into the long, gravel driveway and immediately hit the brakes. There were 3 unfamiliar cars parked on my property. One was Chloe's SUV, one was Ethan's sedan, and the third was a massive, pristine white Sprinter van with pink cursive lettering on the side, Evergreen Elegance Wedding Planning. Feeling a knot of dread in my stomach, Maya and I walked through the front door. We found Chloe standing in the center of the main living room, gesturing wildly while showing a woman with a clipboard around my house like she was the sole proprietor. They were actively discussing knocking down walls. If we just remove this entire load-bearing wall here, Chloe was saying, pointing to the exact wall Grandpa and I had spent 3 weeks framing and reinforcing, it will really open up the flow for the cocktail hour. And obviously, this dated, ugly kitchen has to be completely gutted before the caterers can use it. The wedding planner was nodding enthusiastically, snapping photos on her iPad and taking laser measurements of my ceilings. I cleared my throat loudly. What exactly is happening here? Chloe spun around, beaming a completely fake, plastic smile. Liam, perfect timing. I'm just getting a head start on planning the big day at Our Times Family Lake House. Notice the pronoun, our. The wedding planner eagerly stepped forward, handing me a glossy business card. You must be the brother. I am so incredibly excited to transform this hidden, outdated gem into a premier luxury venue for Chloe. I felt my blood pressure spike. I pulled Chloe roughly into the hallway, away from the planner. Chloe, what the hell are you doing? I offered to let you host your wedding here. I didn't offer to let you demolish my house. This is my property, not a shared family asset. Chloe's fake smile vanished, replaced by an eye roll so hard I thought she'd sprain something. Oh, come on, Liam, stop being so dramatic. We both know Mom is completely right. This place should legally belong to both of us. You owe me this. I'm just planning my wedding at my family's estate. That is the exact moment Maya tapped me on the shoulder and silently held up her phone. She was showing me Chloe's Instagram page. Chloe had posted a photo of the lake house 45 minutes prior. The caption read, "Can't wait to marry my soulmate at our family's sprawling historic lake property. Number lake house wedding, number, family estate number, generational wealth, number, blessed." I saw red. I turned to Chloe, my voice dangerously calm. Everyone needs to pack their things and leave my property right now. Chloe immediately burst into theatrical, heaving sobs. She started screaming that I was an abusive monster ruining her engagement joy, that I was being a controlling tyrant over a house I didn't even pay a single dime for. Ethan came rushing out of the kitchen, trying to play the mediator. He held his hands up, saying, "Whoa, guys, let's just all calm down and discuss these renovations like a family." The wedding planner, realizing she had walked into a radioactive family war zone, looked absolutely mortified. She gathered her equipment, mumbled an apology, and practically sprinted to her van. Chloe, sobbing hysterically, pulled out her phone and called Brenda. Our mother lives over an hour away from the lake house, but she somehow pulled into the driveway in 45 minutes. She must have been doing 90 down the interstate. Brenda threw the front door open, marching in like a conquering general. She didn't even look at Maya. She immediately cornered me and started viciously berating me for emotionally traumatizing Chloe on what was supposed to be the most magical planning day of her life. The argument that followed was the ugliest thing I have ever experienced. Brenda screamed that Grandpa Arthur's brain was rotting from dementia when he wrote the will. Chloe shrieked that I had systematically isolated and manipulated a vulnerable, dying old man just to steal her half of the money. Brenda threatened to hire a pitbull lawyer and contest the will to drag me through the mud. Chloe dropped to the floor, sobbing that I was maliciously stealing her dream wedding venue just to watch her suffer. But the absolute breaking point the moment the bridge burned forever was when my mother pointed a manicured finger at my wife. "And you?" Brenda spat at Maya. "You're nothing but a pathetic little gold digger who finally hit the jackpot, manipulating my son into stealing from his own flesh and blood." I lost my mind. Maya grew up bouncing between abusive foster homes. She worked 3 grueling, back-breaking jobs simultaneously just to put herself through nursing school. She has never asked me for a single penny. In fact, when we got engaged, Maya Times was the one who insisted we sign a strict prenuptial agreement just to completely prove to my family that she wasn't marrying me for my business assets. I stepped between my mother and my wife, pointing at the open front door. "Get out. Get off my property right now, or I am calling the county sheriff and having you all arrested and charged with criminal trespassing." Chloe screamed that I couldn't legally ban her from her own rightful inheritance. Brenda told me, her voice dripping with venom, that I was dead to her unless I immediately signed over half the deed. They finally left, tires spinning angrily in the gravel. But not before Chloe sat in the passenger seat of Ethan's car and recorded a tearful, devastated video for Facebook. She cried into the camera about how her cruel, greedy millionaire brother was aggressively gatekeeping the family estate and actively trying to ruin her wedding out of pure spite. By the time the sun went down, the post had gone completely viral within our extended family network. My phone practically melted from the notifications. I received dozens of furious text messages from aunts, uncles, and cousins calling me heartless, a sociopath, and a disgrace to Grandpa Arthur's legacy. Maya and I spent the rest of the weekend in absolute, heavy silence. We patched the rotting wood on the dock, the rhythmic sound of the hammer the only thing keeping me sane. Later that night, I found myself standing in the living room, staring at a framed photo of Grandpa Arthur, quietly apologizing to him for the disgusting circus his beautiful sanctuary had become. I have officially, in writing, revoked my offer to host Chloe's wedding. I called a local security firm and spent $2,000 having high-end, motion sensor security cameras installed around the entire perimeter. I completely changed all the heavy deadbolt locks, because I discovered Chloe had secretly made unauthorized copies of the spare key years ago. My best friend, who is a corporate attorney, told me to start a physical binder and document every single interaction, text, and threat, because people like this always escalate. The Fairness for Chloe group chat has become a war room. Cousins I haven't spoken to in a decade are writing paragraphs about my lack of morality. However, my dad, who divorced Brenda 10 years ago specifically because of her toxic, narcissistic behavior, sent me a private text. It read, "I am so damn proud of you for standing your ground, son. Arthur would be too. Don't give them an inch." That text broke me. I sat on the floor of the bedroom and sobbed. I love my sister, but the person who stood in my living room demanding to tear down my grandfather's walls is a stranger. My mother has always been controlling, but this level of psychotic manipulation is entirely new territory. I am starting to realize I never actually knew the people I grew up with. Update 2, posted 2 months later. I genuinely never thought I would be back on this forum with another update. I thought the worst was behind me. I was wrong. The situation has mutated into a nightmare beyond anything my brain could have possibly comprehended. Grab a drink, because this is going to be a very long, very dark ride. Following the overwhelming advice from Reddit and my attorney friend, I went extremely low contact with Brenda and Chloe. I didn't block their numbers. I needed to monitor their crazy, but I heavily restricted their access to all my social media and only responded to logistical emergencies. For about 3 blissful weeks, the silence was golden. I should have known the silence meant they were plotting. It started innocently enough with a thick, certified letter arriving at my office. It wasn't a lawsuit yet. It was a formal, aggressive legal request for binding mediation to resolve the unfair and fraudulent distribution of the Harrington estate. The letter, drafted by some strip mall lawyer they found, outlined a completely fabricated narrative. It claimed my grandfather was heavily medicated, suffering from severe cognitive decline, and that I exerted undue, coercive influence over him. It demanded equal treatment for the grandchildren. I immediately forwarded the letter to the powerhouse estate attorney who originally handled Grandpa's will. He called me 10 minutes later. He actually laughed out loud on the phone. He told me it was the most pathetic, legally baseless fishing expedition he had seen in his 30-year career. He then proudly laid out the armor Grandpa had built for me. Grandpa's file didn't just have a will. It contained a comprehensive, psychiatric medical evaluation conducted by an independent specialist exactly 48 hours before the will was signed, definitively legally confirming his total mental competency. It contained a high-definition video recording of Grandpa sitting in the office, looking straight into the camera, calmly and rationally explaining exactly why he was leaving the lake house to me and the cash to Chloe. It contained signed, sworn affidavits from 2 independent witnesses, his primary doctor, and his CPA, all confirming zero undue influence. My lawyer told me Brenda and Chloe were just rattling sabers, desperately hoping I would be terrified of public family drama and just hand over a massive settlement check to make them go away. He was right about the motive, but wrong about how far they would go. 2 days after I ignored the mediation letter, Chloe physically ambushed me at my commercial construction office. She showed up with Ethan and a brand new, sleazy-looking lawyer. But it was Chloe's appearance that shocked me. She was wearing what I can only describe as a meticulously crafted sympathy costume. My sister, who refuses to check the mail without full contour makeup and designer clothes, showed up wearing no makeup, her hair deliberately messy and unwashed. Wearing an oversized, wrinkled, faded sweater. She looked like she was auditioning for a Sarah McLachlan commercial. Her new lawyer handed me a thick, bound document. They weren't just asking for half the lake house value anymore. They had completely lost their minds. The document was an itemized list of psychotic demands. 1. 50% of the newly appraised lake house value, $450,000. 2. Emotional distress damages for being forcibly excluded from the family property, $100,000. 3. Reimbursement for her suddenly ruined wedding venue deposits and emergency venue changes, $60,000. 4. Total coverage of Chloe's massive student loan debt, claiming I only avoided debt because I got the unfair educational advantage of working for Grandpa, $85,000. Total demand, $695,000. I stared at the paper. I looked at the lawyer. I looked at Chloe's fake, tragic face, and I burst out laughing. I couldn't stop. It was so absurd it became comedy. This was apparently the wrong response. Chloe immediately started hyperventilating, bursting into loud, theatrical wails about how I was a sadist who enjoyed watching her starve. Ethan wrapped his arms around her, shooting me a glare of pure unadulterated hatred. The lawyer leaned forward and used his slimy voice. Mr. Harrington, this is an incredibly generous compromise offer to avoid a very long, very messy, very public trial that will destroy your business reputation. I stopped laughing. I stood up, opened my office door, and said, "Get out of my building before I have you all trespassed." Chloe's hyperventilating tears miraculously vanished in less than a second. Her face hardened into a mask of pure malice. She walked past me and hissed directly into my ear, "You are going to deeply regret this, Liam. Mom was right. You're a monster." The mask had fully slipped. That evening, I discovered exactly what her revenge looked like. Chloe had launched a GoFundMe campaign titled, "Help Me Fight for My Dying Grandfather's Stolen Legacy." The campaign description was an absolute masterclass in sociopathic manipulation. I have it memorized. It read, "My name is Chloe Harrington, and I am shattered to share my nightmare. When my beloved, ailing grandfather passed away, my family made a horrifying discovery. In his final, confused months, he supposedly left our family's historic, generational lake house worth nearly $1 million solely to my older brother. This was a devastating shock, as Grandpa always promised the estate would be a shared sanctuary for our future children. I firmly believe my grandfather was heavily pressured and manipulated in his final, vulnerable days. My brother, who controlled Grandpa's business, isolated him while I was away at college pursuing the education Grandpa always dreamed I would get. Now, I am drowning in crippling student debt, facing the cancellation of my wedding, while my brother hoards a $1 million luxury estate. All I desperately want is fairness. I want to buy a modest home, pay off my education, and honor what I know in my soul were my grandfather's true dying wishes. Please help me raise funds for the legal fees to fight this elder abuse and secure justice for my family." She set the legal fee goal at $60,000. Within 48 hours, she had raised over $9,000. It was mostly from distant extended family members, old high school friends, and community members who only knew her manufactured, tearful side of the story. The comments on the donation page made me physically sick. Liam should be locked in a cage. Greedy, toxic men always try to violently push women out of generational wealth. Elder abuse is a horrific crime. I hope you put him in prison, Chloe. Your poor grandpa would be weeping in heaven seeing what his son did. Against my lawyer's strict advice, the sheer injustice of it made me snap. I created an account and posted a single, highly detailed comment on the GoFundMe. Fact 1. The will is legally ironclad and supported by independent psychiatric medical evaluations proving full competency. Fact 2. Chloe received $60,000 in liquid cash and $35,000 in vintage valuables. Fact 3. I offered Chloe free, unlimited use of the house and offered to pay for her wedding. Fact 4. The inheritance differences reflect the fact that I spent 10 years physically working for his company, while Chloe visited twice a year. Stop scamming people. My comment was deleted by the campaign organizer, Chloe, in exactly 4 minutes, and she instantly blocked my IP address from commenting again. Then came the coordinated social media carpet bombing. Chloe started posting highly edited, nostalgic throwback photos of her sitting on Grandpa's lap when she was 6 years old, with captions like, "I miss your light every single day, Papa. I promise I won't let him destroy what you built." Noticeably, she couldn't post any photos from the last 10 years, because she was literally never around to take any. Brenda mobilized her army of bored, middle-aged suburban friends. She started posting massive Facebook essays about the patriarchal sickness of inheritance inequality and how families protect male abusers. She created a hashtag, #Justice for Chloe. Local mommy bloggers and micro-influencers started sharing it. Then, a regional online news outlet actually picked up the story. The headline read, "Local woman fights for fair inheritance after grandfather mysteriously leaves $1 million estate to brother." The journalist had only interviewed Chloe and Brenda. When I frantically called the publication to provide the medical records and the actual truth, the editor coldly told me they were focusing on the human interest narrative of women fighting systemic inheritance disenfranchisement. They completely omitted the fact that Chloe had inherited $95,000 in cash and assets. The real-world pressure became suffocating. My commercial construction company's Google and Yelp pages were suddenly review-bombed with hundreds of fake one-star reviews calling me a thief, a misogynist, and an elder abuser. But the line they crossed that meant total war was when they targeted Maya. Maya works as a pediatric nurse at a massive city hospital. Last Wednesday, someone we suspect Brenda walked into the hospital and left 50 printed flyers of Chloe's GoFundMe page scattered across the nurses' break room tables, the cafeteria, and taped to bathroom mirrors. Scrawled across the top in thick red marker were the words, "Is this the monster your coworker Maya is married to?" Maya called me from a supply closet, sobbing. Several of her coworkers had started treating her with cold suspicion. One senior nurse actually pulled her aside and asked, completely seriously, if Maya felt guilty wearing scrubs while living off stolen elder money. That Friday, desperately needing an escape from the psychological torture, Maya and I drove up to the main lake house. As we turned onto the dirt road leading to our driveway, my headlights illuminated something that made my blood freeze. Stabbed deep into the front lawn was a massive, "Professional Real Estate for Sale" sign. I slammed the truck into park and sprinted toward the house. There was a strange SUV in the driveway. I unlocked the front door to find a local real estate agent standing in my kitchen, showing the property to a wealthy-looking older couple. "What the hell are you doing in my house?" I roared. The agent looked terrified. "Excuse me? I'm showing the property." The owner, Chloe Harrington, signed an agreement with my brokerage yesterday to aggressively fast-track the sale. Chloe had forged my grandfather's old stationery, pretended the house was still in probate, and authorized a listing. I had to pull up the county tax records on my phone, show my physical ID, and explicitly threaten the agent with a lawsuit for breaking and entering before they finally scrambled out the door. That night, Maya and I sat on the edge of the wooden dock, our feet dangling over the black water. I was shaking with pure, unadulterated rage. I realized I couldn't just defend myself anymore. I had to utterly destroy their narrative. I went up to the attic to search for old property blueprints. Instead, I found a dusty, heavy cardboard box tucked behind the insulation. Inside were Grandpa Arthur's journals. He had kept meticulous, daily diaries for 40 years. I sat on the floor with a flashlight and began reading. The entries regarding Chloe weren't just sad, they were a damning, chronological record of her lifelong selfishness. I digitized every single page. The 14th of August 2018, Chloe's 21st birthday today. Sent her a card and a $1,000 check. She cashed it by 2 p.m. No phone call to say thank you. Beginning to think she only sees me as an ATM. The 4th of July 2020, invited Chloe up to the lake for the weekend. Told her I wasn't feeling well and would love the company. She texted saying she was too busy with summer classes. An hour later, Liam showed me her Instagram. She's at a massive beach house party in the Hamptons drinking champagne. My heart hurts. The 12th of October 2021, Chloe called crying. Said she couldn't afford her textbooks and might fail. Wire transferred her $800. 2 days later, Brenda bragged to me that Chloe just bought a new $1,200 Prada bag. I am done enabling this. To the 3rd of March 2023, 2 months before he died. Met with the estate lawyer today. Finalized the will. The lawyer asked if I was sure about limiting Chloe to cash. I am. She doesn't love the lake house. She loves what she can sell it for. The lake must go to someone who sees it as a home, not a bank account. Liam has earned this 10 times over. That final entry was dated during the exact window Brenda publicly claimed he was suffering from extreme dementia. I am meeting with my ruthless new litigation attorney tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. I am completely done trying to preserve a relationship with vampires who only see dollar signs where memories should be. Grandpa didn't just leave me a piece of real estate. He left me a sanctuary, a reminder of what actual, unconditional family looks like. Brenda and Chloe made their choice. They chose greed over family, lies over truth, and manipulation over love. I will update this post one last time after the legal nuclear bomb drops. Final update, posted 4 months after the last. This will be my absolute final update. I have hesitated for weeks to write this because hitting post means fully accepting that the family I grew up with is permanently, irreparably dead. But I owe closure to the thousands of you who followed this nightmare. And honestly, I need to write this to purge the last of the poison from my system. The day after my last post, my litigation attorney and I went on the offensive. We drafted a massive, terrifyingly comprehensive cease and desist letter and had it served simultaneously to both Chloe and Brenda via process servers at their respective homes. The legal document exhaustively detailed their crimes. 1. Severe defamation of character. 2. Tortious interference with my business, the fake reviews. 3. Wire fraud, the GoFundMe campaign, built on verifiable lies. 4. Attempted real estate fraud, the fake listing. 5. Intentional infliction of emotional distress, the hospital harassment of Maya. We demanded the absolute, immediate cessation of all defamatory social media posts, a complete takedown of the GoFundMe with mandatory refunds issued to every single donor, a public written retraction of their false claims, and zero further contact with my wife or me outside of formal legal channels. Chloe's response came exactly 48 hours later. She didn't hire a lawyer. She didn't back down. Instead, she set up her ring light, sat on the floor of her expensive apartment surrounded by crumpled tissues, and went live on Facebook. She sobbed hysterically to her thousands of viewers about how her abusive, millionaire, corporate contractor brother was now using his massive wealth to legally terrorize and silence her. She literally compared herself to David fighting Goliath. She claimed I was weaponizing the legal system to oppress a struggling artist. The live video exploded. It went viral across our entire state. The hashtag #StandWithChloe trended locally. Local news stations ran B-roll footage of my construction company's logo while talking about corporate bullying. The actual truth didn't matter to the public anymore. The tragic, underdog narrative was too juicy to ignore. What Chloe, in her infinite narcissism, failed to realize was that by taking the fight completely public and continuing to defame me after a legal warning, she made every single piece of private evidence fair game. My lawyer had explicitly warned them. They called our bluff. We didn't bluff. Within 24 hours, my attorney and I launched a beautifully designed, SEO-optimized public website titled, thetruthAboutTheHarringtonEstate.com. We didn't use hyperbole. We just posted raw, undeniable data. We posted the full, unredacted will, including Grandpa's deeply emotional letter. We posted the certified medical competency evaluation signed by 2 doctors. We embedded the high-definition video of Grandpa Arthur calmly and articulately explaining exactly why Chloe was only getting cash because she treats family like a bank. We posted high-res scans of Grandpa's private journals, highlighting the exact dates Chloe lied to him to extract money while partying. We posted the official probate accounting showing Chloe had already received $95,000 in liquid assets. We posted a brutal side-by-side collage. Screenshots of Chloe's GoFundMe claiming she was starving and drowning in debt, placed right next to screenshots from her public Instagram showing her buying designer bags, eating at Michelin star restaurants, and taking luxury vacations during that exact same time frame. We posted the undeniable proof from the financial discovery process that 40% of her crippling student loan debt was actually just maxed out credit cards from high-end retail shopping sprees. But the absolute kill shot, the piece of evidence that ended her entire life, was a series of text messages we legally obtained via subpoena during the initial discovery phase of her threatened lawsuit. It was a text thread between Chloe and her best friend, sent the night after she ambushed my office. Chloe wrote, "Once I get Liam to legally crack under the public pressure, I'm buying that penthouse condo in Back Bay. Mom says if we just keep making his wife's life a living hell at the hospital, he'll pay us the $700K just to make it go away. Her friend replied, "Is the GoFundMe actually working?" Chloe responded, "It's genius, I've already pulled in $12K from these gullible idiots. Even if we don't win the legal lawsuit, I'll have enough cash for a new Mercedes down payment. These morons actually believe I gave ASH times to about the old man or that dusty, mosquito-infested lake house." We blasted the link to the website to every single family member, every donor on the GoFundMe, every local news outlet, and every person who had left a fake review on my business page. The backlash was apocalyptic. The GoFundMe trust and safety team immediately launched a fraud investigation, permanently banned Chloe's IP address, and forcibly refunded over $18,000 to the donors. Several extended family members who had donated called me, weeping and apologizing, saying they had been completely blinded by her manipulative tears. But Brenda, completely divorced from reality, doubled down. She officially filed the lawsuit contesting the will, citing undue influence and lack of testamentary capacity. She hired an outrageously expensive, aggressive trial lawyer on contingency, completely convinced her maternal outrage would sway a judge. The probate trial happened last month. It lasted exactly 3 days. Brenda's lawyer stood up and tried to paint me as a calculating, sociopathic mastermind who had imprisoned a dying man in his own home. They actually paid a medical expert psychologist who had literally never met or examined my grandfather to testify about theoretical, invisible cognitive decline. They put Chloe on the stand to weep about being a loving granddaughter denied her birthright. Our defense was a surgical strike of pure facts. Grandpa's actual, treating physician testified under oath about his razor-sharp mental acuity. His CPA testified about how Grandpa thoroughly analyzed the tax implications of the will. And then, we played the video of Grandpa Arthur in the courtroom. The entire courtroom sat in dead silence as my grandfather's booming, steady voice echoed off the walls. "I am leaving the main property to Liam because he is the only one who understands what I built there. It is not about the money, it is about the wood, the sweat, the memories, the traditions. Chloe is a lovely girl, but she only sees things through the lens of dollar signs. The cash will serve her lifestyle better. I pray she uses it wisely." The judge, an older, no-nonsense woman, looked absolutely disgusted with my mother and sister. Her ruling from the bench was swift and merciless. Not only did she formally uphold the will in its entirety, completely dismissing their claims with prejudice, but she invoked a rare legal sanction. She ordered Brenda and Chloe to pay 100% of my exorbitant legal fees, stating on the record that their lawsuit was a frivolous, cynical, and malicious attempt to override the crystal-clear wishes of the deceased for pure financial gain. The aftermath of the gavel dropping was absolute carnage. Brenda sent me one final, venomous email. It read, "You may have won a piece of paper legally, but you have destroyed your family. I hope that rotting wooden house was worth losing your mother and sister forever. You are dead to me. Do not ever contact us again." Chloe, incapable of self-reflection, posted a final Instagram story featuring a selfie of her looking stoic. The caption, "Sometimes you have to learn the hard way who people truly are when money is involved. Cutting out toxic, abusive family members and stepping into my healing era." The sheer, blinding irony was almost physically painful. But here is where the story takes its final, most devastating turn. About 2 weeks after the trial ended, I received an unexpected phone call from Ethan, Chloe's fiancé. His voice sounded hollow, like a ghost. He asked to meet me privately for a beer at a dive bar across town. When I sat down, he looked at me with bloodshot eyes and said, "I ended the engagement. I moved out." I was stunned. What happened? Ethan took a long pull of his beer. "I couldn't marry a sociopath, Liam. When she was crying in your office that day, hyperventilating, and sobbing, I found out she had spent an hour practicing that exact crying routine in our bathroom mirror that morning. The whole thing was a calculated performance. The website you put up. The text to her friend. I thought I knew the woman I was sleeping next to. But the person I watched during this lawsuit wasn't a human being, it was a shark." He then revealed the most pathetic detail of all. Chloe had already completely blown through her entire legitimate inheritance. The $60,000 cash? Gone. In less than 6 months. She used it to lease a $90,000 luxury Range Rover she couldn't afford, bought a closet full of designer clothes, and booked a 3-week spiritual healing retreat in Bali that cost $15,000. The $35,000 vintage watch collection? She was too lazy to get them properly appraised by a horologist, so she pawned them to a strip mall jeweler for less than $12,000 to pay off a single credit card. She kept telling me, "Once we finally get Liam's lake house money, we can buy the perfect life," Ethan said, shaking his head. "But I finally realized, even if you gave her $1 million, it would be gone in a year. There would always be another thing she deserved. Another person who owed her something." Just last week, my office received a certified letter forwarded from Chloe's last known apartment address. It was from an aggressive debt collection agency. Chloe had recently applied for a massive personal loan and listed me as a business partner and guarantor, claiming we had joint commercial ventures. The debt collector was demanding information on my assets. I had my lawyer immediately fire off a cease and desist and flag her for identity fraud. Through the family grapevine, I've learned that Chloe was formally evicted from her luxury apartment because she couldn't make rent without Ethan's income. She is currently living in Brenda's guest bedroom. She is actively telling anyone who will listen that she is writing a memoir about inheritance trauma and narcissistic sibling abuse. She has also started a brand new GoFundMe to fund her independent art therapy practice. She possesses absolutely zero medical or therapeutic certifications. She is also allegedly engaged again, this time to a guy she met at a bar 3 months ago who truly understands her spiritual struggle. Brenda has spent the last month trying to convince the remaining extended family that I am a monster who illegally forged the medical documents to steal from a helpless woman. Some of the older, gullible relatives believe her. Most of them saw the website and have blocked her number. I have completely stopped caring. The poison is out of my life. This past weekend, Maya and I drove up to the lake house. We didn't have to look over our shoulders. We didn't have to check the security cameras, we just existed. We have officially finished all the necessary repairs. The dock is completely rebuilt with fresh, treated cedar. The kitchen has been beautifully updated but properly, maintaining the rustic, historic charm that Grandpa Arthur loved, not the sterile, modern monstrosity Chloe's wedding planner had aggressively envisioned. And as we sat on the end of the dock, watching the orange sun dip below the pristine tree line, Maya leaned her head on my shoulder and told me she is officially 12 weeks pregnant. We are having a little boy. We are going to name him Arthur. As I sat there, listening to the water lap against the wood, I thought about what this horrific, agonizing experience has fundamentally taught me. 1. People will immediately show you exactly who they are the second a dollar sign is introduced. The prospect of unearned wealth didn't change Chloe and Brenda, it simply removed their masks and exposed the rotting entitlement underneath. 2. Family is absolutely not defined by shared genetics. My real family is Maya. My real family is my unborn son, Arthur. My real family is my dad, who stood by my side when the world called me a villain. And my real family is the memory of a grandfather who saw me more clearly than I saw myself. 3. You must fiercely honor the explicit wishes of those who have passed. Grandpa Arthur knew exactly what he was doing. He saw the greed I was too willfully blind to acknowledge. He gave me the armor to survive it. 4. Document every single thing. The journals, the medical records, the video, the text messages. They were the only things that saved my reputation, my business, and my sanity from a coordinated smear campaign that almost successfully rewrote reality. 5. Sometimes, brutally losing your biological family is the only way to gain your actual freedom. I spent a long time mourning the mother and sister I thought I had, until I finally realized I was mourning an illusion. To anyone out there who is currently facing a similar nightmare, stand your ground. Do not let toxic emotional manipulation or the threat of ruining the family override legal documents and the dying wishes of someone who loved you. A person who truly, genuinely loves you will never try to aggressively steal what was freely given to you by someone else. Grandpa's lake house is infinitely more than a piece of taxable real estate. It is a physical testament to a man who valued deep character over shared blood, relentless effort over lazy entitlement, and hard truth over comfortable manipulation. Every single time I cast a fishing line off the end of this cedar dock that we built together, I look up at the sky and thank him. I thank him for seeing the truth when I couldn't. Brenda and Chloe made their beds. They chose the absolute worst parts of human nature: greed, lies, and theft. Now they have to live in the miserable, broke, lonely reality they created for themselves. I have chosen peace. I have chosen truth. And I am choosing to carry forward the legacy of a man who understood that family isn't about blindly splitting everything 50/50. It's about giving what is right to those who have actually earned it through love, time, and genuine connection. This lake house is no longer just my inheritance. My true inheritance is the absolute, unshakable knowledge that I stood up for what was right, even when it cost me every single person I thought I loved. Thank you, Reddit, for giving me the strength to fight when my own family tried to break me. I won't be updating this account ever again. It is finally time to stop looking in the rearview mirror and start building the beautiful, quiet future Grandpa Arthur envisioned when he handed me those keys. To Grandpa, I kept my promise, old man. The lake house remains with someone who sees its true, bleeding value. Your legacy lives on, not just in the timber and stone, but in the harsh lessons you taught me and the man you forced me to become. Until we meet again at that great, quiet lake in the sky, tight lines and following seas. Top comments. User 1. This is the most satisfying conclusion I have ever read on this site. Your sister is a textbook, purebred narcissist. The fact that she literally times practiced crying in the mirror times before trying to extort $700K from you is chilling. And your mom is the ultimate enabler who created that monster. NTA. Enjoy that beautiful lake house with baby Arthur. User 2. S. Estate attorney here. The judge making them pay 100% of your legal fees is the ultimate legal smackdown. We call that the find out phase of F times CK around and find out. It requires the judge to find their lawsuit maliciously frivolous. Your grandfather was a genius for doing the medical evaluation and the video recording. He knew exactly what his daughter and granddaughter were capable of. User 3. She pawned the $35,000 vintage watches for $12,000 to pay off a credit card. My soul physically left my body reading that. She had absolutely no respect for history, craftsmanship, or her grandfather. She just wanted fast cash to fuel her fake Instagram life. Ethan dodging that bullet is the second biggest victory in this story. Congratulations on the baby boy. My brother uninvited me from Christmas, saying, "You look like a loser." So I canceled his kid's tuition and his wife's Range Rover. My name is Liam, 33. 3 days after I nearly died on a frigid operating table, my older brother excluded me from our family Christmas dinner because I didn't suit his high-end business image. Caleb called to tell me that my presence would ruin his networking event disguised as a holiday gathering while I was lying on my living room sofa, pale, weak, and wrapped in heavy wool blankets recovering from an emergency gallbladder removal with life-threatening complications. He spoke the terrible words to me. He added, "It is no place for losers, Liam. You will just embarrass yourself and ruin the vibe." He laughed dismissively before hanging off. Caleb and my toxic family ignored one big, earth-shattering thing in their frenzied pursuit of social climbing. They didn't realize the quiet, modest guy they treated like a peasant was the cornerstone of their lavish existence. They had no idea I made 7 figures ghostwriting Silicon Valley tech CEOs. Most importantly, they forgot that my bank account funded his kid's premium private school and his wife's new Range Rover Sport. As they rush and beg as their pristine plastic world burns down, they are now discovering the true cost of their arrogance. My phone notification sound that afternoon seemed like a head blow. My skull was throbbing like a jackhammer. I was laying fetal on my sofa, surrounded by a fortress of dirty tissues, empty mugs of tepid herbal tea, and a plastic bottle of powerful prescription medications that hardly relieved my abdominal burning. The operation was brutal. My rehabilitation felt like walking my bare stomach across miles of shattered glass due to a slight inside infection and a delayed healing process. My weakness was extreme. My hand trembled as I went for the phone on the coffee table, exhausted from moving a single muscle. It read Caleb on the shining screen. A pitiful relief wave swept over me. Finally, my older brother checked on me. I texted him, and his wife Vanessa before anesthesia. Another cold, thoughtless thumbs up from Vanessa and radio silence from Caleb greeted me as I returned to my silent abode, but now he called. I foolishly assumed he cared. Clearing my dry, scratchy throat, I answered the phone. I informed him I was home and that the last several days had been terrible. Caleb interrupted me before I could finish telling him about the hazardous virus. He had a sharp, enthusiastic voice without a care in the world. He sounded like he was rushing through an office. He loudly proclaimed that he and Vanessa were completing the Christmas Eve dinner list and had costly caterers arriving in an hour for a mandated tasting menu. My brain was too slow to register his significant tone change due to severe painkillers. He asked me what I could bring this year since standing by a hot stove was too hot for my fresh stitches, but I proudly said I had already bought Vanessa's favorite pricey vintage wines for the family gift exchange. The line paused. Heavy, pregnant quiet seemed sharper than my stomach cut. Caleb exhaled loudly and theatrically. He constantly made a phony sympathetic noise before doing something selfish and calculated. He informed me the guest list will vary drastically this year. He promised a luxurious, exclusive atmosphere. Vanessa brought Beatrice, the vice president of her large real estate firm, and Caleb was bringing in 2 affluent angel investors for his new startup. I adjusted my legs on the sofa, wincing at the stinging, burning tug in my side, and told him it seemed like a really intense evening. I vowed to sit quietly in the corner. I promised to stay out of his VIP guest's way. I told him I needed to be with my family since being alone in a quiet house after a big surgery was affecting my mental health. Caleb sighed louder. It was an agitated, frustrated sound that showed I was a huge burden. He claimed I wasn't listening. This was no family potluck, he claimed. This was a crucial networking event disguised as a Christmas party, and corporations valued looks. He admitted that my recent appearance did not fit the exclusive aesthetic they were establishing. In my throat, my breath jerked. My stomach discomfort disappeared, replaced by a frigid shock. I inquired about his meaning. He adopted that condescending, lecturing tone I detested since childhood. He noticed I work from home. He noticed I wear cheap sweatpants, and drive a beat-up 10-year-old Toyota Corolla. He stated I was fine with my mediocrity, but his house guests were sharks. They won. He stated Vanessa was anxious about creating a good impression, and having her brother-in-law sitting in the corner looking like a sick ghost who hadn't brushed his hair in a week was not the image they wanted to create. The final hit was devastating. A sluggish loser, he said. He instructed me to stay home, take my medicines, and they could send over any cold leftovers. The line stopped altogether. My call was disconnected. Blindly, I stared at my phone's black screen. A pale, exhausted man with large circles under his eyes appeared in the dark reflection. I dropped the phone on the carpet and closed my eyes. My greatest efforts to stop hot tears failed. It wasn't simply my brother's icy rejection. It was the hubris, blindness, and cruelty of kicking a bleeding guy on his couch. We must go back to the beginning to understand why his vicious comment struck so deeply into my soul and why that beautiful Range Rover was about to be towed in front of his wealthy pals. We must examine the tremendous poisonous debt I silently carried for him for years. Caleb and I were divided from the start in our suburban home by thick permanent marker. Caleb was unquestioned golden child. He was the high school quarterback with the captivating $1 million smile who could persuade a rigorous instructor to improve a failing grade by asking about her weekend plans. I was the silent bookworm who built bespoke computers and wrote long stories in his small bedroom while everyone else watched football. He was loved by David and Helen, our parents. He looked like a Fortune 500 CEO bound for glory and wealth. They saw me as a pleasant afterthought, a backup plan they never intended to utilize. When college started, the obvious favoritism was unsettling. My parents surreptitiously liquidated a large portion of their retirement assets and took out a risky second mortgage on our childhood home to send Caleb to a costly out-of-state private university. They claimed Caleb needed exclusive network access. When I applied for schools, my father gave me a cheap glossy brochure for the local community college and told me that hard work and student debt create character. I didn't tantrum. I worked long nights in a dirty diner to pay for my tuition in cash. No one heard me complain. Simply put, I studied late at night and worked. Caleb meticulously used up every advantage he was given throughout the next decade. He founded a luxury watch brand that collapsed in 14 months. He tried to build a big tech startup incubator without coding. My parents rescued him every time the barriers closed. They sold a gorgeous lakeside land my grandfather left for us to pay Caleb's hollow business aspirations. I quietly established a prosperous career from my home room. I became a popular ghostwriter. I turned brilliant but inarticulate startup founders' raw, messy, disorganized thoughts into gigantic best-selling books and polished Forbes pieces. My hourly fees skyrocketed, but my lifestyle was inconspicuous. I acquired a small, well-insulated, paid-off house in a quiet neighborhood. I aggressively maxed out my 401k in investments. I drove a reliable 10-year-old automobile. I could tell time without a Rolex. 3 years ago, Caleb's artificial reality collapsed dramatically. A cold November Tuesday night brought heavy rain. I heard a panicked knock on my door. I opened it to see Caleb completely saturated. Sore, red eyes from sobbing. He appeared. Afraid. He stopped in my hallway, fell against the wall, and broke down. The awful reality he withheld from our parents was revealed. His credit cards were maxed out. He was 3 months behind on his large, inflated mortgage payments, and Vanessa, his gorgeous, shallow wife who had grown up with a silver spoon, was packing her fancy suitcase. She threatened a messy divorce and planned to take Noah and Mia back to her affluent parents' mansion. Caleb double-grasped my shirt. He wailed, pleading for financial help. He promised a huge success with a new business, but he needed time to raise investor funding. He stared me in the face and said I was the only person he could trust with his life. I saw my older brother, who had everything, now a sad puddle of water and tears on my wooden floor. I thought about my 8-year-old nephew Noah, who struggled with math. I remembered my 6-year-old niece Mia, who loved to doodle. I couldn't let those innocent kids lose their home and suffer a terrible divorce. Against my better judgment, I signed a strict financial contract with him. I refused to give Caleb a blank check or deposit money directly into his account because I knew it would disappear into expensive business lunches and dubious investments. Instead, I promised him I would cover the fundamentals to keep Vanessa from leaving. I automated bank transactions to Noah and Mia's upscale private school. I took up Vanessa's huge monthly lease on her new Range Rover Sport to protect her fragile public image so she could drive to her high-end real estate showings. I did it for love. I did that because families should protect each other during storms. However, I soon discovered that thankfulness is short-lived. As anxious months grew into years, Caleb never found a regular employment. He claimed freelance consultant status. He never returned $1 of my blood money. Worse, the family dynamic changed radically. Suddenly, his desperate humility on my floor that rainy night was replaced by a corrosive, insufferable attitude of entitlement. After paying the bills, they stopped thanking. They stopped inviting me to dinner unless they needed free computer help or someone to keep the kids while they attended pricey charity galas. The breaking point became apparent around the holidays. We had a huge Thanksgiving dinner at my parents' house last year. I paid for Vanessa's huge organic turkey and pricey international wine, but no one addressed it at the dinner. My father, David, admired Caleb in the dining room. Caleb is really scaling up his operations this quarter. My dad enthusiastically told the room. That new LLC is going to change everything for the family. My father glanced at me. He smiled tightly and politely. And Liam, are you still doing that typing thing? Writing those little blogs for people on the internet? I held my heavy silver fork under the table till my knuckles grew white. Vanessa laughed condescendingly from across the table as I took a big breath, nodded calmly, and replied, yes, I am still writing to pay the bills. It is honestly cute that you have a little hobby to keep you busy, Liam. But you really should let Caleb give you some real business advice soon. You simply cannot drive that terrible old Toyota forever. It literally brings down the property value of the entire neighborhood when you park it in our driveway during visits. My parents actually laughed. Caleb arrogantly sipped my fine wine, which I had paid for. I sat silently. I bit my tongue viciously because I loved the kids too much to fight. 2 nights a week, I tutored Noah in math via Zoom. Mia got pricey professional art supplies every month from me. I kept telling myself I was saving them from poverty. I had no idea I was sponsoring a gigantic delusion. I paid top price for the bullets they boldly shot into my back. Update 1. Caleb shot me and expelled me from the family when I was recovering from major abdominal surgery on my couch. A cold, hollow agony surged fast across my chest, overshadowing the blazing pain in my surgical wounds. As the fresh stitches tugged tight against my skin, I sat up on the sofa, cringing angrily. Deep within me, a dangerous seething fire began. No post-op fever was involved. Rage was pure. It was pure, unrelenting rage. He knew I was entirely alone in this place. He recognized my physical and mental pain. And he threw me aside like expired rubbish because my comfortable clothes didn't fit his faux wealthy style. I picked up my phone off the carpet and accessed Instagram. Vanessa posted a new story 20 minutes ago at the top of my timeline. Tapped the glowing circle. The slow panning footage showed their big, decorated living room. The room I prevented the bank from foreclosing. It had thousands of dollars in unique gold and white ornamentation. A huge, elaborately adorned Christmas tree reached the arched ceiling. Comforting, expensive classical music played in the background. Vanessa wrote, prepping for the biggest night of the year. Exclusive VIP guest list only. High life success. No negativity allowed. At the bottom of the screen, I silently watched the short video loop 3 times. No negativity allowed. I understood. Their new code word for me. Zoomed in on the video with 2 fingers. I noticed the beautiful Italian leather sofa I helped them choose and partly paid for. Little Noah ran gleefully by the camera in his pricey custom-tailored private school winter outfit. My thumb threatened the flashing screen. Caleb on the phone called me a loser. He called me stale. He boldly claimed I did not belong with global champs. I quit Instagram and created my secure banking portal. I bypassed my normal inspection. I swiftly scrolled over my enormous diversified investment portfolios and high-yield savings accounts. The numbers were too big for Caleb to comprehend, even in his most desperate dreams. I firmly selected scheduled recurring transfers and settings. 3 luminous life support units kept his phony plastic world alive. Monthly automatic transfer, $3,500. Private tuition for Noah and Mia. Monthly auto transfer, $1,300. Vanessa leases Range Rover Sport. A $600 monthly automatic transfer. Emergency family support foods. I powered their arrogant triumph silently for 3 excruciating years. I whispered his nasty words to the empty living room. Stagnant loser. Ice cold, menacing smile. Not a joyful smile. A master demolitionist smiling at a doomed building before pushing the detonator. Caleb longed for a winter-only Christmas. Perfect style was his goal. Okay, I'll do what he wants. He utterly ignored the high society cardinal rule. Real winners pay huge bills. My thumb lingered over the private school tuition red cancel button. My body was flooded with a weird, tremendous wave of peace, erasing the sorrow, betrayal, and shame. Tap the glass screen. The banking app warned me strongly. Are you absolutely sure you want to permanently cancel this recurring transfer? This critical action cannot be undone. Yes. Cancelled transfer. Permanent $3,500 monthly loss. The next huge payment was due to the school in 3 days. I quickly descended the digital list. Luxury Range Rover lease, $1,300, month, due 15th, cancel. They spent grocery support on extravagant sushi dinners. Cancel. My back rested on the couch cushions. With 3 thumb taps, I had eliminated over $5,400 of my brother's monthly tax-free income. If I stopped paying the bills, people would notice when the school administration phoned or the burly repo man showed up in the driveway. I knew. I wanted to explain why the money well had dried up. Waiting was short. My phone flashed. At 10 a.m., 2 days later, on time, Caleb called. Let the phone ring and go to voicemail. It rang again instantly. A frenzied, uppercase text followed. Call me now, Liam. Emergency. 10 minutes passed. I cautiously walked to the kitchen, poured a long glass of cold water, took a deep breath, and called him back. The moment the phone line connected, Caleb yelled, "What did you do?" He didn't greet. I was not asked about my stomach's mending. He panicked completely. His voice shattered with hysteria. "The school administration just called me. Mr. Harrison said the massive payment bounced hard. He said you completely removed your credit card from the parent portal." "Good morning to you too, Caleb," I responded, sounding cool and emotionless. "How is the exclusive Christmas prep going?" He shouted, "Do not play your sick games with me, Liam. I am in the middle of a critical meeting. Harrison said if the tuition balance is not paid in full by 5 p.m. today, both kids are permanently unenrolled for the upcoming spring semester. What the hell is going on? Did your stupid bank screw up the transfer?" "No," I answered quietly, sipping water slowly. "I canceled it." It was deafeningly quiet on the other end. All I heard was his raspy, terrified breathing in the receiver for 5 blissful seconds. "You what? Why? Why in God's name would you do that to us?" "Why?" "Because," I said, with every drop of ice in me, "I am a loser. Remember? You proudly told me 2 days ago on the phone, this family is no place for losers. And losers do not pay for elite private schools, Caleb. Real winners do. And since you are such a massive successful winner now with your high-end corporate friends and your exclusive aesthetic party, I figured you did not need my stagnant loser money anymore. You petty, vindictive piece of trash." He screamed, struggling for words. "You are doing this right now, right before Christmas Eve? You are intentionally punishing Noah and Mia because I accidentally hurt your fragile feelings?" "I am absolutely not punishing anyone," I clarified, cutting through his trickery. "I am simply stepping back. You clearly stated I bring the energy down. You said I embarrass you and Vanessa. Well, neither does my money. You absolutely cannot have it both ways, Caleb. You cannot treat me like garbage in private and use me as a free ATM in public. It is $3,500, Liam," he shouted into an empty office stairway. "I do not have that kind of liquid cash sitting around right now. I am heavily tying up capital for the new business launch." "Then maybe you should not be hosting a heavily catered party with expensive wine," I mused. "Or better yet, ask your 2 new angel investors. I am sure they would love backing a winner like you who cannot afford his kids' education." He yelled, "You are completely ruining our lives. Vanessa is going to have a massive nervous breakdown. Do you have any idea how much pressure she is under to make this VIP party perfect?" "Actually, I do," I said, turning the knife slightly. "Which is exactly why I also permanently canceled the lease payment on her Range Rover Sport. It is due on the 15th. You might want to give her a heads up so she does not drive it to the country club and get stranded." He screamed a lengthy, horrifying curse at me. He said the pricey car was registered in her name, therefore I couldn't do it. I informed him that the money was coming from my account and that the Bank of Liam was closed forever. I hung up. I could feel my heart pounding my ribs. My hands shook. I hated hearing my brother cry, but God, it felt great to stand up for myself. The desperate response was quick and pitiful. My phone received the family flying monkeys promptly. My cell phone rang again 2 hours later. My mother, Helen, and Aunt Brenda were on a 3-way conference call. They did not inquire about my surgery recovery. "Liam, what is horribly wrong with you?" my mother screamed, her voice shaking with forced sadness. "Caleb is practically in tears. He says you cruelly cut off the children's education out of sheer petty jealousy over his success." I laughed cruelly into the phone. "He told you I was jealous? Did he happen to tell you he completely uninvited me to Christmas dinner because I am not high class enough for his new friends? He is under massive corporate pressure," Aunt Brenda said, perfecting the manipulator part. "He is building a lasting family legacy. You have a little house and 0 responsibilities. You have plenty of extra money sitting around. You are being incredibly selfish and cruel. Family always helps family, Liam. Family respects family." I retorted immediately. If his legacy is so incredibly strong, he can pay his own bills. I suspended both numbers, but Caleb continued. "A dangerously desperate man. My premium credit card company sent me an urgent red flashing fraud alert the next morning. In a metropolitan high-end designer catering business, someone tried to charge $5,200. Cold blood raced through me. I gave Caleb an emergency backup card 2 years ago when his old car broke down in the middle of nowhere. I instructed him to quickly destroy the plastic card. I immediately contacted the bank's fraud department. The security guard confirmed the card was absent. One person manually inputted the numbers online. Caleb tried to steal from me to buy expensive gifts and food for his party. I told the bank it was big fraud. I reported and permanently canceled the card. My guilt vanished at that instant. This was no longer a sibling rivalry. This was planned financial abuse. That was felony theft. I would burn his phony facade. My rage quickly turned into strategic focus. If Caleb wanted to aggressively play a high society tycoon who had no boss, I would treat him like a defaulting corporate business partner. I called Silas, my best college friend, right away. Senior corporate litigator Silas works downtown, A bright, dangerous shark in a tailored suit who will not accept foolishness. I meticulously described the complicated issue to him over the phone. I detailed the canceled school tuition, lease, crazy Christmas party, and shocking credit card fraud from that morning. Silas remained silent until I concluded my narrative. Silas remarked, "You have been blindly giving him how much money?" In a deadly serious tone. "Yes, I have a highly detailed spreadsheet," I said. I opened my laptop and retrieved my detailed tax-related financial data. Every tuition payment, luxury car lease payment, emergency financial loan he swore he would repay, even Vanessa's purebred dog's pricey vet costs. It totals out to exactly $180,000 over the last 3 years. Silas whistled a quiet approval over the phone. Did he ever put in writing that these transfers were loans and not gifts? Yes, absolutely, I said quickly, pulling up my 3-year-old cloud-stored text messages. Quote, "I will pay you back every single cent, Liam. I just need time to scale." And I have dozens of other messages over the years explicitly acknowledging the mounting debt. "Perfect," Silas whispered, and I could almost hear his predatory smirk. "We are drafting a formal legal demand for complete repayment. I want all $180,000 fully accounted for in the document." It obviously won't force him to write a massive check today, but it legally freezes him in place if he tries to quietly sell the house or take out another line of credit to survive. This demand letter will act as a massive immovable roadblock. "When exactly do you want it delivered to his house?" "Christmas Eve," I answered without hesitation. He specifically wants an exclusive, high-end Christmas party for his VIP guests. Absolutely nothing says high society quite like a uniformed legal courier showing up at your front door during appetizers. Silas immediately began preparing the devastating legal strike, while I saw Caleb's pristine plastic world suddenly disintegrate. Without my continuous income, financial pressure crushed them fast. The private school explicitly gave them a little time to raise funding. Toxic whispers were spreading quickly among rich parents. I was sure since a mutual acquaintance provided me a screenshot. I signed on to a burner Facebook account for neighborhood watch updates. My first stop was the gated community's members-only group page. Vanessa posted a desperate listing an hour ago, selling lease takeover for 2023 Range Rover Sport, immaculate condition. We simply need to upgrade to a much larger vehicle for our growing family. Please DM for details. Serious inquiries only. Must move fast. I focused on the brilliant computer screen. A growing family. The deception was pitiful and obvious. She fought for survival. The hefty lease payment was due in 2 days. She desperately tried to pawn the hazardous debt on a wealthy neighbor before the towing firm located the fancy car as the repo man circled their neighborhood. Their huge lies were choking them violently. They used inexpensive duct tape to keep the gleaming facade together long enough to wow their VIP guests as it cracked into a million pieces. Another business contact told me who those VIP guests were. Vanessa brought her direct supervisor, Beatrice, a powerful commercial real estate vice president. Caleb aggressively invited Harrison and Grant, 2 major angel investors, to fund his empty LLC. Caleb and Vanessa were unknown to these privileged folks. Only the meticulously made mask was known. The costly imported wine, professionally catered dinner, and shining Range Rover in the driveway were all they knew. I checked my desk digital calendar. Christmas Eve was 4 days away on December 20th. My surgery incision was healing well. My intellect was clearer than in years. I had lived my adult life in the shadows, letting my family use me as a stepping stone. I mistakenly believed the toxic narrative that I was the quiet, dull younger brother who was only useful when the huge expenses were due. I shut down my laptop and watched the snow fall from the living room window. I would attend the Christmas party. I wouldn't stay or eat their pricey catered cuisine, but I would give them a wonderful gift they'd never forget. I thought the worst of the betrayal was over. I believed my parents blindly backing Caleb was the worst knife stab. I was terribly mistaken. The frightening reality about my family's financial loyalty was waiting at that party. It would alter my entire understanding of my blood. Update 2. Christmas Eve arrived in our city, bringing a bitter winter wind that seemed to cut through my car windows. I silently parked my 10-year-old, fully paid-off Toyota Corolla down the street from Caleb's massive, sprawling suburban house, or at least the house the bank owned for a few more weeks until harsh reality caught up with his massive financial lies. I sat alone in the driver's seat, my old car's heater fighting to prevent the temperature from freezing, watching the heavy, wet snow swiftly gather on my car's bonnet. I was not invited to this elite holiday party. I knew my older brother had made it painfully plain when he called me when I was bleeding on my couch to say I would ruin his corporate aesthetic. But 2 small gifts wrapped in plain brown paper were carefully placed in my car's backseat. My bright little nephew Noah received a highly specialized, pricey coating kit. The other was a professional watercolor set for my niece Mia. I wouldn't let my older brother's enormous, fragile ego deprive his innocent children of Christmas with their uncle. They should not be penalized for their greedy parents. For the frigid evening, My strategy was really simple. I would silently stroll up the long driveway, drop the 2 wrapped gifts at the front door, hand over Silas's enormous legal papers, and leave before my poisonous family insulted, degraded, or humiliated me again. I surveyed the immaculate street. Every grand house on the wealthy block followed the pricey, dazzling holiday design. While I watched the peaceful street through the snow, a sleek black corporate town car quietly rolled up to Caleb's house. A sharp, stylish woman in an emerald green wool coat entered the cold night. Vanessa boldly displayed her professional corporate profile images to our family, so I knew her face. The commercial real estate firm Vanessa worked for had a powerful vice president, Beatrice. Vanessa badly wanted Beatrice to give her a huge promotion and salary boost next year. A new electric Tesla stopped softly at the curb behind the corporate town car. 2 elderly guys in costly custom-tailored suits walked on the snowy pavement. Caleb was aggressively pursuing Harrison and Grant, 2 wealthy angel investors, to get big investment for his empty business endeavor. Caleb's house appeared to gleam in the winter sky. Every enormous bay window was filled with beautiful golden light. I saw dark silhouettes of wealthy people moving effortlessly within the living room, clutching fine crystal wine glasses and laughing loudly at jokes I couldn't hear. From the outside, it looked perfect. It looked pricey. It resembled a gigantic, well-constructed, frail lie. I took a deep breath, grabbed the 2 wrapped gifts and the thick manila legal envelope from the back seat, and exited my car into the bitter winter cold. Walking purposefully up the long twisting driveway, my heavy winter boots crunched noisily on the frozen pavement. As I approached the enormous 3-car garage, I saw something pitiful and revealing about their position. Vanessa's white Range Rover Sport wasn't parked in the driveway for VIP business guests to admire. Instead, the fancy car was aggressively jammed into a dark, tiny area on the far side of the home, partially obscured by thick evergreen plants. She deliberately hid the pricey car from the street. She was afraid of losing her ultimate status symbol before the VIP party because she heard the repo man was scanning license plates in her zip code tonight. I knocked on the enormous wood front door with my gloved hand. Before my knuckles touched the black polished wood, the massive door rapidly slid open from inside. There was Caleb. His outrageous rich burgundy velvet tuxedo jacket probably cost more than my first year of college. His right hand clutched a large crystal glass of pricey imported whiskey and his hair was nicely slicked back. His dazzling, phony, charismatic smile evaporated the moment his eyes met mine. His face went absolutely white, turning a sickly, scary pale gray. He appeared to have seen a ghost on his doorstep. "What in the hell are you doing here?" Caleb yelled, stepping outside into the cold and partially closing the big front door to obscure the bright, warm celebration inside. "Merry Christmas to you, too, Caleb," I murmured gently, despite the adrenaline rush pounding my ribs. "I am just dropping off these gifts for Noah and Mia. I am absolutely not staying to ruin your exclusive corporate aesthetic. Just take the boxes so I can go home." I shoved the brown paper bundles at his chest. Caleb did not take the boxes. He stared at me in disgust. Dark denim trousers, a thick wool winter coat, and a knitted scarf were my comfy outfit. I looked like an ordinary, hard-working man who had just come from the cold. No wealthy socialite discussing a big real estate portfolio over expensive caviar. Angered, Caleb murmured, "I explicitly told you to stay away from my house tonight," scanning the street in dread for anyone watching us. "I am actively securing my entire financial future right now. Harrison and Grant are inside drinking the vintage wine right now. You absolutely cannot be seen standing on my porch looking like a homeless person. Give me the damn boxes and get off my property right now before I call the neighborhood security patrol to aggressively escort you out." A crisp, demanding woman's voice screamed out from the warm entryway behind him before I could respond to his wild, cruel threat. "Who is at the door, Caleb? It is absolutely freezing out there. Tell them to come inside and shut the door before you let all the heat out." "Beatrice." Caleb panicked deeply, his eyes widened in abject dread. He could not make a loud, confrontational scene on his front porch in front of his wife's firm's vice president. He carefully opened the hefty wood door with a tense, unnatural grimace. "It is just Liam, my younger brother," Caleb called back inside the home, shivering with tension. He brutally pushed me over the threshold into the bright foyer, gripping my arm like a vice. "Drop the stupid boxes on the table and immediately leave through the kitchen," he murmured into my ear, scotch and real dread on his breath. "Do not you dare embarrass me in front of these people tonight." The big house's heat instantly warmed my chilled face. It smelt like fresh pine needles, pricey cinnamon candles, and gourmet roasted turkey. The huge entrance led to the large living room, where 15 well-dressed people were casually mingling. Noisy chatter in the room halted. Every eye slowly turned to me, awkwardly standing by the front door with 2 brown paper bundles and a hefty manila envelope. "Liam." Vanessa emerged from the big designer kitchen with a silver platter of intricate canapes. Her nicely manicured face turned into a horrific mask. She looked at my damp cold boots, then panicked at her sparkling, pricey white imported rug. "We absolutely were not expecting you tonight." Caleb told everyone you were violently ill and highly contagious. I am leaving right now? I murmured, staring into Vanessa's fearful eyes. I am just dropping these gifts off for my niece and nephew. I absolutely do not want to interrupt your high-end corporate networking. As I turned to put the 2 boxes on the foyer table, I spotted my parents, David and Helen, relaxing on the costly leather sofa near the fireplace. My mother's face was tense with disdain. My father got up and pointed an aggressive finger at me from across the room. Liam, your brother explicitly told you this was a closed corporate event, my father said, meaning to chastise me like a rebellious child in front of the wealthy strangers. You have zero business being here tonight. Have some basic respect for Caleb's important career and leave right now. You are entirely ruining the mood. Since childhood, my father had emphasized Caleb's artificial success over my life. The man who was sitting in a property I saved from foreclosure, confidently drinking excellent wine I bought with my own money, aggressively told me I didn't belong in the room my money had paid for. The situation's audacity was intoxicating. The tall woman in the gorgeous emerald green coat entered the foyer before I could turn around and leave the front door into the frigid weather. It was Beatrice. She held a crystal champagne glass, looking glamorous and frightening. She disregarded Caleb, Vanessa, and my outraged parents. She looked at me with sharp, analytical eyes, tilting her head like a puzzle solver. Wait just one moment, Beatrice remarked, her strong voice breaking the tense, unpleasant silence of the huge living room. She took 2 deliberate steps toward me. Liam the ghostwriter? The man who structurally edited and rewrote the Horizon Tech CEO memoir last spring. Complete silence filled the living room. A pin dropping on the costly hardwood floor could have been heard. The sudden interaction puzzled and derailed Caleb, who forcefully blinked. His high-pitched, anxious laugh resembled a dry choke. What? No, Beatrice. There must be a massive misunderstanding, Caleb sputtered. This is just my little brother, Liam. He just writes silly little blogs on the internet from his couch. He is currently in between real jobs right now, struggling a bit financially. You know how the economy is right now. We kindly try to help him out with family charity where we can. He did it again in front of me in a room full of corporate VIPs. His goal was to make me look like a charity case to boost his bogus prestige. Beatrice ignored Caleb's anxious talk. She approached me and extended her hand with professional reverence. She shouted, "You are the absolute best structural editor and ghostwriter on the entire East Coast." To make sure every affluent investor heard her, my chief executive officer actively tried to hire you on a massive retainer contract last year. You cost an absolute fortune. Your corporate lawyer told us your private waiting list for new clients was over 6 months long, and you firmly rejected our massive salary offer without a second thought because you were fully booked with Silicon Valley billionaires. My smile was tiny but sincere, and I boldly shook her hand. It is actually an 8-month waiting list now, Beatrice. It is incredibly nice to finally meet you in person. Your CEO runs a brilliant operation, but my schedule was simply too full to take on another massive project at the time. Caleb's face lost all color instantly. He appeared ready to vomit on the white rug. His shaking hands were ripping apart the years-long lie he had created. Caleb said, "I really think you are horribly mistaken, Beatrice," trying to reclaim control of the room. Liam heavily relies on us for money. He drives a rusted 10-year-old Toyota. He does not have corporate clients. I said, "I think we should entirely stop pretending right now, Caleb," loudly and clearly in the quiet, attentive room. Vanessa shouted, "Liam, please do not do this right now," from the kitchen doorway, panicking. Her hands were shaking so much that the silver appetizer tray rattled against her rings. "Do not do what exactly, Vanessa?" I inquired gently, carefully turning to face her. "Do not tell your wealthy corporate guests that I paid the massive cash deposit for the expensive catering they are currently eating. Do not tell them I bought the vintage wine they are drinking from my personal checking account. He is highly medicated," Caleb yelled, his voice booming off the vaulted ceiling. "He just had major abdominal surgery. He is suffering from intense post-surgery delirium. He absolutely does not know what he is saying. Please, everyone just ignore him." "I am absolutely not confused, Caleb," I said, holding the large manila envelope I brought inside. "Definitely not a Christmas gift." My aggressive lawyer, Silas, had formally drafted the terrible legal brief, and I am absolutely not a stagnant loser. Losers do not completely fund your fake luxury lifestyle for 3 full years while you pretend to be a wealthy corporate tycoon to your friends. I deliberately strolled to the costly glass side table next to Harrison and Grant, the 2 enormous angel investors, who were in astonishment. I firmly laid the large legal envelope on the glass with a pleasant thud. That document is a formal, legally binding demand for the immediate repayment of the $180,000 I have personally loaned you since 2021, I told the VIP guests, staring at my older brother. That massive sum officially includes the expensive private school tuition for your children that you lied and told everyone you paid with your corporate bonuses. It also strictly includes the massive monthly lease on the white Range Rover Sport parked outside. You are completely lying, Caleb shouted, lunging for the glass table to grab the package. Harrison, the taller of the two wealthy businessmen, immediately led Caleb with his hand raised like a traffic cop. Harrison coldly remarked, "Let the man speak," his keen eyes narrowing ominously at Caleb's pitiful expression. "I permanently canceled all of the automated bank payments 3 weeks ago," I said, feeling lighter and stronger with every syllable, "because you proudly told me on the phone that I did not fit your exclusive aesthetic. You were right. I absolutely do not fit in here because I actually pay my own bills with my own money. Liam, you are completely ruining this family," my father David shouted from the sofa, his face turning a frightening purple. "How dare you embarrass your brother like this? We gave Caleb our entire retirement savings. We completely drained your future college fund and your grandfather's inheritance to build his business. If you destroy his reputation tonight, you destroy us all. We have absolutely nothing left." The secondary twist shook the room like an earthquake. My parents surreptitiously bankrolled his early failures with money we both owned, bringing themselves to the edge of destitution to keep Caleb's golden child reputation. They had staked their lives on a losing horse, depleting their 401ks, and now they demanded I pay their horrific gambling debts to rescue their fragile egos. The dark living room was flooded with intense orange and yellow light. Bright flashing colors came from the large bay window facing the street. Each person in the room looked at the glass. A big heavy-duty tow truck aggressively pushed into the driveway, blocking the exquisite corporate town car and the electric Tesla in the frigid snow. The falling snow reflected the dazzling flashing lights, creating a wild nightclub-style strobe glow over the carefully adorned Christmas tree. A large hefty man in a high-visibility outfit aggressively jumped out of the truck cab with a metal clipboard. He confidently approached Caleb's slightly open oak front door and loudly pounded on the glass panel. "I am looking for a Vanessa," the repo man shouted, his harsh voice muffled but detectable through the frigid glass. "I have a highly expedited legal order for the immediate repossession of a white Range Rover Sport. I see it hiding on the side of the house. You can hand me the electronic key right now, lady, or I can forcefully use the steel hook to drag it out of the bushes. Your absolute choice." The vast living room was suffocatingly quiet. Vanessa's hands gave out. The heavy silver tray of pricey appetizers fell suddenly onto the hardwood floor. All that could be heard in the huge home was the smash of ceramic plates and the splash of shrimp cocktail on the white floor. Beatrice, the vice president, carefully gazed out the bay window at the tow truck's flashing yellow lights, then down at the hefty legal demand letter on the glass table, and lastly at Caleb, horrified. No anger was on her face. Pitying was incomparably harsher in the brutal corporate world. "I think we should all leave immediately," Beatrice said to the two angel investors, setting her crystal champagne glass on the next table. "No, wait, please." Caleb ran toward them, crawling over the mangled shrimp cocktail, and grasping Harrison's fine suit jacket sleeve. "Harrison, Grant, Beatrice, please, it is a massive banking error. A complete misunderstanding. My brother is mentally unstable and trying to actively sabotage the massive deal. We can fix this right now." Harrison aggressively shook Caleb's anxious fingers off his fine suit jacket as if it were covered with radioactive filth. "The absolute only massive error here tonight, Caleb," the investor said, "was you arrogantly assuming we would not run our deep corporate due diligence. We fully knew about your LLC filing status being entirely delinquent. We just attended tonight to see if you would be honest and transparent about your cash flow. Clearly, honesty is absolutely not your strong suit. Do not ever contact my corporate office again." The investors turned and left confidently. They aggressively stepped over the big mess on the pricey carpeting. Caleb, stunned and hyperventilating, was passed quickly. They left through the heavy front door, disregarding the muscular repo man who was using noisy hydraulic machinery to secure Vanessa's white Range Rover, and fled into the cold winter night. I stood alone in the destroyed living room center. The rest of the high society crowd, wealthy neighbors, and distant corporate friends rushed to the coat closet to escape the radioactive embarrassment. "I want a complete divorce," Vanessa shouted, her neatly groomed hair tumbling madly in front of her face. She aimed a shaky finger at Caleb violently. "I am absolutely done with this fake life. I am filing for full custody of Noah and Mia, and I am moving back to my parents' estate tomorrow morning. You completely ruined my professional career in front of my boss." Caleb slowly turned to me. He looked tiny, looked old quickly. The ugly burgundy velvet jacket looked like a shoddy, badly fitted high school play costume. "You completely ruined my life," he lamented, hot tears flowing down his pallid cheeks. "You destroyed absolutely everything I built." "No, Caleb," I responded calmly, slowly buttoning my thick winter coat for the cold. "I absolutely did not destroy anything. I just finally turned the bright lights on, so everyone could see the rot. There was no explosion or battle immediately afterward." Massive egos deflated slowly, pitifully, agonizingly. The luxurious car was violently pulled away into the darkness, so I left the cold driveway. Vanessa was yelling about hiring a terrible divorce lawyer to get full custody of the children and every dime in their empty accounts, so I left. I left when my parents started sobbing about their lost retirement cash and social status. I confidently left the front door, got into my trustworthy, totally paid-off Toyota, sat quietly in the driver's seat, and breathed. For the first time in years, the crushing weight on my chest, the laborious secret-keeping, the tremendous financial burden, and the incessant desire to blindly protect my miserable family from brutal reality were gone. The sudden end of that unhealthy familial dynamic felt like a long overdue burial. Instead of enormous anguish, I felt immense tranquility. After driving home, I made a huge cup of hot chocolate and watched a comedy. I spent Christmas Day alone in my quiet house, and it was the most calm, delightful holiday of my life. In the anxious months after the tragic party, the phony house of cards crashed totally. Caleb could not afford the huge mortgage without my monthly payments and no affluent investors. The bank drove the house into foreclosure hard. The large property had to be listed in late January. It sold swiftly, but after aggressively paying off the large bank debt and various legal liens, including my lawyer Silas's $180,000 lawsuit demand, they left with nothing but the clothing on their backs. The corporate fantasy died quietly and pitifully. Vanessa delivered on her loud threat. She demanded full custody of the kids, divorced, and returned to her parents. Caleb was forced to move into a tiny, gloomy 2-bedroom apartment near the noisy city center. He finally needed a hard work. He was no CEO. He was a pressured mid-level account manager who aggressively sold commercial HVAC equipment over the phone. Because they stupidly gave Caleb their life savings, my parents had to surreptitiously apply for part-time retail jobs at a local hardware shop in their late 60s. No one from my family spoke to me for 6 months. I desperately wanted emotional and physical separation. I needed quiet time to recover from the painful knowledge that my parents and older brother had treated me like a cash resource rather than a person. In late April, my phone buzzed with a text. Absolutely not from Caleb. It was from Noah, my nephew. Can you please come to my soccer game today, Uncle Liam? Dad says he has to work and cannot make it. I went. I relaxed on the cold aluminum bleachers in my sweatpants and hoodie, proudly watching my nephew run on a somewhat muddy, uneven public school sports field. He no longer wore the pricey private school uniform fitted for perfection. Despite looking scruffier and worn, he seemed happier and lighter. He rushed wild across the field toward me when the whistle halted the game. My niece Mia was also there, sitting calmly on the green grass and drawing in the professional sketchbook I gave her for Christmas. Noah threw his arms around me and muddied my spotless jacket, shouting Uncle Liam. I didn't care. Hey there, buddy. I patted his back and said warmly. Dad told us you are secretly super rich, Noah innocently stated, pushing back and staring at me with huge, inquiring eyes. Is that actually true? I boomed with laughter, feeling great in my chest. I am very comfortable, Noah. I am comfortable because I work incredibly hard every single day and I do not buy expensive things. I absolutely do not need to impress people who do not care about me. Mia said, Dad says he is really sorry. Without looking up from her vivid picture, he strongly told Mom he was incredibly stupid. Caleb stood alone by the chain-link parking lot fence while I slowly stared up across the muddy field. He wore soiled khakis and a cheap wrinkled windbreaker. He appeared weary. His weight had increased and his hair was thinning. Definitely no longer the golden boy. Not a phony tycoon. He was broken, anxious, and working hard to pay child support. After seeing me glance at him, he slowly waved his hand. He avoided the bleachers. He finally respected the large, immovable boundary I had legally and emotionally created by keeping his distance. I only nodded at him, not waved. There was no instant forgiveness. I need years of therapy to forgive that kind of treachery, but it was a sign that he was now living in the real world with us. As we gently approached my reliable, paid-off automobile, I realized something profound and significant. Caleb was right about one thing when he called me that dreadful day. That upscale Christmas party was not for losers. But standing there holding my darling niece's small hand, knowing my mortgage was paid, my vast financial accounts were secure, and my conscience was clear, I knew who won. I wasn't the insecure man who required a rich audience to feel important. I was no sad man who needed a rented velvet jacket and a leased fancy automobile to feel important in a room full of strangers. I was Liam. The silent foundation was me. This was my ghostwriting. For the first time in my life, I had rewritten my tale and fixed my life first. Let me tell you, that tremendous peace of mind is the best aesthetic anyone could wear. Don't destroy the family over a mistake, Dad said after my brother slept with my fiancée. I nodded, cut their funding, and let the law do the rest. Original post. I want to be unequivocally clear about something before I get into the weeds of this nightmare. I am not writing this because I need sympathy, and I am certainly not writing this to process my trauma. I am writing this because the full, unvarnished picture of what happened start to finish Every agonizing detail is the kind of thing that needs to exist somewhere outside of my own head. So, here it is. My real name doesn't matter, but you can call me Liam. What matters is that I built something real. I was 24 years old when I started my company. We specialize in cold chain medical logistics, automated temperature-controlled transport systems, secure routing for sensitive biologics, and operational consulting for pharmaceutical distribution. It is not glamorous. It is not the kind of thing you explain at a dinner party without watching someone's eyes glaze over into a comatose stare. But it is profitable in ways that most exciting industries could never even dream of. I had spent 3 grueling years after college working a soul-crushing warehouse job during the day, while doing inventory audits for a small medical supplier on nights and weekends. I saved exactly $6,000. I knew one guy with a regional pharmacy operation who needed better cold storage sourcing and couldn't afford a full vendor relationship. I became that vendor for him. Then I became that for 3 more like him. Then I hired someone. Then 2 more people. Then I stopped counting employees and started counting multi-state contracts. By the time I was 29, the business was pulling 7 figures annually. By 32, which is where this story truly begins, I had 22 full-time staff members, active contracts across 4 states, and a pristine reputation in a highly lucrative niche industry. I didn't take shortcuts. I didn't take venture capital investors who wanted board seats and control. I owned it completely, and I ran it the exact same way I built it, carefully, methodically, and without making unnecessary noise. The money changed things for my family. It happened gradually at first, and then all at once. My father, Arthur, had retired from municipal contracting the year I turned 27. He had done fine for himself over the decades, but retirement thinned their financial margins incredibly quickly. My mother, Helen, did part-time administrative work for a local real estate office. It was enough to keep her busy, but nowhere near enough to cover their actual living expenses. When my business started producing real, life-altering money, I didn't make a massive production out of helping them. I just quietly did it. Arthur needed a new truck because his transmission blew. I handled it. The roof and the kitchen in their aging house had been falling apart for a decade. I had them completely gutted and renovated. Small things at first, then much bigger ones. The biggest one was the house itself. It was a beautiful 5-bedroom colonial with a decent-sized yard in a neighborhood that had appreciated steadily over the years. I bought it outright in cash when I was 28. I put their names on the occupancy registry, but I held the deed. I covered the property taxes, the utilities, the HOA fees, and the maintenance without ever making it a monthly conversation. It was their home. I just happened to own the physical structure. That was simply how things worked in my head at the time. I was providing. Then, my older brother Marcus moved back into that house about 18 months before everything completely collapsed. Marcus is 38, 6 years older than me, and he possesses a unique, terrifying gift for being between opportunities in a way that always sounds temporary but never quite is. His previous venture had been some kind of crypto-adjacent startup that never gained an inch of traction. Before that, it was a drop-shipping franchise arrangement that spectacularly fell apart. He has charm. The specific kind of aggressive charm that works flawlessly on people who refuse to look at historical patterns. I looked at the pattern, I knew exactly who he was, and I helped him anyway because he was my brother and that felt like what a good son was supposed to do. I put Marcus on my company payroll as a compliance consultant. It was a low-level role, mostly vendor coordination, nothing that touched core corporate financials. It gave him an income that looked entirely legitimate on paper. In exchange, he had access to secondary vendor accounts and a company credit line meant strictly for minor operational purchases. I genuinely thought I was giving him a stable foothold to rebuild his life. I wasn't watching him closely enough to see what he was actually doing with that foothold. Then there was Elena. I met her at a corporate compliance seminar 3 years before all of this went down. She was working as a corporate auditor at the time. She was a phenomenally sharp dresser, impeccably good at reading rooms, and incredibly comfortable navigating conversations that other people found intimidating or difficult. We were in the same breakout session. She made a point about regulatory loopholes that I fundamentally disagreed with, and I told her so directly in front of the room. She laughed instead of getting defensive. I liked that immediately. We dated for 2 wonderful years before I proposed. She said yes without a single second of hesitation. I believed every single part of it. 8 months into our engagement, she abruptly left her auditing job and started describing her new work as independent consulting. The details were always incredibly vague whenever I asked. Client confidentiality, she would say. I'm still getting the LLC established, it's complicated. I let it go because my business was in a massive expansion phase, I was working 80-hour weeks, and I trusted her completely. That trust was a fatal error. The wedding was exactly 4 months out. The luxury venue was booked. The massive deposits were paid across the board. We had Sunday dinners at my parents' house every single week. Elena and my mother Helen got along famously. Marcus was always making the table laugh with his exaggerated stories. Arthur was always topping up everyone's wine glasses. Everything looked exactly like it was supposed to look. It was the perfect family portrait. I came home early on a random Tuesday afternoon. A massive client meeting had been abruptly cancelled, so I decided to take the rest of the day to decompress. Marcus's truck was parked in my driveway, which wasn't entirely unusual. He stopped by the house regularly to drop off paperwork or grab a beer. I didn't think anything of it. I unlocked the front door, stepped inside, heard a specific kind of sound, and stood completely still in the foyer for a second while my brain desperately tried to catch up with what my ears were telling it. Then, I walked down the hardwood hallway toward the master bedroom. The door was open about 3 inches. I pushed it the rest of the way open and stood silently in the doorframe. I have replayed that exact moment in my head 1,000 times since it happened. What I saw in that room didn't break me. What actually broke me was what happened in the 2 hours immediately after. Specifically, what my own parents chose to say to me before I even had time to breathe through the shock. Elena saw me first. She went completely, terrifyingly still. It wasn't the stillness of genuine shock or panic, it was the stillness of rapid, cold calculation. Marcus turned over slowly, looking exactly like a man who had already started running the mathematical probabilities of his survival before he had even fully registered that I was standing there. Neither of them spoke a single word, neither did I. I stood in that doorframe for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 5 seconds. And then, I said quietly, without raising my voice even a fraction of a decibel, "Get out of my house." That was it. I turned around, walked into the kitchen, and sat down at the marble island. Marcus was dressed and sprinting out the front door in under 2 minutes. On his way through the kitchen, he actually slowed down, looked me dead in the eye, and said the most pathetic sentence I have ever heard. "Bro, it just happened." Like those 4 utterly meaningless words were going to magically fix the universe. I didn't look at him. I didn't respond. I kept my eyes locked on the countertop until I heard the front door slam shut and his truck engine roar to life in the driveway. Elena took a little longer. She eventually came to the kitchen doorway, fully dressed, her eyes artificially red, and said, "Liam, I can explain this." I looked up at her and said, "No, you really can't." She stood there for another agonizing 30 seconds, waiting for me to scream, to cry, to throw something, to say literally anything else. I didn't. So, she left. I sat at that kitchen island for 20 minutes without moving a single muscle. No music, no television, just the hollow sound of the house settling around me. I wasn't in shock, exactly. It was more like the deeply unsettling feeling of a massive calculation finally completing in my head. It was like some buried part of my subconscious had suspected this answer for months and had just been violently handed the empirical confirmation. Then, my cell phone rang. It was my mother. That caller ID alone told me absolutely everything I needed to know about the very first phone call Marcus made from his truck as he peeled out of my driveway. He hadn't called her to cry or apologize. He had called her to get ahead of the narrative. And my mother, Helen, who had eaten dinner at my table every Sunday for years, who had hugged Elena and called her a daughter, opened the conversation with these exact words: "Liam, please. It was a mistake, he's your brother." I didn't reply. I pressed end and set the phone face down. Arthur called exactly 4 minutes later. My father's opening line was much more considered, like he had taken the time to think about the psychological framing. "Son, don't do something rash that destroys this family over one bad decision. Think about what we've built together." That word. Together. I sat in the deafening silence of my kitchen and let that word bounce around in my skull. What exactly had we built times together? The logistics business was entirely mine. Every contract negotiated, every employee hired, every agonizing decision made at 5 a.m. before anyone else in the world was awake, that was me. The house they lived in was mine. The truck parked in my father's garage was mine. The luxury kitchen my mother cooked in every Sunday had been completely gutted and rebuilt using my money. The steady stream of income that funded every single comfortable, insulated corner of all their lives came from exactly one source: me. And yet, the absolute second the people they had chosen to protect over me got violently exposed, suddenly it was a shared structure. Suddenly, there was a together that I apparently had a moral obligation to preserve. Update 1. I didn't sleep a single second that night. Elena came back around 10 p.m. I unlocked the door and let her in solely because I wanted to hear her talk. I wanted to see the exact mechanics of her lies. She gave a long, beautifully rehearsed explanation. She talked about the distance in our relationship due to my work hours. She talked about her profound loneliness. She claimed Marcus had aggressively pursued her. She swore it had only been going on for a few months and that it meant absolutely nothing. The words flowed out of her mouth in that specific, polished way that only happens when someone has been preparing a speech in their head for much longer than the crisis they are currently using it for. I listened to the entire monologue without interrupting once. Then, she said the one sentence that shifted the entire tectonic plate of my reality. "Liam, your parents knew things had been strained between us. I talked to your mother about it extensively. She understood. She said it like it was a softening detail, like it would somehow help her case. Helen had known Elena and Marcus had been spending significant time together alone. She had known the relationship was supposedly strained, and she had said absolutely nothing to me, not once, not a single solitary word across dozens of Sunday dinners, casual weekly phone calls, and 100 different opportunities to say something. She had actively chosen to protect their disgusting arrangement over her own son. I didn't scream. I didn't react with anger. I just looked at Elena, and I smiled. It wasn't a sarcastic smile, and it certainly wasn't a warm one. It was just a quiet, deeply settled expression that apparently communicated something so dark she wasn't prepared for it, because she stopped speaking mid-sentence and didn't attempt to start again. She told a mutual friend months later that the smile I gave her that night scared her infinitely more than anything I could have ever shouted. I quietly asked her to leave. She practically ran out the door. I sat completely alone in the dark kitchen until 3 a.m. Then, I opened my laptop. I didn't open it to look at photos or wallow in misery. I opened it to start mapping every single account, asset, liability, access point, and operational dependency in my life. I wanted to see exactly who relied on what, who had access to what, and what the full, unvarnished financial architecture of my existence actually looked like when drawn out on a spreadsheet. Honestly, that was when I found the real betrayal. The cheating was just the appetizer. I found Marcus's name on a secondary vendor credit account that I had absolutely never authorized. He was listed as a secondary signatory on a digital document that bore my signature, except I had never signed it. I went through the last 16 months of financial records with forensic precision. The stolen amounts were small. The intervals were highly irregular. It was brilliantly intentional. It was designed to be small and irregular enough to stay completely below the automated fraud alert thresholds of our accounting software. Over the course of 16 months, Marcus had siphoned exactly $82,500 out of my company. And that was only what I had managed to find in the first hour of digging. By 5 a.m., I had 6 browser tabs open, 3 complex spreadsheets running, and a yellow legal pad completely covered in handwriting that had gotten progressively smaller and tighter as the hours dragged on. I wasn't panicking. That is the thing I really want to emphasize. There was zero panic in my body. What I felt was infinitely closer to the focused, airless, sociopathic calm that washes over you when an abstract emotional problem suddenly becomes a concrete mathematical equation. Abstract betrayal is devastating and messy. Specific stolen numbers are just a logistical problem to solve. I kept pulling the server records. Marcus's embezzlement method was surprisingly straightforward once I understood the underlying logic. He had legitimate vendor account access as part of his consulting role, which meant nobody in accounting ever flagged his logins. When legitimate invoices came in with minor, manufactured overpayments, the standard company practice was to apply that surplus as a rolling credit toward the next bulk order. What Marcus had been doing instead was manually redirecting those specific surpluses to a completely separate dummy shell account through a series of tiny corrective transfers. Individually, they looked like routine, boring reconciliation entries. Nobody reviews reconciliation entries at that microscopic granularity unless they are specifically hunting for a rat. I hadn't been hunting. By the time I mapped the full, exhaustive run of his theft, I stopped being surprised by what I was finding. Then, I seamlessly transitioned to Elena's layer of the nightmare. I pulled the master credit line authorizations first. I found a finalized document with my signature on it, explicitly approving a massive increase to the company's operational credit ceiling. I had absolutely never signed that document. I knew this with 100% certainty because that exact credit increase had been discussed internally with my finance team, and I had firmly decided against it 3 months prior. The discussion was logged in my email archives. The final decision not to proceed was clearly in writing. And yet, there was my signature on a formalized approval document dated 6 weeks after I had explicitly said no. Real, human signatures have natural variation. The pen pressure changes, the angle of the loops shifts slightly, the tail of a letter catches differently, depending on how fast your hand is moving. I had signed my name tens of thousands of times over the years, and no 2 signatures were ever microscopically identical. The signature on that credit document was technically proficient, but it was completely, mathematically consistent with another document I found. It looked exactly the way a signature looks when someone has obsessively practiced tracing it rather than actually living it. The second forged document I uncovered made my blood run entirely cold. It was a partial property asset transfer. It was preliminary legal paperwork that appeared to be slowly moving one of my most valuable business-held commercial properties into a jointly named marital trust structure. It had never fully completed processing. Whatever the intended endpoint was, the timeline had been interrupted by me coming home early. The signature on that transfer document perfectly matched the first forgery. Elena had spent years as a corporate compliance auditor. She was a master with complex documents. She understood exactly how financial paperwork moved through bureaucratic systems and exactly where the oversight gaps were. She hadn't been vague about her new consulting work because the work was boring. She had been vague because her actual full-time job was meticulously dismantling my assets to steal them. I sat back from the glowing laptop screen and stared at the horrifying mosaic I had just assembled. Marcus was aggressively stealing cash. Elena was quietly forging documents to steal real estate. Both of them were operating with enough brazen confidence and consistency to suggest they felt completely safe doing it. And then, I remembered the old family cloud server. I still had administrative access to a shared family Google Drive, a setup from years back that nobody had ever formally closed out or bothered to secure. I opened it, navigated to Helen's personal backup folder, and found an archived email thread from 8 months ago between my mother and Marcus. Helen's line, "Be careful, he'll notice eventually." Arthur's single-word reply from his linked account, "Agreed." Not, "Stop this immediately." Not, "What the hell are you doing to your brother?" Not, "I won't be a part of this." Just, "Be careful." My parents hadn't built the embezzlement structure. But they had absolutely known about it. They had sat down, weighed the moral cost of saying something against the financial cost of saying nothing, and actively chosen silence. Because saying something meant demanding accountability. And demanding accountability meant the immediate end of a luxurious, insulated life that I had been quietly funding for them for years. I closed the laptop at 6 a.m., and calmly brewed a pot of black coffee. While it dripped, I picked up my phone and called my overseas business attorney, a brilliant, ruthless man I had retained 2 years prior when I was exploring expansion into international export markets. He was someone completely outside of my family's knowledge or social orbit. I told him I needed to immediately begin restructuring the company's entire ownership architecture through the foreign registered holding entity we had previously discussed as a contingency during the export planning phase. He paused and asked me how quickly I needed it done. I told him I needed it done as fast as it could be executed without leaving a single legal vulnerability. He said 2 weeks, maybe less if we expedited the filing fees. Over the following 48 hours, I became a ghost operating in plain sight. I contacted a cutthroat real estate attorney and instructed them to immediately list the family home for sale. I priced it highly aggressively, competitive enough to move at lightning speed. The listing went up quietly. I systematically removed Marcus from every single company account, server, and physical access point, framing it internally to my IT department as a routine, randomized security audit, nothing that would raise immediate red flags with the wider staff. I moved every cent of my personal savings into a newly established offshore account that existed entirely outside of my family's awareness or domestic legal reach. I called the luxury wedding venue, coldly canceled the booking, and ensured the massive refund process directly to my private card only. Then, I meticulously built the evidence file. Every single fraudulent transfer record, both forged signature documents, high-resolution screenshots of the damning email thread, and a clean, chronological timeline detailing exact amounts, dates, and IP addresses. I organized it into perfectly labeled digital folders, one for my investors, one for the extended family, one for Elena's professional network, and one for law enforcement. I saved everything to a heavily encrypted external drive. On the 4th day of my silent war, Elena came to my corporate office. She was incredibly composed. She had clearly taken the time to regroup and strategize. She walked in with the distinct energy of someone who had decided that a direct, reasonable adult conversation was the winning play. She sat across from my massive desk and talked about the lost wedding deposits, about how much social capital had already been committed, and about the tragic disruption to both of our lives. Then, she leaned forward slightly, lowered her voice to a soothing register, and said, "Liam, your parents think the best thing for everyone is to handle this privately. They suggested maybe we all attend family counseling, a structured healing process." She said it like it was a completely neutral suggestion, like she was merely relaying objective information rather than delivering a highly coordinated, manipulative message. But I had the Google Drive thread. I knew exactly how long this particular parasitic team had been in communication. I looked at her across my desk, and I smiled again. The exact same dead, hollow smile from the night she had left my house. She recognized it instantly. I watched her pupils dilate as she registered it, and I watched her brain desperately try to decide what it meant. She didn't reach a conclusion before I politely thanked her for coming in, stood up, and told her I would be in touch. She practically fled the office, looking infinitely more terrified than when she had arrived. That evening, I opened a secure travel app on a burner phone and booked 2 flights. The first flight was under my full legal name, heading to Chicago. The second flight was booked under my middle name, a name that appeared legally on my passport, but that I had absolutely never used professionally or personally in any context my family would ever recognize, heading to Charleston, South Carolina. Nobody knew about the second flight. Nobody knew about a lot of things. The final week was the most surreal, out-of-body experience of my life. I went to work every single day, answered routine emails, sat in complex client strategy calls, and handled all of them flawlessly. When Elena texted me asking if we could meet that weekend to talk properly and heal, I casually replied, Sure. We'll sort something out. She sent back a deeply relieved sounding response. She genuinely thought that meant progress. Marcus sent a massive, groveling apology text on Wednesday. It was 3 dense paragraphs, beautifully structured, and emotionally calibrated in a sophisticated way that absolutely did not match his usual illiterate writing style. Someone had clearly helped him draft it, almost certainly Helen. I read it once, archived it directly to the law enforcement evidence folder without replying, and went right back to what I was doing. What I was doing was finishing the execution. The offshore ownership restructure officially completed on day 9, significantly faster than the 2 weeks my attorney had originally estimated. My massive logistics company now sat legally insulated inside a foreign registered holding entity, with me listed merely as an appointed officer rather than the named domestic owner. Any future attempt by Elena to claim the business as a shared marital asset in civil litigation would now require navigating an international legal labyrinth that would take years and cost substantially more in legal fees than it could ever possibly produce. It wasn't entirely untouchable, but it was astronomically expensive enough to be functionally out of reach for people without vast resources. Which, as of that specific week, perfectly described every single person in my family. The real estate attorney called on day 10. We had an all-cash offer on the family home that was incredibly close to the asking price. I accepted it immediately. I demanded a standard contract with a brutal 30-day vacate clause for all current occupants, legally enforceable from the exact date of signing. Then began the quiet, systematic dismantling of their lives. I removed my parents from my Verizon family phone plan on a random Tuesday morning. I permanently closed the shared platinum credit card my mother had been using as her personal piggy bank for 2 years. I canceled the weekly HelloFresh grocery delivery account that billed to my card. I canceled the Netflix, Hulu, and Spotify subscriptions. I terminated the expensive insurance rider I had added to cover Arthur's truck. I canceled the HOA fee auto pay. I didn't announce a single piece of it. I didn't send a dramatic message explaining what was happening. These luxurious lifelines had simply been running effortlessly in the background because I had set them up and paid for them. Now, I stopped paying. They would discover each and every severed artery only when they tried to use it and failed. 3 days before I vanished, I called my operations manager, Sarah, my head of client accounts, and my lead logistics coordinator into my office separately and privately. I told each of them the absolute truth in strict professional terms. The company was undergoing a massive ownership restructure due to severe internal fraud. Their roles were fully secure, their salaries were guaranteed under the new structure, and all communications should route exclusively through the updated encrypted chain going forward. I gave each of them a massive retention bonus processed directly through the new foreign entities account. These 3 people I trusted with my life. I also knew that the 4 junior staff members Marcus had spent 2 years aggressively cultivating personal relationships with would likely read the sudden shift in the wind and make their own decisions to leave. That was perfectly fine. I had already accounted for their attrition in the new budget. The final family dinner was entirely my idea. I texted Helen on Thursday and said I wanted to come over for Sunday dinner, that I thought it was finally time to talk and heal. She responded in under a minute, overflowing with heart emojis. When I arrived at the house I legally owned, she had cooked a massive, elaborate feast, the kind of intensive meal that takes most of the afternoon to prepare. Arthur poured expensive scotch before I even sat down at the table. They were incredibly careful with me. Both of them hovered in that specific, delicate way people do when they think the victim is still deciding their fate, and they desperately need the decision to go their way. We talked about forgiveness, about perspective, and about how strong families absorb difficult things and come out the other side united. I asked leading questions that made them feel heard and validated. I ate every single bite of food on my plate. I smiled. At the very end of the evening, Arthur put his heavy hand on my shoulder, looked at me with faux paternal wisdom, and said, "We'll get through this as a family, son." I nodded slowly. I hugged them both. I walked out the door, got in my car, and drove home. Update 2. I loaded exactly 2 duffel bags into my car before 4 a.m. Everything that actually mattered had been quietly staged and shipped gradually over the previous 4 days. Legal documents, encrypted hard drives, and a few irreplaceable personal items that had zero monetary value but that I absolutely wasn't leaving behind. The rest of the house, the expensive furniture, the electronics, the art, I left exactly as it was. The dishes were clean in the sink, the lights were off, and absolutely nothing was staged to look like a permanent departure. I drove to the airport in the pitch dark and caught the first flight to Chicago under my legal name. I landed, waited 2 agonizing hours in the bustling terminal, and then boarded the second flight to Charleston under my middle name. I was heading to a colleague's private guest house, arranged entirely through a secure channel that had zero connection to anyone in my family's social or professional world. Nobody had that contact. Nobody knew that name was on a boarding pass. By the time the sun was fully up and shining over the Atlantic, I was completely gone. They figured it out in fragmented pieces, which I imagine was infinitely worse than finding out all at once. Elena arrived at my house mid-morning with coffee, intending to play the loving, repentant fiancé, and found the house locked, dark, and utterly silent. She called my cell number and immediately reached a dead voicemail on a line I had already flagged for permanent cancellation. Marcus got the legal vacate notice delivered via certified mail simultaneously with my parents. It wasn't a heartfelt letter. It was standard, brutal legal correspondence. No personal note, no explanation, just the cold, formal language of a finalized property sale and a strict 30-day eviction timeline. Panicking, he immediately called the corporate office. Sarah, my fiercely loyal operations manager, coldly informed him that his consulting arrangement had been terminated effective immediately due to the new ownership structure, and that he was legally barred from the premises. The 4 junior staff members who had been close to him had already handed in their resignations that very morning rather than navigate the terrifying new corporate chain, which meant he had absolutely zero allies left answering his frantic calls internally. The Verizon phone plan died sometime around noon. Helen tried to use the Platinum credit card at a luxury grocery store at 1 p.m., and it violently declined at the register. She tried to call my number 17 times over the course of the afternoon from a borrowed phone. Arthur's text messages started out measured and authoritative, and devolved into sheer, unadulterated panic by the evening. Elena sent a sobbing, hysterical voice message to the cancelled line that absolutely nobody would ever hear. And then, the massive debt collectors started calling. 2 separate vendors Marcus had been fraudulently deferring payments to under his falsified authorizations were now an aggressive, active collection. The operational credit line I had been quietly servicing through automatic payments went completely unmaintained the exact moment I severed my bank details. And commercial credit lines do not wait patiently. They escalate ruthlessly. By the end of the first week, the collection calls to Marcus were daily. By the end of the second week, they were constant, threatening, and legally binding. Arthur and Helen, who had absolutely never managed the massive financial obligations attached to a luxury property they technically didn't own, had zero framework for what was happening to them, or how to stop the bleeding. I know all of these details because my loyal friend Priya told me later, but that comes after I landed, settled into the beautiful Charleston guest arrangement, made a cup of coffee, and opened my laptop. The master evidence folder sat on my desktop clean, meticulously labeled, and organized into 4 distinct weapons. Investors, extended family, professional network, law enforcement. I opened the law enforcement section first. My ruthless attorney had already drafted the formal criminal complaint. All I had to do was type 2 words to authorize him to file it. I read through the devastating document once, then replied to his email, "Do it." The formal criminal complaint hit the lead detective's desk on a Thursday morning. My attorney filed it with the full, unredacted evidence package attached: the fraudulent transfer records, the hidden reconciliation trail, the forged signature documents, the timeline, everything clean, chronological, and heavily annotated. When you hand financial fraud investigators a massive case that is already 90% built and gift-wrapped, they move with terrifying speed. By Friday afternoon, Marcus had received a terrifying phone call from a detective asking him to come down to the precinct for a conversation. By the following Monday, Elena had a certified letter from the exact same fraud department. I wasn't there to witness any of it. I heard about the panic firsthand, weeks later. At the time, all I knew was that the complaint had been officially filed, and that the brutal machinery of the justice system was now moving entirely on its own momentum. That was the whole point. I didn't need to stay and watch the explosion happen. I just needed to make sure the fuse was lit. The investor drops went out that same week. I had set up a secure Proton Mail alias months prior for dealing with paranoid overseas contacts. I used it now. Both of Elena's largest private investors received the exact same anonymous document, a 4-page forensic audit summary with the damning bank records attached. No emotional editorial, no narrative framing, just the cold, hard transfers, the shell account numbers, the dates, and the stolen amounts. It was clinical enough to look exactly like it had leaked from an internal corporate review rather than a personal vendetta. One investor forwarded it to his aggressive legal team within the same business day. The other called Sarah, who smoothly confirmed the company was undergoing restructuring and that an internal review had identified severe irregularities. That was all she legally had to say. It was more than enough. Their attorneys initiated a formal audit of Elena's consulting firm within the week. The extended family drop was infinitely more personal, and vastly more precise. I sent the forged signature documents and the embezzlement records directly to my Uncle David, my father's older, immensely wealthy brother. He was the kind of terrifying patriarch whose mere presence at any family gathering instantly dictated the tone for how everyone else behaved. He was respected in a way that Arthur had always quietly, bitterly deferred to. I also sent physical copies to 2 prominent cousins who had been at my engagement party, who had given tearful speeches, and who had looked me in the eye and told me they were so happy for me. I included a brief, polite note with each package. I have been advised by legal counsel to share this context with the family before the impending criminal proceedings become public record. I wasn't asking for their help. I wasn't framing it as a messy family dispute requiring their mediation. I was simply making absolutely sure that the people whose opinions carried the most weight in my parents' superficial world knew the full, unvarnished truth before the courts dragged it into the sunlight anyway. Uncle David stopped returning Arthur's desperate phone calls within 3 days. The cousins quietly, permanently withdrew from the massive family group chat. There were no screaming confrontations, no dramatic announcements, just absence. The specific kind of heavy, suffocating absence that arrives without any explanation and therefore cannot be argued with, bargained with, or managed. For Helen, who had spent decades meticulously maintaining the family's fragile social standing, that deafening silence was its own specific, agonizing punishment. The professional network drop on Elena was the quietest, and by far the most effective. Through a mutual, highly connected contact from my export expansion work, someone with zero personal connection to Elena, but a massive reach in corporate auditing and financial brokerage circles, I made absolutely sure her name was casually attached to the phrase criminal civil matter involving document forgery in all the right whispered conversations. I didn't need to distribute the documents myself. I didn't need to make unhinged phone calls. In elite professional networks built entirely on credentialed trust, dark implication moves 10 times faster than documentation. Within 2 weeks, massive corporate doors were slamming shut in her face in ways she couldn't possibly trace back to a single source. Then, Marcus and Elena did exactly what I had mathematically predicted they would do. They violently turned on each other to save themselves. The absolute second Marcus understood that Elena's forged signatures could legally position him as a co-conspirator in a massive real estate theft rather than just a separate embezzler, he started aggressively distancing himself from her immediately and publicly. He told mutual contacts she had operated entirely independently, that he hadn't known a single thing about the forged documents, that the financial side had been entirely his own isolated situation, and that the two crimes were completely unrelated. Elena found out he was throwing her under the bus within days. Her immediate response was to scorch the earth. She told a mutual friend, someone she desperately trusted, and absolutely shouldn't have, about all the fund redirections, about the hidden vendor account transfers, and about the horrifying fact that she had known for months and stayed quiet because she thought they were leaving together. She actually said that last part out loud. They were leaving together. As in, the master plan had been for both of them to completely drain my life, steal my commercial property, and exit with as much of my empire as they could carry. I heard this through Priya weeks later, and I sat on the porch looking at the ocean for a long time. By month 3, the entire structure of consequences was fully in place and running flawlessly without my involvement. The police investigation was highly active. Marcus and Elena were trapped in separate, terrifying legal situations that their mutual public contradictions were only making worse. The extended family social withdrawal had become permanent enough that Arthur and Helen had completely stopped expecting it to ever reverse. The aggressive debt collection calls were ongoing. The family home sale had closed, and the new buyers had enforced the eviction. My parents had been forced to desperately scramble and find a tiny, depressing 2-bedroom rental that Arthur's municipal pension could barely cover. I was working, traveling occasionally, and rebuilding the logistics company's structure into something infinitely cleaner, leaner, and more efficient than it had ever been before. Every single week felt more like my own life, and less like the chaotic aftermath of someone else's parasitic decisions. Then, 4 months after I vanished, I logged into an incredibly old email account. It was a college-era address, barely used, kept alive mostly out of digital inertia. I logged in solely to retrieve an old tax document I had stored there years ago. There were 14 unread messages. 13 of them were automated spam. The 14th was from Helen. The subject line read, "I know you won't read this." I almost closed the tab. My hand actually moved toward the trackpad to delete it. Then I stopped, took a breath, and opened it. She had written for a very long time. I read every single word, and at the very end, after everything she said, after the brutal acknowledgement, the deep shame, and the highly specific honesty I had never expected from her, there were 3 words. I sat with them for 20 minutes. Then I made the final decision left to make in this entire saga. The email was massive. Helen had never been a person who wrote at length. Her texts were usually brief, her communication strictly functional. This was entirely different. She had clearly written it over multiple agonizing sittings, maybe over multiple days, because the emotional tone shifted slightly in places the way writing does when the author comes back to it after crying themselves to sleep and sees it differently in the cold morning light. She didn't justify a single thing. That was the very first thing I noticed. There was absolutely no architecture of excuse underneath the words, no careful positioning of blame toward Marcus or Elena to soften her own horrific role in it. She bluntly admitted she had known about the money. Not the full $82,500, not every single transfer, But she had known Marcus was actively taking from the business. And she had calculated her exact word, calculated that saying something to me would cost her more than staying quiet. She said she told herself it was a small thing, that he would eventually stop, that I was so rich I would never notice, or that if I did, it would quietly resolve itself without her ever having to be the one who said it out loud and ruin the peace. She actually quoted her own damning email back to herself. "Be careful, he'll notice eventually." She said she had read that line again recently and hadn't been able to explain to herself how she had become the kind of monster who could write it. Not times stop, not times this is evil, just times be careful. Like the only real concern in her heart was the risk of the gravy train derailing, rather than the fact that her eldest son was robbing her youngest son blind. She said she knew Elena and Marcus had been sleeping together, and had actively told herself it was just a phase. That she hadn't wanted to see what she was clearly seeing because seeing it would require her to act, and acting would mean violently disrupting the only version of reality that worked for her. The version where I kept quietly building the empire, they kept endlessly benefiting from it, and nobody ever examined the rotten foundation too closely. She wrote, "We made you responsible for absolutely everything, and then we fully expected you to absorb the devastating cost of our moral failures too. That wasn't a family, Liam. That was dependency dressed up as love." I finally understood that the morning the sheriff handed us the vacate notice. I just didn't know how to say it until now. And then, at the very end, after all of that brutal confession, "Please come home." I sat with those 3 words for 20 minutes, not because I was actually deciding whether to go. I knew before I even finished reading the first paragraph that I was absolutely never going back. Not to that state, not to that broken dynamic, not to the pathetic version of myself that had kept the whole parasitic arrangement running just because it was easier than asking what I was actually getting in return. I sat with the words because they deserved that much respect. Because my mother had finally written something profoundly true and impossibly difficult, and I wasn't going to dismiss it without actually feeling the heavy weight of it. She was right about most of what she wrote. That was the honest, painful answer. The dependency dressed as love line was terrifyingly accurate in a way that took genuine psychological courage to put into words. I truly believed she meant it. I truly believed she was agonizingly ashamed. I believed that somewhere in the specific, humiliating collapse of the luxurious life they had built entirely around my labor, something had finally become crystal clear to her that comfort had kept blurry for years. None of that changed what going back would mean. I closed the email. I moved it to the trash. I emptied the folder. No reply. Not because I wanted her to suffer the silence maliciously, but because I had absolutely nothing left to say that the last 4 months hadn't already said infinitely more clearly than I ever could in writing. An answer would reopen a negotiation I had already permanently concluded. It would falsely suggest there was still a timeline where the outcome was different. There wasn't. And telling her that directly would have been its own specific kind of cruelty, more personal, more surgical than the silence. The silence, at least, left the shape of things slightly ambiguous. That was the absolute last kindness I had available to give her, so that was exactly where I left it. Marcus took a pathetic plea deal on the felony fraud charges 8 months after the investigation officially opened. The forensic evidence I provided was so overwhelmingly clean that his public defender aggressively advised against going to trial. He received a suspended sentence, mandatory repayment through a massive civil judgment that will garnish his wages forever, and 3 years of strict probation. The private investor lawsuit ran parallel to the criminal case and settled separately. What little assets he had left went entirely toward it. His name in every single professional context I had ever touched was permanently finished. Last I heard through Priya, he had fled to another state and was working a grueling overnight warehouse job. No startups, no consulting, absolutely no access to anyone else's accounts ever again. Elena's situation resolved through a brutal combination of a criminal plea and a massive civil liability finding. She fully cooperated with the investor audit in exchange for slightly reduced charges, which meant she handed over absolutely everything she knew about Marcus's transfers in addition to answering for her own sloppy forgeries. The legal restitution completely wiped out her life savings. The corporate compliance world had slammed its doors shut to her long before any of the legal outcomes were even finalized. Professional networks always move faster than courts. She is currently trying to rebuild somewhere else, in a completely different, lower-tier industry, suffocating under the weight of a financial and reputational reset that will take her decades to work through. Arthur and Helen are still living in that depressing 2-bedroom rental. The wealthy social world they had moved through so easily for decades has contracted in the quiet, permanent way that happens when people withdraw without announcement. Uncle David hasn't spoken to them since receiving the documents. The cousins are coldly polite at a distance when unavoidable family events require proximity, and completely absent otherwise. Helen has stopped being invited to the charity galas and luncheons she used to organize. None of that social exile was something I orchestrated directly. It was just the natural, inevitable result of a dark truth becoming known in a community where reputation had always been the only real currency. They have each other, And they have a specific, agonizingly private understanding of exactly which choices led them to a smaller, quieter, poorer life than the one they had grown so accustomed to. That heavy understanding is going to be sitting in the room with them for the rest of their lives. I am in Charleston now. I rented a beautiful apartment 2 blocks from the water. It is the nicest place I have ever lived in, not because it is massive or overly expensive, but because every single decision made inside its walls is entirely mine. Nobody else has a key. Nobody drops by uninvited to drink my beer. Nobody calls from the living room asking for money while I am trying to think. The logistics business runs flawlessly under the new offshore structure. The new operations director I hired has turned out to be vastly better at the day-to-day internal management than I ever was, which completely freed me up to focus on the high-level client relationships and expansion strategy I had been neglecting for years while I was too busy being everyone's personal financial infrastructure. I am 32. I work hard. I travel when the work calls for it. I am not in any rush to rebuild anything personal, not because I am irreparably damaged or closed off, but because for the absolute first time in a very long time, I am not operating from a massive emotional deficit. I am not giving more of myself than I have. I am not exhausting myself maintaining a fake version of reality that requires me to actively look away from what I am actually seeing. Priya texts occasionally. Nothing heavy, just the normal, casual back and forth of two people who have firmly established that they are on the same side of reality. That is more than enough for me right now. I thought, when I was sitting at that marble kitchen island at 3 a.m. running the financial map, that what I was building toward was revenge. I thought I wanted some deeply satisfying, explosive final act of destruction that would feel like cinematic justice when it finally landed. What it actually felt like was simply removal. I stepped out from under a massive, rotting structure I had been exhausting myself holding up for years. And the structure violently collapsed not because I actively demolished it with a sledgehammer, but because it had absolutely never been capable of standing on its own 2 feet. The collapse wasn't something I maliciously did to them. It was just the reality of what was always true, finally allowed to be visible to the world. Elena once told me my silence scared her infinitely more than anything I could have ever said. My mother's final email was the absolute last test of that theory. I deleted it, closed the laptop, made a cup of black coffee, stood at the massive window while it brewed, and watched the street outside doing its perfectly ordinary Tuesday morning things. A woman walking a golden retriever, a delivery truck idling at the corner, seagulls on a wire doing absolutely nothing in particular. Completely, beautifully ordinary. That was exactly the point. Top comments. User 1. The line dependency dressed up as love is one of the most chillingly accurate descriptions of toxic family dynamics I've ever read. Your mom didn't love you, Liam. She loved what you provided. The fact that she was willing to let your brother steal from you just so she wouldn't have to deal with the drama of confronting him tells you everything. You didn't ruin them. You just stopped being their shield. Good on you for getting out clean. User 2. I am a forensic accountant, and the way you handled that audit and the legal restructuring is pure, unadulterated poetry. Moving the assets to a foreign holding entity before dropping the hammer was a masterstroke. Elena thought her compliance background made her smart, but she forgot the golden rule: never try to outpaper the guy who built the company from the ground up. Enjoy Charleston, you earned every bit of that piece. User 3. The fact that Marcus tried to throw Elena under the bus the second the heat came down, and she immediately retaliated by admitting they were going to drain you and run away together. Absolute chef's kiss. Thieves have no loyalty. It's wild how quickly a family crumbles when the person funding the delusion finally walks away. The silence was the ultimate revenge. You can't even take a joke. Dad laughed after humiliating me at Christmas. He stopped laughing when I showed up to his birthday as his new landlord and fired my brother-in-law. My parents handed me a condescending self-help book for dropouts, and laughed in my face at a family dinner, completely unaware that I was actually the CEO of the multi-million-dollar tech company my brother-in-law worked for. So, I quietly bought their house out of foreclosure through an anonymous shell company, showed up to my dad's 60th birthday dinner, and handed them a 90-day eviction notice in front of the entire family. Original post. I am 34 years old, and for the last 13 years, I have been the designated failure of my family. My dad actually looked at me last winter, right before Christmas, and told me that just looking at a dropout made him lose his appetizer. Later that same night, my sister's husband casually asked about my job, and I will absolutely never forget the look of utter horror on my dad's face when I finally told them my company's name. This all culminated last winter, right around the holidays, when my sister, Maya, decided to host the annual family Christmas dinner at her house. Technically, it was her and her husband Liam's house, but we all knew my parents had helped with the down payment, which meant they effectively owned the narrative. My family is not the warm, hugging, emotionally supportive type. Growing up in that house meant learning how to dodge biting sarcasm better than playground dodgeballs. You had to figure out how to constantly downplay your own wins so nobody thought you were getting too big for your britches, while simultaneously over-celebrating whatever golden achievement my parents deemed worthy. They weren't cruel in the obvious, reportable ways. There were no broken bones, no empty pantries, no screaming matches that the neighbors could hear. But they knew exactly how to chip away at your self-esteem, piece by microscopic piece, quietly, consistently. Sometimes I genuinely wonder if it would have been easier to process if they had just screamed in my face like normal dysfunctional parents. I dropped out of college when I was 21. That is the single headline they have clung to ever since. It doesn't matter that I left school because the predictive analytics business I started in my cramped dorm room, between empty pizza boxes and an overheating laptop, suddenly exploded in user base, and I physically couldn't manage the server loads between my midterms. It doesn't matter that I sold that very same company 6 years later for an 8-figure amount that I still haven't fully processed to this day. To them, I quit. I couldn't hack it. I was the family's ultimate cautionary tale. Every single time my name came up in conversation, it was followed by that long, dramatic, performative sigh. The one that silently screams, "Imagine if Julian had just stayed in school and gotten a real job." Because of this exhausting dynamic, I rarely go to these family gatherings. The last time I had shown up for a holiday dinner was 3 years ago, and my mom had cornered me by the appetizers to ask if I was still figuring things out. At the time, I had literally just landed a massive enterprise contract with a Fortune 500 company. I remember just staring at her across the kitchen island, holding my glass of water midair, seriously wondering if she actually didn't know, or if she just aggressively didn't care. Either way, I stayed silent. I've learned over the years that it is significantly easier that way. Less friction, less temptation to remind them who I really am, less energy wasted on people committed to misunderstanding me. But this time felt different. My sister Maya had personally called me to invite me. She was always the desperate peacemaker growing up, constantly trying to balance between my brooding, defensive silence and our parents' performative judgment. She sounded exhausted on the phone. She said she missed me, that the holidays just weren't the same without me, and that I should at least come for dessert if I didn't want to sit through the whole dinner. And then came the part that actually made me hesitate. She said Dad had softened up, that he was really trying, that he had asked about me. Against my better judgment, against every screaming instinct in my body, I told her I would think about it. As the week rolled on, I figured, why not? Why not show my face, eat some overpriced pie, and leave before anyone got too nosy or too deep into the wine? I pulled into their massive, perfectly shoveled driveway 10 minutes late. Not enough to make a scene, but enough to avoid the awkward opening speeches and the forced coat-taking rituals. The lights inside the house glowed warm and golden, making it look like a picture-perfect holiday card. For a brief, stupid second, standing on the frosted welcome mat, I almost believed this time would be different. Then the front door creaked open. Dad was standing in the foyer. He saw me before anyone else did. He didn't say hello. He didn't smile. He just looked me up and down, took in my thrifted peacoat and scuffed boots, and smirked. Didn't know they let dropouts in here. You're making me lose my appetizer, Julian. Just like that. 13 years of distance, and that was his opening line. I could have left right then. I should have turned around, gotten back into my heated car, and driven back to my quiet, peaceful penthouse downtown. But something dark inside me, some volatile mix of morbid curiosity and quiet, burning defiance, made me stay. Maybe I just wanted to see exactly how far they would go this time. Maybe I was just exhausted from running from people who never even bothered to try and catch up to me. The dining room was absolutely packed. Long tables stretched almost wall to wall, covered in beige and gold Pinterest-style decorations, the kind of immaculate setup that screams, "We only use this to impress people we don't even like." Every single seat was taken except for the one wobbly chair shoved in the far corner near the kitchen draft. I passed by cousins I hadn't seen in half a decade, their kids completely glued to glowing tablets. The smell of cinnamon, roasted turkey, and fake pine was thick and suffocating in the air. My mom barely even glanced at me as I squeezed past her chair. She just gave a tight wave, said, "Oh, you actually came," and immediately turned back to her incredibly riveting conversation about someone else's destination wedding. I sat quietly, observing the room. I had gotten very good at being invisible over the years. My cousin Leo was holding court at the center of the table, talking loudly about his brand new promotion at some mid-tier insurance firm. His wife was chiming in every few seconds, practically reciting his LinkedIn resume from memory. Everyone nodded, congratulated him, and raised their glasses in a toast. I just picked at the cold bread rolls. No one asked me a single question, which, honestly, was a massive relief at first. Then, during the second round of expensive wine, someone clinked their glass with a fork. Time for the family career check-in. It was supposed to be a joke, kind of. Uncle Dave had started this toxic little tradition years ago, and unfortunately, it stuck. Each person would go around the table and give a quick, heavily sanitized update on what they were doing with their lives. Promotions, new jobs, real estate purchases, even disguised firings masked as pivots. It was all part of the sick ritual. The adults always pretended it was just lighthearted catching up, but you could physically feel the tension build in the room as the spotlight moved from chair to chair. My turn came dead last. Maya tried to smoothly skip over me, offering to go grab the pies, but Uncle Dave laughed his booming, obnoxious laugh and pointed his wine glass right at me. Hold on now, what about Julian? Still chasing the startup dream in your basement, buddy? I looked up from my water glass. Yeah, I said, keeping my voice entirely flat. Still chasing. A few people chuckled awkwardly. My dad smirked and shook his head, taking a slow sip of his Pinot Noir. That is exactly when Maya's husband, Liam, leaned over. Liam is relatively newer to the family machine. He married my sister a few years ago. Nice enough guy, very polished, very corporate. We had never really talked beyond standard pleasantries about the weather or sports. Where do you actually work anyway, Julian? Liam asked casually, like he was just trying to be polite and wasn't expecting much more than the name of a local coffee shop or an IT help desk. I paused. I seriously thought about lying. I thought about just saying I was in freelance consulting or something equally vague to get the spotlight off me. But I was so tired. I was so incredibly tired of minimizing my entire existence. I was tired of pretending I was small so they could feel big. I looked Liam dead in the eye and told him the exact name of my company. Liam blinked. He stopped chewing. He looked me over, from my messy hair down to my scuffed boots, like I had just spoken fluent, flawless Mandarin. Wait. Liam said, his voice dropping an octave, his eyes narrowing in intense confusion. You're my CEO? The entire dining room went utterly silent, and I don't mean a lull in conversation. I mean dead, suffocating, vacuum-sealed silence. Forks literally stopped moving halfway to people's mouths. Even the tablet-obsessed kids looked up. And that was the exact moment I realized that absolutely no one in this room knew. Not even my sister Maya. I looked at Liam, completely deadpan. Yeah, small world, Liam. He let out a short, sharp, nervous laugh. You're kidding, right? I didn't smile. I didn't blink. I just stared at him. The silence stretched out, becoming agonizing. My dad's face shifted rapidly through a spectrum of emotions. Confusion, then deep denial, then something much harder and darker to read. My mom blinked rapidly like she had water in her eyes. Uncle Dave cleared his throat loudly. No one said a single word. I reached for my water glass, took a slow sip, and just let the suffocating tension hang there. But that was only the very beginning. Because the second Liam pulled out his iPhone under the table and frantically fact-checked me, the entire dynamic of the room started to violently unravel. And trust me, I hadn't even gotten to the dessert course yet. Liam stared at me like he was trying to aggressively rewrite everything he thought he knew about reality. The bright screen of his phone glowed visibly beneath the tablecloth as his thumb furiously scrolled, no doubt checking the official company website, the executive roster, maybe even our corporate LinkedIn page. I didn't need to look at his screen. I knew exactly what he would find. My name was right there at the very top of the page. Julian Mercer, Chief Executive Officer, Co-founder, the exact title they had all scoffed at for over a decade. Liam looked up again. His face was completely flushed red, his eyebrows raised so high they were practically in his hairline. He looked like he was buffering. You're Julian Mercer, he muttered, just loud enough for the silence to amplify it. As in, the Times Julian Mercer? Maya turned toward her husband, her face twisted in genuine confusion. Wait, Liam, what are you talking about? What is going on? I could feel every single set of eyes in that room burning into my skin. All the aunts, the uncles, the cousins, the in-laws. Some were pretending to still cut their turkey. Most weren't even breathing. Liam gave another half laugh, like he was desperately praying I would suddenly yell gotcha. And break the tension. Maya, he owns the company I work for. Liam said, his voice trembling slightly. Like, the whole company. I've seen him in virtual all-hands meetings, but I thought. I don't know what I thought. Liam trailed off, clearly struggling to reconcile the awkward, silent black sheep sitting at the corner of the table in a thrifted coat with the polished, authoritative executive voice he had heard dictating corporate strategy on quarterly earnings calls. Maya blinked, her mouth falling open. She turned to me. Wait, Julian, you run that entire company? You never told me that. I shrugged, keeping my posture completely relaxed. You never asked, Maya. She sat back in her chair slowly, as if the wind had been knocked out of her. Liam just shook his head, and I could literally see the terrifying realization dawning on him. The awkward, outcast brother of his wife's family, whom everyone openly mocked and barely acknowledged, was the man personally signing his incredibly lucrative paychecks. Then, my dad laughed, but it wasn't a laugh of joy, or shock, or even pleasant surprise. It was that dry, wheezy, dismissive scoff he always used whenever someone else's success made him feel small and uncomfortable. So what? Dad sneered, waving his butter knife at me. You own some little tech company. Doesn't mean you actually do anything important. These days, every kid with a MacBook and a Wi-Fi connection thinks they're a CEO. There it was, The immediate deflection, the desperate dismissal. I had seen it coming from a mile away, but it still made my jaw clench. I started it in my dorm room, Dad. I said, my voice eerily calm, cutting through the room. We went public last year. We're valued at over $200 million. My mom finally found her voice, her tone shrill and defensive. Well, you certainly never brought it up before, Julian. You could have said something instead of just sitting there letting everyone assume things. Assume what, Mom? I asked, not bothering to hide the sharp, icy edge in my voice anymore. Assume that I was a complete burnout? Assume that I failed at life? Silence slammed back into the room. I didn't correct anyone. I continued, leaning forward slightly, because none of you ever bothered to ask. You all collectively decided who I was 13 years ago when I dropped out. And anything that didn't perfectly fit that pathetic little version of me just didn't exist to you. I genuinely hadn't planned to say any of that. I had planned to eat my pie and leave. But once the words started coming out of my mouth, I physically couldn't stop them. The dam had broken. Dad slammed his fork down onto his expensive china plate. His tone sharpened into a familiar, threatening growl. Don't get dramatic, Julian. You're ruining the dinner. If we treated you differently, it's because you acted differently. You quit school, you stopped calling your mother, you clearly didn't want to be part of this family. No, I said, my voice remarkably steady despite the adrenaline pounding in my ears. I just got tired of being treated like a walking punchline. I got tired of being told my path didn't count just because it wasn't the exact one you demanded I take. The energy in the room was suffocating. Maya looked down at her lap, visibly twisting her napkin into knots. A few of the aunts exchanged wide-eyed, terrified glances. Dad was still staring at me like I was an alien species that had just crash-landed on his dining table. Naturally, Uncle Dave tried to jump in and smooth things over with his trademark fake, booming laugh. Well, hey, look at that. Maybe now Julian can buy us all a family vacation to Hawaii, huh? Since you're such a big shot now. A few people chuckled nervously, desperate to grab onto the lifeline and break the excruciating tension. But that stupid joke made something completely snap inside my chest. Because that is exactly how it always went with them. The second things got too real, the second they had to face accountability, they turned it into a joke. Redirect, deflect, move on, pretend it never happened. Except this time, I refused to move on. I easily could, I said, my voice dropping to a dead serious whisper that carried across the silent room. But I won't. That got their attention. The nervous chuckling instantly died. I am not here to impress anyone, I said, looking around the table. I came tonight because Maya practically begged me to. But if all you people are going to do is sit here and pretend this toxic behavior isn't a massive, lifelong pattern, I will save you the trouble of inviting me next year. Dad scoffed again, crossing his arms. There he goes. Always so damn sensitive. Can't even take a joke. And that is when the absolute breaking point happened. Liam, still tightly gripping his phone under the table, cleared his throat loudly. Actually, Richard, Liam said, looking directly at my dad. I've got something to say. Everyone whipped their heads toward Liam. Even I was surprised. I've been working under Julian's company for almost 4 years, Liam said, his voice shaking but gaining strength. He built that entire infrastructure from the ground up. We had massive industry-wide layoffs during the pandemic, and Julian personally took a pay cut to make sure absolutely no one on my specific team lost their job or their health insurance. I didn't even know who he really was at the time, but now that I do, I think this is the first time in my entire life I've seen someone actively hide massive, life-changing success just because they were terrified of how their own family would react. Liam turned to his wife. Maya, how did you not know this? Maya looked like she was about to burst into tears. Her lip was trembling. He never talks about work, Liam. I thought he did freelance coding stuff. I didn't know. That stung, deeper than I expected. I didn't talk about it, Maya, I said quietly, because the last time I tried to tell Dad about a minor success, I was accused of bragging and making Leo feel bad. Dad snorted loudly, his face turning a deep shade of red. Oh, so now we're the problem? You've always thought you were better than us, Julian. Always sitting in the corner, judging everyone. No, I said, standing up from my chair. I didn't do it dramatically. I just stood up, signaling that I was officially done being cornered at the metaphorical kids' table while the adults played their sick games of pretend. I spent my entire 20s hoping you would finally be proud of me. But eventually, I realized that was never, ever going to happen. I could literally cure cancer, and you would still tell everyone you wished I had gone back to get my degree. Mom opened her mouth, probably to launch into a guilt trip about how much she sacrificed for me, but I held up a hand and stopped her dead. I'm not doing this anymore. I am completely done shrinking myself so you people can feel comfortable in your mediocrity. I turned to Maya. Thanks for inviting me, Maya. The food smelled great, but I think I've stayed long enough. I grabbed my coat from the back of my chair and started heading toward the front door. And that is exactly when the ultimate betrayal happened. Wait, Maya said, her voice cracking loudly. I stopped and turned around. She had stood up and was holding something awkwardly behind her back. It was a small, rectangular box wrapped in cheap, shiny red foil. I was going to give this to you later, she stammered, holding it out with trembling hands. It's from everyone. A joint gift. I walked back slowly and took the box from her hands. It felt heavy. I tore the red foil off in one swift motion. It was a book. A hardcover self-help book. The title, in massive, glossy yellow letters, read, Finding Success After Failure. How to Rebuild Your Life When You've Hit Rock Bottom. I just stood there, staring at the cover. I felt the air leave my lungs. I looked up at Maya, my own sister, the supposed peacemaker. You all picked this out together? I asked, my voice completely hollow. She hesitated, her eyes darting nervously toward our parents. It was Dad's idea, she whispered. He said, maybe it would help you get your life back on track. The room was silent again. Even Liam looked absolutely horrified, his mouth hanging open in shock. I didn't say anything. I didn't throw the book at the wall. I didn't shout or flip the table. I just gently set the book down right in the middle of Maya's pristine, beige table runner, next to the cranberry sauce. I turned around, walked down the hallway, opened the front door, and walked out into the freezing snow. And just as the heavy oak door was clicking shut behind me, I distinctly heard my dad's voice echo from the dining room. See? Can't even take a joke. That was the absolute last time I spoke to a single one of them. At least, for a while. But what they didn't know, what none of those arrogant, small-minded people realized in that moment, was that their cruel words that night, the way they laughed at me, that deeply insulting book. That was the exact moment something inside my brain finally snapped. Because I wasn't the terrified, insecure dropout anymore. I was a multimillionaire. I was their boss. I was their future landlord. I was their unacknowledged, hidden success story. And for the first time in my entire life, I was not going to let that immense power go to waste. Edit. A few of you in the comments asked why I didn't just tell Maya the truth about my success years ago, outside of the family dynamic. The truth is, Maya has always been a flying monkey for my parents. Anything I told her in confidence inevitably made its way back to them, usually twisted to fit their narrative. If I had told her I was wealthy, my parents would have immediately demanded financial support while still treating me like garbage. Silence was my only true armor. Until it wasn't. Update 1. When I stepped out into the freezing cold air that Christmas night, I didn't feel powerful. I didn't feel smug, or victorious, or any of the triumphant things you would imagine someone feels after dropping a massive truth bomb on their abusers. I just felt completely, devastatingly hollow. The night air wrapped around me like a wet blanket, and as I walked to my car, I could still faintly hear the echoes of forced laughter and silverware clinking through the frosted windows behind me. You would think that walking out like that, on your own terms with your dignity fully intact, would feel like pure freedom, but it didn't. Not yet. It felt exactly like walking out of a burning house, only to realize you had accidentally left crucial pieces of your own soul inside the flames. I sat in my freezing car for a long time, the engine running, the heater blasting, my fingers gripping the leather steering wheel until my knuckles turned stark white. I thought about driving straight to the corporate office to bury myself in spreadsheets. I thought about Maya's terrified face when she handed me that insulting book, like she genuinely, truly believed it was an act of love. The sick thing is, when your own family hands you a book titled Times Finding Success After Failure, it isn't just a gag gift. It is a deeply calculated message, wrapped up in cheap holiday paper and forced, tight-lipped smiles. It is a message that loudly says, we do not see you, we do not hear you, we refuse to acknowledge reality, we still think you are a pathetic failure. And the saddest part? I realize that somewhere deep down, I still believe them. Even after all the massive enterprise contracts, the glowing tech magazine headlines, the IPO celebrations, and the 8-figure bank account, there was still that terrified 21-year-old kid sitting in the back row of his life, absolutely desperate for a single nod of parental approval that was never, ever going to come. That night, I didn't sleep a single minute. I paced my massive penthouse apartment, completely restless, obsessively replaying the entire dinner like a lawyer reviewing courtroom footage. I saw their faces. I heard the silence. I heard Dad sneer, can't even take a joke, as if I was the one who made things toxic. I thought about Liam, too. How insanely quickly he went from utter disbelief to quiet, submissive silence. Like once the initial shock wore off, he remembered his exact place in the family hierarchy and adjusted his behavior accordingly to avoid Dad's wrath. By the time the sun came up, something fundamental in my psychology had shifted. I didn't spiral into recklessness, but I heavily withdrew. Over the next few weeks, I stopped responding to emails that didn't require my immediate CEO authority. I stopped showing up for optional investor calls. I still ran the company, obviously, but I started aggressively letting my executive team take the spotlight. I started showing up to the office in plain black hoodies and faded jeans instead of the tailored, bespoke blazers I usually wore like protective armor. People in the office definitely noticed, but no one dared say a word. I guess when you're the CEO, people just assume you are playing some 4D chess move, even when you are actively unraveling. I was shedding. I was violently peeling back the psychological layers I didn't even realize I had been wearing to protect myself from my family's judgment. I stopped going to my private gym. I started eating terrible takeout at 3 a.m. The nights completely blurred into the mornings. I found myself obsessively rereading my old college journals, my original messy pitch decks, and even some of my freshman essays. I was frantically searching for the exact moment I became that guy, the failure my parents could only describe with a heavy sigh of disappointment. And somewhere in the absolute mess of my home office, inside a dusty cardboard box, I found something I had completely forgotten existed. A printed letter. It was an email from my freshman year computer science professor, printed out and folded tightly into quarters. It was his response to a panicked email I had sent him right after I officially dropped out. Back then, at 21, I had written him a long, pathetic apology for wasting his time, for not seeing the degree through, for not being the brilliant academic he thought I could be. His reply, printed on faded paper, was incredibly short. Julian, you are not a failure, you just outgrew the room. It is terrifying, but outgrowing a room is not the same thing as quitting. Keep building your vision. The rest of the world will catch up to you eventually. I must have stood in my office and read that faded piece of paper 10 times in a row. And on the 11th read, the lock in my brain finally clicked open. I hadn't failed. I had evolved. My parents didn't want evolution. They wanted blind obedience. They wanted predictability. They wanted a perfectly packaged version of success that looked exactly like a framed university degree, a miserable middle management cubicle, and a 30-year mortgage by the time I was 30. They lacked the basic mental capacity to process someone who skipped all their required steps and still came out vastly ahead of them. I spent the next month entirely unplugging. Not from my company, I still handled the critical infrastructure and checked in with my VP, but from the suffocating noise of expectations. I stopped trying to prove anything to anyone. I mentored a 20-year-old kid named Tyler who had built a clunky but brilliant mobile app. I helped him polish his pitch, connected him with some angel investors in Denver, and watched him secure his first round of real funding. Watching Tyler succeed without his own parents' support healed a part of me I didn't know was bleeding. I wasn't just rebuilding my self-worth, I was redefining my entire concept of legacy. Meanwhile, my family stayed absolutely dead silent. No phone calls. No text messages. No apologies. Maya sent exactly one, "Hope you're doing well," text in mid-January, which I left on read. I wasn't being petty, I was simply done doing 100% of the emotional labor for people who hated me. Then, in late February, the dominoes began to fall. First, I got a highly confidential message from my head of HR. Apparently, Liam had formally requested an immediate transfer to a different department, citing a conflict of interest and deeply uncomfortable family dynamics. I didn't stop the transfer. I didn't even reply to the HR email, I just let it happen. But the timing was incredibly interesting, because exactly 2 days after Liam's transfer request crossed my desk, I received a thick, certified letter in the mail. It was from my parents. Or, more accurately, it was from their estate lawyer. They were selling their massive, pristine house. And in the letter, they were graciously offering me the exclusive first opportunity to buy it at a generous family rate before they officially listed it on the open market. I stood in my kitchen, holding the heavy parchment paper, and I laughed out loud. It wasn't a joyful laugh. It was a dark, cynical laugh, because it was just so perfectly, disgustingly times them. After 13 years of writing me off, after belittling my massive achievements to my face, and after literally handing me a self-help book for failures at Christmas dinner, their very first real point of contact was a desperate real estate pitch. I didn't respond right away. I sat down and really thought about what I wanted. What had felt like a burning need for revenge 6 weeks ago had crystallized into something entirely different. I wasn't interested in a screaming match. I wasn't interested in proving a point just for pride. I was interested in absolute, surgical control. I stared at that legal letter for an hour, then I opened my laptop, cracked my knuckles, and began drafting a very different kind of response. Because the funny thing about hitting rock bottom is that it provides a fantastic, solid foundation to build a fortress on. I didn't reply to their lawyer. Instead, I did some deep digging. One of the massive perks of owning a tech company that specializes in enterprise financial software integration is that you have access. Not illegal access, mind you, but incredibly deep connections, sweeping public records data, real estate filings, and market trend algorithms. 3 phone calls later, I had the entire, pathetic picture. Turns out, my arrogant, judgmental parents were completely broke, not flatline, living on the street bankrupt, but dangerously close. Their aggressive retirement fund had taken a massive hit during the last market dip. And Dad, Mr. I worked hard for everything I have and dropouts are lazy had secretly refinanced the family house 2 years ago to heavily fund a sketchy investment opportunity. He had dumped hundreds of thousands of dollars into a completely nonsense crypto startup run by a guy named Chase, a 20-something scammer with frosted tips and a leased Lamborghini. The crypto startup completely tanked. It vanished overnight. And now, my parents were desperately trying to sell the house before the bank started knocking on the door with foreclosure papers. Their generous pitch to me as the first family buyer wasn't about mending fences or offering me a deal. It was a desperate, panicked attempt to skip the massive realtor fees and avoid the public humiliation of a bank seizure. Everything clicked into perfect, sickening place. The self-help book. The silence. The sudden need to reconnect via certified mail. They didn't want their son back. They wanted a bailout from the bank account of the son they despised. And that is exactly when I decided I wasn't just going to reject their pathetic offer. I was going to surgically dismantle their entire reality. I sat down at my desk and made a precise, step-by-step list. This wasn't a petty, burn-it-all-down revenge fantasy. This was about permanently resetting the table. Step 1. Buy the house, but absolutely not from them. I contacted the lending bank directly. I didn't use a third-party broker. I called a guy I had met years ago at a TechCrunch Disrupt conference in Denver, a mid-level account manager who had recently been promoted to VP of lending at that exact bank. After a very brief, highly confidential conversation, I learned that the official foreclosure was actually much closer than my parents had let on. They were praying to sell before the public notice hit the county records to avoid the social embarrassment in their country club circle. I made a quiet, all-cash offer directly to the bank. I used a completely anonymous shell company I had set up years ago for commercial property investments. There were absolutely no ties to the Mercer name on any of the paperwork. The bank, desperate to offload a toxic asset without the legal headache of a drawn-out eviction, was absolutely thrilled. I bypassed my parents entirely and bought my own childhood home for 25% below market value. No drama, no family negotiations. Just cold, hard corporate business. Step 2. Set the psychological stage. I didn't evict them immediately. That would have been way too obvious, way too fast. I needed them to feel completely safe. I needed them to believe they had successfully dodged a massive bullet and somehow come out ahead. So, I waited. I hired a ruthless, highly professional property manager from 3 states over someone with zero connections to my tech company or my family to play the role of the representative for the anonymous new corporate landlord. I gave her incredibly strict instructions. Do not rush anything. Let the tenants enjoy the remainder of their current implied lease. Pay the utilities quietly. Just send them a standard corporate letter notifying them that the debt had been acquired by a private firm and the property would eventually be repurposed. When that terrifying corporate letter arrived in their mailbox a month later, Mom completely panicked. She called Maya in hysterics. Maya immediately texted me, "Julian, did you buy the house?" Mom is freaking out. I left her on read. She sent another text the next morning, "Julian, please answer me. They think you did this. You didn't, right?" I swiped the notification away. I wasn't being needlessly cruel. I wanted them to sit in the agonizing uncertainty. I wanted them to feel exactly what I had felt for 13 years, ignored, dismissed and completely out of the loop of my own life. Step 3. Gather the remaining pieces. A week later, Liam officially quit my company. He didn't give a reason, and he didn't have to. HR flagged his exit interview for me, and I just let him walk. But I did have my team keep a very close eye on his next career steps. Turns out, Liam landed a job at a much smaller, drastically underfunded competitor of ours. I made a few discreet calls, not to sabotage him. I'm not that petty, but to understand the board. What I learned was hilarious. Liam had aggressively pitched himself as a senior executive strategist at his new company. He had plastered my company's name all over his resume, heavily implying that he and I worked hand in hand on high-level enterprise contracts. He conveniently omitted the fact that he was 3 rungs below the department head and had never once been in a private room with me. I filed that leverage away. I didn't need it yet. Step 4. The re-invite. By late March, the trap was fully set. That's when I got another text from Maya. "Julian, Dad is turning 60 inches April. He wants a small dinner. Just family. Absolutely no drama. Dad, he specifically asked me to invite you. Please come." I stared at the glowing screen for a long time. This was it. The final move. The exact moment where the power dynamic would permanently shatter. I waited exactly 4 hours to let her sweat, and then I replied. "Sure, Maya, I'll come. Let me know when and where." Simple, polite, no snark. Let them think I had moved on. Let them believe the awkwardness of Christmas was water under the bridge. But behind the curtain, I was orchestrating the final act of the play. Because if my parents thought this 60th birthday dinner was going to be just another gathering where I sat quietly in the corner while they danced around the truth, they had absolutely no idea what kind of hell I was bringing to the table. Update 2. The table was perfectly set. The deed to the house was locked in my safe. The power had completely shifted, and I was entirely done playing small. I arrived at the restaurant exactly 5 minutes early. I debated whether to show up fashionably late to make an entrance, but something primal told me that being the first one at the table held more power. There is an undeniable dominance in watching your abusers walk into a room where you are already comfortably seated. The birthday dinner was at a ridiculously high-end, painfully quiet steakhouse downtown. The kind of establishment with heavy mahogany chairs, dim candlelight, pristine white tablecloths, and menus that arrogantly don't list the prices. Maya had reserved a private dining room near the back wine cellar. 12 seats. One long table. The exact same number of people who had sat around the dining table at Christmas when they handed me that humiliating self-help book. The poetry of it was almost too perfect. I dressed for a funeral. I wore a bespoke, dark navy suit. No tie. Just polished and expensive enough to draw a massive, neon line between the thrift store kid I used to be and the multimillionaire CEO I was. I was wearing a new, custom engraved watch, a gift to myself. The inscription on the back metal read, "You built this." I didn't expect a single person at that table to notice the watch. That wasn't the point. I knew it was there. Maya arrived next. She walked into the private room, saw me sitting at the head of the table sipping sparkling water, and froze. She gave me a tight-lipped, incredibly nervous smile, and offered an awkward half-hug. It was the kind of hug where you can physically feel all the desperate words the person wants to say vibrating in their chest, but they are too cowardly to speak them. I just nodded, perfectly calm. "Thanks for the invite, Maya." Then the rest of the family trickled in. Mom arrived wearing that ever-practiced, strained country club smile. Uncle Dave was already loudly chuckling about some miserable traffic joke. Cousin Leo walked in looking smug. And finally, Dad walked through the heavy wooden doors. He walked in like he owned the entire building, puffing his chest out. He completely ignored me at first, greeting everyone else, until we finally locked eyes across the room. "Glad you could make it, Julian," Dad said. His tone was incredibly neutral, measured, almost uncomfortably careful. "I wouldn't miss it for the world, Dad," I replied, my voice smooth as glass. Dinner started civilly enough. Painfully boring small talk. The weather, Leo's car, the kids' schools. Someone brought up a new true crime documentary on Netflix. I just sat back, cutting my incredibly expensive steak, letting the inane chatter wash completely over me. I wasn't there to engage in their banter. I was a sniper waiting for the wind to die down. Timing was everything. Liam arrived 20 minutes late, looking incredibly sheepish and stressed. He gave me a quick, terrified nod and practically threw himself into the chair next to Maya, violently fidgeting with his cloth napkin. He hadn't made direct eye contact with me once since the exact day he quit my company. The wine flowed heavily. The night ambled on until the main courses were fully cleared away by the silent waitstaff. That is when I saw my window open. Maya stood up and gently clinked her champagne glass with her knife. "Okay, everyone," she said, her voice slightly shaky. "Before they bring out the cake, I just wanted to say a quick toast. Dad, happy 60th birthday. We all love you so much, and we really hope this next chapter of your life brings you peace, deep rest, and a whole lot of fishing trips." Light, polite laughter rippled around the table. Glasses clinked. A few murmurs of, "Here, here." Then, it was his turn. Dad wiped his mouth with his napkin, stood up slowly, and held his glass of expensive red wine high. "Thanks, everyone," Dad began, looking around the room with a practiced look of humility. "Really. I wasn't sure if we'd all be able to get together like this again after. Well, anyway, I'm glad we did. It means a lot to see all of you here tonight." Then, he turned his head and looked directly at me. He looked exactly like a politician trying to read a forced apology off an invisible teleprompter. "Especially you, Julian. I know things haven't always been perfect between us. But I've always wanted the absolute best for you, even if I didn't always say it the right way. I'm proud of you, son." That caught a lot of shocked looks from the cousins. Mom even reached out and squeezed his wrist, looking at him like she had been desperately waiting for him to utter those words for 13 years. It was a beautiful, touching, completely fabricated lie. He wasn't proud of me. He was terrified of me. He knew I had money, and he knew he was secretly drowning in debt. I gave a small, slow nod. "I appreciate that, Dad." He sat back down, looking incredibly relieved. A few people clapped. Maya let out a massive breath she had clearly been holding. The tension in the room plummeted, and people started relaxing back into their chairs, assuming the hatchet had finally been buried. But I wasn't relaxed, because now, it was my turn. I waited until the waiter brought out the dessert, a modest, dark chocolate cake with a 60 candle burning brightly on top. They sang the song. They took the photos. And then, as forks started dipping into the slices, I slowly pushed my chair back and stood up. "Before we all head out tonight," I said, raising my glass of water, my voice cutting through the chatter like a scalpel, "I'd actually like to share something, too." Just a quick family announcement. Every single head in the room snapped toward me. I took my time. I had absolutely no rush, no nerves, no elevated heart rate. I was ice. Most of you here know that I've spent the last decade building my tech company. I started, making deliberate eye contact with Uncle Dave, then Leo, then Mom. It's been a massive journey. Lots of ups and downs, late nights, learning the hard way. But I am incredibly proud of what it has become. And recently, with some liquid capital, I started exploring something entirely new. Commercial real estate. A few polite, confused nods from the aunts. I'm not talking about flipping cheap houses, I continued, pacing slightly behind my chair. I'm talking about building something deeply meaningful. A series of community projects, mixed-use developments, and legacy properties. And recently, one specific property came up for sale that meant a great deal to me. It carried a lot of personal history. So, I bought it. The room instantly tensed. I could physically feel the atmospheric pressure drop. I turned slowly and locked eyes completely with my father. It was yours, Dad. Dad froze. The fork halfway to his mouth stopped dead. I didn't stop. I kept my voice entirely conversational, completely devoid of emotion. I didn't buy it from you, though. I bought it directly from the bank. You were in pre-foreclosure. You probably thought you had a few more weeks to hide it from Mom and the family, but unfortunately, your crypto guy Chase, was it? The kid with the Lamborghini? Tanked your entire retirement fund much faster than you expected. Dad's face completely drained of color. He looked like a corpse. Mom's heavy silver fork slipped from her fingers and clattered loudly onto her porcelain plate. I wasn't smiling. I wasn't gloating. I was speaking with the steady, measured cadence of a CEO reading a quarterly earnings report to a board of directors. I used an anonymous shell company. I explained smoothly. I've let you stay there these past 3 months. I quietly covered your back utilities. I didn't raise your rent. I didn't kick you out in the snow. I wanted to make sure you were entirely comfortable while I finalized the permits. What? What are you saying? Dad's voice was a low, sharp, terrified rasp. I'm saying, I replied, leaning slightly over the table, that you will be getting a formal, certified letter in the mail this coming Tuesday. You have exactly 90 days to vacate the premises. After that, the property is being completely gutted and converted into a startup incubator for severely underserved, low-income tech founders. It's the flagship project for the new foundation I'm launching. Mom gasped violently, clutching her pearls. Julian, you're evicting us? From your own childhood home? I looked at her. Not with cruelty, but with absolute, terrifying clarity. I am reclaiming something that was never yours to weaponize against me, Mom. Silence. Dead, thick, suffocating silence. You could have called us, Mom whispered, tears finally spilling down her perfectly powdered cheeks. You could have just talked to us. You could have believed in me, I replied instantly, my voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. At any point in the last 13 years. But instead, you mocked me. You dismissed me. You used me as a punchline to make yourselves feel superior. And when I finally showed up at Christmas as vastly more successful than you could ever comprehend, you handed me a book about failing. I gestured to the empty space on the table. So, yeah, I bought the house. And I am finally using it for something good. Dad violently pushed his chair back and stood up, his face flushed a dangerous, explosive purple. You think this makes you a man, Julian? You think this makes you better than us? No, Dad, I said quietly, looking him dead in the eye. It makes me free. Liam was staring intensely at his half-eaten cake, looking like he wanted to physically melt into the floorboards. Maya was silently sobbing into her napkin. I reached into my tailored suit jacket and pulled out a crisp, white envelope. I slid it across the mahogany table directly toward Maya. What is this? Maya choked out, refusing to touch it. Something for your kids, I said softly. It's an irrevocable trust and scholarship fund, fully paid college tuition, wherever they want to go. Or seed money if they want to start a business, absolutely no strings attached. Just because I still love you, Maya, and I know you were the only one who actually tried. Her eyes welled up even more. She put her hand over her mouth and just stared at the envelope. Dad's chair scraped aggressively against the hardwood floor. You have always been an arrogant, ungrateful little bastard, he spat, his fists clenched at his sides. No, I said, entirely unfazed by his rage. I have just finally stopped apologizing for existing on my own terms. Dad stormed out of the private room, slamming the heavy wooden door so hard the wine glasses rattled. Mom scrambled out of her chair and followed right behind him, muttering something tearful about unbelievable cruelty. Uncle Dave and cousin Leo just sat there, completely stunned, looking like they had just watched a Shakespearean tragedy unfold in real time. I calmly sat back down, picked up my sparkling water, and took a sip. Maya looked at me. She really, truly looked at me for the first time in over a decade. I didn't know it was that bad for you, Julian, she whispered, her voice breaking. I swear to God, I didn't know. I nodded slowly. That's because I stopped telling you when it started hurting. She said nothing for a long time. She just stared at the white envelope containing her children's future. Then, finally, she leaned across the table and whispered, "Thank you." I nodded again. By the time the waiter nervously brought the check, half the table had already awkwardly cleared out. Only Maya and Liam remained. Liam still hadn't spoken a single word. He hadn't even looked up. As I stood up to leave, I reached into my pocket and placed a second, slightly thicker envelope directly in front of Liam. He finally looked up, his eyes wide with panic. "What is this? A lawsuit?" "A choice," I said flatly. "Your new employer is about to be aggressively audited by the SEC. They are absolutely not ready for it, and they are going to go under in 6 months. You can stay there and sink with the ship, or you can jump ship right now and join a new competitor firm I am quietly funding in Denver. Higher salary, better title, and absolutely zero family drama. But if you take it, you never put my name on your resume again. It's your call." Liam opened his mouth, closed it, and slowly nodded. He looked completely defeated, but incredibly relieved. I didn't wait for a thank you. I didn't need one. I turned around and walked out of the restaurant into the freezing downtown night. The air was crisp, clean, and sharp in my lungs. The city skyline stretched wide and glowing above me. There was no fanfare, no dramatic applause, no movie-ending music. There was just profound, absolute peace. And for the first time in 13 years, I wasn't running away from anything, and I wasn't chasing anyone's approval. I was simply walking toward a future that was entirely my own. I wasn't the dropout anymore, I was the landlord. And more importantly, I was the legacy. Top comments. User 1, "This is absolute, surgical perfection. The fact that you didn't just scream at them, but systematically dismantled their entire false reality using their own financial incompetence is beautiful. Your dad's ego couldn't handle that his dropout son was bailing him out, so he chose rage instead of gratitude. Enjoy your freedom, man, you earned every bit of it." User 2, "The self-help book is what gets me. Narcissistic parents will literally watch you pull up in a Bentley and still hand you a pamphlet on how to get a job at a gas station just to keep you in the little box they built for you. The 90-day eviction notice for a charity incubator is the most poetic justice I've ever read on this site." User 3, "Good on you for taking care of Maya's kids despite her enabling behavior. A lot of people would have cut the whole tree down, but you recognized she was just surviving in the toxic environment they created. And honestly, offering Liam that job out of the sinking ship was a boss move. You established total dominance without being a tyrant. 10/10 execution. My family laughed and said I wasn't real family at a barbecue, so I cut off their $6,500 slush fund and let my brother's secret debt destroy them. My father looked me dead in the eye at a crowded family barbecue, smirked, and told me I wasn't actually part of the family. So, I walked away, froze the joint bank account I had been single-handedly funding for years, and let the crushing weight of my golden child brother's secret financial ruin pull them all under. I'm Julian. I'm 28 years old, and for as long as I can remember, my role in my family wasn't son or brother. It was the unofficial, unpaid, 24/7 IT guy, financial advisor, and emergency repairman. It happened so gradually that I didn't even notice I'd been hired for the job. I work as a freelance UX, UI designer. I'm incredibly good at what I do, and my income has grown exponentially over the last few years. But in my family, my success wasn't celebrated, it was simply viewed as a higher capacity to solve their endless problems. It all shattered on a sticky, late August Saturday in Austin. The air was thick with humidity, the smell of freshly cut grass, and the heavy scent of charcoal. My dad, Arthur, lived for these family get-togethers. Or rather, he loved the theatrical performance of them. He'd stand by the grill, silver tongs in one hand, an ice-cold beer in the other, holding court like some kind of suburban dictator. I arrived that afternoon carrying a $60 bottle of red wine a peace offering, because things had been uniquely tense lately. I stepped onto the back patio, and the usual suffocating scene unfolded. My dad gave me a curt, dismissive nod. My mom, Eleanor, offered a tight, fleeting smile before immediately turning her back to me to continue her conversation. My younger brother, Marcus the undisputed golden child, was slouched in a patio chair, aggressively scrolling on his phone, not even bothering to look up. His wife, Chloe, gave a pathetic little half-wave. It was the same chilling, isolating reception I always received. But like the good, conditioned scapegoat I was, I told myself to just try harder. I found a small opening in the conversation. Everyone was buzzing about the upcoming family trip to a beachfront rental down in Florida. I'd been hearing about this trip for 6 weeks. I'd seen the endless links and photos of the rental that my mom kept spamming in the family group chat. I saw my chance to connect, to be part of the shared excitement. "I honestly can't wait for our vacation," I said, pitching my voice to sound casual and upbeat. "That beach looks absolutely incredible." The chatter died instantly. A bizarre, heavy silence crashed down over the patio, broken only by the loud sizzle of burgers on the grill. My dad slowly turned from the grill, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. It was a look I knew intimately. It was the look that always preceded the punchline, and I was always the punchline. He let out a short, sharp, barking laugh. "It's only for family, Julian," he said. His voice was booming, easily loud enough for the neighbors 3 houses down to hear. "Without you." The words hung in the humid Texas air for an agonizing second. And then, the laughter started. It wasn't an awkward chuckle. It was a loud, rolling, unified wave of laughter. Marcus snorted loudly, finally looking up from his phone with a vicious grin. My uncle slapped his knee. Even my mom smiled a brittle, transparent smile, as if my public humiliation was just a clever, harmless little joke. Not a single person defended me. No one said, "Arthur, that's out of line." They just laughed at me. In that exact fraction of a second, something inside of me didn't break. It just clicked into permanent place. All the grueling years of feeling like an outsider, the person they only ever called when a router was broken or a bill needed paying, solidified into one cold, undeniable realization. They weren't joking. He meant it. I wasn't family. I was a utility. I didn't yell. I didn't cry. I didn't throw a tantrum. I just looked at my dad, held his mocking gaze, and nodded slowly. "Got it," I said. My voice was surprisingly steady, completely devoid of emotion. I gently placed the unopened bottle of expensive wine on the patio table, my final, useless offering to a family that despised me. Then I turned around, walked back through the sliding glass doors, straight through the house, out the front door, and got into my car. I didn't look back. The sound of their echoing laughter followed me all the way to the driveway. To truly understand why that specific moment was the catalyst for burning my entire family to the ground, you have to understand the 1,000 little cuts that came before it. You have to understand the family emergency fund. It was my mother's brilliant idea 3 years ago. A joint savings account where we would all theoretically contribute a little each month for a rainy day. She had pitched it brightly. "You never know when someone might need sudden help, Julian." It sounded completely reasonable. But somehow, my little bit was always the biggest. "Julian, your freelance salary is the most stable," she would reason, weaponizing my hard work. "It only makes sense for you to be the main contributor. It's for the family." I agreed because I desperately wanted to be a good son. I wanted to believe in this fantasy of us as a unit. I set up an automatic transfer. Every single month, a significant chunk of my income vanished into that account, an account my mother conveniently held a debit card for. I viewed it as an investment in my family's security. I never, in my wildest nightmares, imagined it was actually a slush fund, and that I was the only idiot funding it. Then there were the manufactured emergencies. A few months prior, we were all out for my mother's birthday dinner at a high-end steakhouse. When the check arrived, my mom made a massive, theatrical show of patting her designer purse. "Oh dear," she sighed dramatically. "I must have left my cards on the kitchen counter." My dad's card was conveniently declined when the waiter ran it. Marcus just shrugged, smirking, saying he was tight on cash this week. All eyes turned to me. The expectation was heavy and silent. So, I paid the entire bill. Over $450. They offered hollow thanks. The very next morning, my mom posted a massive family photo from the dinner on Facebook. Everyone was in it, tagged, smiling, looking like the perfect family. Except me. I was the one holding the camera. My boyfriend, Noah, saw the toxic dynamic long before I had the courage to admit it. We'd been together for 2.5 years. Noah is calm, deeply logical, and comes from a family that actually enjoys each other's company. They would call him just to chat about a movie they saw or a funny thing the dog did. It was a completely foreign concept to me. We'd be at our apartment enjoying a quiet Friday evening, and my phone would buzz. It would be a text from my mom: "The garbage disposal is making a weird grinding noise. Come fix it." Or a call from Marcus: "Hey, can you redesign my entire resume tonight? I need it for a job fair tomorrow morning." One evening, after I had spent an hour and a half on the phone walking my dad through how to connect his new smart TV to the Wi-Fi, Noah finally intervened. We were sitting on the couch, the TV on mute. "You realize they only ever call you when something is broken or they need money, right?" Noah asked. His tone was incredibly soft, not accusatory, just deeply sad for me. I immediately got defensive. "It's a strange, pathetic instinct, the way you blindly protect the very people who are bleeding you dry." "That's not true," I snapped, a little too quickly. "They're just not big on small talk." "You don't get it, Noah. That's just how my family operates." "I get that they rely on you, Julian," he countered, picking his words with surgical precision. "But do they support you? When was the last time your dad called just to ask how your massive UI project was going? When was the last time your mom remembered the name of that corporate client you were so stressed about?" I sat there in the dim light of our living room. I didn't have an answer. My mind raced frantically, trying to dig up just one single example to prove him wrong. I came up completely empty. The silence in the room was deafening. He was right. My phone was a one-way hotline for their demands, never a line for connection. The real turning point, the event that actively set the stage for the barbecue disaster, was a 3-day weekend trip Noah and I took to a secluded cabin in the Berkshires. It was his idea. He saw how visibly deteriorating my mental health was, constantly tethered to my phone, flinching every time it vibrated, waiting for the next family crisis. Let's just go, Noah had pleaded. Turn off our phones, just for 72 hours. Disconnect. The mere idea was terrifying to me. Turning off my phone felt like an act of treason. What if their water heater bursts? What if mom needs a ride to the doctor? I panicked. But Noah was persistent, and a small, exhausted part of my soul was desperate for the escape. So, we went. It was absolute bliss. We hiked through dense, quiet pine forests. We ate greasy food at a small local diner. We read books by a crackling fireplace. For the first time in over a decade, my shoulders dropped away from my ears. On our last day, feeling genuinely happy, I posted a single photo on my Instagram, a picture of 2 steaming mugs of coffee on a wooden railing overlooking a mountain valley. I didn't tag anyone. I just captioned it, "Much needed peace." By the time we were driving back to civilization, I turned my phone back on. It immediately began to explode. It was as if I had committed a cardinal sin. The first text was from Marcus in the family group chat. A simple, passive-aggressive, "Wow, must be nice to just vanish." Then my mom. A private text barrage. "I saw your picture. I'm glad you're having fun. I just wish you'd told us you were going away. I was worried sick." Worried? I was a 28-year-old grown man. But the final blow was another text from her a few hours later. It was an absolute masterclass in emotional terrorism. "We have always been there for you, Julian. We sacrificed our youth to give you everything. But I guess when you finally get a little time off, you just run away and hide like we don't even exist. It physically hurts to feel so easily forgotten by my own flesh and blood." The guilt hit me like a physical punch to the gut. It was suffocating. My 3 days of hard-won peace were instantly vaporized, replaced by that familiar, churning, nauseating anxiety. I showed the text to Noah. He just shook his head, his knuckles turning white on the steering wheel. "Do you see it now?" he asked quietly over the hum of the engine. "Your time is only valuable to them when it's being spent serving them. Your happiness is an inconvenience to their needs." That was the exact moment I decided I had to go to the barbecue that following weekend. I had to prove her wrong. I would show up. I would be the perfect, attentive, subservient son. I'd bring the expensive wine. I was walking willingly into the lion's den, arrogantly believing I could tame them with a smile and a bottle of Pinot Noir. I didn't realize I wasn't the lion tamer. I was the meal. Update 1. For exactly 5 days after I walked out of that barbecue, there was absolute silence. A loud, ringing, oppressive silence. No angry phone calls, no manipulative text demanding I apologize for my dramatic exit. It was deeply unsettling. They were giving me the silent treatment, one of their absolute favorite psychological weapons. Usually, I'd break within 48 hours, crawling back with apologies. But this time was fundamentally different. I wasn't just waiting them out. I was regrouping. The cold, hard, diamond-like clarity from that patio hadn't faded. It had settled deep into my bone marrow. On the 5th day, a Thursday, I was deep into coding a wireframe at my desk when an email notification popped up on my secondary monitor. It was from my bank. An automated alert I'd set up years ago and completely forgotten about. Subject: unusual activity on joint savings account ending in 8,842. My heart hammered aggressively against my ribs. I clicked it open. A withdrawal of $6,500 has been attempted via debit card by Eleanor last name. This transaction exceeds the daily ATM, point of sale limit. Please contact us immediately if you suspect fraudulent activity. $6,500. Not a small sum. Not a car repair sum. There had been no phone call. End event. No text saying, "Hey Julian, we have a massive, life-altering emergency and we need to use the fund." Just a silent, cowardly attempt to drain a massive amount of money from an account that I was 99% responsible for funding. The white-hot rage that I had suppressed on that patio came roaring back to life. But it was entirely different now. It wasn't the frantic anger of a hurt child. It was sharp, violently focused, and ice-cold. This wasn't just about emotional disrespect anymore. This was a financial violation. They literally viewed me as a walking ATM, an open line of credit with zero oversight. I picked up my phone. My hand was perfectly steady. I didn't call my mother. I didn't call my father. I called the 1-800 number on the back of my debit card. "Hi," I said to the customer service rep, my voice completely deadpan. "I need to report a compromised card for my joint savings account and have the entire account frozen immediately." "Certainly, sir. Can I ask if this is related to a fraudulent transaction?" the rep asked. I paused. I tasted the word in my mouth. It tasted exactly like freedom. No, I replied. It's not fraud. I am the primary funder of this account, and I simply do not authorize any further use of the debit card by the secondary account holder, ever. It took less than 5 minutes. The card was permanently cancelled. The account was locked down tight. But I wasn't quite finished. While still on the phone, I logged into my online banking portal. I navigated to the account settings. There was a small text field labeled account nickname. For 3 years, it had cheerfully read, Family Emergency Fund. My cursor blinked over the words. With a few aggressive taps of my mechanical keyboard, I deleted them. In their place, I typed 2 words. 2 words that summarized everything I was feeling. 2 words that were a direct, undeniable reply to my father's laughter at the barbecue. Fund yourselves. I hit save. The UI updated instantaneously. I knew my mom would be getting a push notification that her massive transaction was declined, and when she frantically logged into the app to see why, she would see that new name staring back at her. A digital slap across the face. It didn't take long. Less than 45 minutes later, my phone began to vibrate off my desk. A text from my mom. What did you do? The card is declining. I need that money right now, Julian. Then another. Julian, this isn't funny. Stop throwing a tantrum and call me now. Then a text from my dad. Your mother is in hysterics. Whatever sick game you're playing, stop it. You are part of this family and you have financial responsibilities to us. Oh, the absolute blinding irony. Now I was family. Now that the money trough was cut off, I was suddenly blood again. I took a screenshot of the new account name Fund Yourselves and sent the image directly to the family group chat without a single word of text. Then I put my phone on Do Not Disturb, grabbed my jacket, and went for a long walk to get a coffee. The frantic buzzing in my pocket felt like the death rattle of a parasitic relationship I should have severed a decade ago. The very next day, my family escalated the situation in a way I could never have mathematically predicted. They decided to bring their circus to my professional turf. I work out of a high-end tech hub and co-working space in downtown Austin. It's a massive, open-plan office, incredibly professional, full of other designers, software engineers and venture capitalists. It's my absolute sanctuary. The one place in the world where I have complete control, where I am respected for my talent, or so I thought. I was in the middle of a critical Zoom video call with a major client when I saw her in my peripheral vision. My mother, Eleanor, marching aggressively through the front floor-to-ceiling glass doors. She didn't bother signing in at the security desk. She just blew past the receptionist, her eyes scanning the sprawling room like a starving hawk until they locked onto me. My client was in the middle of explaining a complex back-end database integration when my mother suddenly appeared at the side of my desk, practically vibrating with rage. Julian, she demanded, her voice loud, shrill, and trembling with entirely manufactured emotion. We need to talk, right now. Every single head in the immediate vicinity snapped toward us. My face flushed burning hot with a sickening cocktail of shock and deep professional humiliation. Mom, I hissed, muting my microphone and turning the webcam slightly away. I am on a live call. I am working. You cannot be here. I don't care about your little computer work, she declared, her volume dramatically rising. Now, she was actively performing for the entire office. I am your mother, and you are treating your own flesh and blood, with such horrific cruelty. I quickly typed a frantic apology in the Zoom chat, killed the video feed, and ripped off my headset. Mom, please, I begged in a furious whisper. This is my workplace. Let's go outside right now. No, she wailed. I could actually see her eyes darting around the room, making sure she had a captive audience. I will not be hidden away. I want everyone in this room to know exactly what kind of son you are. A son who abandons his family in their darkest hour of need. A son who would rather watch his own parents suffer on the street than part with a single dollar of his precious money. People were openly staring now. The ambient noise of typing and quiet chatter had completely died. My colleague Sarah, who sat at the desk across from me, was staring with her mouth slightly open in horror. This was a waking nightmare. This was my toxic personal life violently bleeding into my pristine professional one. Instead of cowering, instead of letting the familiar shame swallow me whole, that cold, hard clarity from the barbecue kicked in again. It coated my spine in steel. I stood up slowly, my ergonomic chair scraped loudly against the polished concrete floor. I looked her directly in the eyes. I didn't shrink. I towered over her. You attempted to secretly withdraw $6,500 from my bank account yesterday without so much as a text message, I said. My voice was low, heavily modulated, and completely devoid of fear. That is not a single dollar, and this is absolutely not the place to discuss your attempted theft. It was for a life or death emergency. She sobbed, dramatically clutching her pearl necklace. Then you should have had the basic respect to tell me what the emergency was before trying to rob me, I replied coldly. Now, you have exactly 2 choices. You can either turn around and walk out of this building right now, or I will have building security physically drag you out. Make your choice. You have 5 seconds. For a split second, she looked utterly paralyzed. She had completely expected me to crumble under the intense public pressure. She thought I would do anything, pay any amount of money, to make the public scene stop. She never expected me to call her bluff in front of an audience. Her eyes darted around the room again, seeking validation. But this time, the faces watching her weren't sympathetic. They were disgusted, awkward, and disturbed by her unhinged behavior. The performance had catastrophically failed. Her face instantly hardened. The fake tears vanished as quickly as they had appeared, replaced by a look of pure venom. "You will deeply regret this, Julian," she spat, her voice dropping to a demonic whisper. Then she turned on her heel and stormed out, leaving a stunned, heavy silence in her wake. I just stood there for a moment, my heart pounding so hard it physically hurt my ribs. Sarah gave me a small, incredibly supportive nod from across the desk. I took a deep, shaky breath, sat back down, unmuted my mic, and apologized to my client, claiming a minor building security issue. But I couldn't focus. My sanctuary had been deeply violated. The message was crystal clear. There were absolutely no boundaries they wouldn't cross to break me. Update 2. I left the tech hub early that day, my mind absolutely reeling. I just wanted to go home, lock the deadbolt, and feel safe in my own space. I walked up to the door of my apartment, slid my key into the lock, and felt my blood run ice cold. The door was already unlocked. I pushed it open slowly, my mind racing with thoughts of a break-in. And there they were. My father, Arthur, my mother, Eleanor, and my brother, Marcus. They were inside my living room, inside my home. Marcus was aggressively lounging on my expensive sofa, his dirty sneakers resting on my glass coffee table, scrolling on his phone as if he owned the real estate. My parents were standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, arms crossed defensively like a tribunal waiting for the accused prisoner to arrive. "How the hell did you get in here?" I asked, my voice dropping to a dangerous, vibrating whisper. "Your mother has kept a spare key for 2 years. My father boomed, his tone dripping with unearned authority. "For emergencies." "This is not an emergency," I shot back, the adrenaline flooding my system. "This is literal breaking and entering. Get the hell out of my apartment right now." My father took a menacing step toward me, his face turning a blotchy red. "Watch your damn tone, boy," he snarled. "We are still your parents. You will show us the respect we are owed. Then start acting like parents." The words violently ripped out of my throat before I could stop them. Parents do not invade their adult son's home. Parents do not humiliate their son in front of his entire family at a barbecue. And they certainly do not try to sneak almost $7,000 out of his bank account like common thieves. It was for the family. My mother cried out, immediately starting up the fake waterworks again. Marcus is in some terrible trouble, Julian. He desperately needed our help." Finally, a tiny sliver of the actual truth. I slowly looked over at my brother. He didn't even have the basic human decency to look ashamed. He just kept his eyes glued to his iPhone screen, chewing his gum loudly. "What kind of trouble costs exactly $6,500, Marcus?" I asked him directly, stepping toward the couch. He just shrugged lazily. "Stuff." My dad stepped directly into my line of sight, aggressively pointing a thick finger at my chest. "This is all your fault. You've changed completely ever since you started dating him." He practically spat Noah's name like it was a slur. "He's been putting these poisonous, selfish ideas into your head, turning you against your own blood." That was the absolute final straw. They could attack me, they could use me, they could humiliate me in public. But they were absolutely not going to touch Noah. "Leave Noah out of your delusional narrative," I said. My voice was dangerously low, a lethal calm settling over me. "Noah is more of a family to me than any of you have ever been in 28 years. Now, I am not going to say it a third time. Get out of my house, or I am dialing 911 and having you all arrested for trespassing." I walked over to the front door and yanked it open, holding it wide, a silent, unmovable command. My mother looked at me, her face a twisting mask of disbelief, fury, and panic. "You are making the biggest mistake of your miserable life, Julian. You are going to be completely alone in this world. And when you inevitably fail and come crawling back to us, do not expect us to be here to catch you." "Don't worry," I said, staring completely dead-eyed into her soul. "I would rather hit the concrete." They filed out one by one, their shoulders stiff with furious indignation. My father intentionally bumped his shoulder violently against mine as he passed. I didn't flinch an inch. I just slammed the door behind them, engaged the deadbolt, fastened the chain, and leaned against the wood, my entire body violently shaking with adrenaline. Later that evening, as Noah and I were physically unscrewing the locks on my door to replace them with heavy-duty smart locks, he looked at me, his eyes full of sorrow. "I am so unbelievably sorry you're going through this, Julian." I shook my head, wiping sweat from my forehead. "Don't be. This is exactly the violently painful wake-up call I needed." I pulled out my phone and opened a hidden folder. It was a folder Noah had been quietly and meticulously compiling for the past year. Screenshots of every manipulative text, Audio recordings of unhinged voicemails. A detailed spreadsheet log of every single emergency I had financially bailed them out of. They think this is just a petty family dispute, I said, a new, dark determination hardening my voice. They're about to find out it's a legal matter. And I have all the receipts. And, in the agonizing days that followed the home invasion, the silence was replaced by a relentless, low-grade campaign of harassment. Blocked numbers would call my phone at 3 a.m. Anonymous, guilt-tripping emails would flood my professional inbox. It was psychological warfare designed to exhaust me into compliance. I felt incredibly isolated. Then, a name suddenly popped into my head. A name I hadn't thought about in over a decade. Aunt Vivian. Aunt Vivian was my mother's older sister, the officially designated black sheep of the family. The narrative I'd been spoon-fed my entire life was that Vivian was a selfish, greedy, unreliable monster. She'd supposedly had a massive falling out with my mother over some vague inheritance issue 12 years ago and had been excommunicated. We only ever saw her at major funerals, where she would stand in the back, keep a polite, icy distance, and leave before the reception. My mother always spoke of her with a venomous mix of pity and absolute contempt. But now, I was the one on the chopping block, and I started to seriously wonder what Vivian's actual side of the story was. Fueled by a mix of desperation and burning curiosity, I tracked down her phone number online. My finger hovered over the call button for 3 agonizing minutes. What if she hung up on me? What if she was exactly the monster my mother claimed? I took a deep breath and pressed call. She answered on the second ring. Hello? Her voice was crisp, sharp, and highly professional. Aunt Vivian? I said, my voice cracking slightly. It's Julian, your nephew. There was a profound pause on the other end of the line. I held my breath, bracing for the dial tone. Instead, I heard a long, soft sigh. Julian, she said, and her entire demeanor softened instantly. I was wondering when you might finally make this call. I'm honestly surprised it took this long. You were? Let me guess, she said, a wry, knowing tone entering her voice. Your mother tried to pull a massive financial fast one on you. You finally stood up for yourself, pushed back, and now you are public enemy number 1. They're probably telling everyone you've gone crazy. The surgical accuracy was so terrifyingly validating it felt like she'd been living in my walls. How did you know? Because, Julian, your mother has been running the exact same play from the exact same diseased playbook for 35 years, Vivian said, a deep, weary resignation in her voice. I was just the first person who refused to play her sick game. Look, this isn't a conversation for an unsecure phone line. Can you come over to my house tonight? There's something highly specific I think you need to see. Aunt Vivian lived in a beautiful, meticulously tidy mid-century home on the wealthy side of town. When she opened the door, her eyes were sharp, intelligent, and completely devoid of the chaotic madness that lived in my mother's eyes. She led me into her home office, where a massive, heavily stuffed accordion file sat squarely on her mahogany desk. The label on it, written in faded black Sharpie, just read, Eleanor. I started compiling this immediately after our big falling out, Vivian explained, pouring us both a glass of water, purely for my own legal and mental protection. I figured one day, I might need hard evidence to prove to myself that I wasn't the crazy one. She flipped the file open. My jaw practically unhinged. It was a terrifyingly meticulous, chronological record of my mother's financial cons and emotional manipulations going back 2 decades. There were photocopies of bounced checks, bizarre IOUs scrawled on diner napkins that were never honored, printouts of frantic emails filled with elaborate sob stories about sudden, life-threatening expenses. There was a specific bank transfer receipt for a $4,200 loan Vivian gave my mother to pay for a critically collapsed roof. Attached to it was a printed Facebook photo of my parents on a 2-week luxury cruise in the Bahamas, dated exactly 3 weeks after the loan cleared. There was a desperate plea for money to cover a mysterious medical emergency for my dad, which Vivian later documented was actually an elective hair transplant procedure. It was a horrifying history of pathological lies and deceit, all heavily documented. She tried to tell the entire family that I owed her money from our parents' inheritance. Vivian said, her voice tight with decades of unresolved anger. She claimed I'd legally stolen more than my fair share. It was a complete, fabricated lie designed solely to guilt me into paying off one of Marcus's idiotic, doomed startup ventures. When I flatly refused and showed her the legal probate paperwork to prove she was lying, she cut me off completely. She told everyone I was a thief. Then, Vivian pulled out the final, most recent set of papers. They were heavily redacted bank statements from an account I didn't recognize. This, she said, tapping a yellow highlighted section with a manicured fingernail, is exactly why I knew you'd call me this week. Vivian had, through a high-level friend who worked in private wealth management, managed to get a terrifying glimpse into Marcus's current situation. The papers showed a catastrophic series of massive, desperate cash withdrawals. He's in incredibly deep, Julian, Vivian said quietly, the gravity of the situation filling the room. Underground gambling debts. Sports betting. It looks like he owes some very serious, very dangerous people a lot of money. And his absolute final deadline to pay them off was last Friday. Everything instantly clicked into place with sickening clarity. The sudden urgency. The exact figure of $6,500. The sheer, unhinged panic when I froze the account. The home invasion. It wasn't for a vague family emergency. It was to literally bail the golden child out from a violent mess of his own making. A mess my parents had been desperately, pathetically trying to cover up. They weren't trying to save the family. I whispered, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. They were actively enabling his addiction. And they were going to use my hard-earned money to do it. And they would have happily let you believe you were the selfish villain for the rest of your natural life if you hadn't stopped them. Vivian finished, closing the file. I sat there staring at the manila folder. This wasn't just a record of deceit. It was my absolute validation. Proof that I wasn't dramatic. I wasn't selfish. I wasn't crazy. I was just the latest bleeding target in a long, well-established lineage of victims. Vivian silently passed me a box of tissues. I hadn't even realized that hot tears were streaming down my face. But they weren't tears of sadness or grief. They were tears of pure, unadulterated, radioactive rage. And I knew exactly how I was going to weaponize it. Update 3. My family's next move was simultaneously their most cunning and incredibly stupid miscalculation. They learned from a nosy, gossiping former neighbor of mine that I had a massive, career-defining meeting scheduled for that Wednesday. I had been aggressively pitching a massive UI/UX rebranding project to Sterling Vanguard, a massive, highly respected tech investment firm. After months of grueling back and forth, I had finally landed a private lunch meeting with the CEO himself, Mr. Sterling. If this lunch went well, it would mean a multi-year contract, the kind of money and prestige that would elevate my freelance business into an actual agency. My family saw this meeting not as a milestone to celebrate, but as a point of maximum leverage. They figured, correctly, that I would absolutely abhor a public scene in front of such a critical potential client. They arrogantly believed that my fear of professional ruin would be the weapon that finally forced me to hand over the $6,500. The lunch was at a notoriously high-end, extremely quiet Italian restaurant in downtown Austin, classy, hushed, and very public. I arrived 20 minutes early, my leather portfolio case in hand, my heart a nervous drum against my ribs. Mr. Sterling arrived precisely on time. He was an intimidating older gentleman, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, with a firm handshake and piercing eyes that didn't miss a single micro-expression. We made polite industry small talk. We ordered our sparkling water. I was just reaching for the zipper of my case to begin the pitch presentation when I saw them out of the corner of my eye. My father, my mother, and Marcus. They walked through the velvet-roped entrance of the restaurant and made a direct, aggressive beeline for our corner booth. My blood instantly turned to Freon. It was happening again, but this time, the stakes were infinitely higher. My mother led the charge, her face twisted into a carefully crafted, Oscar-worthy mask of maternal sorrow. Julian, she gasped, her voice pitched just loud enough to make the 3 nearest tables stop eating and stare. Thank God we finally found you. We have been worried sick about you. Mr. Sterling slowly lowered his water glass, looking from her to me, his thick eyebrows furrowed in deep confusion. Mom, Dad. What exactly are you doing here? I said. My voice was dangerously calm. I didn't break eye contact with her. We are here for our son, my father boomed, stepping forward and physically looming over the table. He then turned his attention directly to Mr. Sterling, putting on a sickeningly polite face. I am so incredibly sorry to interrupt your business lunch, sir. I'm Arthur. This is my wife, Eleanor, and our other son, Marcus. We are just a family going through a deeply tragic time. Our son here, he gestured disgustingly at me, has suffered some sort of mental break and decided to completely cut us off over a minor financial misunderstanding. My mother chimed in right on cue, dabbing her perfectly dry eyes with a silk tissue. He has complete control of our family's emergency savings fund, and he is cruelly refusing to release the funds. His own brother is in desperate medical trouble, and Julian just doesn't care if we lose everything. They had me completely cornered. In their twisted, narcissistic minds, there were only 2 possible outcomes here. Either I would publicly cave, promise them the money right there to make them leave and save face, or I would lose my temper, scream at them, cause a massive scene, and completely destroy my own career in front of the CEO. They genuinely thought they had executed the perfect checkmate. I looked up at their smug, expectant faces. I saw Marcus actually smirking behind my father's broad shoulder. They thought they knew my programming. They thought I was still the terrified little boy who would do anything to keep the peace. But they didn't know about the thick accordion file currently sitting inside my leather briefcase. They didn't know about Aunt Vivian. And they fundamentally didn't understand that I was done playing the victim in their sick game. I took a slow, deep breath, looked Mr. Sterling straight in the eye, and spoke with absolute, chilling authority. "Mr. Sterling, I sincerely apologize for this absurd interruption. This is absolutely not a small misunderstanding. This is a calculated, malicious ambush by people attempting to extort me. And since my family has arrogantly decided to make this a public business matter, I think it's only fair that we discuss it with total, brutal transparency." I reached down, unzipped my briefcase, and pulled out Vivian's file. I slammed the thick accordion folder onto the crisp white tablecloth. It landed with a heavy, authoritative thud that literally echoed in the suddenly dead silent restaurant. My parents' confident expressions instantly faltered. Marcus's smirk vanished, replaced by a look of sudden, panicked confusion. They stared at the file as if I had just placed a live hand grenade on the table. As I was saying, I continued, my voice projecting clearly, addressing Mr. Sterling but ensuring my family heard every single syllable. This isn't about a family emergency fund, it is about a documented, 15-year pattern of severe financial fraud and emotional manipulation. I flipped the file open. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't shed a tear. I became a cold, clinical narrator laying out undeniable facts. Exhibit A, I said, sliding a photocopy of a bank statement across the table toward my mother. A desperate request for $4,200 for a collapsed roof in 2011. Followed immediately by, I slid a glossy travel itinerary next to it, and a 2-week luxury Caribbean cruise taken by my parents exactly 1 month later, funded by that exact stolen money. My mother physically recoiled, gasping loudly, You can't, where did you? Exhibit B. I went on, completely ignoring her stammering. A massive series of bounce checks and unpaid thousands to my Aunt Vivian. The very same aunt my mother told the entire family had stolen her inheritance, leading to a decade-long smear campaign. The actual truth is, my aunt simply refused to keep funding my brother's failed, idiotic business ventures. I looked directly at Marcus, who now looked like he was going to physically vomit. My father desperately tried to interrupt, his face purple with rage. "Now see here, you little punk, this is a private family matter. This has nothing to do with. You explicitly made it a public matter when you walked up to my table and tried to humiliate me in front of my client." I countered sharply, my voice finally cracking like a whip. "You brought my professional career into this, now we are going to finish it." I saved the absolute worst for last. I pulled out the final, redacted documents Vivian had acquired. The statements from the underground lenders. "And finally," I said, my voice dropping to a deadly whisper, "the real reason for this pathetic, dramatic performance today. The $6,500 you so desperately tried to steal from me last week." I looked from my mother's ghost pale face to my father's clenched, trembling jaw. It wasn't for a medical bill, it wasn't to save the house. It was to pay off a massive portion of my brother's illegal sports gambling debts. Debts he accrued with violent loan sharks because you two have actively enabled his pathetic, irresponsible behavior his entire life, using money stolen from anyone you could manipulate to clean up his messes. The silence in the restaurant was absolute. You could have heard a pin drop on the carpet. My family was completely, utterly paralyzed. They had no script for this. No prepared, crying response for the cold, hard, physically documented truth being aired in public. I slowly turned to Mr. Sterling. His face was entirely unreadable, a mask of corporate stoicism. But his eyes, which had been watching me with intense calculation, now shifted to my family. He looked at them one by one, his expression morphing into one of profound, utter disgust. "So, you see, sir," I concluded, calmly closing the file and resting my hands on top of it, "I am not refusing to help my family. I am refusing to be their financial hostage. I am refusing to fund a lifestyle of deceit and enable a severe gambling addiction that is clearly tearing them apart. The bank account was renamed Fund Yourselves because their toxic debts are no longer my responsibility." I leaned back in my chair, exhaling a breath I felt like I'd been holding for 28 years. I had laid everything bare. The power dynamic in the room had shifted so violently, it was almost a physical force pushing them away. They were exposed, stripped naked of their lies, right in the middle of a fancy restaurant, right in front of the exact man they thought would be my ultimate undoing. My mother opened her mouth, but literally no sound came out. My father just stared at the table, his chest heaving. For the first time in my entire life, I saw them for what they truly were. Not powerful, terrifying tyrants, but pathetic, frightened, hollow people whose only weapon had just been permanently confiscated, and it was the most intoxicatingly liberating feeling in the world. The fallout from the restaurant was immediate and catastrophic for them. They literally turned around and walked out without saying another word. A trio of shame-faced ghosts shuffling past gawking diners. Mr. Sterling sat in silence for a long moment. He slowly picked up his water glass, took a sip, looked at me, and nodded once. "Your ability to remain composed and meticulously document a crisis under extreme duress is exactly the kind of temperament I want managing my firm's user architecture. Let's review the contract." He signed the deal that afternoon. My family's malicious little stunt had backfired in the most spectacular, lucrative way possible. But I knew they wouldn't just give up. Toxic people don't learn from their mistakes, they just change their tactics. 2 days later, I received a call from the director of my co-working space. An anonymous HR complaint had been filed against me, accusing me of creating a hostile work environment, harassing female co-workers, and conducting unethical, illegal business practices on the premises. They were forced to launch an internal investigation. My building access was temporarily suspended. I felt the ground momentarily fall out from under me. This was a direct, vicious attack on my livelihood. I immediately called the lawyer Aunt Vivian had recommended, a ruthless, brilliant woman named Miss Vance. Anonymous? Miss Vance scoffed over the phone. I highly doubt it. Let me make a call. She hired a forensic IT specialist. It took him less than 24 hours to trace the IP address of the complaint. It had been submitted from a public computer in the main library of the state university, the exact same university my brother Marcus was supposedly attending part-time. It was a smoking gun. Miss Vance's retaliation was swift, legal, and utterly brutal. She drafted a cease and desist letter so legally airtight and terrifying it belonged in a museum. It detailed every single instance of harassment, from the attempted bank fraud to the home invasion, the restaurant ambush, and the defamatory corporate complaint. It made it explicitly clear that any further contact, direct or indirect, would immediately result in a massive civil lawsuit for defamation and a permanent restraining order. She sent the letter via certified mail, along with a copy of the IT trace report, directly to my parents' house. We used their own tactics, the law, hard evidence, and undeniable facts to completely crush them. It wasn't about petty revenge anymore. It was about building a legal wall so incredibly high they could never, ever climb over it again. Update 4. A few days after the cease and desist was delivered, my phone rang. It was my mother. I almost didn't answer it. Miss Vance had strictly advised against any direct contact. But something deep inside my gut told me I needed to take this one, final call. To hear it end. Her voice was entirely different. The shrill, theatrical, demanding tone was completely gone. In its place was something hollow, raspy, and utterly defeated. "Julian," she said, her voice impossibly small. "Hello, Eleanor," I replied, intentionally using her first name. My voice was a flat line. There was a long, agonizing pause. I could hear her ragged breathing on the other end of the line. "Your father," she began, instantly falling back on old, manipulative habits. "He's not well, Julian. His heart. The stress of all this legal paperwork. I advise him to see a cardiologist." Then, I said, offering absolutely zero emotional entry point. I would not be drawn into the maze. "We got the letter from your lawyer," she continued, her voice finally cracking, shedding the illusion. "A restraining order, Julian? A lawsuit? Is that really what it's come to? After everything we did for you? That college savings fund we started for you when you were a baby? The college fund you secretly cashed out in 2014 to renovate the kitchen with granite countertops?" I asked calmly. It was another sickening detail Vivian's file had revealed. The dead silence on her end was my absolute confirmation. "We just wanted what was best for our family," she whispered. It was the last, desperate, pathetic lie of a woman who had completely run out of ammunition. "No," I said, and the word landed with finality. "You wanted what was best for you, and for Marcus. You wanted an obedient scapegoat who would be your endless financial safety net, no matter the psychological cost to him. I am no longer accepting that position." I could hear her actually start to cry, and for the first time in my life, I think the tears might have been real. It was the sound of a toxic empire she had built on lies finally collapsing on top of her. A small, dark part of me felt a flicker of intense satisfaction. But mostly, I just felt a profound, exhausting sadness. Sadness for the loving family I never actually had. "I genuinely hope you all get the severe psychological help you need," I said, and I meant it. "I hope Arthur's health improves, and I hope Marcus finally deals with his addiction before it kills him. But my money, my time, and my life are no longer resources for you to drain. Do not ever contact me again." "Julian, please," she started, her voice breaking into a sob. "Goodbye, Eleanor," I said softly, and I hung up. I immediately blocked her number. Then my dad's. Then Marcus's. I blocked them on every single social media platform. I blocked their email addresses. It was over. The final, rotting tether was violently cut. I stood in the middle of my living room. The silence was no longer heavy or unsettling. It was incredibly peaceful. It was the sound of a massive hurricane that had finally blown itself out. 6 months later, my world looked fundamentally different. Noah and I moved out of that apartment. We found a stunning, modern loft on the top floor of a building across town, far away from any memories of them. It has massive, floor-to-ceiling windows that flood the space with warm sunlight. We painted the walls, filled the space with expensive plants, And bought a dog, a golden retriever mix named Barnaby. It felt like a true home. It felt strictly like ours. My career had, to my absolute astonishment, skyrocketed into the stratosphere. The Sterling Vanguard contract was a massive, industry-recognized success. Word of mouth from Mr. Sterling led to 3 more massive corporate clients. I was so overwhelmed with high-paying work that I had to officially register as an LLC and hire 2 junior designers to help me manage the load. The income I was generating now made my old freelance salary look like absolute pocket change. I wasn't just surviving anymore, I was building an empire. But the absolute best part was the crushing piece. My phone no longer felt like a live hand grenade waiting to detonate in my pocket. A buzz was usually just Noah sending me a stupid TikTok or Aunt Vivian who had become a beloved, regular fixture in our lives inviting us over for Sunday dinner. The constant, suffocating, low-level anxiety that had been my shadow for 28 years was just evaporated. About a year after what I now lovingly refer to as the liberation, a physical letter arrived in the mail. It was a thick, cream-colored envelope. The return address was my parents' house. My father's shaky, deteriorating handwriting was on the front. My immediate instinct was to rip it into confetti and throw it in the trash. But morbid curiosity, and maybe a final, lingering thread of closure, made me slice it open. The letter was 5 pages long, written on cheap legal pad paper. It was not the angry, blustering, arrogant tirade I expected. It was something far more pathetic, a clumsy, rambling, desperate attempt at an apology. He wrote extensively about his own difficult, abusive childhood. He talked about how he saw Marcus's endless failures as his own, and how he'd been violently desperate to fix them, no matter who he had to crush to do it. He tried to explain away the barbecue comment, calling it a stupid, terrible joke fueled by too much beer. He never actually wrote the words, "I am sorry for abusing you." Instead, he used classic narcissist speak. "I regret how things turned out, and mistakes were clearly made on both sides." It was a non-apology full of justifications and blame shifting. But the last page was the most revealing. He wrote that Marcus had finally hit absolute rock bottom after I cut off the cash flow. Without my financial safety net to pay off the loan sharks, his debts had caught up to him in a terrifying, violent way. He'd lost his job, and Chloe had filed for divorce, taking their kid and moving out of state. Marcus was now in a strict, court-mandated inpatient rehab program. To pay for the rehab and the remaining loan shark debts, my mother was now working 2 minimum-wage retail jobs, and they were in the final stages of foreclosing on the family house, the very house I had sacrificed my own savings to maintain for years. The letter ended with a tentative, pathetic plea, "Maybe when Marcus is finally clean, we can all sit down with a mediator and try to be a real family again." I read the letter twice. The Julian of 3 years ago would have been completely destroyed by it. He would have felt a massive, crushing surge of guilt. He would have immediately wired them $10,000, but I wasn't that Julian anymore. I felt a very distant, clinical pity for them. I felt a tiny flicker of hope that Marcus might actually get sober. But I felt absolutely zero guilt. I felt zero obligation. Their catastrophic ruin was the direct, mathematical result of their own malicious choices. I hadn't created their storm. I had simply refused to stand in the rain and drown with them any longer. I didn't write back. Any reply at all would be an invitation, a crack in the fortress door I had fought so hard to build. Silence was the only answer they deserved. I folded the letter, slid it back into its envelope, and walked over to a small wooden lockbox on my bookshelf. I placed the letter inside, next to Vivian's accordion file. I closed the lid and locked it. It wasn't a wound I was hiding, it was a battle scar I was proudly acknowledging. Then, I walked into the kitchen, where Noah was cooking dinner, wrapped my arms around his waist, and went back to my bright, sunny, incredibly peaceful life. I have never looked back. My parents funneled millions to cover up my brother's crimes, while I slept on the streets. So I walked into their 30th gala, and let the FBI raids begin. Know what cold feels like? I thought so too. You become used to the biting wind cutting through your jacket in Boston, which makes your eyes water and lungs burn. I felt cold that night, the night my life ended and brutally restarted for more than just the weather. The bone-deep, stifling chill of realizing your protectors were wielding the knife. Tuesday started like any other in the Vanguard home. Trent, my older brother, the golden child, the high school quarterback who could do no wrong, was pacing the living room like a caged beast. He was 23 and lived at home, partying until 4 a.m. and driving the beautiful cars my parents got him to look good ahead of his big break into the pros. I was 19, a ghost at home, trying to finish college calculus homework at the kitchen table. Trent snapped at me, "Elias, I need you to write that email to the sports recruiter. Now. Tell him I was sick last week. Tell him I had the flu. That's why I missed the private tryout." Note: I didn't look up from my textbook. My parents made me work a part-time campus job to build character, even though Trent had never worked. I was exhausted. "Do it yourself, Trent. I have a massive final tomorrow. I don't have time to cover for your hangovers." Silence filled the room, Ear-ringing silence. You never rejected Trent at home. Arthur, and Beatrice, my parents, created a toxic environment around his fragile ego. He was sun, and I was soil he trod on. What the hell did you just say? Trent lowered his voice. Walking over, his big boots thudded ominously on the costly wooden floor. I said no. I murmured, nervously holding my mechanical pencil. You missed the tryout, because you were blackout drunk. I'm not lying for you anymore. I'm done. That started it. Trent didn't argue. He didn't argue. He replied with his usual explosive violence. He violently yanked my wooden dining chair backward. I crashed to the floor after flying. He kicked me in the ribs before I could rise. I exhaled violently. You ungrateful little rat, he screamed, furious. You think you're better than me because you get straight A's? Nobody cares about your grades, Elias. Nobody cares about you. You're nothing. I attempted to stand, adrenaline rushing. At least I'm not a pathetic leech, I shouted, a terrible mistake. Trent lunged. He violently twisted my left arm behind my back, pressing it into my shoulder blades. My pain made me scream. Say you're sorry, he growled, his breath smelling of alcohol. No. Snap. It was sickeningly loud, like a heavy, dry tree branch cracking in a peaceful jungle. I felt searing pain in my forearm. I kneeled, gripping my arm against my chest, gasping for air as tears blurred my vision. My radius was broken completely. My parents entered then. Beatrice, my mother, wore her distinctive pearl necklace after a high society charity dinner. Arthur, my father, adjusted his gold cufflinks nonchalantly. They saw me writhing on the floor with a disfigured arm and Trent standing over me, his chest heaving. What in God's name is going on here? My father shouted above the arched ceilings. Trent quickly pointed at me and said, Elias attacked me. He went crazy, Dad. He tried to hit me with the chair because I asked him to turn down his stupid music. I had to defend myself. Pain made me nauseated and my eyesight blurred as I glanced up at them. He's lying. I wheezed, spitting. He broke my arm because I wouldn't write his email. Mom, please. I need a hospital. I need a doctor. Mother gazed down at me. Then she regarded Trent. It was cold, mechanical calculation in her eyes. It wasn't about truth. Truth was never important in this house. The issue was image. Trent represented Vanguard family legacy. I was a waste. Stop being so incredibly dramatic, Elias, my mother remarked, coldly. She brushed imaginary dust off Trent's strong shoulder as she passed me over my legs. Are you hurt, sweetie? Did he scratch you? My knuckles hurt from where I had to block his punches. Trent lied brilliantly, caressing his hand. You see what you've done? My father looked red-faced at me. You come into my house, eat my food, sleep under my roof, and then you try to assault your brother? The one who actually has a future? I am. Dad, my arm is literally broken, I said, holding it. The angle was absolutely off. The flesh stretched over the jagged bone, while twisted. Don't you dare raise your voice at me, he shouted, approaching. I have had it with your pathetic jealousy. You've been trying to sabotage Trent since the day you were born. I will not have a violent, unhinged thug living under my roof. I was shocked. I was bleeding on the floor. I was the villain in their twisted, egocentric reality despite having a broken limb. Get out, my father shouted, shaking, pointing to the foyer. What? You heard me, get out, tonight. I'm done paying for your existence. I'm done dealing with your attitude. It's pouring rain outside, I gasped, dread overwhelming the pain. It's barely 30 degrees. Where am I supposed to go? That is not my problem, my mother said without looking at me. She was too busy inspecting Trent's absolutely flawless hand for bruises. Maybe a night out on the streets will teach you some much-needed gratitude. My father grasped my thin t-shirt collar. He roughly dragged my limp body to the massive front door. My damaged arm received painful electrical shocks from every floorboard bump. I fought to regain my feet, but he was huge and I was in shock. He wrenched open the thick oak door. A fierce winter wind blew sheets of cold rain into the great foyer. Wait, my stuff. My laptop. I bellowed. My mother entered from the hall. She carried my middle school blue gym bag, which was worn and frayed. My warm garments weren't packed. She didn't bring my laptop. She literally shoveled my room's loose trash into it. The bag sailed past my head. It splashed pathetically in a cold driveway puddle. Here, she scoffed. Take your trash with you. Father pushed me hard in the chest. The damp concrete on the front steps caused me to fall backward and crash hard on my good shoulder. The chilly rain saturated my clothing instantaneously. Biting, numbing cold felt like a million tiny needles stabbing my flesh. I looked up from the driveway. The doorway's warm, golden light silhouetted my family. Except for their harsh looks, it was a beautiful greeting card. Trent advanced. A set of keys was removed from his pocket and twirled around his finger. Porch light illuminated the silver Ferrari keychain. This was his birthday gift from last month. Have a nice walk, loser, Trent said, laughing sickly. Don't worry about your bedroom, I'm going to tear it down and turn it into my new trophy case. My mother gently stroked Trent's shoulder. Come inside, Trent. You don't want to catch a cold talking to him. Dad glanced down at me one last time. His eyes were filled with disgust, not regret. If you call the police, Elias, I will make sure you never step foot in a college again. I will ruin you. I have corporate lawyers who can bury you in paperwork before you even finish dialing 911. Do you understand me? I remained silent. I couldn't. My mouth was clenched, and my teeth chattered so loudly I thought they may break. The big oak door banged. Gunshot-like sound boomed through the rainy night. Then the big deadbolt slid in. Click. I was alone. I carefully rose up, holding my broken arm against my chest to prevent it from moving. I felt hot tears and freezing rain. Walked to the puddle and grabbed my worn bag. Waterlogged totally. Everything inside was wrecked. Looking back, I saw the multi-million-dollar estate. I saw them through the huge living room window. My mother poured a pricey red wine. Trent laughed hysterically and mimed throwing me across the room. They appeared content. They appeared relieved. That was my breaking point. It snapped louder than my arm bone. I no longer felt winter's chill. The arm throbbing didn't hurt. The dead center of my chest burned with a white-hot, all-consuming wrath. It went beyond fury. This was fuel. A bloody pledge. I left the house's warm glow and walked down the long, curving driveway to the pitch-black street. Lacking a coat. I had no phone. I had no money. As I marched into the darkness, I silently vowed to the chilling rain, I'll survive. I'll return sometime. I won't yell. I won't fight. I will buy your land and bury you. They assumed they'd emptied the trash. They didn't realize they'd carefully crafted their worst enemy. First 48 hours were a haze of unfathomable pain. I trekked 4 miles in Boston's frigid slush to the nearest public ER. The triage nurse feared I was having a neurological seizure as I shivered in the plastic waiting room chair, dripping wet. When the doctor inquired what happened, I lied through my teeth. I had to. I heard my father's army of lawyers threat loudly. I understood Arthur Vanguard's influence in this metropolis. He called judges and hired police chiefs. I said I slipped and fell down concrete park stairs. My arm was cast in hefty fiberglass. The doctor felt sorry for me with my soaking clothes and ripped bag, but he didn't press the issue. The hospital social worker gave me a printed list of nearby homeless shelters and a plastic bottle of inexpensive painkillers when I was discharged in the morning. Good luck, son, she whispered. My huge inheritance. A Xerox list of overcrowded homeless shelters and generic ibuprofen. I had waking nightmares for 6 months. I slept under a concrete overpass near industrial train tracks since city shelters were filled or dangerous. A kid with a broken arm and a sling is a prime target on the streets. I learnt quickly. I fought for food leftovers. A dirty, run-down cafe gave me a warm spot to stand and leftover clam chowder for washing dishes from midnight until 6 a.m. I thought about them every night while I stared at the chilly, damp concrete underbelly of that bridge. Trent revving his Ferrari to VIP clubs came to mind. I imagined my mother nonchalantly spending $10,000 on silk drapes while her youngest son slept on wet cardboard. Hatred was my only comfort. The diner counter stool next to me was occupied by a man one rainy night. He read a thick corporate tax law textbook in a ragged but tailored suit, perhaps in his 50s. He was Mr. Vance. He noticed me reading a soggy, discarded newspaper with one good hand. He said, "You're a sharp kid," without looking up from his book. "What the hell are you doing washing dishes for minimum wage?" "Surviving," I whispered. "Survival is for animals," he said, closing his book and staring at me. "Men build." I asked, "What do you want to build?" "A coffin," I answered coldly. "For a dynasty." He grinned. Shark smiles weren't warm. "Then you better learn exactly how the law works, kid. It's the only weapon in the world that leaves absolutely no blood on your hands." I was saved by Mr. Vance. The smart, disbarred attorney had lost his license to a horrible gambling addiction, but his mind was steel. I learned everything from him. He helped me traverse the complicated legal procedure to obtain emancipation and federal financial aid as an independent minor. I obtained my GED in 3 weeks. Then, community college. I worked 3 horrible jobs: nighttime janitor, weekend security guard, and evening delivery driver. Wasn't asleep. Not dated. I avoided parties. I had no enjoyment. Just worked. I fat off. The same place stayed, in your jiver. Because of spite, I ran like a machine. I received a full academic scholarship to a top state university. Forensic accounting and pre-law were my majors. At 3 a.m., I compulsively studied corporate fraud, shell company structures, and offshore tax havens in the library as my peers did keg stands and complained about finals. The influx of money captivated me. Money fueled the globe. If you knew how to track it, you could kill any beast by cutting off its supply. A decade passed. Graduated first in my class. In law school, I aced the bar exam on my first try. I chose the Department of Justice's premier financial crimes division in Washington, D.C., over the lucrative private sector. My initial salary wasn't big, But my jurisdiction was federal and my influence was expanding dramatically. I silently built a Vanguard family shadow file at my workstation every night after my DOJ shift. Finding the fractures was easy once you understood where to tap the hammer. My father, Arthur, ran the Vanguard Foundation, a large, well-known charity. It seemed saintly on paper. Maybe they established orphanages, funded inner-city schools, and helped disabled soldiers. After digging into public tax records and cross-referencing them with offshore banking breaches, the numbers seemed radioactive. Tens of millions left the charity for untraceable Swiss shell corporations. Then Trent. Trent never joined NFL. He blew up his leg in a drunken jet ski accident a year after they kicked me out. Karma manifests poetically. He was now a Vanguard Foundation senior consultant, earning $450,000 a year. There was no evidence of him working. No emails, project logs, nothing. I used federal databases to investigate. I noticed sealed police reports that had vanished from local precincts. Suddenly dropped aggravated assault accusations against Trent. Massive payouts to young ladies, secretly classified NDA consulting fees and foundation secondary ledgers. Not only were my parents abusive, high-level crooks, they bribed local police chiefs, silenced sexual assault victims, and funded their nasty, opulent lifestyle with charity money for sick children and veterans. They stole from orphans for Ferraris and Rolexes. The understanding hit me like a chest punch. They aggressively threw me out into the freezing rain for ruining the family image, while they ran a massive criminal organization from their living room. I needed more than questionable tax returns. The smoking gun was needed. I needed tangible proof of bribes. Being promoted to special prosecutor for a federal task force pursuing large-scale charity fraud was my big break. Director Hayes, my bright, hard-nosed supervisor, invited me into her corner office. "Elias," she said, dropping a large manila file on her glass desk. "We have a confidential whistleblower from a mid-sized charity operation up in Boston. Claims the owners are laundering millions for a South American cartel and paying off local judges to look the other way. It's a massive mess. I need someone who knows the area to go in quietly, assess the situation, and build a bulletproof RICO case." Looking down, I saw the file label. The Vanguard Foundation. A second passed without my heart pumping. The end. I received nuclear launch codes from the universe, not simply a sword. "I'll take it," I responded, trying to speak clearly. "I know the area extremely well." "Good." Director Hayes replied, reclined. "You go in deep cover as an independent state auditor. Do not let them know you're with the DOJ until you have the federal handcuffs ready to snap on their wrists. We want to catch them completely with their pants down." I started packing that night in my little, poorly decorated flat. I didn't bring a worn blue gym bag. My custom-made midnight blue Italian suit was packed. Packing my federal badge. My stack of blank subpoenas was hefty. I faced my bathroom mirror. The skinny, scared, shivering youngster with the broken arm was gone. He stared at me with icy, dead eyes and a granite jawline. I spent 10 years crawling through dirt, eating rubbish, and bleeding over textbooks to return through their front door without knocking. "I'm coming home, Mom and Dad," I muttered. "And I'm bringing the hurricane with me." Update 1. Driving back to my affluent hometown was weird. The streets were the same, with enormous oak trees and manicured lawns, but the interior felt different. I was no longer helpless. I was the top predator. I booked into the city's best luxury hotel. Ironically, my father's expensive 50th birthday party occurred at the same place. My black sedan was sleek and modest. Professional. No flash. I wasn't showcasing my success. I worked here. My cover story was elegantly simple. I performed routine tax-exempt status compliance checks for the state tax board as a high-level forensic auditor. It was a tedious process that angered rich individuals, but didn't deter them. I wanted to enter the foundation's headquarters, access their systems, and uncover the local bribe's digital link. I needed to see him first. Must see Trent. I knew where he would be. Trent presided at the Beacon Hill Club, an obscenely exclusive country club where the town's elite drank scotch and stroked each other's egos every Friday afternoon. After parking my vehicle, I entered the mahogany-lined lounge. I watched from a dark corner booth with a sparkling water. There he was. Trent aged poorly. He was swollen at 33. But his once perfect hair was thinning and his face was swollen and red from years of alcohol abuse. He shouted, slammed his huge hand on the table, and laughed at his own bad jokes. Stupid sycophants sat around him because he paid for the pricey champagne. His diamond-encrusted watch probably cost more than my first year of college. I saw it outside on the lot. The bright green 488 Ferrari. It was rudely parked in 2 handicap areas. Typical Trent. I observed him for an hour. I noticed his angry finger snap at the waitress. His possessive grip on a young woman who respectfully left his table was obvious. He was unchanged. My arm was broken by the same aggressive bully. I finished my water, tipped generously, and went. I heard a thundering V8 engine growl as I crossed the vast parking lot. The brilliant green Ferrari sped wildly around the corner in a pedestrian zone. I stopped walking. I didn't react. I stayed steady in his route. The automobile slowed violently, smoking, with the bumper inches from my kneecaps, tinted window rolled down. Trent showed his sweaty, red face. "Watch where the hell you're walking, you absolute idiot," he shouted, spitting. "This paint job costs more than your miserable life." I wasn't recognized. Why would he? He last saw me as a thin, crying kid bleeding in the rain. The 6'2" broad-shouldered man in the impeccable cut suit standing calmly before him was unfamiliar. I carefully bent down, laying my hands on his priceless car's roof, staring at his bloodshot eyes. "Nice car, Trent," I remarked, dangerously calm. "It'd be a shame if the feds seized it." He squinted, confused and uneasy by my fearlessness. "Do I know you, pal?" Mr. Vance taught me the shark smile. "Not yet," I smiled. "But you will." Walked toward my sedan after pushing off the car. "Hey, who the hell do you think you are?" he shouted out the window, hurt. "Do you know my father?" I did not turn around, but waved my hand dismissively. "Trent, I know your father. I know he can't afford bail for what's coming." The next morning, I arrived at the Vanguard Foundation headquarters, a gigantic glass monstrosity in the downtown financial sector. I confidently showed my false credentials to the receptionist. I said, "I'm here to see Mr. Vanguard regarding the state tax audit," smoothly. 5 minutes later, my father exited the glass elevators. Arthur Vanguard was older and had grayer hair, but he still had that arrogant, untouchable swagger. He extended a hand and smiled like a millionaire politician. "Mr. Is it Vance?" he asked, looking at my middle name business card. "My secretary said you were here for the compliance check. We usually provide these files to the state via business counsel." "I prefer to be really thorough, Mr. Vanguard," I responded, shaking his frail hand. "New state regulations. Check the physical assets on site and compare philanthropic outlays to the recipient database." He frowned briefly. "That seems excessive. We do great charity here. We just raised $3.5 million for the Policeman's Benevolent Fund last month." "I'm sure you did," I responded, neutrally. "That's one of the state's monies I need to investigate. There were some irregular disbursements." "Irregularities?" His phony smile went instantly. "Looking, son, whoever sent you down here, the Vanguard name is immaculate in this town. We are community cornerstones." "I'm sure you are," I responded gently. "So you have nothing to conceal, right?" He stared at me, and for a moment, I thought he recognized me. Maybe it was the bridge of my nose or the shape of my jaw, but his arrogance quickly dismissed it. To Arthur Vanguard, his pathetic son Elias was either dead or rotting in a gutter. His brain couldn't imagine that the cold, professional auditor standing before him in a $2,500 suit was the same boy he had thrown away. "Fine," he replied, agitated. "My assistant will place you in the secondary conference room. Be quick. U.S. I don't want state pencil pushers interfering with our huge 30th anniversary gala this weekend." "Oh, don't worry," I answered calmly. "I'd definitely attend your gala. The night will be remembered, I hear." I was in. I had the castle keys. He mumbled dismissively and left. I spent the next 3 days locked in that windowless conference room, but I wasn't just looking at the sanitized paper files they handed me. I had plugged a discrete USB drive into their network port and was hacking their highly secured internal network using a brute force decryption program I developed with a DOJ cybersecurity friend. Only Thursday night, when the building had deserted, did I crack their primary server's encrypted hidden disk. There was the holy grail, the shadow ledger. They were funneling millions of dollars of raw drug cash from a South American cartel through the charity, washing it clean as anonymous donations, and taking a 15% laundering cut. They were paying off federal judges and the state zoning commission. I discovered the Trent folder. A tightly controlled subfolder held hundreds of scanned canceled checks and wire transfers. Memo: Assault NDA, $75,000 to Chloe Jenkins. Memo: Evidence destruction, DUI hit and run. $150,000 to Police Chief Miller. Memo: Paternity litigation, out-of-court settlement, $300,000. I was appalled. They had spent millions of dollars to cover up for him, while I had eaten out of garbage cans with a broken arm. A smart defense counsel may argue the servers were hacked or the files created, therefore I needed a human witness to swear under oath to the malevolent intent. I diligently searched the payroll records and found a name: Clara Higgins, head housekeeper. 20 years of service. Terminated 3 years ago, without severance. Clara, the sweet, quiet woman who was the only person in that vast estate to ever show me kindness, would slip me warm biscuits or surreptitiously bandage my wounded knees when my parents weren't watching. I found her present address, a run-down, unsafe apartment complex on the edge of town. I traveled there late that night in the rain, remembering that night 10 years earlier. An elderly woman opened her peeling door, gazing uneasily through the metal chain upon my quiet knock. "Yes?" Frail spoken, she inquired. Clara, I said, drawing back my hood. Elias. Elias Vanguard. After unlatching the chain with her shaky hands, she threw the door open and gasped, covering her mouth with both hands. Oh my sweet boy, she whispered, tears falling down her wrinkled cheeks. We all assumed you were dead. She embraced me fiercely, still smelling like lavender soap and old paper. It was the first time a mother figure had touched me in 10 years. I swallowed a lump in my throat. I drank cheap tea at her small, rickety kitchen table and told her I was okay and had created something of myself before leaning close and asking the million-dollar question. Clara, why did they fire you? Fear marred her features. Elias, I saw something wrong. Late at night, I entered the study. Your mother burned heaps of papers in the fireplace. She dropped one. It didn't burn. A heavy leather notebook. I pulled it from the ashes after she went to bed. My ribs were hammered by my heart. Do you still have it? I kept it, she said. I always knew they were nasty. I stashed it under my mattress in case you returned. She slowly came from her bedroom with a burnt black leather notebook. I opened it and saw my mother's cursive handwriting. It was a physical diary of the unlawful payments, including cash bribes and cartel meetings. Turning the page revealed the night they kicked me out. Arthur threw Elias out, so we can focus on Trent's career without any pathetic distractions. Arthur paid Police Chief Miller $10K tonight to disregard Elias's 911 calls about the broken arm. The devastating weight of the weapon I was holding made my hands tremble as I carefully closed the book. Thank you, Clara. I stood up and stroked her shoulder. You saved the world. Elias, what will you do? She asked, eyeing me with wide eyes. I'm going to the gala, I said, speaking coldly. And I'll give a little speech. Update 2. With Clara's diary and the decrypted digital shadow ledger, I had enough evidence to imprison the Vanguard family for life, but I wanted total, public destruction. I wanted to so thoroughly, violently destroy their pristine reputation that even the sewer rats wouldn't want to be associated with Vanguard. I summoned my strike team 24 hours before the main gala. Director Hayes, I said into my encrypted federal phone, green light, all their company and personal assets must be frozen at 8 p.m. tomorrow. I need judge-signed federal warrants. Bring the FBI SWAT team. The site has heavily armed private protection. You got it, Elias, she exclaimed, but be very careful. If they discover your identity before the raid teams breach, you're in grave danger. They won't, I mused. They're vastly too busy celebrating their own greatness to notice the guillotine hanging over their necks. The next day, I secretly met with the shadow file victims, starting with Chloe Jenkins at a quiet coffee shop. She was beautiful, but Trent had scarred her eyes physically and emotionally. When I showed her my DOJ badge and told her what I was doing, she broke down and cried into her hands. I thought I was alone, she cried. Your parents. They threatened to kill my little sister if I spoke out to the press. They threw money at me and had me sign a scary contract. That paper is legally void, I gently assured her, slipping a federal subpoena across the table. Chloe, fight back. You never have to fear them again. I'm the law, and they can't hurt you again. 5 young ladies whose lives Trent had deliberately devastated were willing to give me their sworn, videotaped affidavits for justice. I didn't ask them to attend the gala because it would be too traumatic and risky. By Saturday night, all chess pieces were in place. I bought a midnight black, razor-sharp, perfectly tailored tuxedo at a high-end boutique to look like the Prince of Darkness coming to collect a decades-old debt. I looked at the gold-embossed invitation I stole from my father's desk, the Vanguard Foundation, 30 years of unmatched excellence, black tie required. I drove to the Ritz-Carlton Grand Ballroom, where the valet parking lot was full of Bentleys, Rolls-Royces, and Trent's ugly bright green Ferrari, parked arrogantly on the red carpet. I parked my rental sedan in the dark back alley. I met Detective Miller, a clean, uncorrupted state police officer I had covertly looped in to sidestep the corrupt local police chief. The shadows whispered, "We have the entire perimeter thoroughly protected, Agent Vanguard. My guys are inside in ordinary clothing, posing as catering servers, just waiting for your signal." The signal is when I drop the microphone, I added, carefully adjusting my cufflinks. I patted the inside pocket of my tuxedo jacket, feeling the thick stack of federal arrest warrants and taking a long intake of frigid Boston air. Let's go crash a party. Massive crystal chandeliers the size of small cars hung from the vaulted ceiling, casting a warm, golden glow over the grand ballroom. The tables were draped in imported white silk, and every table had a towering bouquet of rare white orchids, my mother's favorite. The room smelled of expensive French perfume, roasted filet mignon, and hypocrisy. At least 300 important people, the mayor, 3 local judges, rich business tycoons were present. They had seen my family destroy the community for decades. I watched silently in the dark shadows at the rear of the room. My father held a microphone on the brightly lit stage, looking regal in his bespoke tuxedo. My mother stood beside him, beaming, holding a massive bouquet of red roses. Trent was there too, looking bored, texting quickly on his phone. leaning against the mahogany podium like he owned the universe. "Thanks, everyone." Arthur roared across the enormous audience, his charisma magnified. 30 years is long. Beatrice and I created our charity with a simple dream, an all-helping communal dream. The wealthy applauded politely while sipping champagne. "We have experienced numerous obstacles," he said calmly. "But we always put family first." Looking at my eldest son, Trent, standing beside me now, I know this foundation's future is in great hands. He motioned grandly to Trent, who waved to the throng lazily. "Over $3.5 million raised tonight," Arthur triumphed. "And I'm glad to report every penny will go to good organizations." That was my signal. After emerging from the shadows, I carefully walked down the middle aisle on the soft red carpet, my body heavy. "Actually, Arthur," I yelled, piercing through the ovation like a blade. "Is that true?" The ballroom fell silent when the music stopped. 300 eyes focused on me. My father tried to see me through the stage spotlights. "Excuse me? Who's that?" "Security, take charge." "That." I kept walking steadily and deliberately until I reached the stage's base light. "Dad, you don't recognize me?" I asked with a sour grin. 10 years have passed. I somewhat looked different without the broken arm and bloodied face. My mother shrieked and dropped her big bouquet, scattering red roses across the stage floor. Her manicured palm shot to her throat, her face drained of color. "Elias," she said into the mic. Rich people gasped at the lost kid, violent runaway, and family dishonor. "Elias," my father exclaimed, shaking with shock and wrath. "What are you doing here? Leave my sight." "Security, remove this trespassing lunatic now." Two huge, hefty private security guys ran at me, grasping for their radios. "FED agent, anyone who touches me will be charged with assaulting a federal officer and obstruction of justice," I said, reaching under my jacket and displaying my gold DOJ badge. "Stand back." The guards stopped, looked at my bright badge, and looked up at my father. They slowly retreated, raising their hands. They weren't paid enough to fight the federal government. I gently climbed the carpeted steps to the stage, 5 feet from them, much like that rainy night in the foyer 10 years earlier. But now I was in charge. "This garbage?" Trent approached, inflating his chest, intimidating me. "You think a costume shop badge scares us? Get lost, pitiful loser." I ignored him and seized the microphone from my father's quivering fingers, staring out at the large elite crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen," I began, my voice icy cool off the walls. "I'm Elias Vanguard. The U.S. Department of Justice appointed me special prosecutor. Tonight, we celebrate a different anniversary. Number 1, CNDHI. I pointed a little remote clicker from my tuxedo pocket at the big projection screen behind them, which was showing the Foundation's exquisite logo. Click. The logo disappeared and the screen became a large, comprehensive spreadsheet, the Shadow Ledger. "This," I pointed to the screen, "is a thoroughly documented record of Vanguard Foundation unlawful payments over the last decade. Massive South American drug gang money laundering. Cash bribes to Judge Stevens are 6 figures. Chief of Police Miller's monthly compensation." The police chief, sitting in the front row, turned ghastly pale and got up, hurrying toward the emergency exit. "Sit, Chief, my federal agents are already securing the doors," I said into the mic. FBI SWAT agents in full tactical gear stormed through all 4 double doors, weapons lowered but ready, lining the ballroom perimeter on cue, causing panicked gasps, cries, and the sound of breaking glass as someone dropped their champagne flute. I turned to my parents, who looked tiny and afraid. Their arrogance was gone. "You lied to everyone in this room," I snarled. "You told them I was a violent runaway. You called me crazy. To protect him, you brutally kicked an injured, bleeding 19-year-old out into the freezing rain." I pointed a hard finger at Trent. "A serial abuser." Click. Trent stupidly assumed he had uninstalled the concealed dashboard camera of his Ferrari, but the cloud never forgets. The big screen showed Trent sitting in the driver's seat, laughing wildly with a friend. "Trent on video." I struck her. "So what? Who cares? My dad paid her with $50,000 from the charity money. Bro, I can do whatever I want. And Vanguard. We literally own this ridiculous place." Shouting followed a collective gasp of disgust. Trent went insane and screamed as he lunged at me, throwing a tremendous right hook at my jaw. As he violently swung, I smoothly sidestepped, grabbed his thick wrist using the same martial arts move he used to break my arm years earlier and twisted it sharply. I swept his leg, slamming his heavy body face first onto the stage floor. I planted my knee firmly into his spine, pinning him down as he thrashed helplessly. "You have the right to be silent," I whispered into his ear. "But keep shouting." Music to my ears. Detective Miller stormed the stage and forcibly cuffed Trent's wrists, pulling him up. I rose, fixed my tie, and faced my parents. My father was shaking, his chest heaving, and my mother was crying real, ugly, snot-nosed cries of sheer despair. "Elias," my father sputtered, extending his hands in a pitiful surrender. "Son, We can discuss this privately. We can negotiate. Millions are mine. You get half of everything. Just shut off the screen and call the dogs. I stared at him, the man who had dragged my broken body across the floor. I don't want your filthy money, Arthur, I whispered, I want your legacy. I grabbed the hefty warrant stack from my jacket and slapped it on his chest. Arthur and Beatrice Vanguard. Racketeering, enormous money laundering, obstruction of justice, and charity fraud have landed you both in federal custody. Your bank accounts are frozen. Swiss authorities seized your offshore assets. Completely broke. The show concludes. My mother grabbed me, her manicured hand shaking frantically. Elias, please. Me, your mommy. You were mine. Please don't hurt your family. I stared her dead in the eye, feeling just chilly closure. Family? No family, I asked, bending my head. I remember a rude woman who dumped my damaged gym bag into a frigid puddle and called me garbage. Beatrice, your last decision was that night. I'm making mine tonight. Nodding to FBI agents, take them away. The tactical police led my wildly sobbing parents off the stage in heavy handcuffs, and the local press captured every agonizing second of their public humiliation. I didn't feel giddy joy or the urge to laugh. I just felt a heavy, profound, deep satisfaction. It felt like finally setting down a 1,000-pound weight I had been carrying for a decade. I saw the scared crowd staring at me in startled, breathless stillness. Enjoy the dessert, everyone, I replied. I hear it was paid for with stolen cartel money. Ass. My microphone fell to the hardwood stage floor with a loud bang. The raid was swift and brutal. Because I heavily involved the federal government, there was no corrupt local judge to quietly bail them out. They were denied bond due to extreme flight risks thanks to the offshore Swiss accounts I meticulously uncovered and locked in federal holding cells. I stood on the pavement outside the enormous Vanguard estate the next morning and saw U.S. Marshals marking everything in the house and professional movers moving precious oil paintings, marble statues, and antique furniture. Next came vehicles. While drinking coffee, I watched a huge tow truck tow Arthur's Rolls-Royce Phantom up the metal ramp, covered in dust. My father loved that car more than he loved me. The bright green Ferrari, the outrageous emblem of Trent's ultimate impunity, was placed onto a flatbed truck and auctioned by the state to repay fraud victims. Clara, the old housekeeper, quietly stepped up alongside me. She said, "You really did it, Elias," wiping her tear. "You brought down the castle." I corrected her, "We did it, Clara," throwing an arm around her fragile shoulders. 2 days later, I drove to the Federal Detention Institution for psychological closure, even though I wasn't required. I visited Trent first. He was in solitary confinement because he had arrogantly tried to fight a prison guard over his food tray. He looked pitiful in a bright orange jumpsuit without his expensive hair gel, diamond watch, or father's money to protect him. He lifted the weighty phone and stared at me through the bulletproof plexiglass. "You think you won?" The sneering voice was tinged with panic. "When I leave here, I swear to God, I'll find you. You're not getting out, Trent," I whispered calmly, leaning into the microphone. "I found cartel drug money logs. Mandatory federal minimum sentence. 20 years. I revived 5 assault accusations against you, so you'll be 60 before you see the sun again. Nobody will remember your name by then. Your ghost." His face crumbled as he realized I wasn't bluffing. He started yelling incoherently and forcefully, smashing his huge fists on the reinforced glass like a caged animal. I didn't flinch. I simply hung up the phone, turned my back on his tantrum, and left. Then I visited my folks. They sat upon a chilly metal table in a dark gray interrogation chamber, shrunken and aged 15 years in 48 hours from the stress of losing their empire. When I boldly entered the room, my father stood up, urgently seeking to regain his old, dominating power. "Elias," he rasped, "repair this now. Call the governor. Declare the audit a mistake. Tell them you fabricated the ledger." "It wasn't a mistake, Arthur," I murmured, carefully sitting across from them. "It was perfect justice. We gave you life. How can you be so ungrateful?" My mother cried, slamming her palms on the table. "We dressed you. You were fed. You gave me life," I nodded slowly, "then you deliberately tried to kill it. You picked a violent monster over your son because he could throw a football and I was a math nerd. You prioritized public appearance over morals." I slowly reached into my leather briefcase and pulled out a slightly faded, glossy photo of me from Thanksgiving 10 years ago. I was painfully skinny, my face was dirty, my arm was in a filthy sling, and I was holding the same tattered blue gym bag. I moved the photo carefully across the metal table. "You brutally pushed me out into the cold with a bag of trash," I replied, glaring at my father. "I'm repaying the favor." The mansion vanished. Vehicles are gone. Foundation gone. Cartel money is seized. You have nothing. Both of you will die in federal jail. My father looked down at the photo and shook uncontrollably. For the first time in his arrogant life, he realized he was a pitiful old criminal who had vastly underestimated his victim. "Why?" A tear fell from his eye as he murmured, "Why go this far? Why trash everything? Because I stepped up, calmly buttoning my fitted jacket. You said I'd never be anything. I wanted to prove that I became the only thing you couldn't buy. Turning, I approached the massive steel door. Elias, my mother cried out, her voice echoing off the concrete walls. Elias, wait, please, what should we do? I rested my fingers on the chilly metal doorknob and peeked over my shoulder at them one final time. I don't know, I answered, repeating her vicious comments from that frigid, rainy night. That's not my problem. I left, the heavy door snapped shut behind me, like a deadbolt falling into place, but this time, I was free. I left the prison and emerged into the bright sunlight. The Boston air was warm and the sky was a dazzling, clear blue. I took a deep breath and exhaled. The haunting ghost of that freezing night was gone. 10 minutes felt like 10 years as I was shivering under that concrete bridge, yet the year after my family's incarceration flowed like a river, washing away all my past pain and grime. The federal trial was the media circus everyone expected. My parents, Arthur and Beatrice, turned on each other with a viciousness that shocked even the most tough tabloid reporters. Loyalty in the Vanguard family was a financial transaction, as I always suspected. Once the bank accounts were frozen and the lavish lifestyle stopped, the fake love vanished. My mother aggressively claimed she was a terrified victim of my father's controlling, abusive nature. My father loudly claimed she was the mastermind behind the cartel money laundering and bribes. Watching them tear each other to bloody shreds in court, desperately blaming each other to avoid a longer sentence, was the final confirmation I needed. Their pitiful performance was rejected by the jury. Trent was sentenced to 25 years in federal prison with a binding requirement that he wouldn't be eligible for parole until he was nearly 60 due to his multiple violent assaults. Each of my parents served 15 years in maximum security prisons. I recall sitting silently in the back row of the courtroom when the judge's wooden gavel fell. I didn't celebrate or smile, I just exhaled. It was a breath I'd been holding since I was 19. The real story is what I did with my eventual freedom, not them suffering in prison. After the trial, the DOJ offered me a massive, highly publicized promotion to be the face of the anti-corruption unit in Washington, D.C. It included a beautiful corner office, a six-figure salary, and enough political prestige to erase my painful past. I declined. Director Hayes believed I was insane. Elias, she paced her office, you are the department's golden boy. You shut down cartel money laundering. You can write a ticket anywhere in the country. I'm deeply tired of golden boys, I informed her. I have real work to do back here. As the lead whistleblower and federal investigator who uncovered the massive tax fraud, I was legally entitled to a percentage of the recovered funds. It's a standard government incentive program designed to incur. The federal check arrived in the mail, and I stared at it for a long time. It was more money than I had ever seen, my stolen inheritance given out in the ashes of their ultimate ruin. I wanted to burn it immediately since the money felt cursed from bribes, fear, cartel blood, and innocent people like Chloe Jenkins suffering. But then I remembered what Mr. Vance, the discredited lawyer who taught me to fight, said over cheap diner coffee, money has no soul, child, it just absorbs the hand's essence. I cleaned the money and gave it a new soul. I bought a building, not a sprawling, obnoxious mansion in the suburbs, but an old, massive, abandoned brick warehouse on the gritty east side of town, near the overpass where I used to sleep on wet cardboard. I hired dozens of local contractors, passionate teachers, and trauma therapists. We proudly called it Times the Beacon. It was more than a homeless shelter, it was a massive resource center for at-risk youth who were aging out of the broken foster system or fleeing abusive, wealthy homes that looked perfect but were rotting inside. We provided free, vigorous legal representation for kids in hard custody fights and enormous college fund scholarships for intelligent kids with great grades but no money. We gave them what I never had, an ironclad safety net. I was walking through the busy main hall on a rainy afternoon 6 months after we opened the doors when I saw Sam, a 16-year-old skinny kid in a faded hoodie 3 sizes too big. He was holding his left arm awkwardly against his chest, wincing every time he moved. I strolled up and sat quietly on the bench next to him. Hey, I purred. I'm Elias. He recoiled. I didn't steal anything from the kitchen, he murmured. I know you didn't, is your arm hurt? Looking at his worn footwear, he said, my stepfather. He was furious because I didn't wash his truck properly. I felt that familiar wrath in my chest, but I quickly suppressed it. Calculated action would assist this kid. You know, I continued, slowly rolling up my dress shirt sleeve to show him the faint, jagged surgical scar on my forearm where surgeons had to put metal pins to repair my bone years earlier. I had a really bad break just like that when I was a little older than you. Looking at the scar, he gawked. Yeah. It hurt so much, I smiled. The bone healed. It healed stronger than before its break. I looked him in the eye. Sam, you're secure. We employ a bulldog lawyer that specialized in imprisoning stepfathers. You will never return to that house. I swear. Watching Sam get the medical cast he needed and eat a big lunch without looking over his shoulder was greater than any trial victory I had ever had. I didn't construct it alone. Chloe, the brave young woman who had testified against Trent and stood by me when the case got tough, became my true partner when she quit her soulless corporate job to run the free legal clinic at the Beacon full-time. We spent our chaotic days aggressively fighting for broken kids and our quiet nights trying to cook dinner in our tiny kitchen without burning the apartment down. We bought a modest fixer-upper, a small, cozy 2-bedroom house with a big wooden wraparound porch. I traded the sleek black government sedan for a used Ford F-150 truck. It wasn't fast, flashy, or a Ferrari, but it could haul heavy lumber for the center and massive loads of groceries for the food bank. It was a bright summer evening when Chloe and I sat on the porch swing and watched the sun set over Boston in purple and burnt orange. "You got a letter in the mail today," Chloe whispered, handing me a crumpled white envelope. My mother's hurried, looping handwriting was instantly recognizable, and the corner return address was the Federal Women's Correctional Facility in Danbury. I didn't open it. I didn't even hesitate. I took a silver lighter from my pocket, the one I used to light the backyard grill, and calmly set the envelope corner on fire. I dropped the burning paper into a metal ashtray on the table and watched it quickly turn into useless black ash. "Don't want to know what she said?" Chloe asked quietly, head on my shoulder. "I already know exactly what it says," I said, letting the flames flicker out. "She wants commissary money, phony forgiveness, or to blame me for her wrecked life. It's irrelevant. My mind no longer contains them. Their rent is free. You're a really good man, Elias Vanguard." Chloe smiled and squeezed my hand, saying, "I'm working on it." I reached deep into my jacket pocket. I had been nervously carrying a small, velvet box for 3 weeks, waiting for the perfect moment. There were no paparazzi cameras, grand, expensive gestures, or Rolls-Royce waiting to whisk us away. There was only a quiet wooden porch, a neighbor's dog barking, and the incredibly strong woman who had seen me when I was invisible. "Chloe," I whispered, sliding off the wooden seat and kneeling. Her hands flew to cover her mouth as she gasped, shedding tears instantly. "I don't have a massive dynasty or a corrupt empire to offer you," I added, staring up at her. "I swear to never leave you in the chilly rain." "Will we wed?" She didn't answer yes right away, but she hugged me so hard I nearly fell off the porch into the bushes. Sam, my proud ring bearer, wore a suit we bought him, and Clara, the old housekeeper who saved the diary in my life, sat in the front row, crying happy tears into a lace handkerchief. It was the city's poorest wedding financially, but the world's richest in love. As I danced slowly with Chloe under the cheap, glowing string lights, I realized that my parents were wrong about everything. They foolishly thought that power came from inducing fear, that respect could be bought with a checkbook, and that a legacy was just your arrogant name on a glass building. They were rotting in tiny concrete cells, divorced, alone, and morally bankrupt. Their wealthy pals left them the moment the federal indictment fell. I was dancing in a grassy backyard with people who would take a bullet for me because I served them. I looked down at my wrist and saw a $50 Timex, not a diamond Rolex. It was time to cut the cake. I was free. I drove my beat-up pickup to the old, wealthy area after telling Chloe I had one more, deeply personal errand a few weeks ago. When you're a terrified, bleeding kid, the world looks like a massive labyrinth of untouchable giants. When you're a grown man who has faced massive corruption and won, it just looks like quiet, boring suburbs. I arrived at 1402 Oakwood Drive. The massive home was gone. After the federal bank seized the property, they tried to sell it on the open market, but the house's dark reputation, cartel money, FBI raids, House of Secrets made no one want to live there. Eventually, a massive commercial developer bought the land just for the lot value and violently bulldozed the entire structure. The grand, marble foyer was gone, the second-story window where Trent mocked me was empty, and the long, winding driveway where my father brutally dragged me by my collar was cracked, broken, and overgrown with tall weeds. I stopped the truck and stepped outside. The air was crisp, but it wasn't raining. I slowly walked to where I estimated the heavy oak front door used to be, closed my eyes, and listened. I half expected to hear my father's haunting echoes or feel my left arm's phantom throbbing pain. There was nothing but the wind rustling the oak trees, and a neighbor's lawnmower buzzing far away. In the story, the scary monster was fictional. I stood there and thought about the psychological concept of the golden child. My parents had sacrificed everything, their core morality, their finances, their freedom, and their other son to build a massive, golden altar to Trent. They poured all their delusional hopes, rampant narcissism, and insatiable greed into him. They aggressively protected him from every consequence. They utterly destroyed him. Trent never learned empathy, mental resilience, or hard labor. He was just a produced product, and when the product became flawed, the factory closed. I was lucky in a deeply twisted, ironic way. By violently throwing me out into the cold and breaking my bones, they forced me to rebuild myself from scratch. They gave me the ultimate gift of struggle by teaching me how to survive the freezing cold. They replaced any sense of entitlement with a burning, insatiable hunger. I kicked a stray piece of concrete rubble into the dirt where the enormous multi-car garage used to be. I remembered the brilliant green Ferrari, a flashy, garish symbol of everything wrong with my rotten family. I realized right then that I didn't hate them anymore. Hate requires massive emotional energy and care. What I felt looking at that empty dirt lot was profound, distant, clinical pity. They were pathetic, tragic figures in a play they didn't know was a tragedy. They thought they were the untouchable kings and queens of the world, but they were foolish jesters. An SMS from Chloe vibrated my phone in my pocket. Sam's community college acceptance letter arrived. We're ordering 3 huge pizzas to celebrate. Come home. Come home. I valued those 2 simple words more than the Vanguard wealth. Last, I inspected the empty, overgrown dirt lot. Goodbye, I muttered into the wind, not to my imprisoned parents, but to the terrified, bleeding boy who used to live here. The boy who thought he was worthless and begged for affection from hollow adults who were just for transactional greed. I turned around and walked back to my truck, started the engine, and drove away. I didn't look in the rearview mirror once as I left the neighborhood because there was nothing behind me worth looking at. The road ahead was wide open, the sun was shining, and I was driving for the first time in my life. My family demanded I drain my savings for my golden child brother. I said nothing, until the CEO buying my company crashed our family BBQ. My parents secretly orchestrated a public family tribunal to humiliate me into paying my golden child brother's $12,500 debt, threatening to kick me out if I refused. They thought they were backing a helpless, mid-level IT worker into a corner, completely unaware that the family friend I brought to the party was actually a CEO finalizing the $8.5 million acquisition of my tech startup. I'm Caleb, 25 years old. The air in our living room was thick with the suffocating smell of my mother Diane's famous pot roast and the absolute stench of cheap hypocrisy. It was a Tuesday evening, just days before our annual neighborhood summer barbecue, an event my parents, Arthur and Diane, threw every single year just to showcase their perfect family to relatives and neighbors. Laughter usually echoed from the backyard during these warm months, but inside, here in the heart of the house, a storm was brewing that had been 20 years in the making. My father stood before me, his face a mask of stern disappointment, his shoulders squared like a judge about to pass a life sentence. My mother was beside him, dabbing at eyes that weren't actually crying, playing the role of the distressed matriarch perfectly. And my younger brother, Mason, 22, the source of all this misery, stood slightly behind them, a smug little smirk playing on his lips. Caleb, my father's voice boomed, loud enough that if the windows had been open, the entire street would have heard him. Your mother and I have been more than patient. Mason made a mistake. A small business venture that didn't work out. It's a $12,500 debt. A simple mistake. That's what we are calling it. I mentally scoffed. A mistake. That's what they called it. I called it funding a lifestyle of VIP club tables, bottle service, and expensive designer streetwear with credit card money he didn't actually have. Family helps family, my mother added, her voice trembling with practiced fragility, stepping forward to place a delicate hand on my father's arm. You have a good, stable job in computers. It's your duty to help your brother get back on his feet. He just needs a little push. I stayed silent, my gaze fixed on a small, jagged crack in the drywall just over my father's left shoulder. I had watched that crack spread for years, tracing its path during countless lectures, watching it grow just like the fractures in our family. My absolute silence seemed to enrage him. The vein in his neck began to pulse. Are you listening to me? He snapped, taking a threatening step forward. We are giving you a choice, Caleb. You will transfer the money to Mason's account by the end of the week, or you will pack your bags and find somewhere else to live. We will not harbor an ungrateful, selfish son under our roof. The room fell completely silent. The hum of the refrigerator suddenly sounded like a jet engine. Every eye was on me. Mason looked triumphant. He had won, as he always did. My father crossed his arms, a final, non-negotiable gesture that he used to end every argument since I was a child. Well, what's it going to be? I slowly raised my eyes from the crack in the wall and looked at him, then at my mother, then at Mason. I didn't say a single word. I just let the silence stretch, letting their toxic ultimatum hang in the air like poison gas. To understand my silence in that moment, to understand why I didn't break down crying or explode in a fit of screaming anger, you have to know that this wasn't the first time I was made the sacrificial lamb for my family's golden child. It was just going to be the last. My role as the family's invisible support system started incredibly early. I was 12 years old when my mother sat me down at the kitchen table and informed me that I was old enough to pay for my own school lunches. We're not made of money, Caleb. You need to learn responsibility. She'd sighed, while simultaneously signing a permission slip for a 10-year-old Mason to go on an out-of-state school ski trip that cost well over $250. So, I learned the value of $1. I started with a grueling paper route, waking up at 4:30 a.m. every single morning, 7 days a week. My fingers would go completely numb from the biting winter cold as I folded newspapers on the icy porch, my breath pluming in the dark air. That money went straight to the school cafeteria and then to my own school supplies. I vividly remember being 13 and standing in the stationery aisle at the local superstore, carefully calculating if I could afford the durable, name-brand binders, or if I had to settle for the flimsy cardboard ones that would inevitably fall apart by November. Meanwhile, Mason would come home with a brand new video game console, a gift from our dad just for getting a B- on a basic middle school science project. My first real job was at 14, bagging groceries at the local supermarket. The work was mind-numbing, standing on hard linoleum floors for hours, but the paycheck was a genuine lifeline. It bought me clothes not the trendy, expensive streetwear brands Mason flaunted, but clean, unbranded shirts and stiff jeans from the discount outlet. I'll never forget the sting of my mother's words when she saw me in a new pair of jeans I'd proudly bought myself after saving for 3 weeks. "Couldn't you find something better?" "It's a little embarrassing," she murmured, her nose wrinkled in distaste, right before handing Mason a crisp $100 bill for a weekend trip to the city with his friends. There was never any acknowledgement that the only reason I wore those clothes was because they flat out refused to provide for me. The double standard was always clearest during meal times. Family dinners were a theatrical performance. My parents would cook lavish meals, but my portion was always noticeably smaller. Or I was told to make myself a peanut butter sandwich because there wasn't quite enough of the roast to go around. Yet, if Mason wanted a second or third helping, the platter was practically shoved his way with a beaming, adoring smile. On Fridays, they would order gourmet pizza or expensive sushi, a treat for themselves and their hardworking son, Mason. I would be locked in my room, the delicious smells wafting maliciously under my door, eating a 90-cent bowl of instant ramen I'd bought with my own grocery store wages. The message was loud and clear: my needs were an inconvenience, his desires were an absolute priority. One Christmas when I was 16, the disparity was laid bare for everyone to see. Mason, who had been begging for a new gaming setup, unwrapped a top-of-the-line PC rig worth over $1,500. He screamed in excitement, hugging my parents. My present from them? A $75 gift card to a generic department store. I forced a smile, swallowed the massive lump in my throat, and said thank you. But the hollowness in my chest was suffocating. Later that day, I overheard my father boasting to my Uncle Vance in the kitchen. "We have to support Mason's passion. He has the reflexes. He could be an esports professional one day. You have to invest in your kids' dreams." My passion was coding, something I did on a battered, second-hand laptop I had saved up for 8 months to buy from a pawn shop. They never once asked to see a single project I had built. They didn't even know what language I was programming in. To them, it was a distraction, a waste of electricity. It wasn't a passion because it didn't come with a flashy price tag they could show off to the neighbors. That was the exact year I stopped expecting anything from them. It was easier to rely entirely on myself than to nurse the constant, agonizing ache of disappointment. My earnings, my efforts, my dreams, they were mine and mine alone, completely invisible to the very people who were supposed to see me most clearly. College was my escape. Not a physical one, since I couldn't afford the exorbitant dorm fees and had to commute an hour each way from home, but it was an intellectual and emotional refuge. It was there, in a stuffy, neon-lit computer lab smelling of ozone, hot dust, and stale coffee, that I met Eli. He was brilliant, funny, and had a restless, manic energy that perfectly matched my own quiet intensity. We were paired up for an advanced algorithms project, and within an hour, we were finishing each other's sentences, our coding styles syncing up in a way that felt almost telepathic. Eli was the first person who truly saw me. Not the quiet, overshadowed, neglected son, but the builder, the architect. He'd look at a piece of my code and his eyes would light up with genuine awe. "Dude, this architecture is insane. How did you even conceptualize this?" He'd say, shaking his head. For someone completely used to his absolute best efforts being met with cold indifference, his praise was like water in a scorching desert. He came from a radically different kind of family, one that was loud, messy, but full of overwhelming warmth. The first time I had dinner at his house, his mom piled my plate impossibly high with lasagna, and his dad asked me a dozen questions about my major, genuinely interested in my answers. It felt so foreign, so deeply normal. I saw what I had been missing my entire life, and it both hurt profoundly and gave me an incredible sense of hope. Eli's dusty, disorganized garage became our sanctuary. After my classes and my part-time job at a local phone repair shop, I'd drive straight there. We'd spend hours huddled over our glowing laptops, wrapped in blankets during the winter, fueled by cheap energy drinks, generic pizza, and a massive shared dream. We were building something. An AI-driven logistics and workflow tool that we believed could completely revolutionize how mid-sized tech firms manage their internal operations. We called it Nexus Flow AI. It was our secret, our absolute obsession. While my family saw me coming home late, exhausted, with dark circles under my eyes, and assumed I was just wasting my life, Eli and I were building an empire, lined by painstaking line of code. He was the visionary, the big picture guy who could sell ice to an Eskimo. I was the architect, the one who built the intricate, flawless systems that made his grand vision a functioning reality. The only family member who ever seemed to believe in me was my grandmother, my dad's mom. She lived 3 states away, but she would call every single Sunday at 4 p.m. sharp. She never pried, but she had a way of listening that made you feel completely heard. I told her about my classes, about Eli, but never about my miserable family life. I didn't have to. I think she always knew. Before she passed away, she sent me a letter. Inside was a check for $750 and a short note written in her shaky, elegant cursive. Caleb, your grandfather and I always saw the quiet fire in you. Don't ever let anyone make you feel small. This isn't much, but use it for your dreams. Make us proud. That $750 became the literal seed money for Nexus Flow AI. We used it to buy vital server space and a few crucial software licenses we desperately needed to launch our beta. That letter, however, was priceless. I kept it taped to the concrete wall in Eli's garage workspace. On the nights when I was drowning in utter exhaustion and crushing self-doubt, when the cold indifference of my parents felt like a physical weight crushing my lungs, I would read her words. Don't ever let anyone make you feel small. It became my mantra. It was the absolute foundation on which I built not just our company, but myself. The catalyst for the final, explosive storm came, as it always did, from Mason. After dropping out of his second attempt at community college claiming the professors were stifling his creativity, he decided he was going to be an entrepreneur. My parents, completely blinded by their obsessive favoritism, thought it was a brilliant, brave idea. They gave him a few $1,000s as a business loan for what he called a premium luxury watch resale venture. In reality, he was buying hyped-up timepieces on high-interest credit cards, completely failing to sell them for a profit because he didn't understand the market, and using the remaining cash to fund a lifestyle of VIP club tables, expensive dinners, and weekend beach trips that he plastered all over his social media. The inevitable, catastrophic crash came swiftly. One of his sketchy suppliers called the house, threatening legal action over a massive unpaid invoice. The credit card bills piled up, demanding minimum payments he couldn't meet. The grand total of his business mistake was a little over $12,500. He confessed to our parents in the kitchen, crying real tears, framing himself as a tragic victim of a volatile global market and malicious competitors. They, of course, bought his ridiculous story completely. Around the exact same time, something else was happening. Nexus Flow AI was finally getting noticed. We had entered and won a regional tech incubator competition, which came with a small grant and a little bit of media coverage. The article was buried on page 8 of the local business journal, but someone saw it. Jason. He was a guy I grew up with. Someone I'd considered a decent friend. We'd reconnected a few months prior, and I had helped him out with a small $200 loan when he was in a tight spot with his rent. He called me after seeing the article. Hey man, saw that piece on your company. Sounds like you're absolutely killing it. You must be rolling in it, bro. I laughed it off, exhausted from a 1-4-hour coding sprint. It's a startup, man. We're mostly running on caffeine and blind hope right now. We are a long way from rolling in it. I was being completely honest. We were aggressively reinvesting every single penny back into the business. My personal checking account was barely hovering in the low 4 figures, but Jason heard exactly what he wanted to hear. He saw the words AI, award-winning, and founder, and his brain translated it to secret millionaire. And in a pathetic effort to ingratiate himself with my parents, he mentioned it to my father the next time he saw him at the local hardware store. You must be so incredibly proud of Caleb, Jason had said. I hear his tech company is the next big thing. He's probably pulling down a massive corporate salary. That was the spark that lit the dynamite. My parents, already panicking and losing sleep about Mason's mounting $12,500 debt, suddenly had a magical solution presented to them on a silver platter. Their forgotten, neglected son, the one they never invested a single dime in, was supposedly a secret financial success. In their twisted minds, my money wasn't mine. It was family money. It was the perfect solution to their Mason problem. The final piece of the trap was set by my Aunt Beatrice, my mother's older sister. During one of their daily, gossipy phone calls, my mother tearfully confessed the dire situation with Mason's debt. Aunt Beatrice, a grandmaster of passive aggression, said something that sealed my fate. Oh, Diane, that's just terrible. But, I'm sure Caleb would be more than happy to help. That's what a good son does. My boy just put a down payment on a new car for us. It's so wonderful when your children can finally give back. I'm sure Caleb, with his successful new computer company, feels the exact same way. The comparison, the implied judgment, the painting of me as a potential deadbeat monster if I refused to bail out my brother, it was the perfect psychological manipulation. When my mother hung up the phone, the idea had solidified into concrete. It wasn't a request for help anymore. It was an absolute expectation. A demand. My supposed success had just become my curse. The week before the annual neighborhood barbecue was when they finally made their move. They cornered me in the living room, the same room where the public execution would later be attempted. The TV was completely off, which was the first glaring sign of trouble. My father never, ever missed the evening news. "Caleb, sit down," he commanded, pointing to the armchair opposite the sofa where he and my mother sat like a tribunal. Mason was nowhere to be seen, which I knew was intentional. They wanted to handle this delicate matter first before bringing him in. I remained standing, crossing my arms. "I'm fine here. What's going on?" My mother started, her voice laced with a rehearsed, sickening sweetness that immediately set my teeth on edge. "Honey, we know you've been working so incredibly hard on your little computer project. It's a company, Mom, not a project." She waved a dismissive, manicured hand. "Whatever it is, we're very proud of you. We heard from Jason that you're doing very, very well for yourself." The pieces instantly clicked into place. "Jason. Of course. Jason doesn't know what he's talking about," I said flatly. "We're a startup. There's no big salary. Every dime goes back into the servers." My father scoffed loudly, leaning forward, his face hardening. "Don't lie to us, Caleb. We're your parents. We know you've always been extremely responsible with your money. You've got a nest egg hidden away. Meanwhile, your brother, your own flesh and blood, is in deep trouble." "Mason got himself into trouble," I stated, my voice dropping to a dangerously calm register. "He spent money he didn't have on luxury things he didn't need to impress people who don't care about him. He had a dream." My mother cried out, clutching her chest as if Mason were a martyred artist instead of a failed sneaker and watch reseller. "You of all people should understand that. We supported your little computer hobby all these years." The sheer audacity of that statement almost made me burst into hysterical laughter. Supported me? They had actively ignored me. They had forced me to support myself since I was a literal child. The only support they ever gave was the physical roof over my head, something they held over me like a guillotine blade every time I stepped out of line. "So, this is what this is about," I said, finally connecting all the dots. "Mason's $12,500 debt, you want me to pay it? It's the right thing to do," my father said, his tone shifting from fake parental concern to a cold, hard, authoritative demand. "We gave you life. We fed you, we clothed you. We've given you a home even now, as a grown man, don't you think you owe us? Don't you think you owe your brother?" Every single sacrifice I had ever made flashed before my eyes in rapid succession. The missed high school parties because I was working. The worn-out, hole-filled shoes I wore through 3 winters. The lonely quiet dinners of instant ramen while they laughed over steak. I had been paying my own way for over a decade. The debt I supposedly owed them was a total fiction they had created to justify their own colossal failures as parents. A lifetime of suppressed, toxic anger began to bubble up inside me, hot and clarifying. For the first time in my entire existence, I didn't feel the desperate need to defend myself or explain my finances. I just felt completely, utterly done. I looked my father straight in the eye. No. The word, quiet and absolute, hung in the air between us like a physical object. His face turned a dark, furious shade of plum red. "What did you just say to me?" I said no, I repeated, my voice much stronger this time, echoing off the walls. "This is Mason's debt, not mine. I am not paying a single cent of it." "Letter." My mother gasped dramatically, tears springing to her eyes. "Caleb, how can you be so selfish, so incredibly cruel, after everything we've done for you?" "What have you done?" I asked, the question entirely genuine. "What have you actually done for me?" "You taught me to be self-sufficient by abandoning me emotionally. You taught me the value of $1 by making me earn every single one I ever had while you handed Mason everything on a silver platter. And now you want to take my hard-earned dollars for the son you actually care about." The answer is no. I turned on my heel and walked out of the room, leaving them sputtering in stunned, furious silence. I walked up the stairs, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. I knew it wasn't over. I had just declared thermonuclear war. Update 1. My defiance did not inspire any self-reflection. It inspired pure, unadulterated rage. The very next day, the atmosphere in the house turned from icy to venomous. They communicated entirely through aggressively slammed doors, violently clattering dishes, and passive-aggressive comments muttered just loud enough for me to hear from the hallway. "Some children just have absolutely no gratitude." My mother would sigh dramatically on the phone to her friends. "Can you believe the selfishness of this generation?" I knew they were planning something. My parents, especially my father, possessed egos as fragile as spun glass. They could not stand having their supreme authority challenged. Losing control, especially in front of me, was an intolerable, unforgivable offense. Their solution, as always, was to escalate the situation until I broke. If private pressure didn't work, Public humiliation was the next logical step in their playbook. The annual neighborhood barbecue, now less than a week away, was the absolute perfect venue. I discovered the full extent of their deranged plan completely by accident. I was heading to the basement laundry room to grab my work shirts when I heard my mother's voice coming from the kitchen, sharp and conspiratorial. I paused at the top of the stairs, holding my breath, pressing my ear against the cracked door. She was on the phone with Aunt Beatrice. And he just said no. Flat out, no, right to our faces, my mother was saying, her voice dripping with venomous indignation. Arthur is absolutely furious. He says if Caleb wants to act like he's not part of this family, we'll show him exactly what that means. Aunt Beatrice's voice was a faint, tinny murmur on the other end, but I could guess her response was a goading agreement. Arthur's idea is brilliant, actually, my mother continued, her tone shifting to one of gleeful, malicious strategy. We'll do it at the barbecue on Saturday. In front of everyone. Uncle Vance will be there, all the cousins, the neighbors. Arthur is going to make a speech. We'll tell them the whole story. How poor Mason is struggling so hard, and how his wealthy, arrogant brother refuses to lift a single finger to help. We'll give him the ultimatum right there in front of the crowd. Either he helps his family, or he's out of the house. What can he do? He won't want to look like a monster in front of the whole family. He'll crumble. He'll have to give in. My blood ran absolutely cold. It wasn't just a threat anymore. It was a staged performance, a theatrical execution of my character. They were going to stage my public shaming, banking entirely on my deep-seated fear of judgment from the extended family. They would paint me as a cartoon villain, a cold-hearted, greedy miser who would rather see his beloved brother suffer and go bankrupt than part with his precious money. And the sickest part was, they were going to enjoy every second of it. Mason, I had no doubt, was fully in on the plan. He would play the role of the tragic, humbled victim perfectly. I backed away from the door, my heart pounding so hard I thought my ribs would crack. For a brief, terrifying moment, all I felt was a crushing sense of total defeat. How could I possibly fight this? They were my parents. The narrative they spun would be believed by everyone. I was always the quiet one. They were the loud, charismatic hosts. I grabbed my keys, practically ran to my car, and drove straight to Eli's garage, my mind racing a million miles a minute. Eli took one look at my pale, sweating face and knew something was catastrophically wrong. What happened? He asked, pushing his laptop away. I told him everything. The demand, my refusal, the insane conversation I had just overheard. I expected him to be furiously angry on my behalf, to tell me my parents were absolute monsters. He was, and he did. But then he leaned back in his squeaky office chair, and a slow, highly calculating smile began to spread across his face. It was the same smile he got when he figured out a massive shortcut in our code. So, he said, tapping a pen against his chin, they're building a grand stage to humiliate you. Yeah, I said grimly, rubbing my temples. And they're inviting the whole damn town. Well, you know what they say, Eli said, his eyes practically gleaming with mischief. Never waste a good stage. A new, audacious idea began to form in my mind. An idea so incredibly risky and so utterly terrifying that it just might work. The seed of an idea Eli had planted grew into a full-blown, military-grade strategy over the next 2 hours. My parents wanted to use the party as their stage. Fine, I would use it as mine. They were bringing a hostile audience, I would bring a star witness. There was only one person on planet Earth who could detonate their false narrative so completely, so totally, that there would be absolutely no recovery. Mr. Sterling. Marcus Sterling was the formidable CEO of Apex Systems, a massive, multinational software development firm. For the past 3 agonizing months, Eli and I had been in intense, highly confidential, closed-door negotiations with him and his team of corporate lawyers. Apex wanted to acquire NexusFlow AI. They were completely blown away by the flawless architecture of our platform, and they saw its massive potential to integrate into their global logistics division. We had spent weeks going back and forth, hammering out the intricate details of a massive buyout. We were on the absolute verge of signing an agreement that would alter the trajectory of our lives forever. It was a life-altering sum of money. The kind of money my parents couldn't even begin to comprehend. The final signing meeting was scheduled for the Monday morning right after the barbecue. It's a crazy ask, I know, I said to Eli, pacing the concrete floor of the garage, kicking a stray power cord. He's a CEO of a billion-dollar company. He doesn't go to suburban family hot dog barbecues. He'll think I'm insane. He might pull the deal. The worst he can say is no, Eli reasoned, pulling up Mr. Sterling's contact card. But Caleb, think about it. The deal is basically done. The lawyers have blessed it. We like him. He likes us. He deeply respects you. He might just do it to protect his investment. My heart was hammering against my ribs. It was the boldest, most aggressive move I had ever considered in my entire life. It felt both completely insane and perfectly logical. With shaking hands, I picked up my phone, dialed his private number, and held my breath. Mr. Sterling, it's Caleb. I said, trying desperately to keep my voice steady. Caleb, good to hear from you, everything all right? Getting nervous before the big day on Monday? His deep, authoritative voice boomed through the phone, friendly but direct. Everything's perfect with the deal, sir. Actually, I have a personal, and somewhat highly unusual, request. I took a massive breath, and laid it all out. I didn't give him the entire sordid 20-year family history, but I gave him the vital essentials. The long-standing toxic family dynamic, the sudden massive debt, the ultimatum, and their insane plan to publicly shame me at the party on Saturday. And then I made my pitch. They believe I'm an ungrateful son with a moderately successful IT job who is hoarding his small savings, I explained, gripping the edge of Eli's desk. They plan to use intense family pressure to force me to pay a debt that isn't mine. Your presence, and a simple, truthful announcement of what I actually do, would destroy that narrative instantly. There was a long, agonizing pause on the other end of the line. The silence stretched for so long I thought the call had dropped. I thought I had massively overstepped, that I had sounded crazy and unprofessional, and that he was going to cancel the $8.5 million deal right then and there. I was opening my mouth to apologize when I heard him let out a low, rumbling chuckle. Caleb, he said, and I could hear the genuine amusement in his voice. In my 30 years in this cutthroat business, I've seen a lot of vicious sharks in the boardroom. Sounds like you've been dealing with them at your own dinner table. I've always believed that a man's character is just as important as his code. He paused again. I like your boldness, kid. It's the exact same quality that made me want to buy your company. Send me the address. I'll clear my Saturday schedule. I wouldn't miss this for the absolute world. When I hung up the phone, I was trembling violently, but it wasn't from fear. It was from pure, unadulterated adrenaline. The game had completely changed. My parents were setting a trap, completely unaware that I was about to walk into it holding a live grenade. In the days leading up to the party, I became a total ghost in my own home. I adopted a strategy of absolute, unbreakable neutrality. I went to my part-time job, came home, ate dinner in total silence if they were in the kitchen, and retreated to my room. I was polite, quiet, and completely unreadable. This, I quickly realized, was far more unsettling for them than any screaming argument would have been. My silence was a vacuum, and they rushed to fill it with their own arrogant assumptions. They saw my quiet demeanor not as steely resolve, but as fear. They interpreted my lack of fight as a sign that I was weakening, that their psychological warfare was already working, and that on Saturday, I would crumble under the heavy weight of public opinion. During this time, I started to quietly prepare for my exit. In the dead of night, I packed not clothes, but memories. I went through old, dusty boxes in my closet, pulling out a few faded photos of me and my grandmother, my high school diploma, the small plastic trophy I'd won at my first coding hackathon. I placed them carefully in a single cardboard box. It was a pathetically small collection, a testament to a life lived entirely in the margins of my own family. I put the box in the trunk of my car. I didn't pack clothes or furniture. Those were just things. I was leaving the old Caleb behind. Saturday arrived. The weather was oppressively hot and humid. The party was exactly as I expected, a grand symphony of suburban pretense. The backyard was filled with dozens of relatives, neighbors, and family friends making loud small talk, balancing flimsy paper plates of potato salad and grilled chicken, and pretending to be vastly more interested in each other's lives than they actually were. I moved through the sweltering crowd like a shadow, offering polite nods and brief, tight smiles, my stomach churning violently with a mixture of dread and electric anticipation. About an hour in, I saw him. Mr. Sterling arrived, dressed in a casual but clearly expensive navy polo shirt and tailored slacks. He looked less like a ruthless corporate titan and more like a distinguished retiree enjoying his weekend. As planned, I intercepted him near the gate and casually introduced him to my Aunt Beatrice as a former mentor of mine from college. He blended in seamlessly, grabbing a plastic cup of iced tea and making incredibly charming small talk with my Uncle Vance about the current state of the stock market. Nobody gave him a second glance. My parents were in their absolute element, playing the roles of the gracious, perfect hosts to the hilt. My father was holding court by the massive stainless steel grill, laughing far too loudly at his own mediocre jokes, a beer in his hand. My mother was flitting between groups of women, refilling wine glasses, and collecting endless compliments on her landscaping. Mason was soaking up the attention near the patio, retelling the tragic sob story of his failed business to anyone who would listen, casting himself as a young, brilliant visionary who had been unfairly struck down by a stroke of cosmic bad luck. They were laying the heavy groundwork, perfectly seeding the narrative for the main event. Finally, around 3 p.m., my father clinked a pair of metal grilling tongs against his glass, calling for everyone's attention. A hush slowly fell over the crowded backyard. This was it, the execution. "Hey everyone," he began, a broad, benevolent, utterly fake smile plastered on his face. "Diane and I just want to thank you all for coming out today. It means the absolute world to us to have our family and friends here. He paused for dramatic effect, scanning the crowd. Family is the most important thing in this world. It's about being there for each other. In good times, and in bad. His eyes scanned the crowd and locked onto me, standing near the edge of the patio. The benevolent smile tightened into something significantly harder, colder. And recently, our family has faced some very bad times. As many of you know, our youngest son Mason here took a very brave risk to start his own business. He reached out and put a proud, comforting arm around Mason's shoulders. Unfortunately, due to circumstances completely beyond his control, the market turned, and it didn't work out. It's left him in a very difficult, very scary financial position. Loud murmurs of sympathy rippled through the crowd. "Oh, poor Mason," Aunt Beatrice cooed audibly. Mason looked down at his expensive sneakers, the absolute picture of humility and disappointment. "But," my father continued, his voice rising in volume, taking on the cadence of a preacher, "the beautiful thing about family is that we lift each other up, we all pitch in, and we have been so incredibly proud of our other son, Caleb." He pointed a thick finger directly at me. The spotlight was officially on. He's done very well for himself with his little tech job. A real promotion, a great new salary. He is in a prime position to help his brother, to lift him up, to do the right, honorable thing. The air in the backyard grew impossibly thick with expectation. I could feel 40 pairs of eyes heavily on me. They weren't just watching, they were actively judging. My mother stepped forward, her voice quivering with a masterful, Oscar-worthy performance of sorrow. But for some reason, Caleb has refused. He flat out refuses to help his own flesh and blood. A collective, highly audible gasp went through the older aunts. Aunt Beatrice shot me a look of pure, venomous disgust. Whispers broke out instantly. "Selfish, how could he? Poor Diane." My father took a heavy step toward me, his face a terrifying mask of righteous, unyielding authority. "So we're doing this right now, in front of the family that loves and supports you. We are asking you one last time, Caleb. Will you pay Mason's debt and do your basic duty as a son and a brother? Or will you turn your back on this family for good? Because you cannot have it both ways. Either you're with us, or you're out. And if you're out, you can pack your bags and leave our house tonight." He stood there, arms crossed, his chest puffed out, waiting for my inevitable, crushing surrender. The entire party was frozen in time, a tableau of suburban justice. In the deafening silence, I subtly met Mr. Sterling's gaze from across the lawn. I gave him the absolute smallest, almost imperceptible nod. Mr. Sterling set his plastic cup down on a patio table with a soft thud and began to walk forward. The show was finally about to begin. As Mr. Sterling moved, the crowd naturally parted for him. He walked with an easy, terrifying authority that instantly commanded the space. He stopped right beside my father, who looked at him with intense annoyance, clearly irritated by the interruption to his grand, victorious performance. "Arthur, isn't it, Mr. Sterling said, his voice calm, smooth, but carrying effortlessly across the dead-silent yard. "My name is Marcus Sterling. I think there has been a very slight misunderstanding about Caleb's financial situation." My father scowled deeply, his face reddening. "I'm sorry, who the hell are you? This is a private family matter." "Ordinarily, it would be, Mr. Sterling replied smoothly, not breaking eye contact. "But when it involves one of my company's most valuable assets, I feel incredibly compelled to clarify the record." He turned his body slightly to face the stunned crowd. "You see, Arthur is absolutely right that Caleb has done well for himself. But he has his facts completely wrong. Caleb doesn't have a tech job, with a great new salary." A few confused, hushed murmurs started. My parents exchanged a rapid look of total disbelief. Mr. Sterling continued, his voice gaining strength and iron. "He isn't just an employee, he is the co-founder and chief architect of his own company, Nexus Flow AI. He is a visionary. And his little computer project, as I've heard it called here today, is actually a revolutionary piece of logistics software that my company, Apex Systems, is currently in the final stages of acquiring." He let that sink in for a heavy moment before delivering the final, devastating, world-shattering blow. "We are finalizing the legal papers on Monday morning. The acquisition price for Nexus Flow AI, the company your son built from scratch in a freezing garage, is $8.5 million. The silence that followed was absolute. It was a silence so profound, so heavy, you could hear the distant hum of a lawnmower 3 streets over. $8.5 million. The number hung in the humid air, seeming to physically shimmer in the afternoon sun. I watched my father's face. The smug, righteous anger drained away in a millisecond, replaced by a slack-jawed, completely vacant stare. His skin went from ruddy red to a pale, sickly, terrifying gray. My mother's hand flew to her mouth, her eyes wide with total, unadulterated shock. Mason looked as if he had been physically struck in the stomach with a baseball bat, his mouth opening and closing soundlessly like a fish out of water. Mr. Sterling wasn't finished. He walked over to me and put a firm hand on my shoulder, a gesture of solidarity that was also a massive, clear alignment of corporate power. We at Apex are not just buying a piece of software, we are aggressively investing in elite talent, and Caleb is one of the brightest young talents I have ever encountered. We consider it a massive privilege to be in business with him. He then looked directly back at my father, his friendly demeanor completely gone, replaced by a steely, ruthless coldness that sent shivers down my spine. So, you will have to forgive me if I find it absolutely baffling that you'd be willing to throw away a relationship with a man of his incredible character and caliber over a petty, pathetic $12,000 debt. Frankly, sir, your monumental loss is my massive gain. The spell was violently broken. The backyard erupted in an absolute cacophony of frantic whispers and gasps. The narrative had been utterly shattered into a million pieces. I was no longer the ungrateful, selfish son. I was the secret millionaire, the hidden genius, and my parents were the absolute fools who had just tried to publicly disown their winning lottery ticket over pennies. The looks on the faces of my relatives had shifted rapidly from pity for my parents to a stunned, horrified pity for me. They finally saw it. They saw it all. The years of neglect, the blatant favoritism, the shocking injustice. It was all laid bare in the smoking wreckage of my parents' greed. This was the exact moment everything changed. The moment I finally took back control of my own life. The party disintegrated with record, embarrassing speed. People made incredibly awkward excuses, avoiding eye contact, and slipped out the side gate, desperate not to be caught in the radioactive fallout of the explosion they had just witnessed. They couldn't look my parents in the eye. Within 20 minutes, the only people left in the trashed backyard were me, my parents, Mason, and Mr. Sterling, who had stayed by my side like a highly paid, silent bodyguard. Once the very last guest had scurried away, the silence was replaced by a desperate, clumsy, pathetic attempt at damage control. "Caleb," my mother whispered, taking a very shaky step toward me. Her face was a total mess of confusion, panic, and smeared mascara. The performative tears from before were now very, very real. "Caleb, honey, we didn't understand. We had no idea." "Oh, I think you understood perfectly," I said, my voice completely devoid of any emotion. I felt utterly hollowed out, but in a good way. Clean. You understood that you had a massive problem named Mason, and you thought you had a free solution named Caleb. The only thing you didn't understand was the actual number. My father, having somehow regained a tiny fraction of his color, tried to assert his dominance one last, pathetic time, but it came out as a weak, trembling imitation of his earlier bluster. "Now, hold on just a minute. This is still a private family matter. We can talk about this inside like adults. Mr. Sterling, thank you for your clarification, but we can handle it from here." Mr. Sterling just raised a single eyebrow and looked at me, leaving the absolute power in my hands. "There is absolutely nothing left to talk about," I said, looking directly into my father's terrified eyes. "You gave me an ultimatum. You said, in front of everyone, either I pay Mason's debt, or I am out of the family. Well, I'm not paying." "We didn't mean it like that," my mother wailed, reaching out for my arm. I stepped back, avoiding her touch. "You're our son. We were just trying to teach you a lesson about family responsibility." "No," I said, the word sharp, final, and cutting like a knife. "You taught me my lesson about family a long, long time ago. You taught me that your love is highly conditional. You taught me that my worth is entirely tied to my utility. And today, you just taught me that the only time you see me as your actual son is when you think you can extract something from me." Mason, who had been completely paralyzed until now, finally spoke. His voice was a pathetic, desperate whine. "Bro, come on. It's me, your brother. Are you really going to let this ruin everything between us?" I slowly turned to him, and for the very first time, I think he really saw the absolute stranger I had become. The endless well of patience I had for him was bone dry. "Ruin what, Mason? There is nothing left to ruin. You made your choices, they made theirs, now I am making mine." I turned back to my parents one last time. "You wanted me out of the house. You have your wish. I'll be gone in 5 minutes. And I gave a final nod of immense gratitude to Mr. Sterling. "Thank you for coming, Marcus." "Anytime, Caleb. See you Monday," he said, shaking my hand firmly, a genuine smile returning to his face. Then I turned my back on them. I walked towards the house, leaving the three of them standing there amidst the debris of their ruined party, the half-eaten potato salad, and their completely shattered expectations. I didn't look back. Walking into the house felt radically different. It was no longer my home, or even a place I was temporarily staying. It was just a building. A set of walls filled with cheap furniture and toxic memories that no longer belonged to me. I went straight to my room, grabbed my laptop bag, and walked out the front door. I already had the box of my precious memories safely in my trunk. I got into my car, started the engine, and drove away. As I watched the house shrink in my rearview mirror, I expected to feel grief, or anger, or even triumphant glee. But I didn't. I just felt incredibly, wonderfully light. Update 2. It has been a little over a year since the barbecue. The year that followed was an absolute blur of intense activity, but it was the best kind of chaos. The massive acquisition by Apex Systems went through flawlessly on that Monday morning. Suddenly, Eli and I were not just struggling founders eating ramen, we were division heads within a major global corporation, armed with the immense resources and support to scale Nexus Flow AI far beyond our wildest dreams. The work was incredibly demanding, requiring 80-hour weeks, but it was fulfilling in a way I had never known. Every single success was ours, built entirely on our merit, our brains, and our sweat, not on toxic manipulation or forced family ties. With extreme financial security came a radically different kind of freedom. The very first thing I did after the check cleared was buy a beautiful, modern penthouse condo downtown. It was a clean, minimalist space with massive floor-to-ceiling windows that looked out over the glittering city skyline. The first night I spent there, I slept on a cheap air mattress on the hardwood floor because I hadn't had time to buy any furniture yet. Looking out at the city lights, eating takeout pizza with Eli, I felt more at home than I ever had in my entire 24 years in my parents' house. This space was mine. I had bled for it, and I had earned it. I slowly started to build a real life. I bought actual furniture. I learned to cook proper, healthy meals instead of just surviving. I reconnected with old college friends and made new ones at work. My family became the people who actually showed up for me. Eli and his loud, wonderful family, who absolutely insisted I come over for Sunday dinner every single week. My dedicated team at work, a group of brilliant, hilarious people who shared my intense passion. I also started aggressively investing in myself, not just financially, but emotionally. I started seeing a trauma therapist, Dr. Hayes, to unpack the massive, tangled knot of years of emotional neglect. It was incredibly hard, exhausting work, digging through the deep layers of hurt, rejection, and suppressed anger, but it was vital. She helped me understand a crucial truth: the desperate need my parents had for Mason's success, and their cold indifference to mine, wasn't actually about me or him, it was entirely about them. It was about their own massive insecurities and their desperate need for a reflection they could be proud of to show the neighbors. Mason was a mirror reflecting what they wanted to see. I was a window showing them a world of hard work and quiet dedication they simply didn't understand and felt threatened by. I found intense joy in small, normal things. I joined a weekend hiking club and spent my Saturdays exploring the rugged mountains outside the city, breathing in the clean air. I adopted a rescue dog, a goofy, scruffy golden retriever mix I named Barnaby, whose unconditional, overflowing affection was a daily healing balm on my old emotional wounds. My life wasn't perfect, but it was profoundly authentic. It was a life I was actively choosing and building every single day. Then, 2 weeks ago, something happened that completely threw me for a loop. I was sitting in my new corner office, looking out at the panoramic view that still felt surreal, when my assistant buzzed me. "Caleb, there's a package for you. It looks like it's been forwarded from an incredibly old address." A few minutes later, she brought in a dusty, yellowed shoebox. My old childhood address was crossed out on it, with my new corporate address stamped over it. My name was written on the cardboard in my grandmother's familiar, shaky cursive. It was postmarked over 2.5 years ago, but had clearly been completely lost in the labyrinth of the postal system, sitting in a dead letter office until someone finally tracked me down. My heart skipped a heavy beat. It was a package from her, sent shortly before she passed away. With trembling hands, I cut the tape and opened it. Inside the box were old, faded photographs, a small leather-bound journal that had belonged to my grandfather, and nestled among them, a sealed letter addressed directly to me. I carefully unfolded the brittle paper and began to read. It was a long, beautiful letter full of her usual immense warmth and wisdom, but one specific paragraph stood out, and it hit me with the sheer force of a physical blow to the chest. "I worry about your father," she wrote, her handwriting dipping. "I know he is incredibly hard on you, Caleb. Please try to understand, though you absolutely do not have to forgive him. His own father, your grandfather, was a very cold, demanding, and cruel man. He saw Arthur not as a beloved son, but as a massive disappointment. All his praise, all his affection, and all his money went to his younger brother, your Uncle Vance. Arthur spent his entire life desperately trying to win a love that was never going to be offered freely. I see him doing the exact same thing to you, repeating a toxic cycle of pain he doesn't even know he's trapped in. He's trying to get from Mason the exact validation his father never, ever gave him. It's not an excuse for how he treats you, my dear boy, but it is a reason." I sat there in my plush leather chair, completely stunned. My father, the absolute tyrant, the unmovable, terrifying force of my childhood, was once just a broken, desperate boy craving his own father's approval. He had been the original Caleb. And instead of going to therapy and breaking the cycle, he had perpetuated it, passing the deep, festering wound down to me, while propping Mason up as his Uncle Vance. It didn't excuse a single thing he did. It didn't erase the 2 decades of profound neglect, the stolen childhood, or the absolute cruelty of that final day at the barbecue, but it cast his horrific actions in a new, deeply tragic light. He wasn't just a cartoon monster. He was a deeply flawed man completely trapped in a psychological prison of his own past, and he had tried to lock me in that dark cell with him. This knowledge settled heavily in my chest, not as forgiveness, but as a kind of sad, final understanding. This could have been my fate, a legacy of pain passed on forever, but I had broken it. As if the universe had a sixth sense of dramatic timing, an email popped up on my computer screen not an hour later. The subject line was request for dialogue. It was from a doctor, Hayes, no relation to my therapist, but a licensed family counselor. Dear Mr. Caleb, the email began. I am writing on behalf of my clients, Arthur, Diane, and Mason. They have been in intensive family therapy for the past 6 months. They have expressed a deep, genuine desire to open a line of communication with you in a mediated, safe environment, to take full responsibility for their past actions and to express their profound remorse. They understand and respect that the decision to engage is entirely yours. Should you be open to it, please let me know. I stared at the glowing monitor, my grandmother's brittle letter in one hand, the email in front of me, the past and the future colliding in a single, quiet moment in my office. My father's tragic history explaining his terrible actions. An email offering a potential, highly complicated path forward. For a year, I had felt nothing but the clean, simple, wonderful relief of being completely free. I was the victor, they were the defeated villains. Now, a new, far more complicated feeling began to surface. I sat in my penthouse that evening, the city lights twinkling below like a fallen constellation. Barnaby was asleep at my feet, his gentle snores a comforting rhythm. I thought about what a meeting would actually look like. I pictured the 3 of them sitting rigidly in a sterile therapist's office, their faces etched with rehearsed remorse. I imagined the tearful apologies, the excuses wrapped in modern therapeutic language. Would it be genuine? Or was it just another highly calculated strategy, a last-ditch effort to get back into the good graces of the son who was now an $8 million success story? Maybe their primary motivation was the painful realization that they had completely alienated their only actual retirement plan. Then I imagined a different, incredibly slim possibility. The possibility that their entire world shattering so completely and publicly on that Saturday had forced a genuine, painful, ego-destroying reckoning. The possibility that permanently losing me had finally made them see exactly what they had done. People could change, couldn't they? I sat with that thought for a long time. And then, I realized something incredibly profound. My freedom wasn't just about physically leaving them behind or having money. True freedom was about having the absolute power of choice. The choice to engage, or the choice to walk away forever, based entirely not on reactive anger or deep hurt, but on my own terms, for my own ultimate well-being. The power was no longer theirs to wield over me, it was mine. I looked at the email, then down at Barnaby, and finally out at the sprawling, beautiful city that I now called home. I didn't owe them my presence. I didn't owe them my forgiveness just because they finally realized they were wrong after it cost them everything. The boy in the faded photograph was finally in absolute control. He was no longer shivering on the edge of the frame. He was the one holding the camera. I moved my hand to the keyboard, opened a reply window, and began to type my final response. Dr. Hayes, I appreciate that your clients are seeking help, and I genuinely hope they find peace. However, I have built a peaceful, fulfilling life for myself, and I do not wish to reopen closed doors or revisit the past. I decline the invitation for mediation. Please inform your clients that I wish them well, but I request that they do not contact me again. I hit send. I closed the laptop with a satisfying click. I grabbed Barnaby's leash, and we walked out into the cool evening air, leaving the ghosts of the past exactly where they belonged, behind me. Brother faked a restraining order to steal my business. I rebranded in secret, countersued, and made them lose everything. My parents secretly broke into my house to serve me with a lawsuit, trying to steal my business to fund my golden child brother's lavish lifestyle. So, I dug up a buried $120,000 family secret, countersued them into oblivion, and watched the judge completely dismantle their lives in a matter of minutes. When I was 15 years old, standing in the freezing rain waiting for a ride that was never going to come, I made a silent promise to myself. I would never rely on anyone to save me. Not my parents, not my teachers, not some magical opportunity that might fall into my lap from the sky. Just me. That promise shaped every single decision I made from that day forward. Even if no one around me noticed or cared at the time, especially not my parents. If you asked them back then, I was just the quiet one. The invisible kid who always had his head buried in a laptop. The one who supposedly didn't understand how the real world worked. Meanwhile, my older brother, Derek, walked around our house like he was born wearing a crown. Every birthday felt like his personal coronation. Every family dinner was a performance of his supposed brilliance, charm, and endless potential. And my parents, they always clapped the loudest. My name is Julian, I am 25 now, but this absolute nightmare of a story starts a few years back when I was just turning 22. By that point in my life, I had already paid off every single cent of my student loans. Yes, all of them. I had bought my first home entirely in cash. It was nothing flashy or extravagant, just a small, quiet place in the Chicago suburbs, but it was mine. I had grown my e-commerce business, a company specializing in custom, ergonomic 3D, printed desk setups, into something I could genuinely be proud of. We were doing six figures in revenue, I had a few remote freelancers working under me, and I possessed the kind of financial freedom that most people my age only dreamed about. I wasn't flashy. I didn't post my bank statements on Instagram. I didn't buy designer clothes. I just kept my head down and worked, because I knew deep down that if I ever stopped to celebrate my success, someone would try to take it from me. It turns out, my paranoia was completely justified. Growing up in our house, effort didn't matter. Results didn't matter. What mattered was image, charm, manufactured drama, and Derek had all of that in spades. Derek is 3 years older than me, and he had always been the undisputed golden child. My parents used to joke that Derek came out of the womb with a winning smile and a corporate sponsorship. It didn't matter that he failed basic college classes, wrecked 2 separate cars before he turned 20, or once maxed out my dad's primary credit card on a spring break trip to Cabo that he wasn't even supposed to be on. Every single time, my parents found a way to brush it off, to make excuses, to protect him from the consequences of his own reckless actions. He's just finding himself, they would say, nodding sagely. He's meant for truly great things. And me? I was the backup plan. The invisible sibling who fixed the Wi-Fi and stayed out of the way. I still vividly remember one Thanksgiving dinner, not long before all hell broke loose. We were sitting at my parents' house, the turkey half carved, my mom, Barbara, already a glass and a half into her cheap boxed wine. My dad, Richard, was sitting at the head of the table. Derek had just come back from trying out some ridiculous crypto startup idea in Miami that ended predictably with him crashing on a stranger's couch and begging my parents to fly him home. My parents welcomed him back like a returning war hero. At dinner, my dad raised his glass, the crystal catching the dining room light. "To new beginnings," he said, looking directly into Derek's eyes with absolute adoration. "We know your next chapter is going to be a massive one." Derek smirked, leaning back in his chair, and clinked his glass against my dad's. I sat there and said absolutely nothing. No one toasted me when I bought my house. No one even mentioned the fact that I was completely debt-free. They all knew. I had told them months earlier, sent them photos of the front porch, offered to host Thanksgiving myself. I never even got a text back. But Derek moves back into his childhood bedroom with 2 duffel bags and a trail of debt collectors on his tail, and suddenly he is the triumphant phoenix rising from the ashes. I tried not to let it get to me. I really, truly did. I had spent years building my business from the ground up. I learned SEO, product sourcing, 3D modeling, customer service, and supply chain logistics. Every late night, every missed college party, every little financial win, I quietly celebrated alone in my apartment. I thought maybe, just maybe, my tangible success would finally be enough to earn a tiny sliver of respect from the people who raised me. But I should have known better. A week after that Thanksgiving dinner, my mom called me. Her tone was weird, incredibly tight, and clearly rehearsed. She asked if I could come over to the house to talk. I naturally assumed it had something to do with Derek. Maybe they wanted me to help him format his resume, find a job, or pretend to be a professional reference. I was entirely used to being the quiet fixer, the ghost behind the curtain who cleaned up his messes. But the second I walked through the front door, I knew something was deeply off. My dad was sitting in his leather recliner, arms crossed over his chest, the television muted. Derek was sprawling on the couch wearing expensive sweatpants, looking incredibly smug, like he was in on some hilarious inside joke. My mom had that nervous, fluttering smile she always used when she was about to say something she knew was going to massively upset me. She gestured toward the kitchen table. "Why don't we sit down, Julian?" I remember how slowly I moved, how the air in the room felt heavy, like the atmospheric pressure was dropping right before a violent storm. I sat down. My mom took a deep, theatrical breath. Then she said it. "Julian, we were hoping you could help your brother with a little investment." That word hung in the air like a foul smell. Investment. Then. As if I was some naive angel investor they could charm into saving their perpetually sinking ship. I blinked, staring at her. "What kind of investment?" I asked slowly. Derek leaned forward, suddenly animated. "I've got this massive idea. It's a subscription box service, but specifically for high-end gaming accessories. You know, mystery boxes. We market it directly to college kids and streamers. Low overhead, insane margins. It's foolproof." I looked at him, then turned my gaze to my parents. "And you want me to fund this?" My dad cleared his throat, sitting up straighter. "Not fund exactly. Just help him get the initial capital started. You've had a really good run, Julian. You've done quite well for yourself with your little printing hobby. It is time to pay it forward to your family. Pay it forward. The audacity of that phrase echoed in my skull, like I had been handed my business on a silver platter. Like my 3 a.m. customer support emails, my 14-hour workdays, my ramen-fueled grind through college meant absolutely nothing because I hadn't done it the right way. I'm sorry, I said slowly, forcing my voice to remain calm and steady. But I am not in a financial position to just throw money at a vague, untested idea with zero actual business plan. Derek rolled his eyes dramatically, throwing his hands up. It's not vague. I've got contacts in Miami. I know people in the industry. I looked right at him. You've been back here for exactly 2 weeks, living in the guest room because you couldn't pay rent. That was a mistake. I saw the way my mom's face instantly hardened, the way my dad leaned forward, his eyes narrowing into slits. My mom slammed her hand flat on the table. Julian, we are simply asking you to help your brother. Family supports each other. That is how this works. I stood up, pushing my chair back. I've supported myself since I was 18, I said, my voice rising just a fraction. That's how I was taught, right? Because nobody was coming to save me. They didn't answer. They just glared. And I left. I thought that would be the end of it. I figured they would try to guilt trip me, maybe send a few passive-aggressive text messages about family loyalty, and then eventually move on to their next terrible scheme. That is how it had always gone in the past. But I severely underestimated how desperate things were about to get. I didn't know just how far my parents were willing to go to protect their precious golden boy. Because the next time I saw them, they were trying to completely destroy my life. Update 1. They didn't even knock. It was a freezing Wednesday night in December, and I remember that clearly because it was inventory night, the absolute least glamorous part of my business, but the most essential. Every week, I would haul boxes of 3D printer filament and electronic components out of my storage room, scan barcodes, repackage products, and prep massive orders for my fulfillment partners. That night, I was ankle deep in shipping labels and bubble wrap when I heard the distinct sound of my front door unlocking. At first, I thought I was hallucinating from exhaustion. I lived alone. No one had a spare key. Then I heard the unmistakable click of the deadbolt sliding shut again and the low murmur of voices in my hallway. 3 people. And one of them was Derek. I came around the corner incredibly fast, my heart pounding against my ribs. What the hell? My parents were standing right in my entryway. Derek was lingering behind them, smirking like he owned the damn place. And my dad, Richard, he had a thick manila folder tucked under his arm, wearing that self-righteous, furious look he used to wear whenever he lectured me about my attitude as a teenager. My mom gave me a tight-lipped, entirely fake smile like this was just a casual family pop-in, not a literal break-in. How did you get into my house? I asked, completely stunned. We used the key, my mom said smoothly. Like it was absolutely nothing. Like the emergency spare key I had given them 3 years ago back when I still naively thought we had something resembling a normal family dynamic was an open invitation to waltz into my private sanctuary unannounced. I held out my hand, my fingers trembling with rage. Give it back. Right now. She hesitated, looking to my dad for permission, then fished it out of her designer purse and dropped it into my palm like a child caught stealing candy. But it wasn't just the blatant disrespect, it was the look in her eyes. She wasn't embarrassed. She was disappointed. In me. What are you doing here? I asked, feeling more deeply exhausted than angry. Derek shrugged, stepping past me into my living room like he was touring a museum. We tried being polite about this. You slammed the door in our faces last week. So now, we're handling things the proper way. I narrowed my eyes, staring at him. The proper way? My dad stepped forward, laid the thick manila folder aggressively on my kitchen island, and slid it across the marble top. It is time we had a very serious talk, Julian. About what you owe this family. I didn't open the folder. Not yet. I was too busy trying to figure out if I was trapped in a nightmare. You are in my house without my permission. You have exactly 5 seconds to explain why I shouldn't call the police and have you all trespassed. Oh, please. My mom scoffed, waving her hand like I was being overly dramatic. You're acting like a complete stranger. Stop this nonsense. I wonder why. I shot back, my voice dripping with venom. Just read the damn paperwork, my dad snapped, nodding sharply at the folder. I reached out and flipped it open. At first, the words didn't even register in my brain. Legal language, court names, absurd numbers. A civil claim filed in their names, against me, then the specific accusations hit me like a physical slap to the face. Fraudulent withholding of family assets, misappropriation of joint family investment funds, unjust enrichment at the expense of sibling. I stared at the crisp white page, my stomach dropping into my shoes. What the absolute hell is this? My voice cracked, sharp and loud in the stillness of my kitchen. Derek stepped up, crossing his arms over his chest, looking immensely satisfied. It's exactly what you get when you lie about where the startup money came from. I looked at him like he had lost his mind. I didn't lie about anything. I built this company from nothing. Oh? Come on. Derek laughed, a cruel, grating sound. We all know you didn't build this business from scratch. You used the money Grandpa left, didn't you? My jaw literally dropped. Are you serious right now? He grinned, like a cat who had just cornered a bleeding mouse. You think I didn't notice how you suddenly got real cozy with e-commerce the exact same year Grandpa died? That's when your little side hustle blew up, just admit it. I didn't get a single cent from Grandpa's estate, I said, utterly stunned by the delusion. He left everything to Grandma. She made that incredibly clear. Yeah, and she always had a massive soft spot for you, my mom said quietly, her voice laced with bitterness. Even when Derek was the one who actually needed the financial help. I stepped back, looking at the three of them, realizing the horrifying truth. So, let me get this straight, I said slowly, enunciating every word. You break into my private home, throw entirely false, fabricated accusations at me, and what? You want me to admit to stealing money I never even touched. We just want what is fair, my dad said firmly, his voice booming. Derek has been struggling. You have clearly been profiting off family money. It is time to rebalance the scales. There it was. The mask was completely off. I had expected emotional manipulation, maybe some severe guilt trips, but this? A literal, formal lawsuit against their own son? Something deep inside my chest completely cracked. Years of being overlooked, talked down to, treated like an irrelevant background character in Derek's grand story. All of it boiled over at once. You want to rebalance the scales? I shouted, my voice shaking with raw fury. Let's talk about the scales. Let's talk about the 2 separate cars you bought him before he was even 20 years old. The way you co-signed his massive loans, paid off his credit cards, and let him move back in every single time he failed. You have given him absolutely everything. And me? I have never asked you for a single cent because you were always too proud of him to even look at me. My mom snapped back, her face red. Because you never offered to help us. Because I had to survive. I screamed back. You never believed in me. You never even asked what I was building down in my apartment. And now that it actually worked, you think I owe you the profits? There was dead silence for a beat. Then Derek muttered under his breath, you wouldn't even have a future if it weren't for this family. My fists clenched so hard my nails dug into my palms. You mean the family that is currently suing me? My dad took a threatening step forward. You can avoid all of this legal mess. If you just help your brother get on his feet with the business capital, we can drop the claim tomorrow. Clean slate. You mean hand over my hard-earned money so you don't drag my name through the mud? I whispered. He didn't answer. I picked up the heavy folder and tossed it right back at his chest. Get out of my house. Now. My mom looked like she wanted to argue, but the look in my eyes stopped her. My dad looked like he wanted to punch a wall. Derek didn't say a word, just turned and walked out with that smug, infuriating swagger that said he thought he had already won. But they hadn't won. They had just lit the fuse to their own destruction. Over the next few grueling days, the catastrophic fallout started trickling in. A formal letter from their aggressive attorney arrived first, confirming they were legally moving forward with the claim. Then came the endless calls and texts from extended family uncles, aunts, cousins, even old neighbors I hadn't spoken to in over a decade. They were suddenly wanting to check in after hearing some concerning things. The family rumor mill was spinning at light speed, and all of it painted me as the greedy, thieving villain who stole from his own flesh and blood. I tried to stay focused on surviving. My business was still running, customer orders were still flowing. But I couldn't ignore the way everything felt entirely poisoned. Every single email notification felt like it might be a subpoena. Every family text felt like a psychological trap. I completely stopped sleeping. I started checking my front door deadbolt 3 times a night, and then, exactly 3 weeks after the break-in, I got the automated email that made the nightmare devastatingly real. It was from my primary business bank. Account frozen pending legal investigation. My heart literally stopped beating. I clicked through the portal, my fingers trembling violently. I had done absolutely nothing wrong. I paid all my taxes, kept meticulously clean accounting records, and ran a legitimate enterprise. But now, thanks to their baseless, malicious claims, I was being treated like a white-collar criminal. I called the bank in a panic. The representative was polite but incredibly firm. The freeze would stay in place until the civil dispute was legally resolved in court. Derek had said he would make things fair. Instead, he was dragging me into the mud, and my parents were eagerly handing him the rope to hang me with. I thought that financial freeze would be the worst of it. But then I found out something that made my blood run completely cold. Derek hadn't just filed a civil lawsuit for the money. He had filed a formal restraining order against me. He submitted an affidavit claiming I had physically threatened him, claimed I was deeply erratic, hostile, and a severe danger to his personal safety. I stared at the digital copy of the court filing in utter disbelief. The timing wasn't a coincidence. He was intentionally trying to portray me as violently unstable, so the civil court would immediately believe his victim narrative, not mine. It was calculated character assassination, plain and simple. A massive smear campaign built entirely on lies and funded by the exact same people who used to tuck me in at night. That was the breaking point. It wasn't about the frozen money anymore. It wasn't even about the absurd lawsuit. It was about pure principle. It was about standing up to toxic people who had used the concept of family love as a leash, expecting me to roll over and thank them while they choked me. I wasn't going to settle. I wasn't going to apologize. And I absolutely wasn't going to let them rewrite the entire story of my life. They wanted a brutal war? Fine. I would give them a war, and the very first shot would be fired directly at the one massive secret they thought I didn't know about. The financial skeleton buried deep in their closet. Update 2. The restraining order hearing was scheduled for a bleak Monday morning in early spring. The sun was technically out, but I barely noticed the weather. I hadn't slept a wink the night before. I was too wired, too incredibly angry, too focused on running every possible worst-case scenario on a continuous loop in my exhausted head. My lawyer, a sharp, no-nonsense guy named Harrison who I found through a trusted business contact, completely assured me the case was pathetically weak. "This isn't going anywhere, Julian," he had said, reviewing the flimsy affidavit. "Judges handle family drama every day. They can smell fabricated, retaliatory nonsense a mile away." Still, I was physically shaking when I walked through the heavy metal detectors of the courthouse. I wasn't terrified of losing the restraining order case. I was terrified of what it meant that my own brother was willing to go this far. That my parents were willing to sit in a courtroom and swear under penalty of perjury that I was violent, unstable, and a danger to society. I knew in my gut they were actively coaching him on exactly what to say. Their names weren't officially on the restraining order document, but their greasy fingerprints were all over the strategy. That morning, all three of them showed up. Derek walked into the courtroom wearing a cheap, wrinkled blazer that didn't fit his shoulders, acting like he was the traumatized victim of some mafia vendetta, keeping his head down and refusing to make eye contact. My parents sat directly behind him in the gallery, acting like his personal emotional support team. My mom, Barbara, was literally dabbing fake tears from her eyes with a tissue. My dad scowled at me from across the aisle like I had personally ruined the family legacy. When the judge, an older woman who looked incredibly tired of everyone's nonsense, threw out the entire case just 20 minutes in, citing a massive lack of sufficient evidence and a blaringly obvious motive of financial retaliation, they acted utterly shocked. Derek even tried to stand up and speak again after the gavel heavily dropped, like he honestly thought he could charm the judge into changing her legal ruling. But it was over. The restraining order was dismissed. However, walking out of that courtroom, I didn't feel relief. I felt entirely empty, because even though I had technically won the skirmish, I knew the war was far from over. The restraining order wasn't the real attack, it was just a psychological distraction. A character hit piece designed to soften me up, drain my legal funds, and exhaust me before the actual financial lawsuit began. And honestly, it worked. Not in the court of law, but in my own head. I went home that afternoon, sat on the cold hardwood floor of my living room, and just stared at the massive, unopened boxes of uncut 3D printer filament stacked against the wall. For the first time in years, I didn't want to work. I didn't want to fight. I just sat there in the deafening silence, feeling like I had permanently lost something I couldn't quite name. Over the next brutal month, my entire life stalled. My primary business accounts remained completely frozen by the bank. I managed to move some basic operations to a secondary backup account I had at a local credit union, but the devastating damage was already done. My cash flow took a massive, unrecoverable hit, my digital advertising budget completely dried up, and my fulfillment timelines got slower and slower. Customers began to notice the delays. Some backed out and demanded refunds. One of my best, most reliable wholesale suppliers dropped me entirely, citing reputational risk after someone, likely my mother, sent them an anonymous email detailing the pending lawsuit. I tried to explain the situation, tried to fight through the mud, but the harder I pushed forward, the more I felt like I was drowning in a swamp someone else had deliberately poured over my head. I was losing my footing, not just financially, but mentally, and then came the absolute worst blow. It was a Thursday afternoon when my phone rang. My landlord for the small commercial warehouse space I rented, barely 1,000 square feet, but it had become the beating heart of my entire operation, called to tell me he was legally terminating my month-to-month lease. "There's just way too much legal noise surrounding you right now, Julian," he said, his voice flat and unapologetic. "I've got other commercial tenants in the building. I cannot afford the liability or the drama." I practically begged him. I offered to pay him 3 months of rent up front in cash. He didn't budge an inch. I hung up the phone and just stared blankly at the wall. That was the moment. Absolute rock bottom. It wasn't dramatic, it wasn't cinematic, it was just quiet and incredibly cold. Like something inside my chest finally snapped loose and drifted away into the dark. I had spent 3 grueling years building something that actually worked, something entirely honest, something that was mine. And in less than 2 months, the exact people who raised me had completely destroyed it. I seriously considered folding. I thought about it every night. I even opened a Word document and started drafting a letter to my parents' attorney, agreeing to just settle. Give them 30 grand. Something low, just enough to make the nightmare stop so I could sleep again. But I didn't send it. Because that exact night, at 2 a.m., I got a random direct message from someone I hadn't spoken to in over a decade. Her name was Chloe. She used to be my next-door neighbor when we were kids. We had played tag in the backyards, ridden our bikes through the cul-de-sac until the streetlights came on. We lost touch after her family moved away when we were in middle school. I hadn't thought of her in years, but there she was, messaging me through LinkedIn of all places. "Hey Julian," she wrote. "I saw your name brought up in a mutual family post on Facebook and did a massive double take. I remembered you from back home. I heard the insane rumors about the lawsuit. I just wanted to say, please don't let them take what you've built. You were always the incredibly smart one, the quiet one who figured things out. We all knew what Derek was. Keep fighting." I sat in the dark and read that single message over and over again. Not because it magically fixed my frozen bank accounts, but because it reminded me exactly who I used to be. The quiet kid who stayed up until dawn watching YouTube tutorials on coding and 3D modeling. The kid who once sold homemade, custom-designed phone cases door to door just to prove he could. The kid who built things even when absolutely no one was paying attention. And suddenly, sitting there in the glow of my monitor, I realized a fundamental truth. My family couldn't take my brain from me. They could freeze my accounts, spread vicious lies, file frivolous lawsuits, and evict me from my warehouse, but they couldn't touch the part of my mind that knew how to build an empire from scratch. So that night, I didn't go to sleep. I got up off the floor. I went into my storage room, wiped my massive whiteboard completely clean, and started over. Rebuild. Rebrand. Destroy. I started incredibly small. I only had a few $100s in liquid cash, barely enough for a single week of targeted Facebook ads. So instead, I went entirely organic. I made Reddit posts, Instagram reels, TikTok snippets showing the behind-the-scenes struggles of 3D printing. I rebranded my best-selling ergonomic products under a completely different company name, utilizing a much cleaner, minimalist aesthetic and a highly personal, transparent brand voice. I built a brand new Shopify store using a secure VPN, routing it through a freshly registered business LLC based in Wyoming to keep my name off the immediate public registry. I stayed awake until 4 a.m. every single night. I made endless calls, wrote compelling ad copy, and learned more about back-end web optimization in 3 frantic weeks than I had in the previous 3 years. And miraculously, it started to work. Slowly at first, quietly, but it worked. My new inboxes filled with old customers asking where the original brand went, and thanking me profusely when I responded to them personally. One of those customers happened to be a mid-tier tech YouTuber who ended up featuring my new ergonomic desk setup in a massive review video. That video went totally viral. My orders literally quadrupled in a single week. Meanwhile, the malicious lawsuit completely stalled out. My lawyer, Harrison, filed an aggressive motion to dismiss. Their legal team frantically tried to amend their initial complaint. The judge pushed the discovery hearings out another full month, then another. That legal delay gave me the exact thing I needed: time. Time to financially recover, and time to prepare my absolute annihilation of their case. Because while my parents and Derek were busy spinning fabricated fairy tales to the extended family about how I had ruthlessly stolen the future Derek was supposedly owed, I was incredibly busy collecting receipts. And I don't just mean business receipts. I mean family receipts. Remember when Derek accused me of using Grandpa's inheritance to fund my business? Those tax records and estate documents weren't easy to legally obtain, but they were very, very real. My grandmother, about 6 months before she unexpectedly passed away, had mailed me a thick manila envelope. Back then, she still lived alone and handled her own affairs. Inside were the certified copies of the family trust she had legally set up right after Grandpa died. And here is the absolute kicker, the smoking gun, that would end everything. Derek had actually gotten a massive payout from that exact trust. A huge one. $120,000 in tax-free cash. It was more than enough to completely pay off his college loans, start a legitimate business, or put a massive down payment on a house. But he didn't do any of those things. He completely blew it. He blew $120,000 in under 14 months. VIP tables at Miami nightclubs, disastrous crypto investments, leased luxury cars he couldn't afford to maintain, and endless bar tabs. It was all gone. And Derek knew that. My parents knew that. But they never, ever expected that I would find out the exact dollar amount or possess the legal documents proving the disbursement. But I didn't stop there. I also dug up an old digital voicemail from Grandma. She had left it on my phone a few weeks before her heart gave out. Her voice was frail, scratchy, but incredibly clear and sharp. "I hope you're doing well, Julian, she had said. I just wanted to call and say I am so deeply proud of you. I wish the others in this house saw what I see. Keep going, my sweet boy. And remember, do not ever let them guilt you into saving people who refuse to save themselves. I played that specific audio message on repeat the night I paid a legal service to get it officially transcribed and authenticated for court evidence. Because now, I didn't just have a defense. I had undeniable motive. I had absolute proof of their perjury. The tides were violently turning. But, I didn't tell a single soul. I stayed completely quiet. I kept building my shadow company. I temporarily moved my entire 3D printing operation into my friend's detached garage. He ran a local coffee roasting business, and let me use his insulated back room for manufacturing and shipping. I went entirely invisible for a while. No social media posts, no life updates, not even a text to the extended family members who had doubted me. I deliberately let my parents think I was losing everything. I let them tell their smug stories at church about how the truth was finally catching up to my greed. And all the while, I was watching, waiting, and perfectly preparing for the execution phase. Because soon enough, the final court date would arrive. And when it did, I wouldn't just legally defend myself, I would completely dismantle the fake reality they had built. Not just out of spite or revenge, although I won't lie, that felt amazing, but because some incredibly toxic people only learn their lesson when you stop letting them write your story, and you forcefully hand them a published copy of the real one. And trust me, I was writing every single word. They had absolutely no idea I possessed the estate file. That is what made the trap so incredibly satisfying. The certified documents from Grandma's estate, the ones tucked inside that faded manila envelope, weren't just sentimental relics. They were a financial blueprint, a damning timeline, a literal receipt. The kind of irrefutable paperwork my parents arrogantly assumed would never see the light of day. After all, Derek had torched through that $120,000 before the ink on the bank check had even fully dried. Who would remember? Who would care enough to dig? Well, me. I scanned every single page. I highlighted the key figures in bright yellow. And the specific trust fund routing numbers, the exact disbursement details, the legal stipulation that Derek had been given the $120,000 payout at age 22 under the explicit legal condition that it be used for long-term growth, education, and development. My name was nowhere on the document. I hadn't received a single penny from the estate. The absolute best part? Grandma had handwritten a tiny note on the back of the final signature page. Just 6 words in her shaky cursive scroll. Julian doesn't need it. He builds. 6 words that completely destroyed the entire victim narrative my parents had constructed for the lawsuit. 6 words that turned Derek's pathetic sob story into what it actually was, a massive inheritance squandered, not stolen. A bright future he voluntarily set on fire. But I didn't go public with the evidence. Not yet. The civil lawsuit was still crawling forward. My parents' attorney kept filing frivolous motions to push the hearings back, trying to bleed my legal funds dry, which was entirely fine by me. Every single week that passed gave me more time to grow my new business stronger, and gave them more rope to legally hang themselves with. While they stalled in court, I started digging even deeper. Not just through legal records or bank statements, but through actual people. See, there is something incredibly interesting about small suburban towns. People love to talk. Especially when you are polite to them, and especially when you are the quiet kid they always felt sorry for. I reached out to an old neighbor, Mrs. Gable, who used to live directly across the street from us when we were growing up. She remembered absolutely everything. The exact day Derek got the massive bank check, the brand new leased Audi that magically appeared in our driveway a week later. The loud, obnoxious house parties, the screaming matches between Derek and my dad on the front lawn when the money inevitably ran out. He always wasted everything he touched. Mrs. Gable told me over a cup of tea in her living room. Your grandma. She wasn't blind, you know. She just didn't want to break your mother's heart. I didn't even have to ask her for a formal written statement. She actively offered to sign a sworn affidavit. Word got around town that I was asking questions. Soon, I had a massive digital file of direct messages, texts, and even saved photos from old high school acquaintances. Photos of Derek in Vegas, holding massive bottles of champagne. Derek on a rented yacht, tagged in an old college friend's Instagram post, wearing a Rolex and flipping off the camera. The digital timestamps on every single photo, all perfectly within the 12-month window after Grandma's trust was paid out. It painted a picture. A loud, obnoxious, completely undeniable picture of a guy who blew his fortune and was now trying to steal his brother's. But that wasn't even the deadliest angle I was working. I had one more massive card to play, one that required extreme finesse. The first person I called the next morning was Mr. Vance. He used to be our family's certified accountant back when my parents still filed their complicated taxes properly. I hadn't seen the man in almost 8 years, but he remembered me instantly. Julian, you were the quiet one, right? The polite kid who always fixed my office router. "I need a massive favor, Mr. Vance," I said. I wasn't entirely sure he would agree to speak with me, but then I told him exactly what was happening. I told him about the civil lawsuit, the fabricated restraining order, the insane accusations of theft. The phone line went completely quiet. Real quiet. "Your father told me you stole from the family, Mr. Vance said after a long, heavy beat. "He said you were hiding something massive offshore. But honestly, I didn't buy a word of it." "Why not?" I asked, my heart pounding. "Because I personally did their taxes the exact year they got that trust distribution from your grandmother. Your mother, Barbara, specifically told me that the $120,000 was going toward Derek's future. Seed money for a tech company, she claimed. I filed it under a specific gift transfer exception just like she legally asked me to." I gripped the phone tight. "Mr. Vance, would you be willing to put that exact statement in writing, under oath?" A long pause. "I'll do you one better, Julian," he said, his voice hardening. "Julian, I've still got the original digital files. I'll send them to your lawyer." He sent the encrypted files the very next morning. Now, I had absolute, irrefutable proof from 3 completely separate directions. Grandma's certified trust documents, eyewitness testimony from neighbors, and official IRS tax records showing Derek received massive funds they actively lied about and failed to disclose during the legal discovery phase. My lawyer, Harrison, nearly fell out of his leather office chair when I handed him the massive binder of evidence. "Julian, they are absolutely cooked," Harrison said, frantically flipping through the highlighted pages, a massive grin spreading across his face. "This isn't just a solid legal defense anymore. This is devastating counterclaim material. This is perjury, fraud, and malicious prosecution." I nodded slowly, staring out his office window. That's exactly the plan. But I didn't want to just win a quiet legal victory in a closed courtroom. I wanted to permanently change the narrative. So, I started laying out something else, something much more public. I had already rebuilt my brand under a new name. Different domain, different visuals, different everything. But this time, I heavily leaned into the origin story. Not the specifics of the lawsuit, I couldn't legally do that yet, but just the broad strokes of my struggle. Built from nothing, I wrote on the company's About Us page. Bootstrapped in a garage. No family handouts. No safety nets. Every single dollar earned the absolute hard way. I never named my parents. I never named Derek. I didn't have to. The internet is incredibly smart. People knew. This. Old customers returned in droves. New ones aggressively followed. Word spread rapidly. Someone started a massive Reddit thread about my company's mysterious rebrand and the obvious family drama behind it, and it caught absolute fire. "This guy's work ethic is completely unreal," one top comment read. My email subscriber list tripled in a week. Revenue completely rebounded, smashing my old records. And I stayed dead quiet, ignoring the furious texts from my dad, because I was still waiting for one more piece to fall into place, Derek's next legal move. It came much sooner than I expected. I got an urgent call from Harrison one morning while I was packing an oversized order. They just filed an emergency ex parte motion, Harrison said, sounding incredibly amused. "For what?" I asked, taping a box shut. "To immediately freeze all of your personal assets. They are officially claiming to the judge that you are maliciously hiding the stolen family money in offshore accounts." I should have been furious. I should have been panicking, sweating, screaming. Instead, I just smiled. Let them try. See, while my parents and Derek had been playing checkers, completely drunk on their own rage, entitlement, and delusions, I had been meticulously setting up a grandmaster chessboard. Every single thing I owned was now legally protected under my new Wyoming LLC structure. The house had been legally transferred to a blind trust. My car was leased under the corporate business name. Even my personal liquid savings were split between 2 separate accounts, both heavily shielded under holding companies. Harrison actually laughed out loud when he reviewed the labyrinth of paperwork. "You have been incredibly busy, Julian. They taught me a very valuable lesson," I replied coldly. "Never trust anyone. Not even your own blood." We immediately countered their aggressive emergency motion with absolutely everything we had. The IRS tax records from Mr. Vance, the certified trust documents, the exhaustive financial timeline, Mrs. Gable's sworn affidavit, and a full, undeniable audit trail of my business's organic growth from the literal day I started selling 3D printed phone accessories out of my college dorm room to the exact day I bought my house in cash. It was a surgical, devastating legal strike. But still, I wasn't entirely done, because here is the absolute truth about toxic people like Derek and my parents. They don't just want your money, they want total control. The power to shape the narrative. The ability to point their fingers and say, "You owe us your life," and have everyone around them believe it. So, I planned one final, devastating move. Something incredibly public, something permanent. I scheduled a long-form podcast interview. Just a mid-sized business podcast, run by a fellow entrepreneur I had met at a convention years ago. It wasn't flashy. It wasn't full of viral soundbites. But it was raw, and it was honest. For an entire hour, I told my actual story, not the gritty details of the lawsuit, not a revenge fantasy, just the reality of my life. I talked openly about the psychological toll of growing up in the massive shadow of a golden child who could do absolutely no wrong. About building a legitimate business at 2 a.m. while the rest of my family openly laughed at my hobbies. About paying off massive student loans with side hustle money while my brother drove a car my parents paid for. About the sheer, undeniable power of being underestimated by the people who are supposed to love you the most. Sometimes, I said into the microphone, my voice completely steady, the hardest part isn't starting from absolutely nothing. It's starting from 10 miles behind the starting line, when the exact people who should have supported you were the ones actively holding you back and trying to steal your shoes. The episode aired a week later. The public response was completely overwhelming. My DMs, emails, and comments were flooded by thousands of strangers saying they saw their own painful childhoods in my words. People who had been ruthlessly cut down by their own narcissistic families. People who had to fight tooth and nail for every single inch of success. But more than that, people locally started asking questions, serious questions about the lawsuit. Questions my parents were completely unequipped and terrified to answer. Their attorney frantically called Harrison in an absolute panic. "We would like to immediately revisit settlement discussions," the lawyer stammered. "We're absolutely not interested in settling," Harrison replied smoothly, and hung up the phone, because now, it was way too late. I wasn't playing defense anymore. I was setting the absolute terms of their surrender. The final court hearing was coming fast. And I was completely ready. Not just with a mountain of evidence, not just with powerful allies, but with the unshakable, terrifying truth that no matter how many times they tried to forcibly rewrite my story, I still held the pen. And I was about to use it to legally end theirs. The courtroom was significantly colder than I remembered. Not physically, no, it was that sterile, incredibly stiff kind of cold. The one you feel deep in your spine when you know something completely irreversible is about to happen in the next 10 minutes. The walls were dull beige, the lighting harsh and fluorescent. There was no dramatic movie music, no shouting, just the low, anxious hum of tension as everyone took their assigned places. It had been exactly 9 brutal months since they first filed the frivolous lawsuit against me. 9 months since my parents and my golden child brother Derek decided I owed them the life he had so carelessly squandered. 9 months of venomous text messages, weaponized family gossip, and pathetic, relentless attempts to destroy everything I had built with my own 2 hands since I was a teenager. And now, the absolute reckoning had arrived. Their side of the aisle looked visibly rattled. Derek sat next to their increasingly nervous attorney in a wrinkled suit he clearly didn't know how to wear, aggressively chewing the inside of his cheek like he was trying to shrink and disappear into the wooden chair. My parents were sitting directly behind him, both dressed like they were attending a wealthy church fundraiser. My mom, Barbara, in fake pearls and a pastel cardigan. My dad, Richard, stiff in a navy blazer that didn't quite fit around his stomach anymore. They absolutely refused to look in my direction. I sat perfectly still. I was calm. Not because I wasn't nervous, my heart was beating out of my chest, but it was a strange, focused quiet. The kind of calm you only achieve when you have spent months meticulously preparing for a single moment with surgical precision. There was literally nothing left to panic about. The trap was sprung. Harrison shuffled his thick stack of papers beside me, leaned over, and whispered, "Julian, this is going to be incredibly fun." The judge, a stern, no-nonsense woman in her early 60s who looked like she tolerated zero foolishness, called the court to order. The hearing began with my parents' lawyer standing up and laying out the exact same tired, baseless argument, that I had unfairly benefited from hidden family resources, that I had maliciously misled my parents into believing I was self-made, and that Derek's entire life had been tragically derailed because I aggressively hoarded financial assets that rightfully belonged to the entire family. The words sounded so incredibly desperate, so hollow in the quiet room. And then, it was our turn. Harrison stood up, buttoning his jacket. No wild theatrics, no shouting, just cold, hard facts. "Your Honor," Harrison began, his voice echoing perfectly in the silent room. "Today, we will be definitively demonstrating 3 things. First, that my client, Julian, received absolutely zero financial support, inheritance, or capital from his family. Second, that the plaintiff's eldest son, Derek, actually received a massive $120,000 legal disbursement from a family trust, which he completely and irresponsibly squandered. And third, that this entire lawsuit is a malicious, fraudulent attempt to illegally extract funds from my client under false pretenses, simply because the plaintiffs failed to control their own finances or their son's reckless spending." Harrison then dropped the massive evidence folder hard onto his desk. The loud smack times made my dad physically flinch. "Exhibit A," Harrison continued smoothly. "The certified trust documents from the grandmother's estate, clearly stating that the $120,000 was solely for Derek, My client's name is entirely absent from the document. Exhibit B, the notarized, sworn affidavit and official IRS tax records from Mr. Vance, their former accountant, confirming he legally filed that exact gift as a trust distribution with explicit, written instructions from the mother, Barbara. Exhibit C, a comprehensive timeline of Derek's social media posts, travel logs, and online purchases. Everything from designer watches to VIP bottle service in Miami, lining up absolutely perfectly with the 12 months following his massive trust payout. And finally, Exhibit D, a legally authenticated, recorded voicemail from the grandmother herself, in which she explicitly states, and I quote, "Julian doesn't need the money. He builds." The courtroom went dead, terrifyingly still. You could have heard a pin drop. My parents' lawyer frantically tried to object, stammering about relevance and hearsay. The judge instantly overruled him, her eyes narrowing into dangerous slits. The facts stood exactly as presented. Then came the absolute final blow. Harrison pulled out a massive, bound spreadsheet. "Your Honor, we have also prepared a complete, forensic breakdown of my client's business growth over the past 5 years. All of it is entirely verifiable by the IRS. From his dorm room operation to the first massive product launch, every single dollar, every invoice, every tax return, there is absolutely no missing money. There are no hidden family assets. Just a young man who worked incredibly hard and succeeded entirely without their help." Harrison paused, letting the silence suffocate the other side of the room. "Meanwhile, we have concrete evidence that the plaintiffs and their son have consistently and deliberately misrepresented their financial situation to multiple parties, including their mortgage lender in this very court. Which is exactly why we are officially filing a massive counterclaim for defamation, tortious interference with business contracts, malicious prosecution, and severe emotional distress. I will absolutely never forget what happened next." The judge leaned back slowly in her large leather chair, took off her reading glasses, and looked directly down at my parents. "I have presided over a lot of bitter family disputes in my career," she said, her voice terrifyingly calm but dripping with absolute ice. "But this is, without a doubt, one of the most cynical, repulsive attempts I have ever seen to weaponize the legal system against a relative for sheer personal gain. Based on the overwhelming, irrefutable evidence presented today, I am dismissing all claims against Mr. Julian Davis with prejudice. You will not bring this nonsense into my courtroom ever again." Boom. Done. The gavel hit. But she wasn't finished. "As for the aggressive counterclaim," she continued, staring directly at Derek, who looked like he was going to vomit, "Mr. Davis is entirely within his legal rights to heavily pursue financial damages. And frankly, considering the blatant perjury and fraud attempted here today, I strongly believe he has a very lucrative case." Their lawyer's face went completely pale. Derek just sat there, frozen like a pathetic deer in the headlights, his mouth hanging slightly open. My mom blinked rapidly, her hands violently fidgeting with her expensive wedding ring as the reality of her utter ruin set in. My dad's face flushed a deep, terrifying purple with something caught between pure rage and absolute, public humiliation. But none of them said a single word. Not one. They were completely paralyzed. We walked out of the courtroom in total silence. Once we were safely in the bright hallway, Harrison turned to me, a massive, satisfied grin on his face. "They will settle. Trust me, Julian. They literally cannot afford not to. If we take this to a jury trial for defamation, we will bankrupt them entirely." And he was absolutely right. Exactly 2 weeks later, their deeply humbled lawyer reached out with a desperate offer. They would completely cover all of my massive legal fees, issue a formal written apology drafted entirely by us, and legally sign away any rights to future legal action or contact, if I simply dropped the financial counterclaim that would ruin them. I didn't agree. Not right away, because there was one more crucial thing I needed from them: absolute, undeniable truth. I had the legally binding apology officially published. Not buried in some private, sealed letter, or hidden behind dense legal jargon in a court file. I made absolutely sure it went completely public. I posted it as a formal statement on my business's main website, shared it as an open letter on my professional LinkedIn page, and even had it featured as a follow-up on the exact same podcast that had sparked the massive wave of public support. The truth had to be entirely visible, not just for my own revenge, but for the permanent record. I honestly didn't even want their money. I just wanted inescapable accountability. The exact day the statement went live on the internet, I received over 400 emails. Strangers, old friends, former high school classmates, even a few of my old teachers, all saying the exact same thing: "Thank you for finally telling the truth about them." As for my golden child brother Derek, he completely disappeared from all social media platforms overnight. Word quickly spread through the grapevine that he had hurriedly left town in the middle of the night, supposedly moving in with a distant cousin 2 states over in Ohio just to escape the sheer embarrassment. His name became something awkwardly whispered in our hometown, no longer spoken with blind admiration, but with deep, lingering pity and disgust. And my parents? They lost absolutely everything that mattered to them. They lost their precious social standing. They lost most of their inner circle of friends. People they used to arrogantly gossip with now actively crossed the street just to avoid making eye contact with them. Mrs. Gable happily reported that they stopped showing up to Sunday church altogether. There were no more neighborhood barbecues, no more pretending they were the perfect, wealthy, successful family. They didn't just lose the massive lawsuit. They permanently lost the narrative. Because I finally reclaimed it. In the long, peaceful months that followed the legal victory, my e-commerce business absolutely exploded. We doubled in size, I expanded into 3 entirely new product lines, hired a dedicated team of 5 full-time employees, and finally moved into a massive, beautiful commercial warehouse space. I even launched a small, privately funded mentorship program specifically designed for underprivileged students trying to start their own tech ventures without any family support. I officially named it the Builders Fund. I knew Grandma would have absolutely loved that. Maybe one day, years and years from now, I will find it in my heart to forgive my parents, but absolutely not yet, because real forgiveness has to be earned, and they never even tried to apologize to my face. They honestly thought they could just break into my life, threaten me, and take what I built. They didn't realize a fundamental truth: I am what I built. Top comments. User 1, Julian doesn't need it. He builds. That literally gave me full body chills. Your grandma saw exactly who both of you were. I am so unbelievably glad you absolutely nuked them in court. The absolute audacity to try and steal your company after funding his Miami club lifestyle is insane. User 2, the fact that your own mother told the accountant to log it as a tech investment to cover for his gambling and partying is actual criminal fraud. You were incredibly generous just taking the public apology and not bankrupting them with the countersuit. They deserve to cross the street in shame for the rest of their lives. User 3, this is a masterclass in asset protection and petty, but justified, revenge. Setting up the Wyoming LLC and the blind trusts while they were trying to freeze your personal accounts was a brilliant move. Keep building, man. You won the war. My mother stole my credit card to fund my deadbeat brother's lifestyle, so I evicted her and gave the property to strangers. Original post. I always genuinely believed that if you treated your family right, if you poured your blood, sweat, and tears into making their lives easier, they would treat you the same way in return. I thought love was reciprocal. It turns out, to my mother and my younger brother, I was nothing more than a walking, breathing wallet with a pulse and a conveniently high credit limit. My mother, Brenda, raised us alone after my dad dipped out and vanished into the wind when I was 9 years old. She worked 2 grueling jobs, often coming home smelling like cheap diner coffee and industrial floor cleaner, and she carried herself like a martyr. I will be the first to admit that she was tough, and I deeply admired her relentless strength when I was growing up. The older I got, the more an intense, burning desire to repay her consumed me. So, I put my head down. I worked obsessively hard, stayed out of trouble, got a highly specialized degree in software engineering, built my own freelance tech consulting business from the ground up, and eventually scaled it into a massive enterprise that paid extraordinarily well. By the time I was 28, I was consistently making mid-6 figures. By 32, I had my own incorporated company with 5 full-time employees and a seemingly endless pipeline of lucrative corporate clients. I was living incredibly comfortably, and I didn't hesitate for a single second when I finally had the financial liquidity to give back to the woman who raised me. The very first major financial move I made was buying her a house. It wasn't an absurdly fancy mansion, but it was a beautiful, newly renovated 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom craftsman-style home in a quiet, tree-lined suburb of Portland, Oregon. It had a massive, fenced-in backyard for her golden retriever, Buster, and a wraparound porch she had always dreamed of. I paid for the entire property in cash, exactly $315,000. No mortgage, no hidden debt, no strings attached. I simply walked into her cramped apartment, handed her the freshly cut keys, and told her that she would never have to worry about paying a landlord ever again. She broke down sobbing in that exact moment, clutching my face and telling me I was her absolute angel, her rock, her savior, and like a naive fool, I completely believed her. A year after that, I officially retired her. I told her to march into her retail job, hand in her 2 weeks' notice, and just relax for the rest of her life. She was 61 years old. Her knees were completely shot from decades of standing on unforgiving concrete floors, and she complained bitterly about hating every single second of her job. From that day forward, I made absolutely sure that every single one of her bills was paid on time, completely on autopilot. Utilities, property taxes, comprehensive car insurance, weekly groceries, and even her premium health insurance plan. Every single month, on the first of the month, I quietly deposited a generous allowance directly into her checking account and never missed a single transfer. I even put her on a brand new unlimited phone plan and added her to my family Netflix, Spotify, Hulu, and Amazon Prime accounts. I genuinely thought that was what love in action looked like. That is exactly what family does for each other, right? Then, there is my younger brother, Derek. He is 29 years old and the absolute, polar opposite of me in every conceivable metric. He dropped out of the local community college after barely surviving 2 semesters. He has never managed to hold down a job for longer than 4 months because he always claims his managers are disrespectful or the work is beneath his intelligence. He lived with our mom well into his late 20s, sleeping until 2 in the afternoon, aggressively gaming all night until the sun came up, and constantly racking up expensive speeding tickets and severe bank overdraft fees. Somehow, no matter what catastrophic mess he created, my mother would instantly swoop in and fix it without a second thought. She foolishly co-signed his car loan, which he immediately defaulted on. She paid off his maxed out credit card debt just this once, at least 7 different times that I know of. And whenever I gently, carefully tried to ask why he never had to face any real-world consequences for his horrendous actions, she always gave me the exact same rehearsed, dismissive answer. He's just going through a tough phase, Marcus. He will grow out of it eventually. You need to be more understanding. That so-called phase, by the way, is still actively happening at age 29. He has never moved out. He is still living entirely off her credit cards, which are secretly funded by my money. He still absolutely refuses to work. He still has a million pathetic excuses. But mom viciously insists that he is just finding his true path and that I should immediately stop comparing him to myself. As if that was ever the actual point of my concern. The tragic thing is, I never really pushed the issue. I kept my mouth shut. I kept showing up to family events. I kept silently paying the massive bills. I kept playing the role of the dutiful, perfect son because I desperately didn't want to be perceived as petty, jealous, or controlling. I just wanted family peace. But deep down in the darkest corners of my mind, I think I always secretly hoped that she would eventually see the massive, glaring difference between us. I hoped that one day, she would pull me aside, look me dead in the eyes, and say, Marcus, thank you so much for absolutely everything. I am so incredibly proud of the man you have become. That day never arrived. Instead, a few weeks ago, we had a massive family cookout at her place to celebrate the start of summer. I had meticulously organized the entire event myself. I paid over $800 for premium barbecue catering, bought the brand new, $1,200 navy blue wicker patio furniture set she had explicitly said she wanted, and even hired a professional landscaping crew to come mow, edge, and fertilize the lawn that very morning so everything looked absolutely pristine for our relatives. Everyone came. Aunts, uncles, distant cousins, and a few of Derek's deadbeat friends, who conveniently showed up just in exact time to eat the expensive food and drink my expensive beer. I honestly didn't mind at first. I was in a genuinely great mood, just happy to see the whole family together and enjoying the beautiful weather. At one specific point in the late afternoon, I was standing quietly on the wooden deck with a cold beer in my hand, casually chatting with my cousin Chloe about her new job, when I suddenly heard my own name being mentioned from the middle of the backyard. I slowly turned my head and saw my mother standing right by the massive stainless steel grill, laughing hysterically with a large group of our closest relatives. Marcus gives us nothing but absolute headaches, she said, her voice obnoxiously loud enough for at least a dozen people to hear clearly. I honestly wish he was so much more like Derek. For a split second, my brain completely short-circuited. I thought I had misheard her over the sound of the music. But then, she repeated it, shaking her head dramatically like I was some massive, exhausting burden she had been dragging behind her for decades. Derek never complains about anything. He just goes with the flow and makes me smile. Marcus always has to make everything so incredibly serious and stressful. There was this agonizing, suspended pause, like the entire backyard took a collective, uncomfortable breath, and then, inexplicably, everyone laughed. Even Derek, who was lazily leaning against the wooden fence with his arms crossed, was smirking like he was soaking in the ultimate victory. I don't even know how to properly describe what I felt in that exact moment. Pure, burning embarrassment, sure. But mostly, I just felt entirely hollowed out. It felt like something deep inside my chest physically cracked open, and every ounce of love, obligation, and respect I had for that woman completely spilled out into the dirt. All those years of incredibly stressful late-night bank transfers, canceled personal vacations, panic attacks, and severe stress migraines from overworking just to make absolutely sure she was financially secure. All of it was instantly erased with one careless, cruel comment and a chorus of cheap chuckles. I didn't scream. I didn't throw my drink. I didn't say a single word in that moment. I simply forced a completely dead smile, took a slow sip of my beer, turned around, and walked back inside the air-conditioned house. I desperately needed a second to breathe. Maybe much more than a second. I stood completely frozen in the middle of her kitchen, staring blankly at the stainless steel refrigerator I had bought her, listening to the raucous laughter from outside grow even louder. And for the very first time in my entire 32 years of existence, I asked myself a question I had never dared to entertain before: what in the actual hell am I doing all of this for? Not even 5 minutes later, Derek casually strolled into the kitchen to grab another loaded plate of food. He didn't even bother to look me in the eyes as he aggressively muttered, "Man, you really pissed Mom off last week when you told her not to use your premium credit card for her random Amazon purchases. Maybe you should just stop being so cheap and let her buy what she wants. You have the money." That was the exact moment I knew it wasn't a simple misunderstanding. It wasn't a bad joke. That massive crack in my chest split entirely wide open, severing whatever invisible cord had been tying me to them. And that was the precise moment, standing on the pristine hardwood floors I had paid for, that something fundamental inside my brain permanently shifted. I didn't yell at Derek, I didn't storm out in a dramatic rage, I didn't shed a single tear, but in that instant, I made a silent, unbreakable vow. I was completely, utterly done. And if my own mother truly thought I gave her nothing but headaches, well, I was about to meticulously show her what it really looked like when I stopped giving her absolutely anything at all. Update 1. Let's just say the ensuing fallout was significantly louder and more chaotic than I ever could have expected, and it eventually ended with blinding blue police lights flashing furiously in her driveway. But I am getting slightly ahead of myself. I didn't leave the cookout right away that day. I probably should have. I should have packed up my shattered pride, driven home, and let my sudden absence speak louder than any words, but I didn't. I stood in that kitchen for what felt like an eternity, staring blankly out the window over the sink, watching my mother happily toss paper plates into a massive trash bag while laughing with Derek like nothing had happened. Like I wasn't even a human being with feelings. I kept hearing her cruel words playing on an infinite, torturous loop in my mind. "You give us nothing but headaches. I wish you were more like your brother." Each time those toxic words echoed in my head, they took on a darker, heavier shape. At first, my desperate brain tried to rationalize it. I thought maybe she was just trying to impress the relatives, exaggerating her struggles like she sometimes did for attention. But no matter how hard I tried to mentally reframe the situation, it kept boiling down to the exact same ugly, unavoidable truth. She meant every single syllable. That wasn't a one-off, drunken comment. That was her core belief. After a few agonizing minutes, my cousin Chloe walked into the kitchen, deep concern etched all over her face. "Marcus, are you okay?" Then, she asked very quietly, glancing nervously toward the backyard. "I really don't think Aunt Brenda meant it like that. You know how she gets when she has an audience." I forced a completely dead, robotic smile. "Yeah, Chloe, I'm totally fine." But I wasn't. I wasn't even in the same universe as fine. I stayed until the bitter end of the incredibly long party. I silently helped clean up the massive mess, took down the heavy folding tables, bagged all the dripping trash, and even meticulously loaded the leftover catering into Tupperware containers like a good, obedient little helper. I didn't say a single word about what had happened. Not to my mother, not to Derek, not to anyone. Because at that specific point, I wasn't feeling hot, fiery anger. I was completely stunned. Stunned at how effortlessly years of massive financial and emotional sacrifice could be casually erased with one sentence. Stunned that absolutely no one, not even the relatives who knew exactly who funded this entire lifestyle, had stepped in to say, "Hey, Brenda, that's really not fair." I realized in that profound moment that no one ever would defend me. 3 agonizing days passed in total silence. I didn't call her. I didn't send a text. And most importantly, I absolutely did not send her the usual, massive money transfer on the first of the month. I logically figured she would eventually reach out, genuinely ask if something was wrong, maybe even offer a half-hearted apology for embarrassing me. But no. On the morning of the 4th day, she finally messaged me a single, incredibly entitled line. "Did the bank mess up the deposit? No. Hi Marcus. No. Hope you're having a good week. Just a cold, calculated expectation." That is exactly what I was reduced to in her eyes. A standing financial order. A human auto-pay system. And when the free money didn't magically arrive on its strict schedule, she acted like it was a technical glitch, like I was a malfunctioning ATM. I stared at that glowing message on my phone screen for a very long time before finally responding. I typed out a dozen different drafts, each one more venomous and bitter than the last. In the end, I deleted them all, and just wrote, "No deposit this month. We need to have a serious talk first." She didn't reply. A full 24 hours passed in dead silence. Then, on the evening of the 5th day, Derek actually called me, which was an incredibly rare occurrence. I almost let it go straight to voicemail, but morbid curiosity got the absolute better of me. "What is your actual deal, man?" he aggressively demanded, his voice already dripping with unearned defensiveness. "Mom has been freaking out all day because you're randomly punishing her or something. You can't just pull stuff like this out of nowhere. She has bills." "I'm not punishing anyone, Derek," I said, my voice shockingly calm and steady. "I just want a conversation. A real, honest one." Derek loudly scoffed into the receiver. You are severely overreacting. She was obviously joking at the party. Everyone laughed. It wasn't that deep, bro. It was deep enough for her to say it twice. I completely deadpanned. In front of our entire extended family. God, you're being so incredibly sensitive, he groaned. That specific word times sensitive times violently hit a raw nerve. It always did. It is the exact, manipulative word toxic people use when they desperately want to completely dismiss your valid pain without taking even an ounce of personal responsibility for inflicting it. And Derek knew exactly what he was doing. You know what, Derek? I said very slowly, enunciating every single word. Tell Mom I am more than happy to talk whenever she is finally ready to be honest about how she views me. Until then, I am officially stepping back. And before he could stutter a reply, I hung up the phone. That was the very first real boundary I had ever successfully drawn with them in my entire life. And honestly, it felt incredibly unfamiliar. It wasn't empowering yet. It didn't feel like a massive victory. It just felt entirely foreign, like wearing a heavy jacket that belonged to someone else. I wasn't used to saying no. I was deeply conditioned to fixing things, to throwing money at problems, to frantically smoothing over any family tension. But something fundamental inside my soul had permanently changed, something I couldn't unfeel. A full week passed, then 2 weeks. Still absolutely nothing. No phone calls, no text messages, no apology, just stubborn, arrogant silence. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, my mother's premium auto insurance company called my personal cell phone. The polite representative informed me that the automatic monthly payment of $215 had been declined. Apparently, she had given them my secondary credit card number years ago, and I had simply never bothered to take it off file. It had been so incredibly long, I completely forgot it was even linked to her account. That is exactly how many random things I had been blindly covering for her. The rep politely asked if I wanted to update the card information. No, I said firmly. I want you to completely remove that card from the file permanently. Do not charge it again. The very next afternoon, I received a genuinely furious voicemail from my mother. It wasn't filled with motherly concern. It wasn't filled with regret for her actions. It was pure, unadulterated fury. I just got a terrifying notice in the mail saying my car insurance got completely canceled. What in the hell are you doing, Marcus? Are you actively trying to ruin my life? After absolutely everything I have sacrificed and done for you, I cannot believe you are doing this. You are acting like a petulant child. Call me back immediately and fix this. That voicemail was the exact moment the final switch in my brain permanently flipped from profound sadness to cold, calculating anger. I played her hysterical message back 3 separate times just to make absolutely sure I wasn't imagining things. There was absolutely no mention of the party, no mention of the cruel things she had said. Just massive, unchecked outrage that the luxurious perks of having a rich son were rapidly disappearing, that her free ride finally hit a massive bump in the road. I finally replied with a single, devastating text message. If I am nothing but a massive headache to you, I will completely stop being one from now on. Take care of your own bills, Brenda. She didn't respond to that text, but Derek absolutely did. He aggressively texted me that very night in full-on attack mode. He sent literal paragraphs of wild accusations, screaming through the screen that I was cruelly abandoning our mother, that I was a narcissistic, selfish prick, that I only ever helped her financially so I could feel vastly superior to him, that she had been hysterically crying all day because of my cruelty, and that I was maliciously taking away her stability just to desperately prove a point. And honestly, maybe a tiny part of that last line was actually true, maybe I was trying to prove a point. But it wasn't about petty revenge, not yet, anyway, it was about absolute clarity. I deeply wanted them to finally feel exactly what it was like when the massive, expensive support system they totally took for granted suddenly stopped being automatic. I wanted them to experience life when the person they actively ignored and insulted finally started acting like his own life mattered. That sudden clarity did not sit well with the rest of the family. Over the next few days, I started getting an onslaught of calls from extended family members, aunts, uncles, and even distant cousins I barely spoke to once a year. All of them aggressively telling me that I was severely hurting my mother, that she was worried sick about my mental health, that she couldn't sleep at night, that she was just a poor old woman trying her absolute best, and that she absolutely didn't deserve this kind of horrific treatment from her golden child. Golden child. That was an absolute laugh. If they only knew the terrifying reality of the situation, it all finally came to a massive, explosive head about a month later. I desperately needed some old financial documents and a few boxes of childhood memorabilia I had left up in the attic of the house years ago. I didn't want to go inside, but a huge part of me needed absolute closure. I drove over and knocked loudly on the front door. No answer. I knocked again. Nothing. So, I used my spare key and unlocked the deadbolt. I logically figured she might be out running errands. What I found when I walked into the house made my heart completely sink into my stomach. The beautiful house I had bought was an absolute, unmitigated disaster zone. Massive piles of rotting dishes were stacked precariously in the sink. The kitchen trash was violently overflowing onto the hardwood. The expensive stainless fridge was covered in sticky fingerprints and nearly empty. It looked like absolutely no one had bothered to clean a single surface in over a month. I slowly walked through the living room and saw Derek completely passed out on the expensive sectional sofa, a PlayStation controller loosely held in his hand, with at least a dozen empty Red Bull cans and crumpled fast food wrappers scattered all around him on the floor. He groggily woke up when he heard me pull the heavy attic stairs down. "Yo, what the hell are you doing here?" he aggressively mumbled, sitting up and violently rubbing his bloodshot eyes. "You can't just barge in like that." "It is literally my house," I said flatly, staring at the disgusting stain on the rug beneath him. He completely froze for a second, his brain desperately trying to process my words. "You gave this house to Mom." "No, Derek. I bought it for her to live in. That is legally not the same thing," I stated, my voice completely devoid of emotion. He fiercely glared at me, standing up. "You are really pulling this technical bullshit now, after all these years?" "I am not pulling anything. I am grabbing my personal boxes and I am leaving." As I hauled the first heavy cardboard box down the wooden stairs, I clearly heard him mutter under his breath, "This is exactly why literally nobody in this family likes you." I stopped dead, mid-step. The air in the room felt instantly freezing. "What did you just say to me?" He aggressively stepped forward, crossing his arms, trying to physically intimidate me. "You think you are so much better than everyone else just because you have a fancy company and money? You're not. You're a miserable control freak. That is literally all you have ever been." I felt my chest painfully tighten, but the anger completely overtook the sadness. "You have been living in this house for entirely free, eating the expensive groceries I bought, gaming all damn day while Mom frantically covers up your pathetic mistakes with my money. And I am the problem here? She loves me because I don't constantly throw my money in her face to control her," he screamed. I laughed, a harsh, bitter sound that echoed in the filthy living room. "No, Derek. She loves you because you do absolutely nothing. Because you never, ever challenge her toxic behavior. Because you happily let her believe all her own delusions." He stepped dangerously close, his face rapidly flushing dark red. "Get the fuck out." I didn't move an inch. I stared directly into his soul. "Tell her I came for my stuff. Tell her I am completely done being her financial safety net. She is entirely on her own now." He violently shoved past me and aggressively slammed the heavy front door behind me as I walked out onto the porch. I didn't look back as I loaded my boxes into my car. But exactly 2 days later, something horrific happened that permanently changed the entire trajectory of this situation. I received a massive, flashing fraud alert on one of my oldest, highest limit credit cards. There were over $850 in unauthorized Amazon purchases that I absolutely did not make. When I frantically logged into the portal and checked the exact shipping address for the fraudulent orders, my blood ran completely cold. It was her address, not Derek's. Not some random Russian hacker. My own mother had intentionally stolen my credit card information. Even after the massive fight, after the cruel messages, after the boundary I drew, after the complete silence, she had maliciously dug up an old, forgotten card number one I hadn't actively used in over 3 years and illegally used it to buy luxury items without asking. That was when the ultimate, soul-crushing betrayal truly hit home. This wasn't just familial disrespect anymore. This wasn't just a toxic dynamic. This was literal, premeditated theft. And it came directly from the one person I had nearly destroyed my own mental health to support. The one person I naively thought I could implicitly trust. The one person who had the absolute audacity to publicly declare that I gave her nothing but headaches. That was the exact moment the dark, calculating gears started rapidly turning in my head. Because if she wanted to act like none of my massive sacrifices mattered, then I was going to meticulously show her exactly how much they did. And I was going to start by legally taking back absolutely everything I had ever given her. But I genuinely had no idea just how insanely far she and Derek would go to try and stop me. Not yet. Not until the frantic screaming started and the neighbors called the police. It is incredibly strange how deep betrayal doesn't always hit you instantly like a physical punch to the jaw. Sometimes, it settles in incredibly slow, like a thick, toxic fog filling a sealed room until you literally cannot see what is right in front of you anymore. That is exactly how it felt. Standing entirely alone in my quiet, dark apartment with the glaring red fraud alert still blinking aggressively on my phone screen, staring intently at the shipping address. My mother's legal name. My mother's street. My mother's house. The exact house that I bought. The house that I paid for in cash. She didn't even make a pathetic attempt to hide her crime. No apology, no warning, just a quiet, malicious little heist right out of my digital wallet. And here is the psychological part that truly broke me. She absolutely must have known I would eventually find out. Credit cards get flagged by algorithms, monthly statements get reviewed by accountants, shipping addresses get easily traced. There is absolutely no logical way she thought she would get away with stealing $850 forever. But that wasn't the actual point of her actions. The point was that she fundamentally times did not care. She felt so incredibly entitled to my wealth that she believed she could just take it, and I would eventually roll over and accept it like I always did. That was the absolute turning point. That was the moment I completely hit rock bottom. Because no matter how much I had desperately convinced myself over the last decade that my intense sacrifices were worth it, they weren't. Not to her. Not to Derek. Probably not to half the extended family who still blindly thought I was acting out because I finally dared to draw a single boundary. I immediately called the bank, permanently canceled the compromised card, reported the unauthorized charges as explicit fraud, and filed an official claim. The bank easily refunded the money after a brief investigation, but something deep inside my soul stayed permanently broken. The next few weeks were absolute hell. I will be completely honest about that. I stopped sleeping more than 2 hours a night. I stopped eating anything other than dry cereal. My normally pristine work slipped drastically. I started missing crucial client deadlines, something I had literally never done in my entire career. My incredible employees covered for me the absolute best they could, but I could easily tell they were deeply confused and concerned. I wasn't mentally present. Not in Zoom meetings, not in emails, not even in my own head. I would sit frozen at my expensive mahogany desk and just stare blankly at the wall. Not at anything in particular, just desperately trying to understand how things got this incredibly bad. Because it wasn't just about the stolen money, or the canceled card, or even the humiliating barbecue. It was about feeling completely invisible as a human being. I had spent so much of my adult life desperately trying to earn my mother's love that I didn't realize how entirely transactional it had become. And when the financial transaction stopped, so did the illusion of her love. That devastating realization cut deeper than any knife ever could. For a solid month, I rapidly spiraled. I didn't go out with friends, I didn't return casual texts, I completely ignored incoming calls. My normally spotless luxury apartment turned into an absolute disaster zone. Empty, rotting takeout containers covered the kitchen island, dirty laundry piled up in massive mounds, and unopened mail stacked dangerously high on the counter. I had always proudly thought of myself as the put-together one, the hyper-stable one, the one who never, ever let things fall apart. But now I was a complete wreck, and still, not one single phone call from my mother. Not even a fake, manipulative, "How are you?" Just dead, punishing silence. Derek aggressively texted me exactly once during that dark time. Just one incredibly cruel sentence, "You happy now, psycho?" I immediately blocked his phone number without replying. Eventually, my brilliant executive assistant, Sarah, pulled me aside during a private Zoom meeting. "Marcus," she said incredibly gently, her brow furrowed in deep concern, "do you want me to completely reschedule this week's client pitches?" I blinked at the screen, confused. "What? No. Why? Marcus, you haven't sent over the final code edits for the massive Montgomery software pitch, and you completely missed the vital strategy call yesterday afternoon." I frantically looked at the digital calendar. She was absolutely right. I hadn't even noticed what day it was. Sarah hesitated for a moment, then softly added, "You absolutely do not have to tell me what is going on in your personal life, but if you need time off, please take it. The team will manage everything. We've got your back." That simple, genuine kindness from an employee almost completely broke me. After the call ended, I slowly shut my laptop, and sat in the deafening silence of my apartment. Then, I finally forced myself to stand up, grabbed a massive trash bag, and started meticulously cleaning. Slowly, like my body was painfully waking up from a decade-long coma, I aggressively scrubbed the dishes, took out the recycling, and ran 3 heavy loads of laundry. It wasn't much, but it was a necessary start. Later that exact night, I went for a very long walk. It was freezing outside. The kind of biting, sharp cold that physically stings your cheeks and violently clears your foggy head. I left my cell phone on the counter at home. No music, no podcasts, no digital distractions. Just me, my white breath pluming in the freezing air, and the rhythmic sound of my shoes hitting the wet pavement. That walk turned into a nightly habit. Every single night I walked a little further, thought a little clearer, and somewhere in the middle of all that physical movement, something monumental started to shift in my brain. I began aggressively writing again. Not writing complex code for corporate clients, but writing for my own sanity. Nothing fancy, just a cheap leather notebook and a black pen. I wrote down absolutely everything I was feeling. The profound betrayal, the boiling anger, the countless years I had completely lost trying to be enough for a woman who only saw my bank account. And as I wrote page after page, I started to finally see the horrifying patterns I hadn't noticed before. I clearly saw how I had constantly made myself incredibly small just to keep the fragile family peace. How I had silently tolerated cruel insults disguised as jokes. How I had completely convinced myself that giving them endless amounts of money would eventually buy me basic human respect. And absolutely worst of all, How I had never once asked for a single thing in return, not even basic human decency. That horrifying realization hit me like a massive, unstoppable freight train. I wasn't just a victim, I was heavily complicit. I had actively allowed it to happen. I had financially trained them to treat me this exact way. But now I was completely, unapologetically done. The rise from the ashes didn't happen perfectly overnight. It never does. But it absolutely did happen. The very first real, tangible step came when I officially decided to separate myself entirely emotionally, financially, and legally from my toxic mother. I scheduled a high-priority meeting with a ruthless lawyer named Mr. Sterling, a man who highly specialized in complex property law and vicious family disputes. I sat in his intimidating, glass-walled office and laid absolutely everything out on the massive conference table: the initial purchase of the house, the countless utility bills, the fraudulent credit card charges, the verbal abuse. He listened completely quietly, taking meticulous notes, then firmly said, "Marcus, you have significantly more absolute control over this situation than you think." I quickly learned that while I had verbally gifted the house to her in practice, the official legal deed was still 100% strictly under my name. I had never officially transferred the ownership. Part of me had always intended to, but some deep, hidden instinct had always held me back. Call it a gut feeling. Mr. Sterling raised a gray eyebrow. That is incredibly good news for you, because if you want to officially remove someone from the premises, you absolutely can. You are the sole legal owner. They are legally classified as tenants at will or licensees depending on how we frame it. We can legally evict them. That specific sentence sparked a massive fire inside me. I didn't move on the eviction right away, but the legal seed was firmly planted. In the meantime, I fiercely focused on rapidly rebuilding my tech business, aggressively reconnecting with old clients, delegating tasks much better, and creating rigid professional structure. Sarah was an absolute godsend. She handled more corporate chaos than I ever realized. With her incredible help, I completely restructured our client contracts, significantly raised our hourly rates, and brought on 3 new senior freelancers to drastically lighten the workload. The money started heavily flowing again. Not just flowing, but aggressively growing. And for the very first time in my adult life, I actively started spending that money on myself. I booked an expensive, luxurious weekend trip to the snowy mountains, stayed in a gorgeous, isolated cabin with absolutely no Wi-Fi, just thick books, premium coffee, and a roaring fireplace. I didn't tell a single soul where I was going. I just went, and it felt exactly like finally exhaling after 32 years of holding my breath. Back home in the city, I finally started intense therapy. I found a brilliant psychologist named Dr. Vance, a man with the kind of incredibly calming voice that could easily talk you off a skyscraper ledge without ever raising a decibel. He systematically helped me unpack the massive emotional knots I had tightly tied myself into. The crushing guilt, the pathetic people-pleasing, the terrifying fear of being totally unloved if I ever dared to say the word no. One specific day, during an intense session, Dr. Vance looked at me and asked, "Marcus, what do you genuinely think real love looks like?" I didn't know how to properly answer. So, he gently asked again, what would it actually look like if it wasn't a strict financial transaction? I sat in heavy silence for a very long time, staring at the clock on his wall. Eventually, I quietly said, "Safe. I think it would feel completely safe." That profound answer stayed permanently with me, and it made me clearly realize that what I had been desperately chasing with my mother and Derek wasn't love at all. It was cheap validation. And that is absolutely not the same thing. So, I completely stopped chasing. I didn't tell them a single word about the therapy, or the massive legal consult, or the huge new business wins. I didn't post anything on social media. I didn't call. I didn't try to rub my success in their faces because this new, peaceful part of my life was entirely mine. And for once, it didn't revolve around desperately trying to win anyone over. Then, one rainy Tuesday morning, weeks after that fraudulent Amazon charge, I received a thick envelope in the mail. There was no return address, just my legal name angrily scrawled in handwriting I instantly recognized. It was a massive, 4-page handwritten letter from my mother. It didn't start with, "I am so sorry." It didn't start with, "I really miss you." It started with pure, unadulterated blame. "I genuinely do not know why you are maliciously doing this to me." The toxic letter rambled on, aggressively stating that she was financially struggling, that the house desperately needed expensive repairs, that Derek had been heroically doing his absolute best, but things were completely falling apart, that she felt totally abandoned, and that she never, ever thought I would be the kind of cruel monster to turn my back on my own flesh and blood. At the very bottom of the last page, she wrote the sentence that sealed her fate. "I gave you life, Marcus. The absolute least you could do is make it financially easier for me to live it." That horrific sentence stuck with me for days. Not because it was remotely true, but because it explicitly revealed absolutely everything I needed to know. She truly didn't see me as a human being. She saw me as a basic utility. A tool to be used until it broke. And that was the absolute final confirmation my brain needed. I calmly folded the letter, tucked it safely into a manila legal folder, and placed it securely in my desk drawer. I wasn't going to rage. I wasn't going to scream. I wasn't going to aggressively throw things. No. I was going to do the one specific thing that absolutely terrified them the most. I was going to take back total control. And I already knew exactly how I was going to start. By legally serving an official, court-backed eviction notice. But right before I could execute that plan, something massive happened that shook absolutely everything loose. Something that instantly took the entire situation from a quiet, sad family drama to a highly explosive public disaster. And it started with an incredibly panicked phone call from a neighbor, a sweet older woman named Mrs. Gable. Update 2. I hadn't heard a single word from Mrs. Gable in well over a year, but the frantic voicemail she left on my phone chilled me to the absolute bone. Marcus, honey, I genuinely don't know how to say this, but there are 4 police cruisers currently parked in your driveway with their lights flashing. When I saw her name flash on my screen as she called back, I almost didn't answer. She was my mother's immediate next-door neighbor, the incredibly observant kind that always noticed when someone parked a little too close to the fire hydrant or let their grass grow half an inch too long. But she was always incredibly nice to me. She used to bring over warm apple pies during the holidays back when I still visited. She even gave me a beautiful, handwritten thank you card the very week I initially surprised my mom with the house, saying it was so incredibly nice to see a successful young man taking such good care of his aging mother. So, when I picked up the phone and heard her trembling voice say, "Marcus, the cops are surrounding the house," my entire body froze. "What exactly happened, Mrs. Gable?" I asked, my heart instantly pounding against my ribs. "I am really not sure, dear. They pulled up about 15 minutes ago. Incredibly loud knocking, shining bright flashlights in all the windows. It looked like they were aggressively trying to talk to your brother, Derek. He absolutely wouldn't open the front door at first. They had to threaten to break it down." My mouth went completely dry. "Did someone call them? Did you call them?" No, I absolutely didn't call them. But something really bad is going on over there, Marcus. And listen, I probably shouldn't say this, but Derek has been having some incredibly sketchy, dangerous-looking people over lately. Lots of loud noise at night. Screaming and arguing in the yard. I've seen strange cars I've never seen before, staying for just 10 or 15 minutes, in and out. It looks like, well, you know." That statement stopped me completely cold. I hadn't set a single foot near that property in almost 2 full months. I hadn't even driven past the neighborhood. I had emotionally detached myself so incredibly hard that it almost didn't feel like my house anymore. But now, with literal armed police officers standing on my porch dealing with whatever illegal mess Derek was running, it suddenly was my times house again in every single legal sense. If he was dealing drugs or running a trap house out of my property, I could be legally liable. "I deeply appreciate the call, Mrs. Gable," I said, my voice eerily calm. "I will handle this immediately." I hung up the phone and just sat in the dark. That was the exact moment absolutely everything crystallized in my mind. The years of quiet, pathetic tolerance. The slow, agonizing unraveling of my mental health. The disgusting way my massive generosity had been twisted, abused, and violently weaponized against me. All of it came into hyper-sharp focus, bitter and cold like a winter wind across an open wound. And I knew right then that the time for any hesitation or mercy was entirely over. I wasn't going to ask nicely anymore. I wasn't going to patiently wait for them to miraculously find their non-existent conscience. I was going to legally take absolutely everything back. And this time, I was going to do it my exact way. That very night, I drove over to the neighborhood. It was almost midnight by the time I quietly pulled up and parked halfway down the dark street from the house. I didn't want to be seen. Not yet. I sat completely still in my car for 20 minutes, the engine off, just watching. The house looked incredibly dark and sinister. Only the faint, erratic flicker of a massive TV screen lit the living room window. I didn't approach the door. I wasn't there to start a physical fight. I was there to gather vital legal information. And sure enough, even in the dead silence of the night, things did not look right at all. There was a strange, beat-up car parked aggressively over the curb in the driveway. Not Derek's car, not Mom's SUV, some rusting sedan with heavily tinted windows and a missing hubcap. I carefully wrote down the exact license plate number. Then, I quietly stepped out and took a few high-resolution pictures from the public sidewalk. Nothing illegal, just enough to document the horrific exterior condition of the property. The massive piles of trash overflowing the bins, the broken porch light, the completely overgrown grass. It looked entirely abandoned. Or much worse, like the beautiful house was rapidly starting to rot from the inside out. I drove straight home and immediately pulled out the original legal deed from my fireproof safe, still 100% in my name. No legal transfer, no cosigner, no hidden clauses. I was the absolute sole owner. That was absolutely all the ammunition I needed to proceed. The next morning, I made a strict, uncompromising list. 1. Consult Mr. Sterling immediately. 2. Draft and file the formal, 30-day legal eviction paperwork. 3. Notify the utility companies and schedule the cancellation of all remaining non-essential accounts in my name, cable, ultra-fast internet, premium streaming. 4. Completely freeze any remaining automatic payments tied to the physical property. 5. Schedule an emergency locksmith and a professional general contractor for a massive full inspection immediately post-eviction. But there was one massive legal loophole I hadn't prepared for. The will. I hadn't thought about my last will and testament in years, but as I pulled up the old legal files from when I first bought the house, I suddenly remembered something Mr. Sterling had casually mentioned back then. If this property stays strictly under your name, it won't pass to your mother automatically unless she is explicitly listed in a will or a trust. Right now, she is a legal guest, nothing more. I hadn't written a formal will. Back then, I was 30, young, and felt invincible. But now? Now I had a massive reason to write one. Because the terrifying thought that my mother or Derek might one day inherit the very house they systematically trashed and abused made my skin physically crawl. So, I called Mr. Sterling again. This wasn't just about basic protection anymore. It was about meticulously setting up the board for absolute checkmate. The legal eviction paperwork was surprisingly straightforward because there had absolutely never been a signed lease or formal rental agreement. Derek and Mom were legally considered tenants at will or long-term guests. And as the sole homeowner, I had the absolute legal right to revoke that license at any time, provided I gave them the state-mandated 30-day notice. Still, Mr. Sterling explicitly warned me, "Marcus, this will absolutely not be smooth. They will violently fight this. They might falsely claim you verbally gifted it to them. They might try to legally argue you abandoned the property. But as long as your name is on that original deed, we hold the absolute high ground." Good. I wanted the high ground. Next came the utilities. I couldn't legally shut off the water or electricity while they were occupying it. That's an illegal self-help eviction. But I absolutely could cancel the $150 month high-speed internet, the $100 premium cable package, and the landscaping service. I scheduled all of them to be terminated immediately. Let them sit in the dark ages. Let them feel the floor violently shift beneath them. Then, I contacted the massive bank that still held the homeowner's insurance policy. I informed them of the police presence and told them I was actively evicting the tenants due to severe property misuse. Then, the contractors. I hired an expensive, highly rated team to do a massive full walkthrough and structural inspection the absolute second the eviction cleared, just in case there was massive damage I needed to file a civil lawsuit for. And then, I finally got to work on the trust. I legally named a specific local charity as the absolute sole beneficiary of the property. Should anything tragic happen to me, I set up an ironclad living trust to entirely bypass the probate process, and I specifically had Mr. Sterling add a vicious, unbreakable clause: no blood relative who has previously resided in this physical home shall ever have any legal claim to its contents, its equity, or its future sale proceeds. That felt incredibly good. No, that felt absolutely right. 3 days later, I officially filed the eviction with the county court. The notice had to be legally served in person, so I hired a massive, intimidating process server. And here is exactly where things got incredibly theatrical, because Derek absolutely did not take it well. According to the detailed report from the server, Derek aggressively answered the front door at 2 p.m. in filthy pajama pants and a massive gaming headset. He saw the thick legal envelope, read my name, and violently yelled, "Are you seriously doing this? From Marcus S." The server just calmly said, "I don't ask any questions, sir. I just deliver the legal documents." Then, Derek violently tried to slam the heavy door and physically throw the papers back out onto the lawn, but the server had already legally documented the delivery with a body camera. It was 100% official. The legal clock officially started ticking. They had exactly 30 days. 30 days to voluntarily pack their massive amount of garbage and leave the house, or get physically, forcefully removed by armed law enforcement. The text message came exactly an hour later from my mother. "After absolutely everything I sacrificed and did for you. No explanation, no apology for the massive credit card theft, no mention of the police, just those exact, manipulative words." I didn't reply, but that specific night, I slept significantly better than I had in 6 months. Over the next week, I got absolutely bombarded. Countless blocked phone numbers, hysterical voicemails from unknown callers, aggressive Facebook messages from distant cousins I hadn't heard from in a decade. All of them suddenly very, very interested in how incredibly cruel and heartless I was being to my poor, defenseless, aging mother. I didn't respond to a single one of them. But I meticulously kept records. I saved every screenshot, downloaded every voicemail, documented absolutely everything. Because I wasn't just playing defense anymore, I was actively preparing for the massive storm. And oh, The storm absolutely came. Just not exactly how I logically expected. See, the precise moment Derek and my mother realized I wasn't just bluffing to get an apology, something inside their brains completely snapped. I genuinely don't know if it was massive ego, sheer panic, or pure, unadulterated entitlement, but they didn't even try to fight the legal eviction in court. They tried something else entirely. Something incredibly reckless. It started with a violently broken window. Mrs. Gable called me again, whispering that she saw a massive rock go straight through the expensive living room glass late one night. The local cops came, but there were no arrests made. Then, 2 nights later, she called again. This time, it was significantly louder. Yelling, screaming, multiple sirens. And that was when she dropped the absolute bombshell. Marcus, they called the police on times you. Apparently, Derek had hysterically told the responding officers that I was actively threatening their lives. He lied and said I had been violently harassing them. He claimed I was financially and emotionally abusing an elderly woman. All absolute, verifiable lies, but incredibly loud ones. The officers obviously didn't arrest me because I wasn't even in the same zip code, but they documented the wild accusations, which meant I had to legally do the exact same. I immediately called Mr. Sterling, filed a massive, evidence-backed counterstatement, submitted my own extensive ring camera evidence showing I hadn't been near the property, and then I made the absolute final call. I scheduled the emergency locksmith. Not for that specific day, but for the exact minute after the 30-day eviction clock officially ran out, the precise day they were legally required to be gone. And if they weren't, well, Mr. Sterling had already filed the aggressive motion for physical removal. I was perfectly happy to let the county sheriffs violently handle it, because I was completely done playing the hero. I was entirely done being the good, compliant son. And if they genuinely thought they could bluff, scream, and lie their way out of this legal reality, they had absolutely no idea who they were dealing with anymore. Because I hadn't just taken back control of the narrative. I had the law, the deed, the keys, and something significantly more dangerous than any of that, a meticulously executed plan. The morning of the final eviction, the weather was a classic Pacific Northwest drizzle. Overcast, gray, and completely miserable. I parked my car across the street, windows rolled up, a hot black coffee in my hand, quietly watching the beautiful house I had once bought as an act of pure love become the tragic stage for a massive reckoning I never thought I would have to deliver. 8:58 a.m. 2 massive sheriff's department SUVs rolled up right on exact time. They weren't in a frantic rush. No blaring sirens, just 2 heavily armed officers in full tactical uniforms, 1 male, 1 female. Both looked incredibly calm and unreadable, like they had physically dragged entitled people out of houses 1,000 times before, because they absolutely had. They weren't here to play family therapist or referee an argument. They were here to strictly enforce a court order. I slowly stepped out of my car and followed a safe distance behind as they confidently walked up the cracked driveway. The physical state of the property was horrifying. Massive piles of trash littered the once pristine yard. A huge black garbage bag was violently slumped open near the porch steps, its disgusting contents completely spilling out. Empty family-sized chip bags, hundreds of cigarette butts, and an old, rotting pizza box with massive flies buzzing aggressively around it. The place looked significantly worse than an abandoned frat house. The male deputy stepped onto the porch and knocked incredibly hard on the door. County Sheriff's Department, open the door immediately. No answer. The house was dead silent. The female deputy looked down at her heavy clipboard, double-checked the exact legal address, and then knocked again, significantly firmer this time. Open up, or we will breach the door. Still absolutely nothing. Then, just as she reached for her shoulder radio to call it in, the heavy door slowly creaked open, and there stood Derek. He looked absolutely atrocious. Like he hadn't slept in a week. His filthy gray hoodie was completely inside out, his eyes were violently bloodshot, and he smelled like stale weed and panic. He blinked rapidly at the armed officers like his brain couldn't possibly process what was actually happening. Behind him, from deep inside the dark hallway, I could hear my mother's trembling voice echo. Derek? Who is it? Anyway. The female deputy immediately raised her authoritative voice. We are here to strictly enforce a court-ordered legal eviction. You have had exactly 30 days to vacate these premises. That legal deadline has officially passed. You need to gather your immediate belongings and leave the physical property immediately, or you will be arrested for trespassing. Derek's mouth gaped open, but absolutely no words came out. I quietly stepped up onto the porch behind the officers and looked him dead in the eyes. You have exactly 1 hour, Derek. He looked over the male deputy's broad shoulder and finally saw me standing there. His face instantly twisted into pure, unadulterated hatred. This is incredibly low, Marcus, even for a sociopath like you. The male deputy immediately stepped forward, cutting off the argument. Sir, you need to start rapidly gathering your personal belongings right now. You can bring exactly what you can carry in one trip. If you leave anything substantial behind, You will have to legally make arrangements with the property owner to retrieve it later. Derek's jaw violently clenched. We literally don't have anywhere else to go. You can't do this. I stayed completely, stone cold silent. Because that was absolutely not my problem anymore. Exactly an hour later, the front lawn looked like a tragic yard sale, gone horribly wrong. 3 massive, overstuffed suitcases. A huge plastic tub full of tangled gaming cords and chargers. 4 black garbage bags aggressively stuffed with dirty clothes. And 1 massive, 6.5-inch flat-screen OLED TV that Derek clearly thought he could just take with him, even though I had bought it with my own money 2 years ago. He violently fought the absolute hardest over that specific TV. Come on, man. He desperately pleaded, sweating profusely in the cold drizzle. You don't even use this. Just let me take it. I slowly shook my head. You don't live here anymore, Derek. Put it down. He aggressively muttered something under his breath, something that heavily included the words ungrateful and prick, but he didn't push it any further. Not with 2 armed deputies standing 3 feet away with their hands resting near their belts. Mom came out next. She was dramatically holding her expensive leather purse like it weighed 100 pounds. She didn't look at me, not even a single glance. She just stood frozen on the wet porch, her jaw impossibly tight, her eyes red and puffy, desperately waiting for someone, anyone, to offer her a shred of sympathy. Absolutely no one did. Finally, the female deputy handed me the official legal clearance form. The premises are officially clear, sir. They are out. It is 100% yours. Thun. I nodded respectfully. Thank you, officers. They got into their cruisers and left, and I stood entirely alone on the wet porch, the brand new keys from the locksmith heavy in my hand. I didn't say a single parting word to my mother or Derek as they aggressively shoved their trash bags into Derek's rusted car. I didn't gloat, I didn't smile. I simply turned around, unlocked the new deadbolt, and walked into my house. The horrific smell violently hit me first. It was a putrid mix of rotting food, damp, dirty laundry, and something vaguely chemical, like spilled rubbing alcohol mixed with cheap dollar store cleaner. I physically held my breath and stepped deeper inside. The living room was completely trashed. The expensive sofa cushions were deeply stained with unknown substances. The beautiful wooden coffee table was entirely covered in cigarette ash and sticky soda residue. Someone had bizarrely drawn on the pristine drywall in what looked like thick, black permanent marker paranoid, chaotic sketches of video game characters and random words. The expensive hallway carpet had dozens of deep cigarette burns melted into the fibers. In the kitchen, the massive fridge was completely empty except for a rotting, half-eaten rotisserie chicken and a single jar of pickles. There were greasy pizza boxes stacked dangerously high on the expensive gas stove like someone had been using them as actual plates. Then I walked into my old master bedroom, the massive room I had generously given to my mother. The walls were completely covered in hundreds of yellow sticky notes. Quotes, rambling Bible verses, and deeply paranoid, victim mentality notes like, he is trying to take it all from me, and, my own son, deeply betrayed me. I felt absolutely sick to my stomach. I closed the door and walked out to the backyard. I found the expensive $800 grill completely rusted out, full of half-burnt foil trays. There was a huge stack of violently broken lawn chairs, and a massive pile of cigarette butts intentionally arranged in the shape of a crude smiley face on the patio. It was an absolute circus of disrespect, but it was officially my circus now. I spent the next 3 weeks aggressively gutting the entire place. I didn't even try to salvage anything. I hired an expensive, hazmat-level crew to do a massive deep clean. I paid contractors to repaint every single wall in a calming sage green, rip out every inch of the ruined carpet, install brand new, highly durable hardwood floors, and completely replace all the damaged bathroom fixtures. I explicitly told them I wanted the whole place chemically disinfected from top to bottom. I absolutely did not care about the massive $25,000 cost. And when they were finally done, it looked spectacular. Brand new. Fresh paint, highly polished floors, clean, breathable air. The house looked like it had been desperately waiting all along to be rescued from them. And for the very first time since I originally bought it, it actually felt like it was mine. But I didn't sell it. I didn't rent it out to some random tech bros, either. I turned it into something significantly better. I turned it into a fully funded transitional home for foster kids aging out of the broken system. I partnered heavily with a massive local nonprofit organization in Portland that specifically specializes in helping 1-8-year-olds who legally age out of foster care but have absolutely nowhere safe to go. These are kids who have suffered real trauma, who desperately need short-term, stable housing while they actively look for jobs, apply for apartments, and enroll in community college. I legally donated the total use of the house to their incredible program, but I strictly kept the actual property ownership under a massive, ironclad foundation I created with Mr. Sterling. That specific way, the house could never, ever be sold, never be legally claimed by any family member, and never be touched by anyone except the charitable organization I deeply trusted. When the final massive stack of legal paperwork was officially signed, I stood on the beautiful wraparound porch one last time, and I genuinely smiled. Because I had finally accomplished exactly what I set out to do from the very beginning. I provided a safe, beautiful home for someone who actually deserved it. As for my mother and Derek, they actually tried to sue me. Well, my mother tried to sue me. She filed a completely ridiculous, desperate claim in small claims court, aggressively stating that I had illegally evicted her and basically stolen her house. She legally claimed it was a binding verbal gift and said I had explicitly promised it to her in front of multiple witnesses. Her so-called witnesses were two distant cousins who hadn't even been in the same state during the cookout. The exhausted judge completely dismissed the frivolous case in under 10 minutes. Mr. Sterling didn't even have to speak a single word in my defense. Derek completely disappeared from the radar for a long while after that humiliating defeat. Mrs. Gable eventually told me that he crashed on a random friend's couch for a few miserable weeks, then literally tried living out of his rusting car. At some point, the car got legally repossessed by the bank because he hadn't made a payment in 6 months. My mother was forced to move into a cramped, one-bedroom apartment with her older sister. They are reportedly not speaking to each other anymore because they constantly fight over money. Apparently, my Aunt Helen brutally told her, "Brenda, you violently burned down the only bridge that ever actually tried to hold you up." I honestly don't know for a fact if that quote is true, but I really like the sound of it. It has been exactly 7 months since the eviction. The house is currently full. 3 incredible, hard-working young adults live there right now. 2 girls and 1 guy, each with actual jobs, real goals, and their own safe, clean room for the very first time in their entire lives. The non-profit organization checks in on them weekly. I quietly stop by sometimes, parking down the street, just to make absolutely sure everything is still peaceful and in place. None of those kids have any idea who I actually am. They don't need to know. This massive undertaking wasn't about getting public recognition or a pat on the back. This was purely about redemption. Not their redemption. Mine. I absolutely lost my mother that terrible day at the BBQ. Or maybe, if I am being completely honest with myself, I never really had her to begin with. But I absolutely found something else in the devastating aftermath. Something infinitely stronger. I found genuine peace. I found a real purpose. And I found out that sometimes, the absolute best revenge isn't just taking back what was maliciously stolen from you. It is taking exactly what they violently tried to ruin, and using it to build something incredibly beautiful. I bought my mother a $315,000 house, and in the absolute end, I gave it to people who actually knew how to live in it with peace and gratitude. Top comments. User 1. The fact that your mother dug up an old credit card to steal $850 from you times after times you had been paying for her entire life is the most narcissistic, entitled thing I have ever read. She literally viewed you as a bank account, not a son. Good on you for setting up that trust. User 2. You burned the only bridge that ever tried to hold you up. Aunt Helen dropping absolute bars. Derek is a classic golden child who will never survive in the real world. Turning the property into a foster home is the ultimate pro-revenge. You gave it to kids who actually appreciate it. User 3. I am a lawyer and I just want to say your legal strategy was absolutely flawless. Keeping the deed in your name saved you years of probate nightmare and equity battles. The clause in the trust preventing any blood relative who lived there from claiming it is a masterclass in petty legal brilliance. Well done, Marcus. Only one of us matters. My sister smirked before her birthday trip. So, I removed myself from all family photos, left her to fail, and let the law handle my dad. Growing up, I learned real quick that some kids are born to be glittering trophies to be displayed on the mantle, and others are born to be the forgotten furniture you just kick your feet up on. I was the furniture. My younger sister, Chloe, was the trophy. My parents made that dynamic crystal clear from the absolute second she could walk and talk. It was a few weeks before her 16th birthday when everything finally imploded and I made the decision that altered the entire trajectory of my life. My dad dropped a massive, heavily stapled stack of papers on the kitchen counter while my mom furiously zipped up Chloe's third oversized suitcase. I stood there in the middle of the kitchen, the linoleum cold beneath my socks, standing like an absolute idiot waiting for someone to tell me where my luggage was. "You'll handle all of this while we're gone," my dad said, his tone leaving absolutely zero room for negotiation. Chloe's teachers agreed to accept all her late work since she's going to be on a family cruise. Consider doing her homework to be your birthday present to her. Let me back up a bit, because this absolute nightmare did not just start with a random vacation. The blatant favoritism wasn't a new development. It had been breathing down my neck my entire life, suffocating me slowly. It just got exponentially worse as we got older and the stakes got higher. It started with small stuff at first. She got the vastly bigger master-style bedroom with the walk-in closet, the brand new top-of-the-line laptop every 2 years, and the pristine car for her sweet 16. I got the cramped guest room, hand-me-down electronics that barely held a charge, and a rusted-out sedan with over 180,000 miles on the dashboard that shook violently when it hit 60 on the highway. Her college fund had massive, regular deposits made on the first of every single month. Mine had literal dust and cobwebs. My parents paid for her $4,500 elite cheerleading uniforms, her out-of-state competition fees, and her private tumbling coaches without even blinking an eye. My $200 wrestling gear had to come entirely out of my grueling summer job money working landscaping in the blistering heat. Dad would always justify it by saying stuff like, "Girls naturally need more support, Mark, or your sister has vital social obligations to maintain." Mom was infinitely worse. She would actively and maliciously pit us against each other, then act completely shocked and appalled when Chloe treated me like absolute garbage. The real, undeniable shift happened around Chloe's freshman year of high school when she finally figured out that weaponizing her tears got her literally anything she wanted. I watched her perfect this manipulation tactic like it was a precise science experiment. Our parents ate it up every single time without fail. The first major incident happened when she demanded to borrow my laptop for a history test. She swore up and down she would give it back by 9 p.m. I had a massive literature paper due the next morning. At 10 p.m., I knocked politely on her door. She screamed through the wood to get lost. At midnight, desperate and panicking about my grade, I knocked again, a bit harder. She burst out of the room sobbing hysterically, ran down the stairs, and told our parents I had been aggressively harassing her all night while she was just trying to study. She completely fabricated a story about me calling her stupid and threatening her. Dad looked at me like I had just committed a literal war crime. He sent me to my room screaming, without even pausing for a fraction of a second to ask for my side of the story. My laptop miraculously showed up the next morning sitting on the kitchen table with a deeply cracked screen and sticky, foul-smelling coffee stains all over the keyboard. When I furiously showed them the damage, Chloe just cried even harder and claimed I was trying to frame her because I was deeply jealous of her academic success. Mom actually forced me to look Chloe in the eyes and apologize to her for being a destructive liar. After that devastating day, I learned to just shut my mouth and stay completely invisible. Chloe would constantly create massive chaos, and I would inevitably take the fall. Any protest, any defense, just made me the ultimate villain in their twisted narrative. The pattern repeated on an endless, exhausting loop. The Grand Cruise announcement came exactly 3 weeks before her birthday. They called a mandatory family meeting in the living room. Dad sat down and proudly explained that they had planned something incredibly special for Chloe's Sweet 16. A 10-day luxury Caribbean cruise, with travel making it 12 days door-to-door, featuring all the expensive bells and whistles, balcony suites, and premium excursion packages. The whole family is going, Mom announced with this massive, beaming smile. For a brief, stupid second, I actually felt something close to genuine excitement. Maybe this was finally going to be different. Maybe I was actually part of this family. Mark stays home, obviously, Mom casually added, her tone exactly the same as if she were mentioning a mild chance of rain. Someone reliable needs to watch the house, feed the dog, and handle Chloe's massive backlog of schoolwork. She absolutely cannot be stressed about her grades while she's trying to celebrate her milestone birthday. The tiny spark of excitement in my chest died a violent death right then and there. Chloe's smile from across the coffee table was pure, concentrated poison. You get it right, Mark? This is my special day. My expensive trip. Some of us actually matter in the real world. I just nodded numbly, because arguing with these people was exactly like arguing with a brick wall, pointless and painful. I quietly said I understood and retreated to the safety of my room. The next 3 weeks leading up to the trip were absolute hell on earth. Chloe's frantic, screaming excitement filled every single corner of the house. Endless shopping bags from high-end boutiques appeared on the kitchen island daily. Mom took her for extravagant spa treatments, expensive manicures, and professional hair extensions. Dad proudly bought her a $900 underwater digital camera that literally cost more than 6 months of my car insurance. Her annoying friends came over constantly to squeal at deafening volumes about how incredibly lucky she was. And Chloe always made absolutely sure I was well within earshot for every single one of these conversations. I'm just so unbelievably blessed, she would loudly declare in that sickeningly fake, sweet voice. I spent those miserable 3 weeks intensely job hunting and planning my ultimate escape. My 18th birthday miraculously fell exactly 4 days into their luxurious 12-day trip, and I had officially had enough of this nightmare. Turning 18 meant absolute, undeniable legal freedom. It meant I could finally get a bank account without their controlling names attached to it. It meant I could sign a lease. It meant I could finally leave. I managed to secure a warehouse job across town. It was full-time, offered surprisingly decent starting pay, and provided full health benefits after a 3-month probationary period. I casually mentioned to my parents that I picked up some part-time retail work just to stay busy while they were gone. They didn't even pretend to listen or care. But I also made a crucial phone call to my grandpa Arthur. He lived about 4 hours away, 2 states over, and he was genuinely the only adult in my entire bloodline who ever treated me like a living, breathing human being. I poured my heart out. I told him about the extravagant cruise, The unbelievable homework dump, the blatant disrespect, all of it. His gruff response over the phone was just 4 simple words: "Good. Get out, boy." That absolute validation was exactly when I knew, deep in my bones, that I was making the right call. The chaotic morning they finally left, I set my alarm for 4:30 a.m. Some outdated, pathetic part of my brain still genuinely thought families were supposed to say proper goodbyes before long trips. Dad was already standing in the kitchen, aggressively scrolling through his phone and drinking black coffee when I came downstairs. I quietly said, "Good morning." He just grunted without looking up. That was the entire extent of our father-son interaction. Chloe thundered down the wooden stairs wearing a brand new designer travel outfit. She looked at me standing there, and her whole face immediately soured with disgust. That is exactly when Dad picked up the massive, heavy stack of homework and dropped it aggressively on the counter right in front of me. Chloe's teachers generously agreed to take this late since she's traveling internationally for her birthday. This needs to be completely done and turned in first thing Monday morning, or she fails 3 core classes. I stared blankly at the towering pile. There were 3 dense English literature essays on classic books she definitely hadn't even cracked open. There were dozens of advanced calculus worksheets she had completely ignored all semester. There was a massive history project on the Cold War, complete with required primary citations and a formatted bibliography. It was easily 40, maybe 50 hours of intensive academic work. "You're serious right now?" I asked, my voice completely flat. "Do I look like I'm making a joke?" Dad's voice had that sharp, dangerous edge to it. "You are currently living under our roof, eating our expensive food, and using our utilities. This is a very simple ask. Do not make this difficult, Mark. I have a new job starting Monday," I stated clearly. "Then you need to manage your time better and sleep less. This is exactly what family does for each other." Mom suddenly appeared from the hallway holding Chloe's ridiculous memory foam neck pillow and her precious monogram travel blanket. "Sweetheart, please don't fight us on this. The arrangements are already officially made with the school administration. Just sit down and do the work." Chloe casually examined her freshly painted acrylic nails. "Honestly, Mark, most normal people our age easily balance jobs and schoolwork. Stop being so incredibly dramatic. These are effectively your assignments now, your grades to maintain." She shrugged carelessly. "And you're my older brother. Brothers are supposed to help. That's just how the world works." I looked desperately at my mom, then at my dad, silently waiting for just one of them to acknowledge how mathematically insane and morally bankrupt this demand was. Neither did. They were already completely moving on, frantically checking their expensive watches and calculating the morning highway traffic to the airport. "How long will you actually be gone?" I asked softly. Chloe's resulting laugh was pure, unadulterated cruelty. "Long enough for you to finally stay home and contribute something useful to this family for once." They walked out the door exactly 20 minutes later. Mom gave me a highly distracted, dismissive wave over her shoulder. Dad didn't even bother to look back once. Chloe dramatically blew a mocking kiss from the tinted window of the Uber Black they had ordered. The large house went completely, deafeningly quiet. I stood alone in that massive, sterile kitchen, staring down at a mountain of homework that wasn't mine, feeling something heavy and permanent finally settle deep in my chest. The last lingering thread of familial obligation snapped. I calmly picked up the massive stack of papers and carried it to my desk. Then I pulled out my phone and made one single phone call. Grandpa Arthur answered on the second loud ring. "You leaving that house today?" As soon as I finished packing up my room, I replied, my voice steady. "Good man. You need any cash? I've been saving up some funds for you. I got a solid job lined up and a cheap room rented. I'm good, Grandpa." There was a long, heavy pause on the line. Then he said something that didn't make complete sense until much later. "Your parents are going to deeply regret this, Mark. More than they could possibly know right now. You just focus entirely on yourself and your future. I'll handle the rest on my end." I didn't ask what he meant, I just sincerely said thanks and hung up. That entire Saturday, I spent methodically packing clothes, my laptop, and vital documents I had been secretly collecting for weeks. My original birth certificate, my social security card, my official sealed school records. I had previously requested duplicate copies from the main office, convincingly claiming I needed them for early college applications. My grandfather's vintage watch he gave me for my 10th birthday. Every single thing that mattered to me fit perfectly into 2 battered duffel bags and 1 faded black backpack. 18 years of existence condensed into 3 small bags. Then I started the real, emotionally taxing work, the family photos. Our large house was absolutely covered in them. The hallway walls, the living room mantel, the piano, every single shelf and flat surface. I went through the entire house systematically. Any framed photo with me in it got immediately removed. Some specific ones I carefully kept because they were from way back before things went completely bad, before Chloe realized she could destroy me. Most of the photos I didn't need or want. They were just staged lies anyway. Fake, strained smiles covering up years of being completely invisible and emotionally beaten down. For every single photo I removed, I intentionally left the expensive frame completely empty and perfectly positioned exactly where it was. I desperately wanted them to see exactly how many moments I had been entirely erased from. I wanted them to excitedly walk back into their perfect home and see absolutely nothing but glaring blank spaces where their son used to be. The entire process took me over 3 hours. Then I finally dealt with Chloe's massive mountain of homework. I didn't throw it away in the trash. That would be too easy for them to spin as me being vindictive. Instead, I sat down and read through every single assignment. I saw exactly how incredibly little work she had actually done all semester. I organized it all back into a perfectly neat, straightened stack on the kitchen island. I grabbed a bright yellow sticky note, placed it dead center on top, and wrote in massive, bold letters, "Not my problem. Good luck failing." Before leaving, I grabbed the large custom family calendar off the kitchen wall. It was Mom's absolute pride and joy, obsessively color-coded and organized within an inch of its life. Chloe's endless activities were all written in bright purple ink: doctor appointments, private cheer practice, friend hangouts, expensive spa days. My few college application deadlines were written in faint pencil, incredibly easy to erase or ignore. My upcoming 18th birthday wasn't marked on the calendar at all, it was just a blank white square. I took a thick red permanent marker, circled the date 4 days from now, and wrote, "Mark turns 18 and moves out forever," in the absolute biggest letters that would physically fit inside the box. I left the calendar wide open on the granite counter where they would be forced to see it the literal second they walked in. Then I walked out the front door, locked it securely, dropped my shiny house key down the storm drain on the street corner, and drove my shaking, rattling car to my new place. I never looked back in the rearview mirror. Update 1. My 18th birthday officially arrived at 5 a.m. on a freezing Tuesday morning in a massive industrial warehouse parking lot. There was no chocolate cake, no colorful cards, no family singing terribly off-key. It was just me sitting alone in my freezing car, drinking burnt gas station coffee, and quietly watching the sun come up over the shipping containers. And honestly, I was thinking this was already infinitely better than any forced, miserable birthday they had ever given me. The warehouse job was exactly the grueling, mind-numbing labor I desperately needed. Unloading heavy trucks, moving massive pallets of inventory, aggressively scanning hundreds of cardboard boxes. My shift supervisor, a guy named Vince, was this intimidating 50-something guy with a thick gray beard and a severe limp from a workplace knee surgery gone completely wrong years ago. He took exactly one piercing look at me on my very first day and bluntly said I looked like a kid desperately running from something terrible. I looked him back in the eye and told him it was actually more like I was finally running towards something better. He barked a loud laugh, slapped my shoulder, and said that was usually the much better direction to go. Vince quickly became the first adult in a very long time who actually treated me like I had inherent value. He showed me the complex ropes of the loading dock but didn't hover over me breathing down my neck. He gave me real, tangible responsibility. By day 3, he actually had me training 2 new temp hires on the forklift protocols. By day 5, he pulled me aside, told me I had serious management potential, and asked if I was planning to stick around this place long term. I looked at the massive stacks of boxes and told him, "Yeah, I am." And I genuinely meant it too. The cheap room I had rented was located in a modest, slightly run-down house owned by this incredibly sweet woman named Eleanor. She was a late 60s retired high school literature teacher who had tragically lost her husband to cancer a few years back. She had decided to convert 2 of her upstairs bedrooms into cheap rentals to help cover the rising property taxes, and because, as she bluntly put it, the old house was just way too quiet and lonely living all by herself. My rented room was extremely small, just a twin bed, a scratched wooden desk, and a wobbly dresser, but it was paradise. Nobody was violently screaming through the thin drywall. Nobody was maliciously blaming me for broken things I didn't touch. Eleanor's house rules were incredibly simple and refreshing. Keep the shared bathroom relatively clean, absolutely no loud noise or music after 10 p.m., and pay the $400 rent on time on the first of the month. That was literally it. There was no emotional manipulation, no complex guilt trips, no screaming matches over nothing. It honestly felt like I had successfully relocated to another peaceful planet. The busy days quickly blurred together in a satisfying rhythm. Wake up for work at 4:30 a.m., clock in at 6 a.m., bust my ass until 3 p.m., come home by 4 p.m., eat a cheap, quick dinner, intensely study for the few online high school classes I was still finishing up to get my diploma, and fall into a dead sleep by 9:30 p.m. The daily routine was remarkably steady and incredibly healing. Every single day that passed without someone violently yelling at me or Chloe intentionally sabotaging my life felt like absolute, undeniable proof that I had made the single best decision of my life. I didn't attempt to contact my parents. They didn't attempt to contact me either, which honestly hurt a lot less than I originally expected. They were undoubtedly living it up, drinking cocktails on a massive luxury cruise ship in the crystal clear Bahamas, and I was sweating through my shirt moving heavy cardboard boxes in a dusty warehouse. And yet, somehow, I was infinitely happier than I had been in the last 10 years combined. The absolute silence officially broke on day 12. My prepaid cell phone had been completely turned off for days just to conserve the battery and my peace of mind. When I finally powered it on while sitting on Eleanor's front porch, my screen instantly froze, completely overwhelmed by the massive flood of incoming notifications. 47 missed calls. 14 frantic voicemails. 52 angry text messages. All of them had flooded in over the last 8 hours. They were finally home. I aggressively deleted every single voicemail without listening to a single second of them. I deleted the massive text threads without reading a single angry word. Then I permanently blocked all 3 of their phone numbers. My new, peaceful life was waiting for me. They could figure out their own miserable existence. But the desperate attempts didn't stop there. The next afternoon, while I was on my lunch break sitting on a pallet of dog food, I got an unexpected call from Mr. Davis, my old AP history teacher. He was genuinely the only adult at my high school who had ever noticed something was deeply, fundamentally off with my family dynamic. "Mark, I really need to talk to you about something serious, Mr. Davis said, his voice tight with concern. Your parents just aggressively called the school administration demanding to know your exact whereabouts. They also screamed at the principal about Chloe's missing mountain of assignments." He paused, taking a deep breath. "Do you want to tell me what exactly is going on, kid?" I turned 18, I permanently moved out. I got a full-time job and a safe place to live. "I'm completely good, Mr. Davis," I replied calmly. "And regarding the massive pile of homework they mentioned, that is not my homework, therefore it is not my problem. Chloe had the entire 16-week semester to do it. That massive failure is entirely on her." The heavy silence stretched out over the phone line for a long moment, then Mr. Davis said something that genuinely surprised me. "Good for you, Mark, you have always deserved so much better than what they gave you. But I need to warn you, your parents are absolutely unhinged right now. They are insisting on coming down to the school in person tomorrow morning, and they are loudly claiming to anyone who will listen that you are in severe danger, or kidnapped, or involved in something highly illegal and dramatic. Please just tell the administration that I am a legal adult, and I am officially requesting absolutely zero contact with them. That is literally all they need to know." "I absolutely will, Mr. Davis promised. But they are also loudly demanding that the school board legally force you to complete Chloe's missing coursework since they allegedly arranged it with her teachers before leaving. I'm just giving you a friendly heads up that this situation is about to get extremely messy." "Let it get messy," I laughed, a real, genuine laugh. "I am absolutely not doing a single page of her homework." He chuckled softly. "I honestly never thought you would. Take good care of yourself, kid. Call me if you need a character reference." That exact same evening, around 7 p.m., Eleanor knocked softly but urgently on my bedroom door. "Mark, honey, your parents are currently standing on my front porch. They look extremely agitated and highly aggressive. I thought you should definitely know before they start making a massive public scene and waking up the neighborhood." My stomach instantly dropped into my shoes. "Did you actually tell them that I live here?" "Absolutely not," Eleanor said, crossing her arms defensively. "I simply told them through the screen door that I have a legal tenant named Mark, but I absolutely do not discuss my private tenants with angry strangers. They are incredibly persistent, though. They are refusing to leave the property. You should probably handle this before I have to call the authorities." I took a deep breath, steadying my racing heart, and followed her down the creaky wooden stairs. Looking through the sheer living room curtains, I could clearly see my dad pacing furiously back and forth across the front lawn like a caged, rabid animal. Mom was sitting rigidly in the passenger seat of his SUV, aggressively typing on her phone. Chloe was lounging in the back seat, casually scrolling through TikTok, looking incredibly bored. I unlocked the deadbolt, opened the heavy front door, and stepped out onto the wooden porch. Eleanor stayed inside the house but remained highly visible through the screen door, holding her cell phone, ready to provide backup if I needed it. Dad instantly spotted me, and his rigid expression morphed from brief relief to absolute, explosive rage in less than half a second. He charged toward the porch steps. "What the absolute hell is the meaning of this, Mark?" Dad screamed, his voice echoing loudly down the quiet suburban street. "Where the hell have you been? Your bedroom is completely empty. There are no pictures of you. You're not answering any of our goddamn calls. And your sister is currently failing 3 mandatory classes because you selfishly refused to do her required work." "I moved out," I said, keeping my voice completely monotone and level. "We can clearly see that." His face was turning an ugly shade of purple, his voice rising even higher. "Why? You are still enrolled in high school. You have serious familial responsibilities at home. You cannot just abandon us. Chloe's massive backlog of homework is absolutely not my responsibility. It never was." Mom suddenly threw open the SUV door and practically ran across the lawn, her face tight with manufactured anger and panic. Mark, stop this ridiculous nonsense right now. You are being incredibly childish and vindictive. If this little tantrum is about not going on the cruise, we can sit down and talk about it like adults. But running away from home and deliberately sabotaging your poor sister's education and future is completely unacceptable behavior. I didn't run away, I corrected her firmly. I legally moved out. There is a massive legal difference. I am fully employed at a warehouse. I pay my own rent. I buy my own food. I am managing my life perfectly fine without you. You cannot just leave. Dad roared, his jaw clenched so tight I thought his teeth might shatter. You are getting in that car and coming home with us right this exact second. I am officially 18 years old. You literally cannot make me do anything. We are your parents. Mom shrieked, clutching her designer purse like a weapon. You were my parents when you casually left me home alone from a massive luxury vacation just to do someone else's neglected homework. I fired back, the years of suppressed anger finally bleeding into my voice. You were my parents when you completely forgot my 18th birthday even existed because you were too busy at a damn spa. You were my parents when you spent 18 long years making it violently clear that I was infinitely less important than her. I pointed an accusing finger directly at the SUV where Chloe was now watching the drama unfold with wide eyes. So, no. I am completely good where I am. Chloe finally shoved the car door open and stomped over, her face flush with anger. You are being so freaking dramatic, Mark. You're just pissed off because you didn't get to go on my special birthday trip. Grow the hell up. The entire world does not revolve around you. I actually laughed out loud at the sheer, blinding hypocrisy. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't want the world to revolve around me. That is exclusively your full-time job, right, Chloe? You desperately needed my help. You needed someone to do all your heavy lifting because you spent the entire semester doing absolutely nothing but taking selfies and whining. Mom stepped much closer, trying to use her soft, manipulative tone. Mark, please. We can easily work this all out. Just pack your things and come home right now so things can finally go back to normal. Back to normal? I asked incredulously. You mean back to where I am completely invisible except when you desperately need a scapegoat? Where Chloe gets absolutely everything handed to her on a silver platter and I get whatever garbage is left over? No thanks, I'm staying right here. You maliciously took down all the family photos, Mom suddenly said, her voice cracking slightly. Every single photo with you in it. You left the empty frames scattered everywhere. Why would you do something so deeply hurtful and psycho? Because, I stared directly into her eyes, if I am not deemed important enough to be taken on family vacations, then I am certainly not important enough to be displayed in your fake family photos. Dad's face went from purple to a dangerous, boiling red. He aggressively closed the distance, marching right up the wooden porch steps until he was towering over me. You are being an incredibly manipulative little punk. You are doing this just to punish us and embarrass us in front of the school. No. I didn't back down an inch. I am finally establishing basic boundaries. I am permanently removing myself from a highly toxic, abusive situation that was destroying my mental health. You can call it whatever the hell makes you sleep better at night. You ungrateful little bastard. Dad lunged forward up the final step, his massive hand aggressively reaching out to grab my upper arm. You are coming home right now, and I am not asking. I quickly stepped back, raising my hands defensively. Do not touch me. I am serious. I am your father and I am telling you. And I am a legal adult telling you no. That is exactly when he completely snapped. He lunged forward, grabbed the front of my work shirt in his massive fists, and violently yanked me forward hard enough that I completely lost my balance and stumbled. Before I could recover, his other hand came up and aggressively shoved me backward. I flew back, and my shoulder blade slammed agonizingly hard into the sharp wooden porch railing. The sheer force knocked the wind completely out of my lungs. You do not get to just walk away from this family like we are absolutely nothing, he screamed, still gripping my torn shirt, his spit hitting my face. His eyes were wide, red, and completely twisted with unhinged anger. He doesn't have to go anywhere with you, and you need to take your hands off him right this second. Eleanor's sharp, authoritative voice cut through the chaos like a knife. She had pushed the screen door open and was standing there, her phone held up high, the camera lens pointed directly at my father's face. Dad's grip on my shirt tightened instinctively. This absolutely does not concern you, lady. Get back inside your house. It highly concerns me when a deranged man violently assaults my legal tenant on my private property. Eleanor fired back without missing a beat. Let him go right now, or I swear to God I am calling the police. Mom was out of the car now, frantically rushing toward the porch steps. Richard, stop it. What the hell are you doing? People are looking. Instead of listening, he shoved me again, even harder this time. My back violently hit the wooden railing again, and a sharp, blinding pain shot down my spine and through my shoulders. You are coming home right now, or I will literally drag you to that car by your hair. I forced myself to stand tall, keeping my voice terrifyingly level even though my heart was pounding out of my chest. If you put your hands on me one more time, I will personally call the cops and press full assault charges. Try me. You'll what? He actually barked a crazy laugh, but his grip finally loosened a fraction. You're going to call the cops on your own father? I don't have to, I said smoothly, she already is. Eleanor already had her phone to her ear. Yes, 911? I need police officers dispatched immediately to my residence. A grown man is physically assaulting a young man on my front porch and refusing to leave my property. Yes, I have the entire violent altercation recorded on my phone and my doorbell camera. Mom frantically grabbed Dad's thick arm, pulling with all her body weight. Richard, please, let him go. The neighbors are coming outside. The police are coming. He held on for another agonizing 5 seconds, breathing heavily, staring deep into my eyes trying to find any trace of fear. When I didn't flinch, didn't move, and didn't break eye contact, he finally shoved me one last time in disgust and let go of my torn shirt. This is absolutely not over, Mark, he sneered, pointing a thick finger in my face. You are coming home eventually, whether you want to or not. The police are currently 3 minutes away, Eleanor announced calmly, still recording every single second. Chloe was standing frozen by the SUV, her phone halfway up, looking genuinely terrified for the first time in her pampered life. Mom was desperately pulling on Dad's arm, practically dragging him back down the driveway toward the vehicle. He slowly backed down the porch steps, keeping his angry eyes locked on me. You are making a massive, life-ruining mistake, boy. I'm pretty sure you just made the much bigger one, I replied, rubbing my throbbing shoulders. They scrambled into the SUV and violently peeled out of the neighborhood, the tires squealing loud enough to leave thick black rubber marks on Eleanor's concrete driveway. Eleanor slowly lowered her phone and ended the 911 call. She turned to me, her eyes filled with genuine maternal concern. Are you okay, sweetheart? My shoulders were throbbing with intense, radiating pain where I had violently hit the sharp edge of the wooden railing, but nothing felt permanently broken. Yeah, I'm okay. Thank you, Eleanor. Seriously. I have perfectly clear, high-definition footage of that entire assault on my phone, and the Ring doorbell camera caught the audio perfectly. It is entirely your call on what you want to do with that evidence, Mark. I stood there in the cool evening air, deeply thinking about it. A small, cowardly part of me desperately wanted to just let it go. Family drama was exhausting, and the legal system was a massive hassle. But another, much louder part of me, the part that had spent 18 years being emotionally battered, pushed around, blamed, and marginalized, knew this was fundamentally different. He had crossed a massive physical and legal line. Letting him cross it without severe, life-altering consequences just meant he would inevitably come back and do it again, probably worse next time. Can you please send me that footage right now? I asked. Already done, honey, Eleanor smiled grimly. People like that only ever stop their abuse when they are forced to face real, tangible consequences. Update 2. The local police showed up exactly 10 minutes later with their lights flashing. I invited them inside, gave them the complete, unvarnished story from start to finish, and played the crystal clear video footage of the assault. They took several high-resolution photos of the angry, dark purple bruises and severe red marks rapidly forming on my shoulders and back where the wooden railing had violently dug into my skin. They also took Eleanor's official statement as a direct eyewitness. One officer, a stern but kind woman named Officer Morgan, sat with me at Eleanor's kitchen table while her younger partner furiously took notes on his pad. You are legally 18 years old? She asked, verifying my ID. Yes, ma'am. I turned 18 exactly 4 days after they left on their vacation. I moved out legally. I have a signed, valid month-to-month lease agreement right here to prove residency. I slid the paper across the table. She nodded slowly, reviewing the document. Your father violently put his hands on you multiple times, aggressively shoved you into a hard structure causing visible bodily injury, and verbally threatened to physically force you into his vehicle against your will. In the eyes of the law, that is clear-cut assault, battery, and attempted unlawful restraint. Do you want to officially press criminal charges tonight? I looked over at Eleanor leaning against the counter. She gave me a firm, encouraging nod. I looked back at Officer Morgan. Yes. I absolutely do. Okay, we will file the official criminal report right now. You will need to come down to the main precinct station tomorrow morning to give a formal, sworn written statement and formally submit the video evidence and witness testimony files. Given the clear video evidence, this should be a very straightforward arrest. You also desperately need to think about filing for a protective restraining order. Especially since he explicitly threatened to come back and force you to leave. She handed me a glossy business card with a direct phone number. Call this specific domestic violence advocate number tomorrow. They will walk you step by step through the protective order process. Given the violent events tonight and the documented threats, you will easily qualify for an emergency temporary order immediately, with a full court hearing scheduled within a couple of weeks. After the police finally left, I sat alone on Eleanor's floral couch, feeling completely numb and exhausted. She brought me a hot mug of chamomile tea and sat down quietly across from me. "You did the absolute right thing today, Mark," she said softly. "It doesn't feel right," I admitted, staring into the dark tea. "It feels like I just completely blew up whatever tiny fragment was left of my family." Eleanor reached out and patted my knee. "Hey, your family blew themselves up years ago, sweetheart. You just finally stopped pretending the massive explosion hadn't happened." The very next morning, I drove down to the police station, gave my sworn written statement, handed over the USB drive with the video files, and immediately started the complex restraining order paperwork. The court advocate helping me was incredibly patient, walking me through every single legal requirement. The emergency temporary protective order was granted by a judge almost immediately based entirely on the brutal video evidence and the documented physical injuries. The full, permanent hearing was officially scheduled for exactly 14 days out. I found out later that afternoon from Mr. Davis that my dad had been officially served with the restraining order papers and a criminal summons directly at his corporate office by a uniformed sheriff's deputy. Mr. Davis also mentioned that my mom had aggressively called the high school again, hysterically crying to the principal, screaming that I was maliciously destroying their perfect family reputation. Mr. Davis told her very gently but firmly that criminal assault charges tend to have that exact effect on reputations. The next few days brought a massive, desperate wave of attempted contact. Dozens of voicemails from extended family members trying to play peacemaker. I didn't listen to a single one. Texts from blocked numbers using burner apps. Mr. Davis called again to inform me that my parents had actually shown up at the school a third time, aggressively demanding the administration physically force me to complete Chloe's missing coursework and legally compel the school to hand over my new home address. I firmly told them that neither of those things was ever going to happen. Mr. Davis chuckled over the phone. "I showed them the legal documentation proving you are an adult who requested zero contact. They were absolutely furious. Your dad started screaming, making empty threats about calling his expensive lawyers to sue the school." I laughed. "For what exactly? I'm 18 and I left voluntarily. There is literally no crime here except the one he committed on that porch." "That is exactly what the principal told him," Mr. Davis said. They were eventually escorted off the property by the school resource officer. "Just be careful out there, Mark." Through the high school grapevine, I quickly heard that Chloe's academic situation had rapidly devolved from bad to absolutely catastrophic. Because of her missing weeks of assignments, she had been officially placed on severe academic probation. Her teachers completely refused to accept any late work since it never materialized on Monday morning. My desperate parents tried aggressively arguing to the school board that I had verbally agreed to complete it as a binding contract, but without me there to confirm it or submit the work, there was absolutely nothing to grade. Chloe was mathematically guaranteed to fail 3 core classes. Mandatory summer school was her only viable option to stay on track for graduation, completely ruining her planned summer trip to Europe. I felt absolutely zero guilt about it. Work at the warehouse became my solid anchor in the storm. Vince noticed that I always showed up 30 minutes early, stayed late to sweep the floors, and worked significantly harder than guys twice my age. He started giving me serious logistical responsibility. I was managing inventory spreadsheets, coordinating incoming truck schedules, and running the forklift teams. One week, I noticed our morning loading schedule had massive semi-trucks waiting around idling for hours, burning fuel and wasting money, because of how poorly we had organized the dock assignments. I spent my entire unpaid lunch break mapping out a much better, mathematically efficient rotation system on a piece of cardboard. I showed it to Vince, and he boldly implemented it the very next day. It ended up cutting our entire department's overtime labor costs by 12% that exact month. Vince didn't make a massive deal about it in front of the guys, but he pulled me into his office, clapped me hard on the shoulder, and told me I was finally thinking like upper management. After my 3rd week, he formally pulled me aside. "I'm officially putting you on as a shift lead starting Monday," he said gruffly. "Comes with a solid $4/hour raise, better medical benefits, and a dedicated parking spot. You've more than earned it, kid." The significant raise was enough that I could finally start aggressively saving real money for college tuition, for a reliable car, for a future that was entirely mine. The official restraining order court hearing finally arrived 2 weeks after the porch assault. I showed up to the courthouse wearing a cheap but clean suit, accompanied by Eleanor for moral support. I brought the official police report, the ring camera video on a tablet, and the high-resolution medical photos of the severe bruising that had formed on my back. Dad showed up wearing an expensive tailored suit, flanked by a slick, high-priced defense lawyer and my mother, who looked like she hadn't slept in weeks. The hearing took less than 30 minutes. The judge, a no-nonsense older woman, watched the video footage in total silence, thoroughly read the police report, and then demanded to hear both sides. Dad's expensive lawyer frantically tried arguing that it was merely a passionate family dispute that got slightly out of hand, that I was a troubled teenager exaggerating my injuries for attention. and that my father was just desperately trying to bring his runaway son home to safety. The judge absolutely wasn't buying a single word of it. She glared aggressively down at my father over her glasses. Your client violently grabbed the petitioner, aggressively shoved him not once but twice into a solid wooden railing causing documented bodily injury, and explicitly threatened to forcibly remove him from the property against his will. That is clear-cut assault and battery. Add in the verbal threats to return and finish the altercation, and we have absolute, undeniable grounds for legal protection. She slammed her gavel and granted a full, comprehensive restraining order for a maximum of 24 months. Dad legally had to stay 500 feet away from me, Eleanor's property, my warehouse workplace, and my former high school at all times. He absolutely could not contact me directly, electronically, or through any third parties like my mother or sister. A single violation meant immediate, mandatory jail time. Dad's face went completely pale when the judge read the harsh terms into the official record. Mom started sobbing loudly in the gallery, but neither of them could say a single word that would change the reality of the situation. Walking out of those heavy courthouse doors into the bright sunlight felt incredibly good. 3 weeks after the dramatic court hearing, my phone unexpectedly rang from a number I hadn't blocked. It was Grandpa Arthur. Your mother furiously called me yesterday, he said without any preamble. She gave me a massive, screaming earful about your dramatic exit, the assault charges, the protective order, and how deeply worried they are about your mental state. But Mark, we need to talk privately. Can you drive up and visit the farm this weekend? There is something incredibly important you need to know, and it's much better said in person. I'll cover your gas money, just come. The long drive to Grandpa Arthur's massive property took almost 4 hours through winding back roads and endless green farmland. His rustic farmhouse sat on 30 sprawling acres outside a town so incredibly small it didn't even have a single stoplight. I had visited maybe 3 times in my entire childhood. Mom always had a million convenient excuses why we absolutely couldn't go more often. Too far, too busy, too dirty, too expensive. Now, looking back, I severely wondered if she had been intentionally keeping me away on purpose to isolate me. Grandpa Arthur met me on the gravel driveway. He was in his late 70s, but he still moved with the rigid discipline of a man 20 years younger. He was an ex-Marine, a retired master electrician, and genuinely the only adult in my entire bloodline who had ever treated me with basic, human respect. You look much better, boy. Stronger, he said, pulling me into a massive, bone-crushing hug. Inside the warm house, he poured us both thick black coffee, and we sat down at his scarred wooden kitchen table. He studied my face for a long, silent moment before finally speaking. I am going to tell you something right now that your parents absolutely do not know yet. I officially changed my last will and testament 6 months ago, right after that incident where they blamed you for your sister crashing her car. I blinked, confused. Okay? I have been quietly watching exactly how they treat you for years, Mark. Every single time you called me, every time we talked on the phone, I heard the profound sadness in your voice. I saw the way they made you completely invisible in your own home. I saw the way they threw massive amounts of money and attention at your spoiled sister and gave you nothing but the pathetic scraps. He leaned back in his creaky wooden chair, his eyes fiercely intense. This massive 30-acre farm, the restored house, my heavy equipment, my life savings, my retirement investments. All of it was originally supposed to be split evenly 50/50 between your mother and your uncle. But I legally changed it. Now, every single penny, every single acre, it all goes exclusively to you. I stared at him, my jaw practically hitting the floor. Grandpa, I can't accept that. That's millions of dollars. You can't just... You are not taking anything, boy. I am freely giving it. He interrupted firmly, slamming his hand on the table. When I am finally gone, you will have absolute, unbreakable financial security. Your mother, your father, your spoiled sister. They get absolutely nothing. Not a single red cent. But they are going to completely lose their minds when they find out. I stammered. Let them. His smile was sharp and incredibly dangerous. They permanently lost the right to my hard-earned money the exact second they decided to treat my only grandson like absolute garbage. I have already formally filed all the ironclad paperwork with my estate lawyer. They can try to legally contest it all they want when I die, but it won't change a damn thing. It is bulletproof. I sat there in stunned silence, desperately trying to process the magnitude of this. A massive farm, land. Real, generational security I had never even dared to imagine having. Why are you telling me this right now? Because I desperately want you to know that you have a bright future, Mark. You are currently out there busting your ass, building your own independent life, and that is incredible. I am so proud of you. But I want you to know deep down that you have a massive, unbreakable foundation waiting for you when the time finally comes. Do not ever let them try to manipulate you into coming back with fake promises of college money or inheritance. You are already set for life. They just don't know it yet. We spent the entire rest of the afternoon talking. He asked detailed questions about my warehouse job, my promotion, Eleanor's house, my long-term plans. He told me dark, revealing stories about my dad's childhood I had never heard before. How Richard had been a completely different, kinder person before he met my mother. How Helen had always been toxically obsessed with public image, wealth, and status. How they had slowly, systematically poisoned each other into the miserable, abusive mess they had become. Your sister is just a tragic product of exactly how they raised her, Grandpa Arthur said sadly, looking out the window at the fields. It absolutely does not excuse her horrific behavior, but it explains it perfectly. She never learned how to handle consequences because they aggressively shielded her from every single one. You, though, you learned the hard way early on. It made you tough, it made you a survivor. When I finally left that evening as the sun was setting, he walked me out to my rattling car. Don't be a stranger, son, you are always welcome in this house. And if your parents start making serious legal trouble for you, you call me immediately. I have expensive lawyers on retainer who will crush them. I drove the 4 hours back to Eleanor's house with my head completely spinning. A house, land, real financial security, a massive future. It was absolute proof that at least one person in my miserable family had actually seen me, really seen me, and decisively decided I was worth something great. The rest of the high school semester was its own special kind of hell. Chloe actively avoided me in the hallways like I had the plague, but her annoying friends didn't. They would intentionally whisper loud enough for me to hear as I walked by lockers. Selfish, dramatic, ruining her entire life because he was so jealous of her cruise. I just completely ignored them. I let them think whatever stupid narrative they wanted. None of it mattered anymore. Mr. Davis pulled me aside one day after AP History. Your parents are still aggressively calling the school board, still legally demanding we forcefully intervene in your living situation. I want you to know the entire administration is backing you 100%. You are 18. You are doing excellent work in your classes, and your personal life is absolutely not our jurisdiction. But they are making serious noise about trying to sue the district for emotional distress. They can try to sue whoever they want, I shrugged. It doesn't change reality. Plus, Dad legally cannot contact me or come within 500 feet of this building because of the permanent restraining order. They are being very careful about that. Mom is making all the frantic calls now. His name isn't on any of the complaints. He handed me a thick, sealed envelope. This arrived at the front office for you this morning. I thought you might want it, but you don't have to take it. Inside was a dense, 3-page handwritten letter from my mother. I almost threw it directly into the trash unread, but morbid curiosity ultimately won. It was 3 solid pages of absolute, textbook manipulation, dressed up as deep maternal concern. She wrote about how incredibly worried they were about my safety living in a slum, how I was tragically throwing my bright life away working manual labor, how they would be completely willing to pay for my entire college tuition if I just came back home, dropped the ridiculous assault charges, canceled the restraining order, and made things right with the family. How family was supposed to stick together through hard times and forgive each other's minor mistakes. There was not one single word of genuine apology in the entire 3 pages. Not one single acknowledgement of the horrific abuse, the blatant favoritism, or the violent physical assault on the porch. I showed the letter to Vince during our lunch break at the warehouse. He laughed a deep, booming laugh. This is really something else, kid. They are desperately trying to buy you back with heavy conditions attached. It always is with toxic people like that. They genuinely think love and respect are purely transactional. You do exactly what they want, they give you exactly what you need. The massive problem for them is, what you actually need right now doesn't cost a single dime of their money. He folded the letter and handed it back. You going to respond to this garbage? No point, I said, tossing it into the break room trash can. They wouldn't hear the truth anyway. But they kept relentlessly trying. More manipulative letters sent to the school, more frantic calls to blocked numbers, more desperate attempts to reach me through extended family and mutual friends. Each one followed the exact same toxic manipulation cycle. None of it worked. I was a stonewall. Exactly 2 months after I left home, Chloe unexpectedly showed up at the warehouse. Vince came to get me during my busy afternoon shift, looking highly annoyed. He said there was a young girl aggressively asking for me in the visitor parking lot and refusing to leave. I walked out into the blazing sun, and there she was, leaning awkwardly against her pristine new car, looking completely out of place in her expensive designer clothes and heavy makeup. We were surrounded by massive semi-trucks, forklift sirens, and sweating laborers. What exactly do you want, Chloe? I asked, stopping 10 feet away. I just need to talk to you. Just for 1 minute. No parents involved, she pleaded, her voice trembling slightly. I crossed my arms over my chest. Talk then. I have a doc to run. I am currently failing my mandatory summer school classes, she admitted, looking down at her expensive shoes. If I don't pass these makeup exams next week, I absolutely won't graduate on time next year. Mom and Dad are absolutely furious with me, they are constantly screaming at me. They are blaming you for everything. but they are taking it out on me. Sounds like a massive you problem. I said coldly, Mark, please, come on. I know I totally messed up with the homework thing, but I'm desperately asking for your help. Just this once. Please help me study and pass these exams, and I swear I will never ask you for anything ever again. I laughed. A loud, genuine laugh that echoed across the concrete parking lot. You are seriously asking me to do your academic work for you again? After absolutely everything that happened? After Dad physically assaulted me? After you laughed in my face while you left for a cruise, and you genuinely think I am going to help you now? We are family, Mark, she cried, real tears finally spilling over her mascara. No, Chloe, we are just biologically related. There is a massive difference. Real family doesn't treat each other like disposable garbage. I stepped slightly closer, dropping my voice. You failed those classes because you refused to do the required work. That is entirely on you. You wanted to be treated like an adult? Figure it out yourself. Her eyes welled up with more tears. You're really going to just stand there and let me fail? I'm not letting you do anything. You are failing all on your own. But what you desperately need is to stop expecting everyone else in the world to magically fix your self-created problems. I interrupted sharply. What you need is to finally grow the hell up. I turned my back toward the massive warehouse doors. We are completely done here. Do not ever come to my workplace again. She stared at my back like I had just grown a second head. The fake tears dried up instantly, rapidly replaced by pure, venomous anger. You are such a massive jerk, Mark. Mom was completely right about you. You are incredibly selfish and cruel, and you genuinely don't care about anyone but yourself. Cool. Are you done throwing your tantrum? I didn't even turn around. She screamed in frustration, got into her expensive car, and violently peeled out of the industrial parking lot, almost clipping a massive delivery truck on her way out. 3 days later, Grandpa Arthur called me again, chuckling darkly. Your mother finally knows about the updated will, Mark. How did she find out? I asked, surprised. I personally called her and told her, he said proudly. I figured it was finally time she knew exactly where she stood in this family. She spent an hour screaming into the phone about how I was maliciously punishing her and destroying the family legacy. I thought you should know it's about to get extremely ugly on your end. Is she threatening to legally contest it? Oh, absolutely. She's screaming about getting expensive estate lawyers involved, claiming I'm mentally unfit, the whole dramatic production. Will any of that actually work? I asked, slightly worried. Not a snowball's chance in hell, he laughed. I had 3 separate independent doctors sign off on my absolute mental competency the exact day I signed the new will, and my lawyer is a literal shark. It is ironclad. But Mark, she is going to come at you incredibly hard now. Do not fall for her fake tears. I absolutely won't, Grandpa. Good man. Stand your ground. I am so damn proud of you. He was absolutely right. The very next week brought an absolute flood of insanity. Mom sent massive, unhinged messages through extended family members about how completely heartbroken and devastated she was that I had manipulated my senile grandfather into giving me the family estate. Chloe posted long, dramatic rants on her public social media accounts about ungrateful, toxic family members who maliciously abandon the people who raised them, steal inheritances, and then assault their own fathers with entirely false police charges. I completely ignored all of it. I kept working my warehouse shifts, kept saving my money, and kept building my new life. Then Mr. Davis called with news that proved exactly how desperate they had become. It was a Saturday morning in late October. Mark, you really need to hear this. Your parents just left the school building. They aggressively demanded a meeting with the principal and the district superintendent, desperately trying to force the school to legally intervene in your living situation. Let me guess, I sighed. They claimed I was coerced into leaving by outside influences? Exactly. They are loudly claiming your grandfather aggressively manipulated you into moving out so he could isolate you and cut them out of his will. They want the school district to officially document that you are being financially and emotionally exploited by an elderly man. I couldn't help it, I laughed. That is incredibly creative, I'll give them that. It gets even better, Mr. Davis chuckled. The superintendent flatly told them the school has absolutely zero jurisdiction over your personal life, and that all official documentation clearly shows you left voluntarily after turning 18. Your mom actually threatened to go to the local news media about the school failing to protect innocent students from predatory family members. She is really going all in on this delusion, I said, shaking my head. She is absolutely desperate, Mark, just keep your head down. After we hung up, I sat on the porch thinking about exactly how far they were genuinely willing to go to maintain their twisted version of reality. It was never actually about me. It had never been about me. It was entirely about their loss of control and their public image. Monday evening, Eleanor asked if I wanted to join her for dinner. We had slowly fallen into a comfortable routine where once or twice a week she would cook a massive meal, and we would eat together at the table, just talking about our days, the weather, or books. That night, she made an incredible pot roast with potatoes and carrots. You have officially been living here for 6 months now, Mark, she said, pouring gravy over her plate. It honestly feels much longer, but in a very good way, like you've just always been here. Thank you for taking a massive chance on me, Eleanor. Seriously. It absolutely wasn't a chance, she smiled warmly. You showed up on my porch with first month's rent in cash, a polite attitude, and a desperate work ethic. I knew immediately you'd be perfectly fine. She paused, taking a sip of water. Do you ever hear from your toxic family anymore? They're currently making a lot of legal noise about my grandfather's will. Won't work though, it's ironclad. Good, she said firmly. Let them finally face the severe consequences of their own actions. Summer rapidly turned into a crisp fall. I officially enrolled in night classes at the local community college, strategically using my flexible warehouse management schedule to build required credits toward a degree in supply chain business management. I figured if I was going to eventually work my way up to regional director, I might as well get the formal education to back up my practical experience. Chloe officially failed her summer school exams. She had to completely repeat her sophomore year of high school while all her friends moved on to junior year. I heard through the relentless grapevine that she was loudly blaming me for entirely ruining her life, telling anyone who would listen that I had maliciously sabotaged her grades on purpose out of pure spite. The criminal assault charges against my dad slowly moved their way through the clogged legal system. His expensive defense lawyer eventually got the severe charges reduced to simple assault and a quiet plea deal to avoid a messy public trial, but he still had to complete 100 hours of grueling community service picking up highway trash, attend 6 months of mandatory anger management classes, and the strict 2-4-month restraining order stayed fully in place. I heard through my aunt that he was absolutely furious about the humiliating community service, and that Mom was frantically trying to smooth everything over with our relatives by spinning wild, fabricated stories about how I had violently provoked him with a weapon. It didn't matter in the slightest. The court had the crystal clear video evidence. The undeniable truth was permanently on the legal record. December finally arrived, bringing heavy snow and freezing temperatures. Grandpa Arthur called me on Christmas Eve while I was decorating Eleanor's small tree. Merry Christmas, Mark. A large package is coming your way via overnight delivery. Should arrive tomorrow morning. Grandpa, you really didn't have to get me anything. You've already given me everything. I absolutely had to. His voice cracked slightly with emotion. You are genuinely the only family member I have left who is actually worth celebrating. The heavy package arrived on Christmas morning. Inside the box was a brand new, incredibly warm Carhartt winter coat for my warehouse shifts, a $500 gift card to the local grocery store, and a handwritten letter on thick paper. Mark, I am prouder of the man you are becoming than I have ever been of anyone in my entire life. You are going to do incredibly great things in this world. The massive estate and the money are legally yours when I am gone, but you have already proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that you don't even need it to succeed. You are going to be incredibly successful with or without my help, and ironically, that is exactly what makes you the only one worthy of inheriting it. Love always, Grandpa Arthur. I smiled, a real tear slipping down my face, and carefully put the letter on my desk right next to a framed photo Eleanor had taken of us laughing together at Thanksgiving dinner. The busy spring semester started at the community college. I officially declared my major in business management and mapped out a solid 3-year plan for transferring to a major 4-year university. I started thinking long-term about my career, my finances, and my future. My life was absolutely not perfect. Some days at the warehouse were brutally exhausting. Some late nights studying I wondered if the intense stress was worth it. But then I would wake up in my quiet room at Eleanor's house, drive to a job where my boss and my crew deeply respected my work ethic, come home to absolute peace and quiet, and remember that this was infinitely better than the alternative. This life was entirely mine. I built it with my own 2 hands. Mom sent one final, desperate letter in late April. Inside the envelope was a glossy photo of me as a little kid, maybe 6 years old, smiling widely at my very first youth wrestling match. On the back of the photo, she had written in shaky handwriting, "We are so incredibly sorry for everything. We will always love you, and we pray that one day you can find it in your heart to forgive us and come home." I stared at the picture for a long time, looking at the genuinely happy kid who had absolutely no idea how much pain was coming his way. I didn't feel anger anymore. I didn't feel crushing sadness. I just felt a profound, overwhelming sense of total indifference. I carefully placed the childhood photo in the bottom drawer of my desk, closed it firmly, and went downstairs to help Eleanor cook dinner. Maybe someday in the distant future I would find a way to forgive them for stealing my childhood. Maybe I absolutely wouldn't. Either way, it didn't matter anymore. They were just ghosts in my rearview mirror, and I had a massive, beautiful life waiting for me ahead.